my mind went somewhere else.
I apologize for hijacking the life.
No. You're good. You're good. It's important to stay abreast on what's going on. Then it's kind of scary that Islam is growing at a rate that is growing.
But it's mostly because they reproduce so much.
Oh, because they have babies so much?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was because people were converting.
And those who convert are usually not extremists, but those who like immigrate from their home country to the West and then start having kids by they literally have like half a dozen kids and just like named all of them Muhammad. Did you know that Muhammad is now the most popular name in the UK?
Hey, Cindy. Wait,
That is
they
insane.
name their kid? They name all their kids Muhammad?
Not all of them, but it is now the most popular first name for a boy in the UK.
Oh, so they're all they're all like migrating to the UK.
And naming their kids Muhammad in the UK, yes.
Mm, that's insane.
It's pretty
That's
funny.
insane. And it's like, how do they win people over? Like, because I
They
do
lie.
have I have a mutual on here who converted during COVID, and she's like, oh, it's so you know peaceful and blah blah blah, and I'm
They lie
like,
to them.
huh?
They lie to them. They straight up lie to them. They just tell them, oh, become a Muslim, this and that. Oh, why are you worshipping a man if they're a Christian? Oh, Islam tells you to worship one God. It tells you to be good. It tells you to give charity. It tells you to pray and fast, which is good for your health, so you can feed the poor. Blah 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 blah. But they never mention the actual like root of the theology.
You said saw no women, all kids named Muhammad. Wow. All right, y'all, come on, let's get the shares up. What's up, Jess Cam? What's up, Robert Williams? To the YouTube audience, please forgive me for signing on a little bit late. We want to get the show going, so we're at 60 something shares. Um, Doechii won a Grammy, also at the Grammys, and in her speech, she said, God told me that that I would go far, and she's thanking God. And it made me think Christians who believe that the type of music that Doechii creates, or her style, or think that singers in Hollywood have to sacrifice something to, yeah, I love Doechii. I love her too. Have to sacrifice something to get to that level of success. When she's thanking God, is it the same God that she's thinking? Like, do Christians believe that it's the same God that got her that success? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's an interesting take. No, because they're against secular music, so
Mm-hmm.
eh, I would say probably not.
But
I
who,
would
like,
say
but who
probably
can
not.
tell her, right? And then, but who can tell her that it's not?
Well, they think they can.
It's interesting. I think that right there is a good case for why I say that it's a man made, like it's made by man, because like everybody decides what a God is telling them, because she believes that her God, or this God, told her, I'm going, stick with me, and I'm going to take you far. And that God, which Doechie's doing some amazing things, right? She's a great role model for young black girls who also want to succeed. There are a couple of things that when I was listening to her speech, although it was a beautiful speech, it's like, okay, God is making sure Doechii accomplishes her dreams, right? Doechii wins Grammys, she makes great songs, right? But there are kids who are dying of cancer. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know,
Hmm.
yeah. And then there are Christians who would say that that's not God helping Dochi. That's a demon or a devil. They would
Devil,
deny
yeah.
that. And so, and nobody can tell Dochi who she's in a relationship with, that because that's in her heart and her mind. And so, like, it's just, I don't know, it's to me, that speech just solidified a little bit even more, because I think the main thing was, oh, okay, congratulations for the Grammy, congratulations for the success, but what about kids with cancer, right? What about his children that's going around killing people in his name, or threatening to rape people in his name? He doesn't care about that stuff because he wants to respect the free will of his children, and he just, cares about helping
It
people win
just seems
Grammys.
only, yeah, the good things, the good small things.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's all he's capable of doing, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
I did have a
Yeah.
question for the Bible, if you can answer it for me.
What's that?
So I was on a live, it was like a Muslim and a Christian debating, and he brought up the verse about the 50 shekels and like the young girl being like either seized or raped by the man, and you know the verse. And he mentioned that he brought up the Septuagint, and he said the Septuagint says a little child, as in like the word a little child in Greek. And then the Christian told him to bring up the Hebrew, because it is going to be more accurate to the text, because it is the Old Testament. And then he said, no, he's not going to bring up the Hebrew because Jesus brought the Septuagint, and the oldest Septuagint we have is older than the Dead Sea Scrolls. Is that a good argument, or is it not?
I think he's deflecting. The Septuagint is older than the Septuagint is the oldest version of the Hebrew scriptures that we have today. So he is right about that, but there are different versions of the Septuagint, so you have to ask like which, like there isn't just one Septuagint, if that makes sense. So he would have to, which Septuagint he's talking about. But the Septuagint is closer to the like the translation from the Hebrew. Like I don't know what he's trying to say that the
He's trying to say
Septuagint
that the
says that the Hebrew
Septuagint,
doesn't say.
he's saying that the Septuagint says the word for child in Hebrew, I mean in Greek, it says literally a child version. And he's saying that you're raping a child. And then he's saying, no, it is talking about a grown woman, or at least a young grown
It
woman.
doesn't talk about the age at all. It just says like it's not referring to an age at all.
In the Septuagint
You
or
talking
in
about
the Hebrew?
Deuteronomy 22?
I think so,
Deuteronomy
yes. The
22,
one about the
28,
50
29.
shekels.
Let me see. Give me just a second. Give me just a second, y'all. We'll get the show started in a minute. I do see those of you in the guest request box. If you are in there on accident, go ahead and double check so that we don't bring up any accidental accounts and start the show off with dead air. If you're in there on purpose, bear with me just a second while I answer this question for M's, and then we'll get the show going. Those of you that are coming on YouTube, welcome. Happy to see you here. I will post the Discord link if you want to call in here in just a second. To the damsel's father, verse 22. What word was he arguing?
It was a word in Greek. It was I think it was
Was
Haida
it
or something.
in
In
Greek?
Greek. Yeah, he brought up the Septuagint instead of the Hebrew. He didn't want to bring up the Hebrew.
I'm trying to figure out what word in Greek was he arguing?
It started with an H and then an A and ended with an A. It was like a Haida or something. The word for child.
So, Adma?
It was Haida in the Greek, not the Hebrew.
Oh, I don't know that. This is a copy of the Greek version, but it still this is a copy of what was written in the Septuagint, but it's translated to the Hebrew.
Uh-huh.
Where is he getting a Greek version? Where is he getting the Greek
It was
version of
from
the
Biblegate.
Bible Gateway?
Yeah, I think it was. No, I think it was either Bible Hub or Bible Gateway, but it was like a blue text, if that helps. Yeah,
So I have the Blue Letter Bible.
yeah.
That. So I see the word there for damsel is na'ara, na'ara. And it means girl or damsel, right? But it doesn't say young child.
His argument was
Oh,
that
actually, right here, yeah, little girl only. I take that back. Little
right.
girl only, and that is. Let me see if that's. Yeah, Deuteronomy 22:15.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a little girl. And
So does it say that in the
with the
like the
Septuagint.
original
Let me
text?
see what it says in the Hebrew.
He was making the claim that if since Jesus was reading the Septuagint, then he's going to use the Septuagint as a more authoritative like literature or scripture than the Dead Sea Scrolls, because Jesus validated it by reading it.
Let me see. Why? Just give me the Jewish. I want the Jewish public. I don't need that. Oh my God! Give me the fucking Jewish Publication Society. Oh, just give me the books. I don't want the one in English. Why does it only have Deuteronomy in English, but every other version is in Hebrew? I don't want this. Wait, let me see something. Nope, it still did. Like it changed it to Hebrew, but still gave me English. What the fuck? Oh, I know what it did. I don't know. I can't get to the.
It could be a sign from the Holy Spirit.
But it looks like the Greek, the Septuagint does say little girl. But I can't. I'll have to find. I'm starting not to like this this version of the Jewish Bible, of the Hebrew Scripture. But let's check this one. This one has some has its own translations that don't necessarily match. I think this one is more so a Christian version. Huh?
Is this the original Hebrew?
No, this is the Jewish Public Society translation is closer to the Hebrew. This one, has a Hebrew translation, but the English, it's more so. The English has some extra translations that's not in the actual Hebrew, so I don't really trust the person who's translating this. But Let me see. Verse 23. The word that's used, it's still used na'ara. You see it right there. It still used the same word that the Septuagint
Uh-huh.
used in the Hebrew. So yes, it's a little girl.
As in like prepubescent.
Yeah, it just says little girl only. That's what it says.
Uh-huh. That's interesting.
Yeah.
But was his argument valid? The one about going to the Septuagint instead of going to the Hebrew, because the Septuagint was read by Jesus, and hence validates the Septuagint as being more
He
authoritative or
doesn't know
closer to
what
the original
Jesus
Hebrew.
read. It says, like, it doesn't say that Jesus read the Septuagint. So I don't know why he's saying that. It doesn't say what books Jesus read. I think there's only one time it mentions what Jesus read, and that was a scroll, right, in Isaiah. So it doesn't say that Jesus read the Septuagint.
Uh-huh.
So he's making an assumption. It is likely that Jesus would have read the Septuagint because of when the Septuagint was commissioned, but
Uh-huh.
like he doesn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know
And
why
where
he's like Jesus only read. Like there are some arguments that Jesus could speak all of the languages, that he could read Hebrew, that he could read Aramaic, that he
uh-huh.
could read Greek. Like I mean he doesn't know what Jesus read for him to say that. And then on top of that, like there Jesus misquotes the Hebrew scriptures a lot. Like he takes it out of context, and he misquotes stuff. So it's very possible that Jesus was reading the Greek Septuagint because their what their agenda was. You know, the
Uh-huh.
the Greeks. Ptolemy wanted the people to follow the Torah. He didn't want them to go away from it. He didn't want them to go to temple worship. He wanted them to follow the Torah and stick with the Torah covenant. So he had the Greek Septuagint focus on that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
So yeah, but I don't know about that being a solid
And one more
argument.
question, please.
Huh?
Yeah. Did the people around Jesus, like his community, did they speak Hebrew or Greek?
They spoke Aramaic.
Aramaic.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were arguing about them understanding Greek as being the lingua franca of the region. And then he said, no, that was only in Egypt, and the Jews in Palestine were only speaking Hebrew. So it wouldn't
They
make
didn't
sense for him to
speak
read the
Hebrew. Like,
Septuagint.
they didn't speak Hebrew. When they came back from Babylon, Hebrew had died out. They were speaking Aramaic. Hebrew wasn't a very popular language after the exile. Not a lot of people
Damn, so
knew.
that was an entirely wasted time in
Yeah,
their life.
yeah. Not a lot of people knew how to speak Hebrew after the exile. Aramaic was the dominant language at that time for them,
Uh-huh.
and a lot of them were illiterate. Like they didn't know how to read, and so they definitely wasn't
Yeah.
reading the Septuagint. Remember, they were in Babylon. So they would have had to come down here, right? Go to school and be educated on how to read and write Greek. And they just didn't do that. And a lot of them didn't have
Uh-huh.
the means to do that. Hebrew is a form of a Mesopotamian language. It's not Aramaic. It's a mixture of Hebrew and a Mesopotamian dialect, but Hebrew isn't Aramaic. They're two different languages, two different dialects. But yeah, are we ready to get the show started, y'all?
Yes.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, let's see who's in the guest box. All right, please make sure that if you are in the guest box that you are in there on purpose. Please double check and make sure that you're not in there on accident. Virgo, hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes, and let us know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist?
I'm 26 and I am a believer
Okay.
ish.
What
It's like
topic
when
did you
we
want to
say God, I
discuss?
always relate it to like um let me see. Let me see. I feel like the belief or non-belief in God more harmful. I guess I'll go with one. It's like I believe in a higher power, but I don't believe in God as far as like the Abrahamic
Okay,
religions.
that's the God that we're
I feel like,
discussing. Yeah, we're
oh, okay,
discussing.
okay.
Yeah,
So then
yeah,
I'm
yeah. You're good. We don't have you're not out. Your higher power isn't out here with a book telling people to do harmful shit. Um, or discrediting people, is it? Like discrediting people's existence, right?
Yeah, so if we're going based off of those religions, then I do believe it's more harmful, um, because it's just like the rhetoric of how people use it. Um, and actually, I was discussing with somebody about the black community earlier, and they were speaking about how basically black Americans are being punished for past crimes, and that's why slavery and like because I was talking about like let's get ahead, and they were using that as an excuse as why we can't get ahead. So in those instances, that's when I believe that belief can be harmful to our society because we're not moving forward based off of certain rhetorics in the Bible that I think a lot of people don't even understand.
Yeah, and that the crazy thing is that is what they're saying about the black community isn't in even in the Bible. This is something that somebody has taught them, right? And I think that's what makes it harmful for our community, individually. But I also think, you know, that a belief in a God, when that God has when it's based off of really ancient texts, and those texts are considered to be sacred and holy, and then there are different doctrines and theologies that are derived from that text, specific guidelines for a way of life. Then you have all of these leaders who claim to be the representatives of the God, telling people, nope, God said this, nope, God said this, nope, God doesn't like this. And I think that's when it gets really, really harmful. um it's so crazy because I've gotten so many messages from black men on this panel who feel that I should be teaching that we are all from Egypt, and that this Bible is black history and it's really stolen history about Egypt. Or there was a guy today named Mike who messaged me some YouTube video. He was like, watch this dumb dumb. And it was I think his name was the guy that he wanted me to watch was Anthony Brower, I believe. I don't know. Shaka had taught, sent me a couple of videos about Anthony Brower. So I know what um he talks about. But this guy Mike was very aggressive at my DM because he thinks that because I'm not teaching or saying that all black people come from Egypt, and that this book is about Egypt, and this God is the God of the Egyptians, right? That I'm harming the black community and uh, teaching, spreading misinformation. So they get really aggressive if they've either taken on an identity, right? You have the ones that believe that they are the black Hebrew Israelites, and then you have the ones that have claimed Kemet, right? And so if they feel like because the black community's identity has been stripped from them, if they feel like they've found some solace in this book, right, in an identity, then they get violent if they feel like that's being questioned or stripped away too.
Yeah, and just about what you said earlier about like being taught, I think a lot of modern day Christians, um, I speak more about the black community because I know more about the black community. I can't really speak for other communities, but the modern day Christians in the black community, they don't really read the Bible. I don't think most have ever read the Bible front to back. It's just been taught to them. And I think that's a big problem too, because a lot of the things I remember, I was lighting some incense in my house, and my friend told me that she was scared because I was witchcraft. You know, just like those little things, little pockets of ignorance that just keep us in just we just don't move forward. So yeah, I do think it's just harmful because we're just not moving forward. We're staying stagnant and we're waiting on Jesus or divine retribution instead of actually taking hold to our own lives and just making the world what we want it to be. We're waiting for a higher power instead of becoming that higher power. I don't like that aspect of it.
I agree 100%. And I think that was very, profound what you just said, that like we're waiting on a higher power instead of becoming the higher power. And then we're telling ourselves that, it's because we're evil people or we're bad or we're not following the rules that we're not being blessed. And I think it's because you're following the rules too fucking much, and then you don't realize whose rules you're following, and the rules you are following is the white supremacy rules, which tells you that you are just a slave, which tells you that you can't find your identity. You're looking at what they're calling jealousy of, the black community's talent or whatever, and you're saying, oh, they must have something against, or they must, be jealous, or they have something to hide, and therefore you think that the place that they're hiding your identity is in the very book that they handed you to indoctrinate you. Like, it's just, I agree. They're looking for their power in the wrong place, and it's very harmful. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
No, just like what you said, because I actually said that on the earlier live when they were speaking about the us not moving ahead, and they literally said we have to wait, and it was just like you said with the dang, I just lost my train of thought. You had just said something about
Like we're
I
we're
can't even
not
think
doing
about it.
the curses
But
and stuff. Like we gotta
yeah,
follow. Yeah.
and it's something you said after that too, where um yeah, but anyways, it was just the same conversation that I had earlier, and it wasn't really frustrating because I've dealt with that before, but everything that you just said was spot on.
And I wish that they could see, like, for one, I was thinking today with one of the guys that messaged me about the whole Egypt thing, and I'm like, the fact that he's like, our history, and I'm like, motherfucker, I don't know you. Like, if
Yeah.
you believe that you're from Egypt, that you and your family are from Egypt, then that's you and your family. I don't fucking know you. Just because your line goes to Egypt doesn't mean mine does. Like, do you think Asian people go around and say all Asian people are from China?
Right.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm
and that's what
saying?
you said too. Like, do you think that they would give you the book? That's what I said. I said they had us living in hell. Do you think that they would give you the book for a ticket to heaven? Like, that just that wouldn't make sense. You know what I mean? So what you said about that, like giving you the information, like all of it is factual. And it's not like I don't think that some things in the Bible might have happened, but it's not productive at this moment. It's just turned into something else.
Exactly.
But
And then they say, "Oh, they stole our identity. They stole our stories." If you believe, right, that while there are some uh stories in here that mimic or are influenced by oral traditions or written traditions from Egypt, but there are also stories in here that are influenced or taken from Babylon, from Assyria, right, from Canaan. It's a book that reflects the cultures that the people who called themselves Israelites lived amongst. They were nomadic people. They moved around, and so their writing, right, their myths reflect the cultures that they, lived amongst. It also reflects the times where they were actually nations, where they, had built their own kingdoms, and so it reflects that. But if you think that you are the people in this book and they stole your stories from Egypt, like, why, if they stole your stories from Egypt, why are you claiming to be the people who stole your stories? Like it doesn't make sense to me. You would then say, hey, the people that wrote this, right, took our stories. So, like, these are our stories, but the people in the book aren't us. That would make more sense if to say something like that. But to say that they're both your stories, they're stolen, and it's y'all, you're basically saying that your ancestors stole y'all own stories. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And it's the cherry picking. One minute is, the Egyptian, yes, the stories are stolen. The next minute you're quoting something out of the Bible, or you haven't even read the Ethiopian Bible. Like, just like those things, like you're reading the King James Bible talking about Egypt, and sometimes you'll reference Egypt only when it's convenient. I think that irritates me too with the beliefs. It's like cherry picking which parts that you like. Like, let's ignore all of this and let's remember that God is all knowing and he loves us, but let's forget when he murdered them kids. Let's forget about this. The cherry picking too, I think, is just destructive for us.
And then, or forget that he's been willing for the last 500 years to just say fuck the black community. Like, you've got to believe that the black community is just that damn bad that this God said, fuck y'all, I'm gonna leave y'all on your own, I'm turning my back, and I'm just gonna let everybody pounce on y'all.
And
right, but I'm gonna answer people individually and help people win Grammys and get become doctors individually.
Right.
Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I was trying to get them to understand that part too. I was trying to come at from their perspective. Okay, let's say all this is real and the curse. Do you really think he would want you to stay like that? You can still make a decision for yourself if you have free will. That's where the cherry picking comes in too. It's like one minute you have free will, the next minute, no, this is by his design and you have to stay in it.
Yeah, and then, like, it's very human, right? Because first off, when this text was written, the population wasn't as vast as it is today, right? And so, like, you're literally saying that your God wants you to get 48 million black people on the same page before he blesses you. Like, how smart is your God? How your God cannot be that intelligent if that's what he's waiting on before he blesses you and your people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
yeah,
I
go ahead.
I was gonna say, I just wish that they would stop and think, like, everybody black isn't from the same part of Africa. Africa is an entire continent, right? And so, yes, huh?
Just saying, with a bunch of cultures and spiritual beliefs, even some predating Egyptian, like, what about like Yoruba? I don't know if Yoruba predates Egyptian, but I just know that there's a lot of spiritual beliefs on the continent as well.
Yeah. And so, but just talking about, like, geographically speaking, like, everybody from Africa aren't the same people. Like they're not the same tribe. They may all be from Africa, but they're not the same people. And it's like the black Americans expect us all to be like, yep, we're the same people. Like, we came from the same tribe. We may have built our own culture here in America, and we're black Americans today. But when we trace our ancestry, there is a very real chance it's not going to land at the same place. And so trying to force all black people in America to say that we're Egyptians is fucking nuts.
Yeah, I did not think about that. You're right, because we all do have different roots, different places. And to have us trace back to one, like, this is all of our creation story, when a lot of us are not from East Africa or like over in that region. Yeah, that's crazy.
And then they want to try to make us believe that Egypt is in America, right? And then they go and they listen to these Egyptologists, and I'm not talking about Anthony Browner. I'm just saying, like, some of these Egyptologists, people, they go and they travel to Egypt, but that, like, they're they don't necessarily have the archaeological data, right, to back up the claims that they're making. If you believe, right, that Egypt is in America, then fucking try to prove it with data, right? Don't just throw that claim out there and say, "Oh, they hid it, they hid the truth, or they hid the map." Like, if that's the case, that there is something in the earth, right, that you and some excavation team can go and dig and find.
That's how I feel. I feel like we haven't even found the oldest humans in America. You know what I mean? There's just not enough to even make that. I feel like people are searching for something, just anything to kind of cling to, you know?
Yeah, and it's understandable, right? Because the black community, it's understandable to a degree, because we have been told that our history is lost, and we've been demonized and dehumanized for such a long time. And I get people, wanting to know where they're from. I completely get that, but to negate all logic and resources, or tools of methodology of even trying to figure it out, and then just jumping from one fairy tale to the next, that I don't get. And then expecting everybody else to do the same. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
And it makes the rest of us look crazy, because then you'll have other people talking about us like it's all of us.
Exactly.
Like we don't have common sense. Like, some of us don't, or like it's not a minority of people doing it. That's my biggest issue with it. I don't like being correlated with that type of stuff when I don't think like that.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And that's why, like, in here, I focus on, the history of the Bible, the history of Christianity, right? And I try my best to, like, focus on using data, as Dan McCullen say, data over dogma. But for some odd reason, because black people have taken this God and has said, like, this is our God, this is ours, they try to turn my life into black history. Oh, you're teaching black history. No, the fuck I'm not. Because you think this God belongs to black people. You hear black history. I'm not teaching black history in here. That's not what this is. And that irritates me when they try to confuse it.
Yeah. There's just so much. Like, just him being the God of Israel lets you know that he's not all of our God anyway. So it's just so much. But yeah, thank you for letting me speak on here.
You're welcome. And I'm just going to say the last thing. When they hear the God of Israel, because they've been indoctrinated into, oh, he's the God of the world, right? He's the God of the universe. They won't allow themselves to even engage with the thought that in antiquity, this God was dormant, and you worship the God of the land that you lived in. Just like when the Jews left Jerusalem, when Nebuchadnezzar took them to Babylon, they worshiped the Babylonian gods. They didn't worship Yahweh in Babylon. And so, right, like when Alexander the Great, in his records, his scribe, his record keeper, would notate when he would go into different lands and he would pay homage to the God of the land that he was in. There's nowhere in his records that he even paid any type of homage or respect to the God of Israel. And Josephus writes about this, and he ended up writing that Alexander the Great came in to Israel and he paid respect to the God of Israel, because he felt slighted that Alexander the Great never did that. And so the very fact that people of high status would go from land to land when they were doing business, and they would notate when they would show respect to the God of that land, right? It shows that the God of Israel was the God of Israel. He wasn't the God of every nation in the ancient Near East. But when I bring that up to black Christians, it's hard for them to even fathom the fact that this God's law only governed Israel. This God only governed the land of Israel. And at that time, their legal system was also their religious system. So there was no separation of church and state. It was both at the same time. And so it didn't, everybody wasn't, it's just hard to get them to see that, if that makes sense, because they've been indoctrinated into, oh, he's the one and only God. He's the God of everybody.
You would think that would be obvious when, I mean, he even mentioned another God in the Bible. I haven't read it as not as thoroughly as you, but I just remember like tidbits where he had mentioned another God, and then you would think it would be obvious with what happened in Egypt. Like those were his, if he was the God of everyone, those would have been his firstborn children that he had killed, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would just think it would be obvious that he is just one of many, and he was just specifically their God.
Yeah, he talks bad. He talks cash money shit about Egypt and Ethiopia in here, and so like I don't know how they miss that, in the Talmud, in the Midrash Talmud, it talks about Egypt as the land of the black and ugly, when it says that Moses went into, yeah. No, Abraham. Abraham went into Egypt with Sarah, and it says, oh, he went into the land of the black and ugly. Like the way that it talks about Egypt, it doesn't talk about Egypt as if this God is saying, these are my people.
Right, right. Yeah, and that was something that always stuck out to me. I'm sorry, this is my last name. That was something that always stuck out to me when I was younger in church. If he was the most high God, why was he only talking about Israel, the children of Israel? That's something that I always asked in church.
And the crazy thing about it is that they will say, because they were chosen to be the light of the world, they were the most righteous. Like they don't have a problem saying that, you know, this group of people that he chose were better humans than them and deserved to be chosen. Like they have gotten on this stage and have said that over and over again.
Yeah.
But Virgo, I thank you so much for coming up. It was a great conversation. Did you have anything else you want to say before we move on to another guest?
No, that was it. I'm gonna sit back and listen. I'm glad I found your channel. But thank you.
You're very welcome. I hope you have a great night.
You too.
No, there's black doesn't refer to skin tone. I think that's what made one of them mad last night too. I'm just gonna stop checking my DM. I don't have time to address every.
Don't put yourself through that shit.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is, and you know it's not gonna stop.
Oak Ark, how are you?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Coming in kind of clear. I got my headphones on. They usually coming in better. Is it too much noise in the background?
No, I can barely hear you. I don't hear any noise in the background, but I can barely hear you. I'm sorry?
Can you hear me now?
You're still kind of low.
Now?
You're very low.
If the head wasn't plugged
There
in
we
all
go.
the way.
That's
Can you hear
better.
me now?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, thank you. Look, I try not to come on because you be doing your thing and I don't be wanting to interrupt. But so I kind of just wrote down a few notes so I could put it down real quick and try to get up out your hair. But I just want to ask, the first thing is, do you recognize how much smarter you are than everybody else in life?
No.
I'm sure you don't want to think like that, but you something else. You something else. You're one of the smartest people I know, and as I don't want to be misogynist enough, but I have a certain love for you just as a man because you don't you can't be fake with you. You know what I'm saying? You got to be real. So it would be hard for any man to really be in your life because you gonna see through any bull stuff. And you've taught me a lot about misogyny. Just listening to you with like on the part, and you and Matt especially, how a lot of time men don't even realize how misogynist they are and how But my
You
question
see,
was,
like I just want to say,
go
give
ahead.
me just a sec. So, like, thank you for what you say. Um, so what you just said to me though is what I've heard from men damn near my whole life is that
Hmm.
they can't date me because I'm too intelligent or I'm too intimidating or they wouldn't be able to pull anything over on me. And I think, like, for me, it's one of the reasons that I've been celibate for damn near 6 years because the men just keep telling me that they can't be trustworthy and that they need to be uh able to lie, right? That they need to be able to not be honest in order to be in a relationship, and therefore because they can't do that with me, then like do you hear what kind of like what you're saying about men?
Yes, and that's why that was one of the things. But I'm saying you're bringing that to my attention. So by bringing that to your attention is what I'm saying. You've opened that up to me because I really didn't even want to come out like that.
No,
But
no, no.
that
I'm
is
not. I'm
a
not getting on you. I'm saying like this is the same thing that I've been told my whole life by men, right? Um, and that's one of the reasons why I've chosen to be celibate because they just come out and they say that they can't be honest, right? That they can't, you know, they don't know how to engage with a woman that has high integrity or expects the same level of integrity from the person that she's with. But like to hear men just outwardly say, you can't you won't ever have a man that wants to be in your life or that can be in your life because he can't do fuck shit. That to me is wild, especially like at our age, that there are still men our age that wants the freedom to do fuck shit when it comes to women. I think that is insane. That's all I'm saying. Like I've been hearing this stuff my whole life, right? And here I am, 44, and it's still that way. It's just insane. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I feel you on that because I'm celibate too, and I'm 56. But you know what I'm saying. So I understand. That's what I said. That's kind of why I brought that out, and that's something that I didn't really want to bring out. But I'm sure it's so many men on here that are so infatuated with you because you're just brilliant. You know what I'm saying. But then it's intimidating. You know what I'm saying. So I think that like with you and like Joel and Mezzo, it has opened up so much of a other side of because they so and you have it in you naturally. They so comedic with it, and now it's opening up another side of you. So I just want to put that out there. I love that. I love that you have been in, engaging with them, and then you kind of you just know how to involve and how to kind of come in every situation and play it. You know what I'm saying? And everybody on your panel everybody even know who to deal with. You bring in the right people. You know what I'm saying? All that. But my real question to you, so I definitely didn't want to be insult to you. It was a
No, no,
compliment
no,
to
yeah,
you,
no,
and I'm
no. This
sorry.
wasn't an insult. It
Yeah,
wasn't an insult.
yeah,
I appreciate you.
yeah. But the thing is okay. Like I listen to you all the time, and I agree with you so much. It's hard to find life's purpose. So I really wanted to know what do you feel like other than helping other people and doing because that's like a natural answer. What is life's purpose? Because I think that's why people be accepting religion and all this and that. They trying to find why they're here, what's going on, and so I think they run to that a lot. But you have kind of taught me to get away. Like I don't worry about my purpose no as much no more. I just live and kind of what I'm saying, go with the flow because we're not in control anyway. So I just really wanted, the real question was, what is life's purpose? Because I think that's what a lot of people are seeing.
I think that there isn't just one, right? If we look at ourselves like we are actually animals, like if you look at the animals on the earth, I don't think they're wondering what life's purpose is, right? But we are lucky because we get to kind of just create our purpose with the in our existence. And if we allow ourselves to, like you said, just live, I think that purpose will just create itself around you, right? You I was thinking today, no matter where I go or what I do in life, I always end up creating some fucking movement or something on accident, like because I just am. Does that make sense? I just do shit and I try my best to be as authentic as I am. And I'm like, I didn't try to create this, right? I didn't try to gain a large following on TikTok. I got to like 100 some thousand followers, and I was like, okay, you know, I can grow. And then I set the intention to grow the TikTok page, and then I went live. I didn't expect it to turn into this. It's just being authentic and just living for me and embracing where I am, what I'm doing, and what's going on in the world at that time, and being intentional has kind of just morphed different purposes in my life. Does that make sense? Like I've not only just had one specific thing. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I think and that's where kind of I am. So it's kind of giving you're reevaluating what I mean. You're adding what I think about myself. It's I don't worry about what as much, but I so want knowledge just like you because you seek. I don't know. You're amazing, but I and when I asked that question of you, I almost knew the answer, and you know what I'm saying. You just add it to. You don't worry about it. You just do you. So yeah, I understand.
Yeah, and then like I don't want people to think that I don't plan. I do, and I fail. Right? I don't. Uh, I appreciate you saying that I'm one of the smartest people, but I have made some dumbass mistakes in my life. I've made dumb mistakes with my business. Um, I've made plans. Some of those plans were successful, and some of them not. But I think one of the things that I've uh, decided for myself is to make sure that I learn. Right? I don't over beat myself up when I do fail, right? One of my friends is he's a very successful concert promoter, right? And one time he told me that he spent a lot of money on a concert. The concert flopped, and he said he gave himself 48 hours to fucking sulk. So he said he stayed in the bed 48 hours, sulked, and then 48 hours was over. It's done. Get back up and get back to work. And I kind of took that experience that he shared with me and kind of applied that to myself. When I fail, I give myself enough time to fucking deal with the failure, whatever, feelings I have about it. But once that time is over, I got to get up and get back to work. I got to get up and move forward. And so accepting failure, allowing myself to just, be and time will figure it out, if that makes sense. And then but just keep on moving forward and getting back to work is the main important thing. So I don't even know why I just said that, but that's how I approach how I've learned to approach life and things, and then just trying my best to look at Carmelo's. Yeah, that's how I've learned how to approach life, and just trying my best to make sure that when I do interact with people, that they have a pleasant interaction with me, as to the best of my ability, to the best that they will allow it to be a pleasant interaction, and that if I am influencing them in any way, that I am helping to make them, like, change them for the better. And that better is defined by them, not by me, right? I'm not taking away from a person right? And degrading a person or making a person feel less about themselves. That when they engage with me, there's something added to them. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense because you only want to, if you care so much about people, and people come up here like you such a bad person, and I see the compassion in you, like you be bringing up stuff that I wouldn't have even thought about being. So, and I'm a compassionate person, you know what I'm saying? I really, really feel everybody else, but you don't play. And that's what you've taught me. Like you said, protect your boundaries. You know, I would burn, so I make signs and art and this and that. But one of the next ones coming up soon that I got from you is protect your boundaries. You know, a lot of time people just, they not, you protect your boundaries, but you had the intelligence. Like I said, I would just, I really would. I'm gonna move along because I just want to shower you with praise whenever I come up, and I know that's not what the show is about. But I just want to let you know whenever I can get in. I try to get in early if I'm gonna say something before you really get into doing what you do. But I really, really appreciate you so much, and you add so much to my life for me be able to handle the everyday situation and think upon things. Not handle. I don't have a problem handling it because I'm like you in a sense, you know. But you're just so smart and so intelligent. So you help me to be able to kind of decipher my thoughts and make sense of them and realize that, you know what I'm saying, I ain't wrong for the way I am. And you don't have to be religious I love everybody like you do, but, you know, I probably put up with more bull than you, and you have taught me to nip that in the bud like Barney Fife, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, don't come with that bull, you know what I'm saying? I protect my boundaries. So if there's one thing I've gotten from you is protect my boundaries, and another thing is watch the misogyny. You know what I'm saying? It really is a misogynistic world, and it really is. And I figure I was so wanted Kamala to get, I mean Kamala to get the presidency to show men y'all need to sit down and shut up and let women run stuff for a while, but then the men look at you like you soft and you all this and that. But you know, what I'm saying, I really do believe that because I know a woman's influence, even from my mother and all that. Looking at the animals on the farm and just watching how the mothers really do stuff. So, you know, just props to you, really. Like I said, I ain't want to just come up here and shy you with admiration and this and that, but I did want to let you know, I think you are one of the smartest people I know, and you break stuff down. And to let you know, I love you with Mezzo and Joel, because y'all, it's added a certain a softer side to you, and that's how you have that comedic view, just like they do, quick witted. This you know, so I appreciate it. I'm gonna get on up out of here, but I'm always listening to you.
Thank you, Oak Art. I appreciate you. Like I swear you brought up two things that I was thinking about today, because I swear the Joel Mezzo combination, I feel like it's kind of morphing, but I agree. I agree. I love hanging out with them, and like they make me laugh, and like this deconstruction stuff is a very heavy
It's
thing
tense.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they bring the lighter, they make it lighter, right? And so I love
Mhm.
hanging out with them. But I thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Hey, have a good night. Thank you for letting me up.
Thank you, you too. Hey Philly, I've been wondering where you been. It's only weird to you, TS. Like we understand it. It's okay that you don't. Love is a different language. Appreciation is a different language when it's not given to the God. So it wasn't weird to me. Oh, what was your other account? Oh, okay. Philly said it's too many people now, friend. To Wilton Supreme. Oh, okay. Did you get banned? Or did you have to come back? Did you disconnect? Did you delete the app?
Hey, let's get these likes up to 100K, y'all. Don't forget about Thinker's gift goal of the friendship necklaces. And let's continue to share the live. Thank you.
Oh, his name was Two Will Tony.
What? That's too funny.
Well, I couldn't see it.
Y'all be creative with these names.
I couldn't see it. It was hard to see. Okay, here we go with these. Like, y'all, please check and make sure that you are in the box on purpose, please.
You will, Tony.
Thank you for the gift. Thank you, Secret.
Thomas said, I accidentally requested the other night and got so scared when I heard my name called, I closed the app.
Okay, we got another Yala. At least he didn't throw the phone like Yala did.
Yeah.
Yala said she shut the phone down, powered it off, and threw it. Okay, this is account number 3 on accident. Let's see. Now it wants to act up and not open. There we go. All right. To the user that is in the guest request, without a profile picture or a username, I don't bring up those types of accounts. So if you are trying to come up, please make sure, please add a username to your account. Hey, Heretic.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am great. I've been enjoying your live. Haven't been able to jump up like I said I would, but I thought I'd quickly use the opportunity. I'm at work right now, but I have a little bit of a break. Just to quickly chat about like doing the Indaba My Children thing.
Yeah. So I'm thinking that we can do it in the middle of the night when we have that 30 to 45 minute time frame where everybody's sleeping. We're switching over to different time zones.
Yeah, that sounds good. It's it'll definitely work for me in February from like Thursday. So my Thursday, I'm 12 hours ahead of you if I'm not mistaken. So that's like 2 p.m. for me. And in February, I can do that as many times as is possible for us. But in March, it becomes a little bit more difficult because I start work again. So yeah, I think I'd like to go ahead and do it as much as possible.
Okay. Are you saying you want to do it only on Thursdays or like every night that we're live?
We can do it every night that you're
Okay.
live. In February.
Yeah, this month.
Yeah, this month. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that works for me. We can start tomorrow night. Does that work?
Tomorrow's
Or do you want
no, we can start. Wait. What day is it today for you?
Monday?
It's Monday. Okay, it's Tuesday for me right now.
Well, it's Tuesday now.
So,
It's midnight, so it's midnight
okay, it's
Tuesday.
midnight.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So that's Tuesday for you. So then, it would be, let's say Thursday would be best for me.
Okay, we can start
Yeah,
on Thursday.
great. I'm excited.
I am too. I think the chat is excited too to learn some Zulu history, and this is stuff that we've not known, and this is the oral history that was passed down.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
yeah, I've done like some, in tandem with reading, I've tried to find a lot of information, but because it is oral history, it is quite difficult to verify exactly some stuff. But like there's some geological, I mean like geological, is that correct? Like geography, yeah. some matching information like that, and some parallels that we could draw towards like a Christian creationism versus the Zulu creationism. So that's it's going to be pretty interesting, I think.
Yeah, I think, and I wonder too, like from the people who see this God as belonging to the God of Black people in general, will it give them different thoughts?
Yeah, because I'm also always so interested in, like, for us, the colored people, I understand why we would attach ourselves to Christianity, or my people would do that, because our I would say history is more removed than I would say Zulu or Xhosa or Tswana or Sotho, like any of the other tribes in Southern Africa, because they have a definite like their traditions, their culture, their oral histories, whereas my people are more, we come from both European and African, so it's a little bit different there.
Yeah. I'm very excited to learn more about it and to read. I told you I read the first chapter, and just like understanding how history was passed down was pretty cool. And
Yeah,
so,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
So you read the first book or first
just the
chapter?
first chapter. I haven't read the first book. The book is
Okay, good.
big, Heretic. That's a huge
It's
ass, fat
massive.
ass book.
You're right. And it can get complicated. So I've read the first book, which is like the first, I think, like 70 pages. So I'm good to start on anything. So yeah.
Okay, that sounds good.
Great. So I DM'd you, but this is exactly what we just spoke about. I DM'd you, so that doesn't really matter. Yeah, so I'm excited, and we'll chat again later.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Oh, quick. Oh, sorry. I saw a comment. Someone asking what colored people are. I know you don't like to address the chat, but I would just like to clarify. Colored people, yes,
Yes.
are biracial people. Yeah, that's basically it. Yes.
Yeah, in
Yeah, in
South
South
Africa.
Africa.
Yeah, yeah, in South Africa. Thank you. Yes. Okay. I didn't want to offend anyone by using the word colored, because I know in the United States context it means something completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and then I think it's also like we also, because we're on TikTok and the walls for other cultures don't exist, we have to take into consideration that everybody is an American and everybody is in Western, and so we can't take our you know cultural rules or cultural biases, or we can't take them to other cultures and be like, you did this, blah, blah, blah. Like, we have to learn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is a good thing, Heretic. I'm excited.
I'm excited too, because just as you said that, I was reminded of a couple of conversations I've had with Americans telling me I can't use that word, and I'm like, but that's who I am, and it's completely different to what the way that's used for you. So this is good. It opens some doors into understanding each other's culture a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Okay, so I hope you have a great night. I'll be listening when I can. The last few days have been very interesting and fun, especially that guy that was dancing. I like that.
Hey, they gotta
Anyway,
get their coins.
they gotta get their coins. Like I said, work from home. Yeah, so good luck everyone, and I'll be in the comments.
All right, thank you, Heretic.
Bye,
Bye.
Lala.
Bye. Yeah, I
Lala,
can't
so
wait.
we have blocked 10,000 accounts, and we can't block anymore. So
What?
so I went through and I unblocked maybe 20 people. I'm not finna sit there and unblock 10,000 accounts. I ain't finna do it. So
Yo, what?
yeah, that's why we're getting the server error, because we've reached 10,000 accounts that we've blocked. And
Oh my
so
God.
yeah, so I unblocked like maybe 20 random people. And so
Mm-hmm.
I put a note in the mod chat that to save the blocks for like the really bad, racist, threatening, I'm gonna grape you type accounts. And
Okay.
then the corn accounts, just mute them the entire live when they come in. Don't waste a block on a corn account, and then don't waste a block on a all caps. Just mute them the entire live if they type in all caps.
Okay.
But yeah, and I'll try to go through and unblock like maybe 20 or 30 a day, but 10,000 is hilarious as fuck to me that we have blocked 10,000 people from this line.
That's wild.
So yeah, that's why we couldn't block for the last week or so. Because I'm like, why the fuck does streams keep coming back? But yeah. Yak Club, are you in the box on purpose? Sherry? Okay, I don't think. Sherry, are you there? I can hear you moving. Did you join on accident? Sherry, I can see you in the camera.
Oh, I must have. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
I heard someone saying my name, and I was just trying to listen to you while I was trying to go to sleep.
Oh, that's okay.
I like to listen to you while I go to sleep. All right,
Okay.
sorry.
No,
Thank you.
no worries. Have a good
Bye.
one. Bye.
No, that was a new one.
Yeah. Hey, Yak Club, how are you?
Hello, Thinker. How are you?
I'm good.
Hello, Lala. So good to hear you. I'm so happy to know you're healthy.
Hi. Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year
Happy
to
New
you.
Year.
Hey, I just wanted to take 2 minutes. I realize you don't have anybody on the queue, I don't think, at least. But just something I wanted to share that I discovered today that I thought was so special. I got to know, for me at least, the last 2 weeks have been just rough in terms of like all the toxicity that I find on TikTok and like all the debating and all the going at each other, and rightfully so. But there's just a lot of fear and toxic stuff that is happening. And one of the things that I've always appreciated about your life is that your life is actually, in my view, is a call to action to learn, is a call to action to go and investigate, go educate yourself, which is like very different. And what I found was today was by typing in the main search bar Eurotalk or World Talk or Globe Talk or any of those, the lives and the videos are so refreshing because it's not the same poison that I see in all the other lives that are very American based. But actually, these are lives that are actually inspiring people to learn and educate and exchange information. And they still debate some topics, but they have conversations. They really have, it's kind of like the model that I think you have here, which is like, let's have a discussion. I don't care about debating. They don't really care about debating. And I found it very, very refreshing and really like, I'm very happy to have that. And I think this happened because we were down for 28 hours, however long that was, 22 hours. And the Europeans and the Asians and the Africans are very happy to have us as well. Like, they're like, oh my God, we have so many Americans now here. So anyways, I just found it to be so refreshing and so awesome. And I've actually made like 10 friends today and I'm invited to come tonight. I told them about you and there's some of them may make it. They're excited. It's a little bit hard with the time zone, but they're going to try to make it. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there for people in case you are trying to find an oasis and you're, surfing of TikTok, putting those hashtags is really helpful and could open up like a bunch of stuff that we're just not aware of, that we're not fed, because obviously what sells in this country and what feeds is the divisiveness, right? The division and the anger and all that stuff. So
absolutely. Well, thank you for sharing that, Jakob.
yes, that was all. But I'll drop down and thank you so much. And I'm still such a huge fan of all of you. And thank you for doing this. This is like helpful to my soul and to my spirit every day. So I appreciate it.
You're so welcome. And I want to tell you, thank you for introducing me to Joel, because that's how I met Joel through you.
Oh, yes.
I love Joel. I love Joel. And I love Joel and Mezzo now. It's like the three of you like crack me up because the humor of the three of you together.
Jakob is responsible for the Joel Reads Bible.
It's funny because I found Joel very, very early on, like very, very early on, and I loved him right away. And so I was like commenting and liking and sharing all his videos early on. And that's how we got to know each other. When he started doing lives, I was so happy. But sounds similar to Justin, actually. I met Justin very early on. But yeah, no. So yeah, it's been. So I just recommend it if you guys want to check it out. It is a nice break, and I just found it to be so beautiful and so healing in some ways. And of course, there's still the toxicity that is important because we got to fight the battle here as well. But it's nice to
Right.
balance it out a little bit.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jakob. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I'll drop down. Take
All
care.
right. Have a good night.
Okay, have a
Thank you.
good one.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Gina, hi. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good, good.
What topic did you want to talk about? You are a believer, correct?
A
We talked
believer?
to you. We talked to you yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, yes,
And
yes, yeah.
you are a believer in the God of the Bible.
Well, not exactly, no.
Are you deconstructing or?
I deconstruct the Bible since I'd known about the Bible. That's
Oh,
why you're
okay.
put my attention. Yeah, no, the other group Bible I'm joined is completely like above the Bible almost. No, I don't want to say that, like, but beyond it. Um,
Okay.
because I do believe in it.
What topic did you come up to
I do
discuss?
believe God is an idea created by man, and I
Okay.
do believe in. Wait, is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today? That's a good question. Hmm. I'll get back to that one. God doesn't prioritize moral goodness. What does that mean exactly?
Can I ask what made you hit request if you didn't know which topic you wanted to do? Like what made you hit request?
Oh, I thought it was just a discussion about all of them.
Right, but did you know which one you wanted to talk about before
The
you?
mainly God is created by man.
Okay, let's discuss that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, there was a excuse me. Based on my readings and everything and what I've learned from school and what have you, the Bible was a book created by men, that just regular men that got together in a council and decided which books were going to go into this Bible. Hence, man created the idea of God. God's ideology, anyway, of the dogma of religion, if that's what we're speaking of.
I think, but it goes back further than that, right? It goes back further than the Council of Nicaea, back further than, the different councils that decided what would be scripture, right?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
someone wrote about gods or this God prior to 325 CE.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's talk of God in every culture of some sort. There's a source. There's some form of a source, a higher being. And every walk you look, even in the hieroglyphics, they had different gods and
And
so
and
on.
right, so I'm sorry, what is your belief when you say you deconstruct the Bible? Do you still believe in a God, or are
I
you
do.
an atheist now, or?
No. I still believe in a God, but I just don't believe in the God of the Catholic Church, so to speak, I guess.
Okay, so you don't believe in the God of the Catholic Church, but do you still believe in the God of the Bible?
No, I believe there's a creator, and I do believe that the creator is both a male and female aspect. It's
Okay, so you believe in a different God, like a
so to
ca-
speak.
okay.
It's a different
So
energy, little source. Everything's based on energy.
okay. And so what we're talking about is the God of the Bible. Like I don't typically get into different versions of gods that people have created for themselves, or not, like ideas that you know, people say, "Oh, I don't believe in the Abrahamic God anymore," or so now I believe that there is a God that lives somewhere, but he just doesn't care about humans. Like, I don't get into those conversations because that God isn't trying to like impede upon my life. Does that make sense? Even though I do think that there could be some conversation around what a person believes a God is telling them, because it still could be harmful, right? And I think that conversation is more so about like mental health, like having healthy belief systems, and um, raising awareness and how a belief in even a source or a deity or a spiritual entity, um, what effect that could have on the psyche of the human, right? And how those beliefs show up in their actions in society. I think that's a different conversation, but it's not the conversation that we're having tonight. Does that make sense?
What exactly is the conversation you are having?
Yeah, that as I stated, we're talking about the Abrahamic God.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
but I
Oh,
thank you for coming up.
oh yeah, sure. I thought you guys were just, so you do believe in the God of Abraham, then do you believe, what do you believe?
No, like I said, like I believe we talked yesterday. I'm an atheist. I do not believe in God. I
Oh,
don't
you
believe in
do
any
not
God.
believe in any kind of God. Okay, that's right.
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, then. I'll step down then. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great night.
You too.
Let's see. I hope I'm not gonna regret bringing this account up because of the username. Are you a serious person?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Are you an atheist?
yeah, I'm an atheist.
I figured so. Okay. What's your age for TikTok purposes?
35.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
Um, is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today?
Okay, go ahead.
Um, I think it's more harmful to belief, especially seeing how like Judeo-Christian Islamic like religions have kind of moved their way throughout history till now. I think that it's really morally lazy and leads to people having a sort of group think mentality where they always just defer to the most godlike sort of entity or person around them. For example, how in the States, how they consider the new president sort of like a messiah. That's what I feel about it.
Yeah, I agree 100% with everything that you said. It was something, the groupthink comment. Yeah, that is very true. Like, a belief in a God can definitely lead to group, and it has and can definitely lead to groupthink, where people aren't able to think for themselves. And that's one of the main things that we try to highlight in here, is to just get people to, recognize that, you know, that they have agreed to let somebody else think for them. So I agree.
Like, it does feel like the most laziest thing to do because I think like the difference between us and so many other species is that we have that insanely awesome ability to think for ourselves and have morals. And I think that
Cheese and Slur, give me just 1 second.
yeah,
Would you like for me to like talk to you like this? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Groupthink, it's just so fucked up. Like, would you like for me to
no,
talk? Like, is there any reason right now for me to be talking to you like that?
No.
No, it's not. Like, it's so fucking crazy, right? For believers to be in the comments saying, you talk so soft to people who share your views. She's being respectful. There is no reason, right, for me to be on 10 when she's not. The fuck? And right now I don't even know who you like. For a second, three bird, I actually thought that maybe you were deconstructing. And even if you are deconstructing and you type that shit, recognize the tone, right? When you say fuck shit, this is the tone that you're going to get. I'm sorry, Jesus is Lord.
Just recently for me personally, like, I think what I see is a lot of people sort of convincing themselves that they need the religion in a way, sort of as like, I don't know how to explain it, but they whenever I'm in the comment sections of a lot of things in any topic, there's this idea that before religion, that people just were not able to cooperate. They were like, wearing loincloths, jumping around, and just incapable of rules, laws, and like just anything, any sort of like thinking. But
Or
that's not true.
crying or whining.
Yeah, they were just, and it's crazy because it's like when you look at Judeo-Christian Islamic like religions, they often they have that manifest destiny, like conquer conquer North America, and the people who were here before just didn't know any better. And yet, like, even today, a lot of practices that the indigenous peoples of any really place are co-opted anyway by those same peoples and rebranded, and they're the new enlightened state, like practices that involve agriculture, medicine, like mental health. They're all just old ways of thinking. And it's just crazy because it's just like the way we evolved to be here at this point, we would not have evolved without morals, without cooperation as a species. And I think like the idea that things were worse before, we don't know that. And I feel like we're at the worst now, where we have almost all of our needs met in a lot of societies, especially modern societies, and yet we're still out for blood over stupid little, oops, I'm not allowed to say stupid, oops, just out for blood over like the smallest things, like gender or skin color. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, like you when you said we would not have evolved without, morals, it made me think about how the belief that this God wanted humanity to not gain the knowledge of good and evil, and that's the bad thing, that like they believe that that's what made humanity bad, is that humanity gained the ability to decide what is morally good and what's morally bad for themselves. But if you imagine a society that has no moral code, right? And they just do shit without knowing whether or caring about whether their actions are harmful or helpful to society. You're right. We probably wouldn't have evolved. We probably wouldn't even be here. We probably would have killed each other, or fucked the earth up worse than we have a long time ago. And I feel like Christianity is the thing that is keeping, not even just Christianity. I feel like Abrahamic religions is the thing that's keeping that part of what's the earth, right, from evolving forward, right, keeping us in that place to where we are damn near about to fuck up our planet, right, the ozone layer, and we're killing each other off, whether it's physically or mentally, right, causing a lot of mental illness in the humans, because they believe that they have to give the responsibility of what is considered to be morally good or immoral to an outside source.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that's called, like, where we are today and what we're experiencing in the world today. We can't ignore the fact that they literally used Christianity to get us here.
Yeah. And do you feel like maybe that like Judeo-Christian Islamic traditions, like capitalism is kind of weaved into it, and there's like this sort of like consumption of like everything, resources, people as like property. I think it's just so intertwined. I don't even see them as differently anymore. I just see them as one and the same because they sort of like awoke at the around the same time anyway. And
I say they're brothers fighting,
yeah,
you know. So it's so funny that you say like capitalism is interwoven in that. I'm learning Hebrew, right? And my flashcards, when I get to the word for heart, right, which is lavav, there's a picture drawn about there's a little man, there's a bubble that shows what's in his mind, and then it leads to his heart, right? Do you know money is in that bubble? So the things that are in the bubble is the God, right? The Holy Scriptures, and then money is in the bubble, and it leads to the heart. And I looked at that picture and I was like, that is hilarious. That money,
that's
right?
crazy. Yeah.
Ain't it? So yeah, I do think capitalism is a characteristic of this God. It's a feature of this God, the Abrahamic God.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
But did you have anything else that you wanted to add, or I appreciate you for coming up.
No, I think I'm just gonna keep listening. Oh,
All right.
but
Well,
thank you for
thank you
having
so
me.
much.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I hope you have a good night, okay? And
Thank you.
should I cuss you out before you drop so the fucking Christians will stop the fucking whining because I talk to you with respect? Should I
Yeah.
should I give the Christians what they want and just
Go ahead.
like say some random ass cuss word? No, I'm not gonna do that. Thank you. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So why are you talking to her with respect? Because she shares the same beliefs as you? Like, come up here with some respect and you're going to get respected back. I don't care if you agree with me or not. Gigi, how are you? Oh, did she connect? Oh, Gigi? Gigi? All right, I guess it was an accident. Kareem?
Yo, yo,
Are you 18?
I'm 29. Excuse me. I'm
You're
29.
29. You're 29, and yo is how you enter conversations with adults.
What is it?
I said yo is how you enter conversations with adults.
I didn't hear what you said. Well, something about adults.
You are 29, and yo is how you greet adults.
No, I was scrolling through TikTok. Well, I came here randomly. What's good? What are you talking about?
Not this.
I wish TikTok stopped doing that.
It's fucking ridiculous. Mona? Mona, are you there? Okay. Margaret. Margaret. Hello, Margaret. Are you there? Okay. Hatter.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Awesome.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian. I am a believer.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
I was going to go with the is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today?
Okay. Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
So I am a believer here. I am what one would consider non-denominational Christian. I guess that's the term for me now. But I believe in Jesus. I've read the Bible over and over again. And in that particular point, I kind of think the answer to that first question, it depends on how much of whichever faith they're going through they've actually read and how much of other faiths somebody has read into.
Can you expand on what you mean by that?
Absolutely. So, for instance, I've noticed a lot in my religion alone. A lot of the people who are the most harmful to society, the most, bigoted, hateful people on there are usually people who have picked and chose various verses out of the Bible that they've got there and out of sermons that they have been listening to instead of doing the research themselves to base their hate on. So you'll usually get a lot of those people pulling from Leviticus. You get a lot of those people pulling a lot from Leviticus, right? That's usually like a red flag that immediately goes up on there, and what kind of person who, when they say, yeah, I believe in God and I'm a Christian, that's
But
usually the
isn't
first
that
red
the
flag that
doctrine?
pops up.
Isn't that like built into, like, it's like the flagship doctrine? A lot of those beliefs that the people that you're talking about hold, it's so prevalent within the Christian doctrine, right? Like, no matter what denomination a Christian is, it's very rare to come across a denomination that doesn't have the bigotry built in.
Right. Well, that one really does depend, right? So, like when I was very small shop, I started out a lot of my learning about the Bible, and where I got a lot of the time to read the Bible on there was in a Church of Christ grouping. And a lot of their sermons are very different from what you get from like a lot of your publicized and your louder groups on there, because Church of Christ groups are usually, with no better way of describing this, a lot of old people sitting around talking about the Bible, and small children who have came with their grandparents. Those are the two groups that are usually in those churches. Or, some middle-aged working person who got drugged there by their parents. So a lot of the conversations are a lot more peaceful. They're a lot more talking about handling your woes as you're getting older, as to compared to, you're going to hell if you, mix cotton with linen or whatever, or do any of the rest of that stuff. It's very wildly calm in those Church of Christ churches that I went to when I was a child. So again, it really depends upon where you've sat down and looked. Like, most of my formative years were spent with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, just sitting down and listening and understanding and rereading and going through what Jesus spoke about and how Jesus talked to people, how Jesus handled things.
So before you go a little bit further,
Yeah.
can we talk a little bit about what the Church of Christ teaches? Right.
Yeah.
So I know that, growing up, I was taught that Church of Christ doesn't allow like music and things like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, they don't like have a lot of like music players out there. Well, they very rarely, let me be specific, they very rarely have music players on there because a lot of the Church of Christ churches that they have there are usually people who either cannot or just don't have the experience in playing musical instruments, so you get to hear a lot of very off-tune singing.
Right, but like, isn't it like frowned upon? And they see that other religious organizations, other denominations that do have the singing, the dancing, the speaking in tongues, and all that, they see that as wicked.
Not in the one I went to. Like my grandfather, who was an elder at that church, which was the whole reason why I ended up going to that church a lot. He came through himself a couple times on there and played with a couple guys on a guitar. And they actually did have a keyboard on there that every once in a great while somebody would Shanghai their daughter into playing a little bit during the sermon.
And so I guess the question I'm asking, like, when it comes to other denominations, like the demonization of other denominations that do the shouting, the fire and brimstone, speaking in tongues, the shouting, there is some demonization of other denominations for that.
There was a lot of, for the groups that do the shouting and getting loud and doing that stuff. That is more often than not where I experienced, because I went to different churches, right? Before I
you're saying Church of God in
settled
Christ
where I
does
am
do
now.
that?
No. That's not what I'm saying. The only issue that I ever noticed with any of the Church of Christ, at least the one I went to on there, had with any of the getting loud or having issues or, saying that that's heretical or false prophecy or any of the rest of that stuff. The only issue I ever saw with any of them there was the fact it was so loud and so noisy that a lot of the people in my congregation there wouldn't have been able to handle it because of their heart more than anything else. They didn't see it as bad. They saw it as, they're really getting into the worship, but they just couldn't do it because their poor heart couldn't handle it, or their hearing aid would just go haywire.
So in this denomination, you're saying that it's more peaceful because it's older people and children, and so bigotry is less likely in the Church of God, in the Church of Christ. Is that what you're saying?
I'm necessarily saying that it is less likely to be the initial topic of discussion. I'm not saying that they're not bigot. I will never say that. My grandfather was racist, unfortunately, as often as we tried to talk him out of that situation. But it never came up at church. Whenever he was at church, he shushed all of that right on down and was nice to everybody on there that happened to come into the congregation or happened to come through. The topic of discussion on there, like my whole life and growing up, was rarely ever about what you do in the bedroom, or if you're going out town being a floozy, or any of those conversations. It was more. Are you Church of God?
Are you Church in Christ? I keep wanting to say Church of God in Christ because that's what I grew up. But are you Church of Christ right now? Still?
No.
Okay. Are you non-denominational right now?
Yeah. Okay. I'm firmly of the mindset where I love Jesus, but I hate religion.
Okay, because I wanted to ask, I'm going to read something to you right quick.
Sure.
It says a study published by Oxford University Press indicates that a Church of Christ practice having only male congregational leaders causes long-term harm to the girls in the congregation. It says recently published an article describing the study, which reported that adult women who had only male congregational leaders growing up had, as an effect, lower self-esteem, associated with more depression and anxiety, less education, higher unemployment, and more of an authoritarian and judgmental view of God, associated with negative psychological health on average than men, and then women who had influential female congregational leaders growing up. So
See that?
that's four things that the Oxford University Press has identified as being harmful just to women alone who have male pastors in the Church of God in Christ denomination.
And I can absolutely see that on there. You know, a lot of the pastors, the elders, I do not remember any point in time when I was really young. There was a random one when I was older, but we'll get into that. But I do not remember a lot of any of those being female, and that may have had something to do with, again, conversations behind closed doors, because when it came up to being in service, everybody sort of put that away, like it wasn't something to talk about. And I think that's very one of the more odd and quiet problems that come with, well, to be fair, any religion, but any sort of, construct of grouping of humans out there, is where they become problematic behind closed doors because they only want these people to have this amount of power, this amount of stuff. They don't want anybody to know about it. So really that study absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, but is it really problematic behind closed doors, or is it that the people are choosing not to see the problems?
Well, again, so a lot of my time in that particular church on there was under the age of 10. So when that particular church, because I decided to bounce to a couple different churches after that point, and actually ended up spending a time where I was agnostic before I came and decided to follow in Jesus' teachings specifically. And I make a distinction on that, and I can get into that here in a minute. But, being at the age of 10, there was either I did not know the socioeconomics of it, or did not understand that grouping and how that could long-term affect others, which would make sense, because again, I was under the age of 10, or they did everything in their power to make sure that I never knew, which is a highly likely scenario. And
I think, yeah. So I guess I'm a little bit confused as to why you would bring up the Church of God. It's just gonna
Church
always
of Christ.
Church of Christ. Why you would bring up Church of Christ if your experience in that is, you being an adolescent, and because you can't really speak to whether that denomination causes harm or not, because you're not Church of Christ today, and you were not privy to like a lot of what was happening behind closed doors, and you wouldn't have recognized it at a 10-year-old. As a 10-year-old, you wouldn't have recognized the harm that the male pastors were causing to the female members. Right?
Oh, no, I'll be happy to clarify that on there, because I brought that particular point up because of being so small and going to a very calm and quiet and usually very respectful church on there, because it gave me as a small child to have more of an outlet to, if I was interested in reading more on religion, I wasn't having it bashed down my throat or, yelled at me, at loud volume. Like, for instance, the Baptist church where I refound my faith. Because I was in and out of consideration of faith for like a good 4 years between that, right? I didn't know which God I wanted to believe in. I didn't, consider which on there, and I started just reading through all the rest of it. But I sat down in those quiet and calm moments of that calmer church, that not so loudly bigotry, but more of a quiet behind the scenes on there, where people individually had their own bigotry versus blaring it out for everybody on whatever their TV channel is, and before yelling at them to send money to the church on there to buy pastor so and so his 4th yacht, all of that lovely stuff. But whenever I got to that Baptist church, it was very loud and very upsetting to a younger disposition on there, and that was why a lot of the younger kids would look miserable at church, where I didn't have that experience when I was younger. So I got more into it, and I read more, and I took more of those morals to heart.
So you're saying the Baptist church taught you morals?
No, I'm saying that
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little confused.
I'm saying that the calm of the Church of Christ allowed me to take morals from actually reading the Bible, as compared to having those morals screamed at me from the Baptist church I went to.
But are the morals, is what is being told to you calmly different from what's being screamed at the Baptist church? I think that's, to me, is what matters, right? Because it doesn't matter if it said to you, you can't be gay, or you can't be gay. Like, they're the same thing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and honestly, yes. There was a very different message between, again, the church I was very small in, and the church that I refound my faith in through not really the sermons themselves, but a lot of
let me help you.
things.
Let me help you out a little bit. What I'm trying to figure out is, are the messages different? Are you saying that Church of Christ didn't teach against homosexuality, but the Baptist church did?
Yeah, actually, I do not remember a moment in time where at any of the sermons on there the topic of homosexuality ever came up.
So are there homosexual members and pastors and evangelists or missionaries? I don't know what y'all have in Church of Christ. In the Church of Christ?
I wouldn't know. It was never a topic of discussion. I know there was homosexual people in our congregation at the Baptist church, but that was never a point of conversation at the Church of Christ. So I wouldn't know.
Let me see. What I'm asking about is the moral teachings, right? Let's see. So I'm looking at Church of Christ websites, and they condemn homosexuality. So I guess I'm a
website,
little confused.
yeah, probably, sure.
Right. So
I'm telling you, I'm talking from the difference from what you'll get on our website to my experience.
Right. I get your experience, right? I get that. But my question was, is the doctrine the same, right? Because when you say that it's just people who pick and choose that are bigots, and my response to you is, that literally is, the meat and bread of Christian doctrine, no matter what denomination you're in. And it feels like you're trying to convince me that, no, Church of Christ isn't like that, right? But Church of Christ teaches the same bigoted beliefs. They just don't yell it.
So again, it was never a topic of discussion when I was young. And again, like, when I was young, they'd send you to, the youth groups and your uh, you know, kids' Bible study and all the rest of it, and then they'd have their congregative conversations while we were doing all of our younger things there, right? So it was never a topic of discussion on there. And when we rejoined the main group, because there's a point in time where everybody, no matter your age, ends up having to rejoin the group, and then there is a discussion about passages in that part. It was never something that was a forced conversation when we were young. It only became
I guess I
points
don't
of conversation.
I guess that does I don't see what that point matters. Why does
Okay.
that point matter there? Like, it's still a teaching, right? That Church of Christ teaches. It's no different than what the Baptist Church teaches, whether they whisper it or yell it. I'm still lost on what your point is in that, though. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So my particular point to all of that is that due to the calmer environment, I was able to sit down and read more of the book itself. The whole book.
And that means that you have better morals than those that are in a loud environment? And therefore your beliefs aren't harmful because you read the book, right? And you keep mentioning Jesus' teachings, and we can get to that. But like, are you trying to say that because you were taught in a calmer environment, you actually got to read the book, and therefore your morals are different than those that are being taught in a loud environment and they don't read the book, therefore they have more hateful, bigoted beliefs? That's what you're saying?
I'm adjusting just a slight bit of what you said there. I'll agree with the first part on there. Absolutely. I think that being in that calmer environment and being allowed to read the book for myself in that calmer environment gave me a different set of morals. I'm not going to say better morals, because
What
everybody's
different
morals
set,
are.
though?
Like, for instance, again, I'm perfectly fine with people being homosexual. I'm perfectly fine with people having religions other than my own. I do not believe that it is a requirement of somebody who is Christian to go out and badger somebody until they believe what I believe. I don't believe that for a moment, because Jesus actually spoke on that you should have your faith be a personal faith, and it should be a love only of yourself, known to you and God. And he also spoke about how one should love thy neighbor as thyself.
But are you ignoring when he also told them to go out and preach the gospel and make disciples of the nations?
He also spoke on there to show that their faith should be shown through their actions over just their words.
Yeah, but you're saying that, through you reading the text, right? Because you were, you got it in a quiet environment and you read the text, so you got it differently and better than those in a loud environment. You're saying that that's the reason why you don't believe that Jesus wants you to go out and badger people into his faith, except he does send them out and tell them to do that. And then, like, what did Jesus teach about homosexuality that where you're like, because of, you got to read the book, and you don't have a problem with homosexuality? Like, what is it in the book that you read that made you say, oh, Jesus doesn't have a problem with homosexuals?
Oh, that's actually the fun and far more interesting parts about that part of the reason why a lot of people will go to Leviticus or other Old Testament books on there is because Jesus doesn't speak about homosexuality.
Right.
He doesn't mention it. He doesn't bring to it. He's said, love thy neighbor as thyself. He didn't specify love thy neighbor as thyself unless they're gay or they're Jewish or they're pagan. He didn't specify.
He did specify the Jewish part because he was quoting the Levitical law when he said that.
Yeah, he was also a rabbi, which is a frightening part of the fact that a lot of my fellow Christians don't remember.
Was he really a rabbi, or was he
Yeah, he was
like a
a rabbi.
self-proclaimed rabbi?
No,
Like,
he was a
was he?
rabbi. Like he was.
So where was his
He was
anointing?
set down and
Hold on,
anointed and
hold on.
baptized into.
Where was he anointed rabbi?
Say,
Where
he was
in this
anointed
text?
rabbi and considered rabbi
Where?
being called teacher on there,
But where was his
which got
anointing?
retranslated.
Right, but where was he anointed a rabbi?
He was anointed a rabbi in the. Oh man, I can't remember the guy's name at the moment, but it is like past 2 o'clock in the morning, so not surprised I remember any of this.
Like, he was called rabbi, but he didn't go through any anointing ceremony and like officially was anointed a rabbi.
Yeah, he was baptized into
He
his
he had
faith.
he was baptized with the Holy Spirit, but just being baptized with the Holy Spirit doesn't automatically make you a rabbi. He was a self-proclaimed rabbi.
He was called rabbi. He was called teacher, which is technically what that word means.
Self-proclaimed, much like Eusebius. Eusebius was also called a priest, and he was a self-proclaimed priest. So was Paul.
Does he? That's actually an interesting question. There is any versing in there where he calls himself a rabbi? It is usually others, off the top of my head, where they call him rabbi or teacher.
Well, it's still self-proclaimed, right? Like, no, he didn't go through any ceremonial rites to be anointed a rabbi.
Right, but if we come back through here to the process of the faith on here and how it is written on all of that information on there, to appoint him to be calling him rabbi or to make him go through those processes on there would be kind of silly, wouldn't it?
No, why would it be? You assume that they thought he was God.
They thought he was the teacher enough to call him that.
But they didn't think that he was God. What do you mean that it would be silly?
Well, again, it would be silly to say that somebody who was to be considered part of and directly to would be any different from being
Part of and directly
or
to
better a
what?
rabbi. You and God.
But they didn't see that. They didn't know that. They didn't know that he was directly a part of God.
We are wildly off topic.
No, you brought this up, like that. You assume that the disciples, right, knew or saw or even thought that Jesus was a part of God. They didn't see that.
Oh, somebody found it here, I think. What was this about Damascus? On the road to Damascus.
That's Paul. That's not Jesus. Like the
Oh,
very
that was Paul.
fact that
Okay,
we're talking about Jesus.
Mildly misread this.
The very fact that we're talking about Jesus and somebody puts the scripture about Paul in there, and we're asking where was Jesus anointed a rabbi? That is hilarious. And that's why I say, like, Christians think Paul is Jesus.
Yeah, and kind of that's kind of my point in there, where it tends to go so far off topic and so far away from your actual sitting down to understand what he was talking about and following the Christian faith named after
you realize
Christ.
That you brought that up, though, right?
I guess. I don't remember why I brought that up, but I brought that up. But I was trying to get all the way back over here on there. I do necessarily believe that it is the picking and choosing of those conversations on there that will be more likely to bring one down morally. Because I'll be the first to say it. I'll be straight up first to say it on here. There is
Wait, no, say that last part again.
the picking and choosing of verses and picking and choosing on how to use your faith on there, that is morally bad. I think I said that messed up.
And you don't think you do that?
I necessarily think that I spend all of my time not worrying about whether or not somebody else believes in God, Yahweh, Boo Boo the Rock.
But that's not
important to my time.
That isn't what we're not talking about whether you're applying that to other people's lives. You said picking and choosing scriptures for your faith. You said cherry picking scriptures, right, for your faith. And I asked, do you do that for your faith?
I would love to say that I don't, but I know the fact that I don't remember the entire Bible at all points in time, so probably do by accident.
So why are you saying that that's, a bad thing that other people do it when you do it too?
Yeah, plainly is because of the reasoning for their cherry picking on it.
Yours is on accident and theirs is on purpose?
A lot of the time. A lot of people will cherry pick specific parts of the Bible on there to win an argument, or to get one up on someone, or to be better than someone, or holier than thou. Well, I do it because I don't remember the entire book on here, but I try to live my day as best as I can by the thought processes that were instilled with me while reading this book.
And you don't think you saying you're only doing this because you want to one up somebody? I'm doing it because I'm 100% want to live like Jesus. You don't think that you're doing the exact same thing?
No, I don't necessarily think myself better than anybody.
You don't hear yourself?
No, I hear it, and I am unfortunately vastly aware that it is more often than not I sound like I know better than everybody. It is an unfortunate thing that I don't want to. I don't mean to. And I don't think I know better than everybody. I don't. I know there are plenty of people who are much smarter than me, who probably
know. It's not about being smarter. You're calling yourself, you're saying that you have found the right moral way, right? You're not even saying that you're more intelligent than everybody else. You're saying I figured out how to be moral the right way, and everybody else is just doing it to get one up or to be hateful and bigoted. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying, and I'm definitely not, I'm not generalizing in that in the moment at all. I do not want to entirely generalize, because I know there are other Christians out there. I know there are, I've met them, who have actually sat down, actually read through, and actually understand that, it is not reasonable, nor within this faith on here, to be as hateful and as cruel and as forceful onto other people as the people who make the news and the TV shows and the internet and the movies come out as.
So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Was Jesus a supremacist?
Was Jesus a what?
Supremacist.
A supremacist?
Yes.
I have never heard anybody call him that before. I wouldn't specifically call it that either.
Was he an Israelite?
Yes, I do believe he was born in the area of Israel.
And so Israelites were set apart, correct?
At that particular point in history, I believe that is correct.
Mm-hmm. And the Gentiles were considered heathens, correct?
I think so.
Mm-hmm. The Israelites were considered to be holy,
Right.
and God's chosen, and everyone else was considered dogs.
Right.
Was Jesus supremacist?
I wouldn't call him that.
Did he see Israelite supremacy? Did he believe in Israelite supremacy?
I do not believe he did.
Okay, so you said that you read this book because you were given the messages of Jesus in a more quieter setting. And when you read Matthew 24 and Matthew 15 and Mark chapter 7, where Jesus calls a Canaanite woman a dog because she is, in Mark, he says it to a Greek Phoenician woman. Are you here? Hatter, when you leave the app, we can't hear you. So if you're talking,
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna bring it up. Don't worry. I'm gonna bring it up on the screen and we're gonna read it. Okay. But so in Mark chapter 7, when he is talking to a Greek Phoenician woman, he and then in Matthew 15 he's talking to a Canaanite woman. He refers to them by their status, right, and their nationality, right? They are considered goyim, Gentiles, not Israelites. And so he says to them, "It is not right for me to give the children's food," which the children in his response to her are the Israelites, right? The chosen, the lost sheep, and the Jews, right?
Right.
And what he has, the bread that he is, he says to her, "It is not right for me to give this bread to dogs." And the dogs in his response are the Gentiles, is her people, her kind.
Okay.
Her kind of people. Okay? In that moment, Jesus is elevating or operating in the supremacy culture of the Israelite nation.
Okay. So my biggest question in that statement and pulling of those two verses there, what is the rest of the verses around them?
Oh, I'm gonna pull it up and read it to you.
Yes, please. Yeah, I'd like the whole chapter, because that is often where a lot of Christian fallacies come from.
Sure.
They will pull the verse, but they will not read everything around it.
Yeah, I agree.
Where you lose all context of a thing.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So we could start at verse 1. It's just another problematic issue with Jesus, but it has nothing to do with the Canaanite woman. Like, do you want to start with verse 1? I just feel like if we start with verse 1, we're going to get stuck on this other problem. Right? Like, this is the tradition of the elders. Like, we could start there. I know you want to read the whole chapter.
Yeah.
But it's going to take us away from the supremacy conversation. What do you want to do? It's up to you.
I was just looking through this information here quickly. You're more than welcome to scroll more up.
Yeah, I think we could go back to that if you want to, but let's start here because this is where this starts. Okay.
Okay. So it's Matthew 7:24.
Yeah, and then we're also going to read Matthew 15 too, because the story is in Mark and in Matthew, and they tell it quite differently. But I think because of the different ways that they tell it, there's an overarching theme, right, in both. And so I do want to read both to you, but we're going to start with Mark, since Mark is the first book, like it's the oldest of the Gospels, and Matthew would have gotten what he wrote from Mark. Okay.
All
right. So we're going to start with Mark 7:24. It says, "From there he set out and went away to the region of Tyre. He entered a house and did not want anyone to know he was there. yet he could not escape notice. But a woman whose little daughter had an unclean spirit immediately heard about him, and she came and bowed at his feet. Now, the woman was a Gentile of Syro-Phoenician origin. She begged him to cast the demon out of her daughter. He said to her, "Let the children be fed first, for it is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs." But she answered him, "Sir, even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumbs." Then he said to her, "For saying that, you may go. The demon has left your daughter." And when she went home, she found the child lying on the bed and the demon gone. Okay. And then it just goes to something else. Like this is just one encounter with him, right? There's a couple of things that I want to point out before we go to Matthew, and then before we go to Matthew, I'll let you respond to this. Okay. So here is this woman. She's a Gentile. She's heard about, this man named Jesus that can do these miracles that can heal people, right? She humbles herself and she goes to this man. She doesn't know that he's God. She's not calling him God. To her, she's this man who has the ability to heal. Right. And so she asked him to help her and heal her daughter, and he says to her, I gotta let my kids eat first, right? It's not fair for me to give what belongs to my children, the children of Israel, to the dogs, to Gentiles, right? And then so she says to him, "Yeah, but don't the Gentiles eat the crumbs that the Israelites get? Like, aren't we gonna get the crumbs? Like, whatever you drop, right, for your chosen, don't we lap it up? Don't we eat that?" And he says, "For saying that, like, you couldn't have known that, right, unless you recognize that the Israelites are superior to Gentiles." Right? And he says, "For saying that, your daughter's healed," and then he goes on his way. Notice here, there's no mention of faith in Mark. Mark doesn't make this about faith. Mark makes this about Jesus acknowledging, right, that he is here for the Israelites, and that he is the bread, the food for the Israelites, the lifeline for the Israelites, and that he doesn't mind the Gentiles getting some, but the Israelites get theirs first. Okay. That's what Mark makes this about. Now let's go ahead and respond to that, and then we'll go to Matthew.
Okay. Well, my first consideration in there would be a little bit of confusion, just due to the fact that, and again, this is a common mistake amongst my people, unfortunately, but there's a lot of, it feels to me there's a lot of extra context where I don't see context, but I tend to take things a little bit more literally more often than not. So that may just be me. But in there, if I were to go with that context, right, where he is saying that, children, his children are supposed to be fed before dogs, and claiming that she is a dog here, then she needed to recognize her place before she was allowed to be healed. That is just kind of a strange take to it, in my personal opinion, because it's...
I'm sorry, what do you mean strange? Like, are you not accepting what it says, or are you saying that's not what it's saying? Can you be a little bit more clear for me?
I'm saying that is not how that reads to me.
Okay.
My brain takes that context there.
How does it read to you?
As to, she comes up, says, "Hey, can you heal me of my demon?"
No, her daughter, not her. She didn't have a demon. It
Did
was
she
her
say
daughter.
her
It was her daughter.
better
It, like it
to?
said,
She begged
like
him to
she
cast the
begged
demon out of her
out
daughter.
of her
Okay,
daughter, not her.
I misread. Okay. And he says, "Let the children be fed first, for it's not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs." And there's no other. This is weirdly context on there. It's weirdly placed in because the whole process, it gives no idea of the consideration on there of him thinking that they are dogs. There's no, conversation on there. There's the possibility that he's talking about, to give first to those who believe before those who don't. But
I mean, you would have to be, just totally ignoring the fact that he is an Israelite at this moment in time, and there is no Christian movement, right? The Israelites have not yet rejected him, so he wouldn't be thinking about believers, right? Believers come later with Paul. And is this really context, or is this really cognitive dissonance, in where you're trying to find a way, right, to clean up what Jesus said to her? Because here's the thing. I know you say that you were in a quiet church and you were able to read the book better than those that were in a loud church. And with that being said, like in the Old Testament, you would recognize that the word dog is often used towards Gentiles because they were considered unclean, insignificant animals, dirty animals. And that's how they were referred to in the Old Testament several times. Also, in the New Testament, Jesus refers to unbelievers, uncircumcised Gentiles, or what you would call today as Christians, unbelievers, as dogs again. And so does Paul in the New Testament. So it's quite clear that he's calling her insignificant, dirty, unclean, a goyim.
My only other question to this particular sourcing here is, what version of the Bible does this come from?
I mean, this is the NRSVUE. Scholars swear by its translation and say that it is the closest translation to the Greek into the Dead Sea Scrolls. But let's go to the King James. Okay. Which version do you prefer? Is it the King James?
The King James version was the one I grew up with.
Okay, let's read it there.
Because I know that the fallacy that comes a lot with a lot of the Bible on there as a whole, and I'll admit this one, the biggest issue of the Bible is that it is written by man and has been rewritten by several men over several generations. Mm-hmm. So I will never call it absolutely 100% infallible. That is nonsense if you know anything about the history of the Bible. Mm-hmm. You cannot just straight up say that this is 100% exactly God's word, exactly out of his mouth. There's no such thing as a book on this planet that would work that way, unless one of those deities came down and sat in a glowing chair and wrote it out for everybody to see. The pages glowed when you read it.
Well, I think the important part here is that this is a retelling of Jesus' life and what Jesus did and what Jesus said, right? This isn't a God said type story, right? This is what Jesus did and what Jesus said, and this is somebody claiming to be an eyewitness, although they're not. They're claiming to be an eyewitness to these things. And so we can read it in the King James, and you just let me know if you hear anything different. Okay. And from thence he arose and went into the borders of Tyre and Sidon, and entered into a house, and would have no man know it, but he could not be hid. For a certain woman, whose young daughter had an unclean spirit, heard of him, and came and fell at his feet. The woman was a Greek, a Syrophoenician by nation, and she besought him that he would cast forth the devil out of her daughter. But Jesus said unto her, Let the children be filled, for it is not meet to take the children's bread and cast it unto the dogs. And she answered and said unto him, Yes, Lord, yet the dogs under the table eat of the children's crumbs. And he said unto her, For this saying, Go thy way, the devil is gone out of thy daughter. And when she was come to her house, she found the devil gone out, and her daughter laid upon the bed. Did you hear anything different?
A couple things. So
Okay,
it
the wind
did
is really
change
loud.
from Gentile to Greek on there.
Well,
And then,
that's what a Syrophoenician is. Like if we go back, like she was a Greek. It says she was a hold on. She was Greek, a Syrophoenician. Do you see that in the King
yes, I did.
James?
I caught that part was the same in both versions of it.
That's what a Syrophoenician is.
Right.
Yeah. And so like it's really no different until we get to Matthew. Matthew is going to change the ethnicity of the woman. Matthew's going to make her Canaanite. Just let me know when you're ready to go to Matthew's version.
Yeah, I'm ready for Matthew here.
Okay. Jesus left that place and went away to the district of Tyre and Sidon. Just then, a Canaanite woman from that region came out and started shouting, Have mercy on me, Lord, son of David. My daughter is tormented by a demon. But he did not answer her at all. And his disciples came and urged him, saying, Send her away, for she keeps shouting after us. He answered, I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But she came and knelt before him, saying, Lord, help me. He answered, It's not fair for me to give the children's food and throw it to the dogs. She said, Yes, Lord, even yet the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table. Then Jesus answered her, Woman, great is your faith. Let it be done for as you wish. And her daughter was healed from that moment. What are the things that you notice different in Matthew's telling?
So in Matthew's telling on here, it is less of a out of hand, casting aside and calling you a dog and getting out of the way, and more to see if a testing of if she will continue to call him Lord, even if she,
Where are you
speaks
seeing
down
that?
to her.
Where are you seeing that? Show me where Matthew said any of it.
Scroll down to near the end of it.
Where he
Right there.
said, "Woman, great
Jesus
is your
answered
faith."
her, "Great
It
is
didn't
your
say
faith.
that it was
Let
a
it be done
test.
as you wish."
That doesn't mean that. Hold on. That does not mean that is a test, because he said here, because you said that, right? For saying that, right? Because she knew that the Israelites were more superior than her. The Israelites were chosen, right? So great is your faith, right? That doesn't mean that he was testing her at all.
No,
But he hold on. And you said that it's less of him throwing her to the side when he ignores her. He did not answer her in verse 23. It was more. Matthew wanted to show that Jesus only came for the Israelites. Mark doesn't say that. He doesn't say that he only came for the Israelites in Mark's telling. But when you get to Matthew, Jesus says, I was sent only, this word only here, to the lost sheep of Israel. How do you ignore all of this? Him ignoring her, the disciples saying, send her away, him saying, I only came for the lost sheep of Israel. Then he calls her a dog, right? And then you just jump straight to, he did all that to test her faith?
Yeah. It is no larger a leap than jumping directly to him being a supremacist.
Even if you say he did it to test her faith, he's still a supremacist. It does not negate the fact that he is supremacist. Even if you say he did it to test her faith. Let me ask you a question. So if there is a white supremacist, right, that has bread, and me being a black woman, I have no food to feed my kids, and I go to that white supremacist and I say, hey, can you give me some bread so I can feed my kids? And he says, I don't give breads. It's not fair for me to give white people's bread to niggers. And I say, yep, I know that I'm a nigger. But don't the niggers eat the food from the master's table? And then he says, great is your faith. Here, take the bread. Is he no longer a supremacist?
Why does it got to be racist?
Because we're
no, that's the
hold on.
curious.
Because listen, hold on, stop.
Racist?
Hatter. What does this say right here? She was a what? She was a what woman?
No, absolutely not. I'm not having a conversation if we're going to be racist.
Oh,
Goodbye.
so you cherry pick?
What?
So you cherry pick? That's what the fuck I thought. That's exactly what I thought. You can't look at you can't look at this scripture and see that they identify the ethnicity of the women. Right? You can't. He called them dogs. And then the one comparison, like instead of you saying, damn, that shit hit, you just run. And then you ain't gonna be able to tell me, like, if you can't if you want to just ignore and pretend like racism doesn't fucking exist, and then you're gonna say that when I was in church, I got morals taught to me better than those in the Baptist church because the morals were whispered to me and they were yelled at the people in the Baptist church. Get the fuck out of here. Even that itself was racist. Bird, did you like the way that I was quietly teaching the racist? Did I treat the racist with respect, Bird? Let's see. Jess Snyder.
What is going on? Keep turning it up, girl. You're doing great.
I don't like being called girl.
Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry. Miss, please. Well, I'm sorry. Can I ask?
I'm Thinker.
Thinker. Right on.
How are you today?
Good. Sorry about that. No, I just read a live out of my book last week, Doggone Dogs. That's one of the chapters in my book, The Holy Shit of the Bible. I'm not trying to advertise my book by any means. I just was saying it was interesting to come in and hear you write in that chapter. So that was great.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. What's the name of your book again?
The Holy Shit of the Bible.
Oh, that's a cool name. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, thanks. I really wasn't trying to bring that up like I'm popping on just to sell the book. It just was a reading I just did in the last week, and it's pretty absurd, and just basically at the end of my commentary just saying that, Jesus couldn't have said right off the bat that, no, I'm here to change things and fulfill things, and we aren't into that isolationist, elitist, separatist, ethnocentric thing anymore that me and my buddy and our other buddy, so God and the Holy Spirit, did in the Old Testament. We're here to immediately say we're done with that and your daughter is healed. Instead, they went through that whole bit of, tell her to go away, she's annoying us. And they're like, Jesus Christ, she's annoying us, send her away. So I have fun with the certain passages and stuff. So.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So I need to know: are you a believer? Are you an atheist? Are you deconstructing? What are you?
I am a hardcore believer. No, I'm a positive, strong, absolute atheist. No God, no God.
You almost scared the shit out of me.
You think I'm gonna be writing
No.
the holy shit of the Bible as a
Some
believer?
listen, some Christians think that shit is cool. They're like,
Oh,
I'm gonna
geez.
catch all the atheists and I'm gonna be cool,
I
Jesus.
know.
Right? Yeah. So
Like all the new hipster Christians on TikTok, they all have their hat backwards now and stuff.
yeah. Have you read the Messenger translation?
Yeah, some time ago I did. Yeah.
And how they try to say Jesus didn't swerve and they use words like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I would be
Totally.
surprised. So which one of these topics did you want to discuss?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I just was just listening and enjoying
Oh, okay.
your take. So I'll just mute myself and just wanted to say, keep going, keep shredding, and thanks for all you're doing out there.
Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you so much for coming up. I don't allow people to chill on the stage.
Oh, okay. I'll have
yeah.
That's
So
cool.
I'll move you back down to the comments, but I thank you so much, and I'm definitely going to check out your book. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, appreciate it for sure.
All
Take care,
right.
everybody. See
All
ya.
right. Have a good one.
You too.
You can reach out to one of the mods, Slick Soldier, and send it to them. What is it about? Kareem, why are you back up here? Like you came up here disrespectful the first time. Why are you back? Are you back to disrespect some more? Kareem. All right, so we will move on. He keeps requesting and then he doesn't say anything. Lala, are you able to take him down? Oh, where did she go? Did I accidentally drop Lala trying to take Kareem down? Lala, did I accidentally disconnect you?
Yep.
I'm sorry. I was trying to take Kareem down because I was like, why didn't he disconnect when I disconnected him? My bad. Travis, are you in the box on purpose?
Hello.
Hi. So we are not taking callers from Islam right now because our
No, I'm not. It's just a nickname for my friends for something that we do in Greece.
Oh, okay.
I am an atheist, okay?
Okay.
About what you were saying from Mark, excuse my English, please, okay? About the woman, because I have the Greek text, it says what you said, that it has, how do you, when you open two lines and you write something inside, how do you call that in English?
Highlight. We said when you open two lines and what happens?
The two I'm
verses.
So sorry, half circles that you write inside an explanation.
Oh,
of
they're
what was
parentheses.
said.
Parentheses.
Okay,
yeah.
and it's a Greek word. Okay,
I like this. I feel like I'm on
there,
a talk show host. Yeah, parentheses. That's what it is now.
it says that why to take from the dogs, and in the parentheses the Israelite people, and give it to them. But in the first script, it mentions her as ethniki, like worshipper of the idols, not Greek.
Okay. Worship of the idols, like well, in all of the anybody that was not Israelite was considered an idol worshiper, though, right? Like all Gentiles. But this, you're saying that Mark's in the Greek, it doesn't identify her as a Syrophoenician, a Greek Syrophoenician.
No, it says Syrophoenician Canaanite.
Oh, in Mark, in the Greek, it says that she's a Canaanite woman in Mark.
Yes.
You sure you're not looking at Matthew?
No, I have it in front of me.
Ah, that's interesting. Hold on. Give me just a second here.
To be honest, I have two books. One from, because we know that years go by and translations get mixed. I have one from 1992, which mentions here as Syrophonikisa. How do you say? In
You know what? It
but
doesn't. The original text doesn't even identify her ethnicity at all. Can you read this on the line? Can you see this? Do you speak Greek?
I am Greek.
Oh, you are Greek. Okay. Do you see this? This is the oldest copy that we have of Mark 7, dated 200 to 224 CE. It doesn't identify her ethnicity at all, does it?
Can you
see that?
continue the text?
I'm trying to see. Let me see. It says, but of a woman.
Okay.
Haven't heard of a. Wow, it doesn't have her ethnicity at all. Hold on.
I don't know why I can't.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Yeah, she was Greek.
Yes, you see?
Yeah, there it is.
So
She was
it's
Greek. Yeah. And that's in the
so
oldest text.
that's the oldest, and it mentions Hellenes, so Greek.
Yeah, it mentions Greek in the oldest text.
Okay. My one translation has just Syrophonikisa, and the older one that I have mentions her as I jumped it. It's 7. Yes, Syrophonikisa, Canaanite, and that she was an idol worshipper.
Yeah,
But
like they would all be considered idol worshippers because the Israelites believed that, the God of Israel was the one true God. So any other nation that worshipped any other God outside of the God of Israel would be considered an idol worshiper.
And in the parentheses that I show, it says, "Let first the sons, the children, to be fed full." In parentheses, meaning the Israelites. Israelites.
Yeah.
Where is it? Yes, here. But in this translation, in the book, it doesn't have it here. So I don't know if you have it there on the first text that you say.
Wait, you're saying that in the translation, it doesn't have what? What doesn't it have? In your translation?
In this book that I have, it doesn't have the Israelites. It doesn't mention who the children are, and
in Mark it doesn't. In Matthew it does. So like
okay.
So in Mark, I
in
think
this translation of Mark, it has Israelites, but in your old text that you have, does it have it there?
Let's go. Let's see.
Yes.
That's verse 27, right?
Yes.
Jesus was saying, hold on. And Jesus, he was saying to her, allow first to be satisfied the children.
Yes.
Well, it says the children, not for good it is good to take the bread of the children and to cast it to the little dogs, to cast it. So it doesn't identify the children as
it doesn't
the Israelites in Mark, but in Matthew it does.
Can I please ask you, what's the link for that where you find this ancient text, because it's very interesting?
Yeah, it's GreekCenter.org. And
if you can write it, because my English are not so good, I don't.
I don't think it'll let me put a link in the chat, but I'll type it out like this. Give me just a second.
I'm sorry for the trouble.
No, you're fine. It's Greek Center, and center is CNTR, and then
Greek Center.
And then .org. Like I don't know if it's gonna show. I tried to put a space between it.
Okay.
Did it? No. Did it show? There we go. Right there.
See,
and then when you go to the site, click on coalition, and then you'll get all of the older texts. And then you can click on the witnesses, right? Like from Matthew, the oldest witness that we have is from 325 to 360 CE. If you click on the hyperlink there, it'll pop up an image.
I go here, manuscripts.
No, go to coalition. Do you see coalition?
Okay.
Click on that. Yeah, there you go.
That's very good.
Yeah, and then you can click on the witness on the side, like the dates that they the witnesses that they have, and then it'll pop up the manuscript. But
So-
also at the top,
These
are
the dates of the text.
yeah, those are the dates of the text.
That's amazing. Okay.
Yeah, and then there is a on some of these there is a magnifying glass where you can, there it is. So if you click on the magnifying glass, you can see the actual image of the text. And it won't show on here because the window that I have set up. But if you click on, turn your camera on right quick.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
How do I find the lens?
Okay, I don't normally give people the large box, but I'm gonna give it to you right quick because I want everybody in the audience to be able to do this. Okay, so do me a favor and just click on Witness 1, where it says Witness 1. Go to the side in the blue hyperlink.
Here.
Yeah, that's the name of the scroll that they found. So Witness 1, click on that. All right, this is the text in its Greek.
Oh,
click
nice.
on that. Yeah, and then it'll give you the image. That's the scroll. That's the witness number, right? And so that's how, and you can see, like, go back to the image for me right quick.
Yes. Okay, sure.
So you see where there's some of the paper,
The gaps. Yes.
Yeah. So go back to the coalition. Go back to the witness.
It's the black ones.
It's the black ones. And so if you go back one more page, go back to the first screen where, okay, you see where the blank spots are?
Here.
Yeah. Like scroll back over just a little bit. Okay, you see, so now I can go back to my page. Hold on. Let me go back.
That was very nice.
Okay. Let's see, what witness were we just looking at? What chapter? Okay, yeah. So let me get myself back here. So these areas here where it's blank, that's where they had to like guess at what the text say, right? So they kind of had to like look at the context, see what was going on in history, and they had to kind of like add, like kind of guess here. And so what they guessed here was just the word "the," right? There's one, if we look at John, where am I at? John chapter 8. You see how all of that is blank?
Wow, yes. A lot of information missing.
Yeah, so the story, this is the story of the adulterous woman that was brought to Jesus, and he's like, he who is without sin cast the first stone.
Yes, there is a footnote in my translations in Greek, and it says it was not in the original texts, in the first version texts.
Right. The oldest copy of that we have is Witness 5, and it shows up around 375 to 425 BCE. This is where a scribe added it around that time.
Nice.
And if you think about it, right, this was a time right before Emperor Justinian made all those laws about women being stoned for adultery and deciding like when a man can commit adultery. Around like, I think he did it around 500 CE. I mean CE, I said CB, CE. Around 500 CE to maybe 550 CE, Emperor Justinian did an overhaul on the adultery laws and marriage laws and illegitimate children. And so it makes sense that the scribe would add this story and put that in Jesus's mouth, because at the time, Jesus was the authority figure. He was the religion that was growing. And so if Jesus says not to stone women for committing adultery, then the emperors will, start taking that into consideration, and they'll start creating laws around, when a woman can be stoned for committing adultery and things like that. And so the first time you see that story is around 375 to 425 BCE. I mean CE.
Does this website have the Sinaitic code?
Yeah, if they have it, but not every verse is they have it. It's in that. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't
Like
mention it as Sinaitic. It's just from the dates, for example.
let me see. Are you saying you said the Sinaitic code?
Yes.
What do you mean code?
The Sinaitic. Wait. Sorry. Maybe
Are you
it's
saying
not
the
like that.
Vatican Sinaitica? That's what you're asking? What?
Sinaiticus Codex. Codex Sinaiticus.
What witness is that? Isn't that witness one though?
It was written 1,600 years ago. It's a manuscript of the Bible in Greek, and it includes the oldest complete copy of the New Testament. It's
Give me just a
this.
second. Let me see.
I don't know if you know it like this.
It would be.
It's supposed to be the first, like the original, the oldest complete copy in Greek. That's
You're asking if it has the whole copy here? Is that what
no,
you're
no.
asking?
If this page that you showed me has, you can choose like in the other website that you were, you could choose King James version, the other version, the other version.
You talking about this one? This website?
Yes, in the
Does
other
it have-
website that you showed me with the Greek, does it have the Sinaitic code or it's just with the
No,
dates?
this is just for the witnesses, right, of each individual scroll. It doesn't have like complete works. Is that what you're asking? Like, if it has the complete works of it?
No, it's okay. I don't want to to
Yeah, I don't
confuse you.
think it
It's okay.
does. Let me see. It's textual and support electronic transcripts available. Let's see if it has it here. Nope. This still is by witness as well. It just has the leaflets. Like it doesn't have the entire text.
It's okay. Don't bother. It's okay. I'm gonna look. It's very useful anyway. It doesn't have to have the Sinaitic code. It's okay.
Okay. Let's try
And
to
it's
see.
very
I don't
useful
think it
that
does.
it shows when something was added and when something was created and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my. I just came for the for the mark thing, and that was a very good observation from you. And I would love to hear more of your critique on the New Testament.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
Thank you for hosting. Bye bye.
All right. All right. That was an off topic that I don't normally allow, but because she was Greek and she was bringing up the Greek, and I don't speak Greek, that was very helpful. So just keep in mind of the rules of the live. What she did was okay because it was helpful for everybody, if that makes sense. But also keep in mind the rules of the live. James Bont. Yeah, if I think it's gonna help us, and I will allow it. But like if they just want to come up here and just talk about anything, I don't. Like learning things that's the most important thing. Travis, are you in the box on purpose? Scotty Go Potty, how are you?
Hey, great. Love your show. Love you. You're awesome.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank you for
that.
what you're doing. Uh, how come so many Christians support Trump?
I don't know, but that's not a topic that we're discussing tonight.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
all
What
right.
about evolution? Do you think that, like, because
No,
I,
Scotty, no.
what?
This is why I had to give the announcement that I just gave, right? Um, I don't allow this. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So if you come up, you have to pick one of these topics and talk
Oh,
about
oh,
that.
it's belief. I see. I didn't understand the rules.
Okay. All right. Which topic did you want to talk about?
Belief. Uh, well, was the first one is belief or non-belief in God more harmful to society today? So, okay, so it's harmful. See, does go back to Trump because believers support him, and that's harmful to society.
There you go. Work it in. Yeah. No, I agree.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree. We had this conversation earlier with another guest, um, and the Christianity was literally used, right, to get people to agree to um, the certain policies that they're ushering in, right? They didn't care that we were warning them about Project 2025 because all they cared about was LGBTQIA issues, right? All they cared about was making sure little girls can have babies and not have body autonomy because God said their life starts. Like they had them focused on what God said, right? So that they can usher in all this shit. Christianity was literally used to get us where we are today.
And their racist immigration stuff too.
Yes, absolutely.
So, which gets back to my question about evolution, and that are these people just less evolved?
Mentally,
No, just like I mean, if evolution's a thing, then it's still going on, and so maybe there's Neanderthals and Cro-Magnons both on the planet now together, and the Cro-Magnons are us, and the Neanderthals are the Trumpies. Maybe that's just that simple.
I don't even know what a Cro-Magneton is.
Cro-Magnon was before humans, before Homo sapiens. There was we evolved out of these other apes, and
Okay.
and then the early cavemen were the Neanderthals, and then we evolved into more intelligent beings, which was the Cro-Magnon. But there were together on the planet at the same time, and they interbred. And there's still a lot of humans today that have Neanderthal DNA in them. And I just wonder if those are the Trump supporters.
I don't know. Very well could be. No, but seriously though, let's talk about like how it feels like their mind has not developed. Like I feel like they're like little children.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If they haven't evolved, it's like I can look at someone like Ted Cruz or Trump. I could tell he's a lying sack of shit. I can tell in 5 seconds. But these people look at them, they think that they're sent from God and that they're speaking the truth. I mean, they can't see what I can obviously see. So I have a certain perception evolved or learned or something that they don't.
Yeah.
And you do too.
There's
You do
one.
too. You could look at Trump and Ted Cruz and tell them within 5 words out of their mouth, they're lying sacks of shit.
Yeah.
And some people can't.
Hey, there is one guy on here. I don't know his name because I try my best not to give them motherfuckers rental space in my head. But he was the one that was like, "Your body, my choice." But he looks gross. What's his name? He looks like he bends over when he talks, and he still lives with his mama. Like he, to me, it feels like he still kind of like goes to his mama's house, and he's like, "What's for dinner, mom?" What yes, Nick Fuentes. That's his name. Yes. He makes my head hurt like to even hear him talk. And he seems like the kid that like he never got off his mama's tit, and he was spoiled, and his mama still washes his fucking drawers.
Is it elitist to say that we're more highly evolved than those people?
I don't think so. I feel like we are. Like,
They
I
put us
guess.
down for being elitist. It's like, oh, you're smarter than me. That's bad. You're smarter, more sophisticated, more enlightened than I am. So that's so bad on you. That's like a bad thing, that I'm more enlightened than them.
They want to be where they are. They're still late Bronze Age thinkers, and they want to stay there because they feel like that's what gives them,
Conservative. That's what
yes.
conservative. That's the definition of conservative.
And Jesus is a conservative. Jesus.
Well, Jesus
That's
was a
why
liberal too.
Well, not really. Well,
Here he was. Feed the poor. Feed the
Jesus,
poor. Heal the
that's
sick.
Luke's Jesus. That's Luke's
Feed the poor.
Jesus.
Heal the sick. It sounds like welfare and Social Security to me.
That's Luke's Jesus. But he also says, take from them. He also says that what would be taken from, what little you have will be taken away and given to those with much. Right?
Also,
so I say there are 6 different Jesuses, and people haven't yet figured that out.
There's as many different Jesuses as there are Christians, because they all have their own version of him.
I'm talking about in this Bible, there's 6, right? I think there's over 50 billion of them today. That's a high number, just joking. But there's 6 different Jesuses in this book, right? And Luke's Jesus to me is the social justice Jesus. Right?
Luke's Jesus.
Yeah. But the pastoral Jesus, that's the institutionalized, conservative, bigoted, misogynistic Jesus. And then you have Matthew's Jesus is conservative as well. He's the religious zealot conservative Jesus. Mark's Jesus is the fucking Jesus that be on the side of the road talking about the end is near. That's Mark's Jesus. Paul's Jesus is I'm a sinner, but I'm saved by grace. That's Paul's Jesus. I don't know why I do what I do, but I just love Jesus so much, and I'm so glad that he died on the cross for my sins. Life is so hard, but thank you, Jesus. That's Paul's Jesus. There's 6 different Jesuses in this book.
Yeah. How many other books did we not get to see that were there that were decided not to put into the King James or whatever, right?
Yeah. At the end of the day, this book is representative of even what we see in society today, right? People have a different idea of who God is or what a God means to them, right? What a savior is and what a savior does for them. And we've yet to recognize that in this book as a whole. We're still trying to make this book one voice, one God, where it doesn't even represent that in the world. It doesn't even represent that in its followers.
Yeah, that's your idealized idea of what it should be, right?
What, that it should be one voice? If there is a God, it definitely should be saying the same thing. Right? If there is a God, it should at least be saying the same thing to the people that it's talking to. If it has a
but there's not. So
exactly.
It makes sense. It makes sense that
yeah, exactly. That's my point, and that's why we have so much bullshit happening in the world today. And what so I'm learning Hebrew, right? And what I realized today is that this text is literally man inserted themselves into the place of God. They are the God, the men of the world. That's why they fight so hard. It doesn't make sense to me for a man to be so focused on religion. You would think that religion would be more of a feminine thing. You know what I'm saying? But to see so many men.
Hey, that's sexist.
I'm just seriously.
I'm joking.
But to see men fighting for Jesus, how many men are you no, we gotta feed the poor? Why are they fighting for Jesus?
I guess it's to justify the fact that they've spent their whole life believing this stupid thing, and they're doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on it. Because Jesus said, why?
Yeah, why did they
because they're
believe?
unevolved. That's my original point. Because their brains haven't evolved. They're still operating from their reptilian, fear-based mind, and their frontal lobes, their prefrontal cortex, isn't as highly developed as yours and mine.
No, yeah, I agree. Like I get that part, but I'm saying like their motivation is, I think, for more men that still hang on to this after even seeing all the problems with it. Like seeing the slavery, like this God said it's okay for this group of people to enslave people who are not this group of people. This God said it's okay to grape a woman and pay her father for her ilnana, right? Like they see all of this stuff and they still cling to this God, right? They fight and they're willing to
You know
demoralize
what? You
themselves.
know what?
That's what I'm asking.
You're
Why?
rationalizing what an insane person is thinking. They're insane. They speak to them. They're insane. They speak to imaginary things that aren't there. They have conversations. They're First of all, technically, by definition, they're delusional. But whether they're insane or not is, not something you can really. You can probably test them. You could
I
probably
think
test them, but they're insane. They're
I think
insane.
no, look, I think we're ignoring the fact that they're also ignoring that there is a human that is playing the God to them, right? They are delusional where they're saying they believe that it's a God talking, but they're also choosing to ignore the human that is
Yeah.
speaking for the God. And
Yeah.
that's the most powerful thing, right? That's the most powerful thing, is that this human who has gained the ability to be seen as the agent of the God
Who,
by
Trump?
other humans.
You talking about
Trump,
Trump?
pastors,
Yeah.
politicians, right? Even sometimes husbands,
The sheep in the
wives.
flock,
Yeah.
the sheep following the shepherd.
And that's dangerous.
I know.
Like there was a guy on my
Led to
live
Trump.
that, not even just Trump though. Like there was a guy on my live the other day who was advocating for slavery. Like he thinks that the immigrants in America would be better off being enslaved because that's how you help the poor.
See, that's just a crazy person. I mean, if he was
But that's how they
sincere,
justified slavery back then.
he was either just messing with you, or if he was
Nope.
really believed that, then he's just an idiot,
And
So I mean,
but we can call them idiots all day, but that's how they justified slavery
well,
in the
that guy,
antebellum South.
that one did. I don't know if most people think that way.
There are a lot of people who think that.
I'm
Like you
sorry.
talk to, hold on, Scotty, because
No, no, I'm
I got
sorry. It was
I
my mom. Someone's knocking on the door here. I gotta be quiet.
hold on. There are a lot of people who think that slavery is okay and justifiable. Like I've talked to Christians of the Black community who have got up here and justified slavery and have said if God said it, then that's what it was supposed to be. Right? Like there was a Christian, a Black man who got up here and said, "I am a slave. If that's what God wants me to be, that's what I am." Like I think that we don't pay attention. Like we can laugh and joke and say, "Oh, they're crazy," but there are real ramifications behind the crazy. And if we
It's
don't pay
literally
attention to that, right, then what we see with Trump, like we didn't take it serious, right? And what we see with Trump right now, we will see immigrants as enslaved people. We will head back that way because we think that, oh, there's not people in the world that think slavery is okay. Yes, the fuck it is. And we talk to them every day on this live.
That's scary.
Very, very scary.
See, because I didn't really think there was like any serious person that really believed that you can own other humans.
We think that we've evolved. Like, remember what you said, right? Some of us have evolved mentally, right? Some of us have, are not in the late Bronze Age thinking. We didn't allow our minds to be stopped and stuck with, very barbaric social norms, right, or beliefs. But there are people who did. There's one guy that follows me around.
Hello?
Oh, go ahead, Lala. Sorry.
Scotty, can you pull back from the mic a little bit?
Okay,
Thanks.
sorry. How's that better?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had the thing up on my
There's
phone.
someone on the app. He was in Christina live, and His profile name is God's bond servant.
God's
God's
bond
what?
serf.
Bond servant.
He named himself God's bond
Yes,
servant.
yes, yes.
Well, they are slaves to. I mean, it's the quintessential master slave relationship. God and his followers. It's a master slave relationship.
Absolutely, yeah. And they'll say, I am a slave. I am a slave. I am a slave. Like, remember when we did the live Lala about God wanted slaves and you agreed?
Yes.
And then I changed
Remembered
it to
it.
God wanted robots and you agreed. They prefer to be called a slave than a robot.
Yeah.
I've
They
learned
would
so
die. They
much
would
about their
die.
thought processes with these
They
lives.
would. They
It's
would
like,
die. They would die before denying it. They would die. I mean, I have family members that said to me, "I would die before I would deny God." It's insanity.
like, look, Johnny said, yep, there's nothing you can do about it. If he said go back to slavery, we going, right?
What about?
They wouldn't die. They would kill. I don't believe they would die. I think that they're too fucking scary. They don't know if they have their shit right and if they're gonna go to heaven or hell. So they wouldn't fucking die. That's why they still identify as sinners. But they would fucking kill.
Well,
I don't believe that they would
if
die.
I think if someone held a gun to their head and said, "Deny God or I'll shoot you," they would let you shoot them. They wouldn't deny God. They would die before they would say there is no
They get
God.
up here and they deny this shit that God say every day. Like they do it every day on this live. I don't believe it. Like they change their beliefs every day on this live when we're talking to them. They'll deny shit Jesus said for Paul, like to hold on to a belief that they've created for themselves. They do it every day.
What about indoctrination being child abuse?
What do you mean?
You think it's child abuse to teach your child that about God and Jesus and all that stuff, which obviously isn't true,
So
and damages
I did
their
it.
ability to learn reality? It's child
I think
abuse.
it is, yeah. And I did it because I was raised in the church, and then I quickly stopped taking my children to church. I have a 16-year-old who is a Christian. I don't have the right to tell him not to be a Christian, right? What I do now is I educate him with the facts, right? And then I'll allow him to make the decision for himself. I don't have the right to tell him what to happen.
But you can tell them that it's bullshit, that it isn't true, and that God's not
I
there.
do. Well, I don't tell him that God isn't there because, again, that's something he has to come to on his own. He knows that I do not believe in God. He knows that.
He'll
He
come. He
knows
will. He will.
that exactly. He's
He'll,
16 years old. He'll get
he'll
to
be
it on his
okay. Yeah, he'll
own.
grow into it.
Yeah.
The seeds are planted, and he knows. It just makes him feel good now to believe it, but when
Well,
he gets
TikTok has indoctrinated him into the fucking rapture. And I keep trying to tell him that these motherfuckers on this app don't know what the fuck they talking about, but they've scared the shit out of him. And so he's hanging on to it because of the rapture. The older he gets, he'll be okay.
yeah, he'll be
But
okay.
yeah, they've
Yeah,
been,
he'll be okay.
these damn TikTok videos has scared the shit out of him. So
Like
and
I
all I
didn't
can
know
do is
about that.
teach
There was
him.
I didn't know what do you mean like about rapture. What do you mean rapture videos? Rap people. There's TikTok videos about the Jesus coming back or something. People
Yeah.
believe it.
Mm-hmm. And then they keep like his FYP was filled with, if you don't like this video to show that you love Jesus, then something bad's gonna happen to your mom. And he would send me this shit, right? And I had to tell him, stop engaging with them damn videos.
Yeah.
I don't want nothing to happen. They said if I don't, like, fucking stop.
Yeah, he'll grow out of it. He'll grow out of it.
Yeah.
I hope he
No,
will.
he will.
He's smart. I mean, if he's your child,
But I also want him to be a critical thinker. So I teach him. Like, he asks questions about the Bible, I teach him facts and data. Sometimes he's like, I don't want to hear that. That's not what I want to hear right now, especially when it comes to the rapture.
well, tell him it's either
But
true or it's not. Tell him
everything else.
it's
Hold on,
either.
Scotty.
Huh?
I can't do the interrupting thing.
I'm sorry.
Okay. But everything else, right? I make sure that I give him. He accepts, the historical stuff, right, that I teach. But when it gets to that rapture, he doesn't want to hear it right now. And so, but I am teaching him to critically think about his faith system, right, and not accept illogical shit. Like there was a lady that came on here one day who said that she had a really old Bible and that it was written in language. And and when I was telling him about it, I expected him to laugh. And he was like, "But how do you know that she's not telling the truth?" And I was like, "Wait, no, the fuck. Christianity is not about to take my child's brain." I said, "Pick up the book." I said, "Pick up the book from one of the bookshelf right there." So he picked up a book. I said, "Open the book." And he opened. I said, "What language is that book?" And he said, "English." Like I had to take him, like, don't ever not think critically, right, when it comes to your faith. It's okay to recognize that this lady said some crazy ass shit, right? There is nothing written in language, right? When someone says what language it is, a language isn't the language that it is. And then he was like, "Well, I just didn't want to disrespect God." Like, you're not disrespecting God. She said some stupid shit.
Yeah. Well, two things. It's either true. Tell him it's either true or it isn't. It's either true or it's not true. So if he's smart, he'll realize there's no way it can be true that this book, this story. And the other thing is the rapture and ascension and all that. How does that technically work? Does Jesus like float up, when he ascended, and when he comes back, where's he coming from? When he ascended, where, because the fastest that anything can travel is the speed of light. So if Jesus left this earth, ascended to heaven 2,000 years ago, he's going past Orion Nebula right now, and he's got 2.5 million years before, at the speed of light, before he gets to Andromeda, the next galaxy, which is one of trillions of galaxies. So, where's heaven? Where's he going? How did that ascension actually happen? How does the rapture work? Is Jesus like going to fly down? His physically a human body is going to come down. How does that going to work? And then once he starts thinking about, that is pretty friggin' ridiculous. That's not, you know what I mean? He'll figure it out. And that's what turned me off on it, because my brother's like a big time Jesus freak. And I kind of like believed when I was a kid, and I kind of went along with it. And then we debated it and argued it. And eventually he said, it's either true or it's not, And I was like, well, it can't be, when you think about it.
Did you see that video where they had Jesus flying through space? And it was like, it's only about 4 million years away. But, and then somebody said, well, he's already behind on judgment. So we got about, I think for each person to get 7 minutes before this God on Judgment Day, he's behind 1 million and something years. So they're like, even when you die, you got like 1 million and something years of rest before you get judged. Like,
yeah, that's a long ass limbo, if you ask me.
Yeah, like somebody actually did the math on that shit. It was funny.
Well, yeah, the math is it's traveling the speed of light. It's 2.5 million years to get to the next galaxy. So where's heaven? I mean, is it all just, is Jesus a spirit? Is he just an idea, or is he a physical human person that's going to come down and, rapture wise, what's going to happen to the Christian pilots flying an airplane? He's going to disappear, and that plane's going to crash and kill everybody on board. Yeah. But you know what? But so what?
But Jesus doesn't care about that, though.
Yeah. So Jesus is a murderer. Well, I mean, if Jesus is God, then he committed suicide because he killed himself. Because if Jesus is God and God preordained everything, then he killed himself. Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah. Jesus committed suicide. He wasn't killed by the Romans. He committed suicide.
Yep, at least that's what it said in Mark anyway. When he said, I will strike the shepherd. He said he was
10 Commandments, right? What is it? Exodus, the 10 Commandments, and then is Exodus 20, and then Exodus 21 is all the rules for how to keep slaves and own slaves. So when people always talk about, the Old Testament, you can't go by the Old Testament. Well, then, 10 Commandments, how did that happen? There's like a bush burning and stuff. I mean, just if you start making him think about the literal. What about Noah's Ark? He doesn't believe in Noah's Ark, does he?
No, he doesn't really focus on that. He's more so just focused on the rapture. Like he's scared of that. Like he doesn't
But
focus
if that's
on.
true, then Noah's Ark is
Yeah.
true also. So I
But he
mean,
doesn't. He doesn't talk about all that. He just focused on the rapture. Like he doesn't talk about like Noah's Ark, Daniel and the Lion's Den. He doesn't. I don't take them to church. So he's being indoctrinated by TikTok. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, and that's
Yeah, he's just scared
understandable
right
because
now.
that's understandable because that's his community, I guess, his language, his.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the movie called The Rapture?
No.
There's a great movie from I think the 80s or 90s called The Rapture, and it stars Mimi Rogers and David Duchovny, and it was I think written and directed by a guy named Michael Tolkien, Tolkein. So look for that movie and watch it. It's well, I don't want to tell you, but it's about the rapture basically. But it's it's I think from an atheist standpoint about how ridiculous it is, but it's about people who really believe it's coming and how they behave and act and stuff, and it's great. So it's called The Rapture from the 80s, I think, starring Mimi Rogers, and check that out, and it's pretty good. That's my advice.
I'll try. I don't really watch that much TV. Like I have
Well,
so
it's a
many
movie. Yeah,
recommendations.
it's a feature film that came out, but
Mm.
it's it might be interesting. I mean, if you watched it and then encouraged him to watch it, he might watch it and think, okay, yeah, it's Rapture's bullshit. He'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Yeah, he'll be okay. Especially
Well,
he
we
has
were
he
okay.
has a
We
mom.
weren't at that
Yeah.
age, were we?
Huh?
We weren't okay at that age, and we are now. So he's.
Yeah, I had a pastor dad and an evangelist mom, so I didn't have a choice. But
Well, he's smarter than us. He's more highly evolved than us. If evolution's real, the kids today are like way smarter than we are. Hopefully. But anyway,
yeah. But thank you for
you
coming
rock.
up.
You're awesome. I love listening to you.
I appreciate you. I hope you
Okay.
have a good night. Okay.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye. I wish I could say their education is better today. Mona Mia Travis, are y'all in the box on purpose? Retired Life, are you in the box on purpose? And Sweetie Case, these are all deconstructing people, I believe. Are y'all in the box on purpose? Okay. Jay Birdie, how are you? Jay Birdfly? Hey Travis, how are you?
Hi, Finger. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little low.
Wait, 1 second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello again. Hi, Mods. Hi, Lala. Hi, Dudette, and everybody. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. I have an announcement. So, today is my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. I'm turning 20. I'm 24 now. So
Oh,
I have to
okay.
change my bio and stuff.
Did you have a good birthday? Is it today? Like
Yeah, today, right now.
Oh, okay. Do you have plans?
Yeah. No, I'm just gonna watch some movies and just chill out.
Well, happy
Yeah.
birthday to you. So we're gonna say, Lala, you gonna sing happy birthday to Travis with me? Lala, are you there? Well, damn, I'll sing it by myself. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Travis. Happy birthday to you. 24 is a big one. I hope you have a beautiful day today.
Oh my God, thank you, Thinker. And the gift that I received is you guys. You guys are my inspiration, you know?
Aw, don't make us cry.
Inspiration to learning and stuff. And the community is very great. I really love this community. So I was very like depressed when TikTok was going away. And to see you guys again, it was so good. You know?
Are you in South Africa? Where are you?
No, Jamaica.
Jamaica, okay.
Yeah. So I would like to contribute to the conversation, which is number one. And I realized that a lot of guests choose number one. So I don't have if I had the chance to choose again or choose like either number three, but I'm not prepared for that. So bear with me, Thinker.
Okay.
All right. So when I was in my like deconstructing journey, I actually thought about this, and I believe that religion is like a double-edged sword, where the person holding the sword are the Christians, and the sword is the belief. While it can be used as mental fortitude for the mentally vulnerable, give people purpose/meaning or community support, i.e., church, it can also be used to harm other people, such as pushing harmful ideologies, letting them have a false sense of security, such as prosperity gospel, over reliance on prayer, and having a blind faith in divine protection, and refusal to acknowledge scientific facts, such as like biological, technological, and what's the other one again? Medical. But I think they tend to focus more on the biological aspect, like they don't believe in it, but ironically they believe in the medical aspect and technological aspect, which is very weird to me. What do you think about that?
I think that makes a lot of sense, and I had that thought the other day, that they do typically lean towards specific aspects of science and biology only when it fits their belief system, but then they reject science when it goes against proving their God. But when you said that belief is like a double-edged sword, and that the sword, well, one end is, you say on one end is the belief, and on the other end is the Christian, right?
I mean like on one hand it can be used as mental fortitude for the mentally vulnerable, and on the other hand can be used to push out harmful ideologies.
So you're saying on one end it could be good and helpful, and
in few aspects, in few occasions, I believe.
And then, so I thought you were saying like the doctrine was on one end, and then the believer was on the other end, driving it, because you know how they say, that truth hurts. So I thought you were using that type of analogy. I do think that belief can be a like a crutch, or solace. Like I give the example all the time that people are afraid of humans because humans are the ones that's doing the harm on the earth and are unpredictable. And so as we move about on the earth and there are things that we don't know, it does feel kind of safe to believe that there is this force field around you, or there is this entity that's watching your every move and is going to like shoo the harmful humans away from you and keep you safe from them. So I do think that sometimes that part of belief can bring solace. I don't know that it helps mentally. I think I think it harms the mental more than it helps it. So I don't necessarily see that part. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what you see there?
Like for instance, like if somebody has like when I was younger, I used to have like negative thoughts when I was in high school because I used to be around. My mom used to be abroad, and I used to go around boarding. You know what that is like?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So and I used to have negative thoughts and everything, and I used to like I lost my train of thought. 1 second. And I used to have like Christianity, believing Christian. I was like a Christian, so that kind of give me like a mental barrier, if that makes sense, to like carry on, if that makes sense.
Like it gave you strength, is what you're saying, or
Like
when you say a mental barrier, what do you like? Did it give you strength to carry on, and it blocked everything else out? Like it took your mind off of things? Is that what you're saying?
yes, basically.
Okay.
Yes. So that's what I kind of mean.
Okay. So kind of like a distraction, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you see that like it could be a good thing for some people. I do think that, not saying that like having a belief is just 100% bad, right? I do think that there are some good aspects that having a belief in a higher power can bring. I still think that it makes people vulnerable to all the other stuff that it comes with, because I think that if a person believes that there is something outside of them that's responsible for their thoughts and their actions here on this earth, and the things that's happening to them on the earth, somebody can come in and exploit that and exploit that person.
Oh,
So
like
while there are some
manipulation.
good things, it's still
Yeah.
susceptible to vulnerability, I think.
Oh, like manipulation and manipulation tactics from pastors and other Christian peers. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but not even just Christians. Like that's it could be anybody with charisma, right? That could come in and convince the person, oh, I believe the same thing you believe in. Then the next thing you know, they're saying, oh, I had this dream, right? And you're supposed to do this. Or like I think that it makes it easy to get into the psyche, right? Somebody that has that charisma and knows how to get into the minds of people to the point to where they can control that person. I just feel like it makes you more vulnerable to that type of person.
I agree with that. And so do I believe it's more harmful to today's society? Absolutely, because people act out on their beliefs, whether actively or passively. Do you agree?
I'm sorry, say that again. Say that part again.
People act out on their beliefs, whether actively or passively.
You said they act out on their beliefs, and then that last part I heard passively, but I didn't hear the word before. It's hard for me to make
Actively.
Actively, whether actively or passive. Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Like every aspect, like even me and or you, we live based on our beliefs.
Yeah.
And in the recent years, with today's millennials, like older Gen Z like me, are actively pushing harmful ideologies. Not only that, but they are doing it more aggressively than millennials. Would you agree with that? Like, do you think that it was like this aggressive 10 to 13 years ago?
With pushing out these beliefs. Oh, I would say yes and no. Maybe not. Maybe not on such a grand scale to where it's being seen, but I do think that it was done aggressively in individual communities. And then it took a kind of like a break. Like our generation, we're not as aggressive when it comes to the belief system, and I think they're trying to get it back with like the Gen Z population, and we might see an uptick on that. But I do think that our parents were more aggressive with the beliefs than we are. You don't think so? Like our generation is not, because it was so indoctrinated, so beat into us. We've decided as the new parents, the new generation, like we're not doing it as much to our children as our parents did to us.
I mean, I can see that, but the Illumina wasn't like 10 to 13 years ago. There was the time the Illuminati trend was popping off.
There was an Illuminati trend.
Like Beyonce, Nicki Minaj, and Rihanna were a part of the Illuminati.
Oh, they
Pastor.
still say that today, don't they? Like that. They still believe that today.
Yeah, but it was like that intense no as it was back then, because I remember watching I used to have a CD or DVD, and which has like a pastor preaching and telling me and my relatives that Nicki Minaj, Beyonce, all the black female artists are part of the Illuminati and such. But I didn't take it seriously because I was in seventh grade. So when I usually watch it, it took me like, it occupied my mind for like 1 hour, and then I just worry about school stuff. So that's why I was asking.
So yeah, I will say that is more prevalent today. Demon the claims that those that are in Hollywood are sacrificing kids, the Illuminati, those claims are more aggressive today. Was that what you were asking, if those claims are more aggressive?
Well, yeah, basically.
Yeah, so I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the show, and I asked about Dolce winning her Grammy, and she thanked this God for her Grammy and for her success. And I had asked the question, would today's Christians, like hearing her thank God for that, do they think that their God helped her do that, or do they think that she is serving the devil because she's in Hollywood and because she's saying secular music? Right, because a lot of Christians do spread that conspiracy that everybody in Hollywood or successful black women in the hip hop industry or the music industry are in the Illuminati, and they've sacrificed some child or some family member to get there. But when she gave her speech, she thanked this God.
Because the reason why I asked that, because I don't quite see it today as back then, because I'm not really much on that type of part of the internet anymore. I'm on the atheist, the good side of TikTok. So that's why I was like asking.
Yeah, I'm not
So
quite sure. I'm not quite sure. I try my best to stay away from like those types of like the conspiracy theories things. It irritates me to see like and the way they be um editing the videos to try to make it look like somebody got a demon or somebody's teeth is changing and they try to say, oh, they shape shifting. Like I stay away from that stuff. Yeah, it is quite prevalent still, and I think it is ramping up. If that's what you're asking, that is starting to become more and more and more aggressive.
interesting. And also, I noticed something like how people are who are like deep within the religion, like they are extremely disgusting people. Like they can't reason with or nothing. They just they people on TikTok, like specifically those with either a cross in their name, like the Christian cross in their name, or a cross profile pictures, are some of the most disgusting people I've ever come across, yo. Like every time I see them in like a specific video talking about like gay rights or um minority rights or stuff, they always talk. It's really bad. What do you think about that?
Um, well, you know how I think about the believers who are the biggest anyway. Like I think they are have some of the worst personalities. Um, not saying all believers do, but those that we've talked to, like I think that they have some of the worst personalities. Like it was funny because earlier tonight a believer was in the comments and his username was shut the fuck up, but he's commenting, I'm gonna pray for all of y'all. Like that, the irony, right? um Behind that, like they feel like they can say and do some of the most heinous shit as long as it's in the name of the God. So but I don't want to like generalize everybody that has a cross in their username and say that I've been able to test that all of them have that type of personality. The ones that we've talked to in here, yes, they have some very bad personalities, and they're not anybody that I would want to hang out with.
Yeah, I agree. But do they do that in real life? Like be this terrible human beings in real life? Because I don't know about the real life aspect. Only like the online one.
I would hope not. I mean, I don't know because I'm not with them, in their everyday life. But when they get on here, I can only take them at their word, right? And believe who they show me they are. And I honestly think like if they are willing to be that thing here, then most likely they are willing to be that, in their everyday life. But it would be hard for me to say yes, definitely they are that, in real life, because I don't know them in real life.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. I really appreciated this conversation. I was all over the place. I'm sorry about that because I'm kind of still nervous, even though I
No, it's
shouldn't
okay.
be.
I'm trying to hear, and you're still a little bit low, so I'm trying to make out every word that you're saying. So, like y'all know how I get. I start squinting to make sure that
Yeah.
I can hear.
You guys, Thinker, I've been asking in the chat. Thinker has like 7 minutes left to finish her gift goal of the friendship necklaces. Can you please help her out? Thank you.
I was going to talk about like some personal stuff, but I'm not like touching that within the conversation. But I'm not really going to touch on that. So yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Are you sure? As a nerd, you have,
No, it was related to the topic, but I don't know. I'm not really that much confident in talking about it. It relates to like Christians being like crappy people, because I used to, within like years ago when I was still going to like primary school, and I used to have guardian Christians, and they used to treat me very badly. I was going to go into that, but it's my birthday, so I don't want to
oh,
disturb those.
yeah, be happy on your birthday. Don't let them ruin your special day. Um, See, a believer just put in the comments, dear mortals, dear loving mortals, your problems are with the doctrines of the mortals, not with God. The problem is with like the very fact that, like, for me, handsome, if God is real and the God doesn't stop the mortals who created this doctrine from causing harm with the doctrine, and the God allows these mortals to operate as if they are a God, then the problem is the God and the mortals. You can pass that message along for me, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, what did you say, Travis?
Oh, I was wondering, how long will you have that the topics available?
I usually run them for a week, so it'll be through Thursday.
Okay. Anyways, thank you guys so much. Thank you, chat. Thank you for the gifts, and I really appreciate you guys and the mods, especially Joshua.
Hey, Travis.
Hello, Lala. And especially Joshua, because Joshua sends me your lives whenever you go live, and I always click on them. So
Thank you,
big up
Joshua.
Joshua, big up mods, big up big up everybody, and also congratulations to Bash. I don't know if he's here on his Grammy.
Bash is probably somewhere celebrating his Grammy.
I know that's right. Yes. So thank you. I'm not going to keep you any longer. Thank you guys so much, and thank you, chat.
You're so welcome, Travis. Thank you again, and happy birthday again.
Happy
Thank you.
birthday.
Thank you guys. Bye.
Bye.
You guys can kick me out. I don't know to leave.
Okay. Let's see. Truth SR.
I'm sorry that sounded fake.
It sounded so fake. Like, I cannot believe like grown ass adults be waiting in line to do stupid stuff like that.
I do.
But grown
It's been
people.
over a year, Thinker.
Hold on, truth is a friendly. So that was a real snore. So that was
It couldn't
real.
have been.
That sounded so fake.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry.
Goodness, goodness gracious. Swift.
You guys, it's only 2 minutes left. Please help Thinker with her gift goal of the friendship necklaces, please.
Swift, did you join on accident? Okay, we'll take you down. This is the last person in the box. I don't know if they're in there on purpose. Mona Mia. Monday nights are always like this. So Sunday we'll have like, really good conversations, and then Monday nights it'll be real slow.
Driving, yeah.
Yeah, like, can you take that person down? They're not.
Sure.
Is it Beans?
Hi.
Hi, how are you? Uh, I'm sorry, Beans? Okay. All right. Don't come up here and go on teacup, guys. I'm not going to wait on you to come back unless we're already in the middle of a conversation. Doing that at the beginning of the conversation, I don't like. But if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Also, if you are on YouTube, you can call in via Discord.
Hi. I apologize for a second ago. I had some music going on in the background and I didn't know if it would carry over.
Oh, okay.
I am a 50-year-old deconstructing Christian, and I want to thank you so much for taking your time for doing lives like this. I'd like to go with topic number one,
Okay,
if you
go
wouldn't
ahead.
mind. And being someone that has been, I think that you and I are a little parallel. I grew up in the Christian faith, and it was just recently that I just had an eye-opening experience, and I was just like, I'm just not sure. Like I had had questions my whole life. Like it was almost a Santa Claus type belief. Um, but I believe on topic number one that the belief system and the indoctrination is completely, when you talk about it from a child perspective, it is an extreme form of abuse. Um, because a lot of times when you grow up in those type of homes, where not only are rules different, but they also follow the spare the rod, spoil the child. Um, because you can pick and choose your verses, of course. You can cherry pick through them no matter what it is. Um, I feel like at 50, when I woke up, I had been so gullible my whole life. And to have you guys break this down the way that you do, like there's so many different Jesuses, it really it opens so much as far as things that I'm going to look at now. So that's the reason that I came up. But I don't know if there are any questions that you'd like to ask. Um, I just wanted to say that I appreciate you, but also throw out the fact that yeah, I did not raise my children in the religious faith, um, but I still believed in that God. I just didn't believe that I should pass the experiences that I had as a child along to my children.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. So, how, for the believers in the comments who usually say that when you don't raise your child in a Christian home, even as a believer, and you allow the child, to decide for themselves, that the child turns out to be more depressed or, uh, you know, gets in trouble a lot, or they lack morals, they lack community. How did your kids turn out?
My daughter graduated one of the top of her class. She's a registered nurse. And my son married his high school sweetheart. They just had their first baby a couple of years ago. And he's a diesel mechanic. I mean, they're really doing great. My granddaughter's being raised by somebody who's in education and going to get her master's. And, it didn't affect them their life was not nearly as traumatic as mine was. And that was my goal when raising them.
Yeah. I love hearing the experience shares behind that, because one thing that Christianity does is it produces fear into parents and make them believe that if you don't raise your child in the church, then your child is most likely going to turn out to be the criminals that we see in society, right? And they ignore the fact that a lot of times those that are committing crimes, not saying all the time, but a lot of the time, it's these people have a belief in a God and they were raised in the church. I think her phone dropped. Let me give it just a second. But I do think that Christianity pushes that fear-based um, that fear tactic towards parents to try to convince their parents to indoctrinate their children at a very young age, because parents are scared. Like, if I don't teach them about God, then they're going to grow up and be horrible human beings. But it's always glad to hear when parents have decided to raise their children in a secular home, that the child turns out just fine. I know that I was not the most perfect child growing up. I told y'all, my story. I haven't lived with my parents since I was almost 15 years old. I got out there, I did some of everything, and both of my parents, were very religious. And I didn't raise my children like that, and I didn't have the same issues with my children that my parents had with me or my siblings. Like, we did some shit growing up.
Yeah.
We stayed doing stuff and getting in trouble. And so none of us really have these problems with our children
No, I
today,
mean,
honestly.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Something's going on. I don't know if it's TikTok or what. But the growing up in the environment that I grew up in, and I'm talking Christian schools and out of Christian schools and back into Christian schools, and um, there were a lot of things, because at some point they install this perfectionism into you where their mistakes, you wake up in the morning, you're a slave to sin. You have to automatically hit your knees, pray for whatever you did that you may have missed, and then move forward, putting other people ahead of your needs, your wants, not necessarily wants. I'd even come back a little bit on that, but at the end of the day, it was just, it was more harmful for me than it, and this is just my experience, um, more harmful than it was helpful. And being 50, I can say that wholeheartedly. So,
Yeah, I'd say the same thing.
yeah,
Um, I'm a more mentally healthy person today, and I think because I made sure that I paid attention to the mindset of my children, and their mental health was one of the most important things for me, and so that's why I didn't want to raise them in the church. My children are, mentally healthy as well.
I try to install the be a good person to them, not necessarily all of the other things, but just be a good person. And,
Yeah.
and look, they weren't perfect kids. I mean, they were good kids. They never got in trouble. My son was in athletics, and, my daughter excelled in school, but, I can't say that that was me. It was just, they were good kids, you know?
Well, I'm sure that they had a good role model in you, right?
I,
And I think too, like with you being intentional and making sure that their experience didn't match your experience growing up. I mean, give yourself credit, right? Like, yeah, they were pretty lucky in that
oh,
in that way.
well, thank you so much. And thank you for what you do. And I really appreciate you letting me up 3 times, um, and, and talking to you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for
Have a
coming up
great
and
night.
sharing that. Thank you. Same to you. All right. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. It's a pretty slow night tonight. It's almost 700 people in here with another 80 on YouTube.
Dang, I was. Oh yeah, no, that show, Mrs. Rachel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's this black grandmother
I
that got
saw it.
jealous of Mrs. Rachel.
I saw it. I don't blame her.
I was cry. I thought of you.
I commented on her video. I was like, I feel your mom. Because the other day, my grandson, I'm like copying Miss Rachel. He's watching her. I'm singing along with Miss Rachel. And I'm doing everything Miss Rachel's doing. And he's like hanging on the side of the playpen. And he looks at Miss Rachel. Then he looks at me, looks me up and down, looks back at Miss Rachel. And he looks at me out the corner of
He's
his
fixed
eye
up.
like, yeah, like you can't do what Miss Rachel do.
No, you
Yeah.
can't. But
So
she
I
was
feel
really working it though.
yeah. I don't blame her. I'm fighting for my grandbaby's attention too. But she did good. The grandmother
Yeah,
did.
that's what I'm saying. She
Yeah.
really did. Then she put out like I think six more.
Did she?
That's what the daughter said. She's about to have a whole series.
Hey, I ain't mad at her.
I ain't either.
She has a nice voice and
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah.
And
But it
she's
is
really
funny.
vibrant, fun. Yeah.
Miss Rachel mesmerizes these kids.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was sitting in his playpen eating a oatmeal cream pie,
Oh,
laid back chilling in the playpen with the oatmeal cream pie in his hand, watching Miss Rachel, like eyes
like a
glued
little,
to
oh
the
my goodness.
man.
I know you have to take some pictures because that would have been a cute picture.
My son got pictures of him. Like, yeah, we don't hate you either, Johnny. Like
What? Where does
that's
that
no
come
point in.
from?
Yeah, why did you type that out the blue?
We're literally talking about babies and I don't know, what is it called that Miss Rachel does?
Miss, I don't know. But she's a baby whisperer.
Yeah, the baby whisperer.
Uh-huh.
You come in here with that.
You joined on accident, GT? GT, are you there? GT, are you with me? That was an accident. Oh my gosh. Okay, y'all. Y'all know we're gonna count it down 5-minute timer. Cause y'all know like I can't sit here in silence. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Like this is where we can't start reading Idaba My Children until Thursday. Right? But this is where we're gonna put it. The Zulu oral history.
Yeah, I
Because it
can't wait.
yeah, it gets so quiet around this time.
I was trying to see if anyone was online, but no one's that I know of that's a part of this community. I don't see anyone.
No,
I'm back.
everybody is just like, hey
Sorry.
Hampton.
I'm back. I heard in Dog with My Children. I was like, hey, that's me. Um, oh, so if it's like this time, yeah, then we can do it like for however long you want.
Okay, yeah, this is where I think it'll fit well because usually people start waking up around 4:30, right? 4 o'clock,
Right.
4:30, yeah, and so it gets quiet except for Sundays. Sundays it pops all night long,
Oh
and
no, I
then
I enjoyed the Sunday lives. Yeah, I know.
yeah, yeah, and then Monday it slows down, and then
Okay.
Tuesday right before their Bible study they get hype again. Yeah, and then Wednesday and Thursday is hit or miss, but yeah, it's always
Right.
like it's after church and then right before their Bible study. I don't know why.
Okay, because this aligns perfectly with my time. Because
Okay.
it's 6:15 p.m. right now. So on a Tuesday and Thursday, I would have an hour and some. So that's perfect.
Well, do you want to do the first chapter where we explain the oral traditions right now?
Yeah, why not? Let's take a stab at it.
Okay, let me get my book. Hold on.
I'm getting my book too, and let me open my notes.
Yippee!
Yay!
Curtis is like, let's read the Bible. Let's wrap up some verses. Okay, so this is Ndaba, My Children, African Tribal History, Legends, Customs, and Religious Beliefs.
Right. Let me open my book because I have the book and also notes that I had just to keep track because there's some characters and some things that happen. So you're on book 1, The Bud Opens Slowly. Is that the part?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me just make sure that I have it open.
Okay.
This is a great practice run because we can see how we want to do this. Because I don't think, what do you think, reading, like, because it's in poetry form, the first part of the book, and what do you think would be best, to like read it like that, or do we like communicate what happened and how the creationist story was told or how it came to be?
Well, I would say read it, because I'm reading this. I'm reading it with you, so like this would be my first time.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna read it, and then I guess like you tell a little bit of the history since you know more than I do, right?
Yeah.
And then I'll ask. Okay. Oh, give me not the strident demon wail of penny whistle and tea chest guitar, nor give me tales of those who rode the trail deep in the west of far America. Oh, not for me the songs and nonsense tales that thrill the modern rabble. Wait, why is America in this?
I actually think it is more of a geographical indication of where it starts because, not to give something away, but later something happens that is in relation um to when we reach Africa,
Okay.
like modern day Africa. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, not for me the songs and nonsense tales that thrill the modern rabble rout, who, leaving far behind their tribal veils, with traitor zest ape culture from without, rather than the modern crooner's foreign voice or the loud howls of modern township jive. I shall leave far behind that maddening noise and hurry home where tribal evers live. There's neath ba- baobabs
Yes,
or
baobabs or baobabs, any way you want to say that. Yeah.
or flat-topped mungo trees, where nestling birds and many tongues argue, and flaming aloes bless the smiling breeze, with heady scent, and where the distant view of scowling mountains gainst the silver sky, with dread and reverence filled the misted eye, where on the gentle slopes of ancient hills there browse the bearded goats and sheep, the shambling cows, and loud above his lowing wives the bull, with awful bellow dares the distant foe. There I shall sit before Ubab. Can you say that word for me?
Yeah. Wait, let me make sure. Wait. Ubabamkulu.
Ubamukulu.
Ubabamkulu.
Ubambamkulu.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Who shall relate to me the tales of yore. There I shall kneel before the gold Gagulu and hear legends of those that lived before. There I shall live in spirit once again, and those great days now gone forevermore, and see again upon the timeless plain the massed empty of so long ago. The words of men long dead shall reach my soul from the dark depths of all consuming time, which like a multi shall inflame my whole, and guide my life's canoe to shores sublime. Clear with the soul's time penetrating eye, I shall see great empires rise, flourish, and die. I shall see deeds of courage or of shame now carved forever on the drum of fame. With Shaka's legions I shall march again, a puppet knowing neither joy nor fear, which trained to kill heeds neither wound nor pain, and knows no other love save for its spear. I shall feel once again the searing heat of love in hearts that have long ceased to pulse, and with Mukunda shall captain the fleet of war canoes and storm Zimabaji's walls.
Hmm.
Here in these stories, still told by the old, I feel the soul and heartbeat of my race, which I cannot, in tales by strangers told, for these within my heart I have no place. The trees grow well and strong, O children mine, that hath its roots deep in the native earth. So honor always thy ancestral line and traditions of thy land of birth.
Yeah. I like the way that this is set up because it's what I get from it and what I understood or understand is it's the start of the telling of the oral histories. The grandfather is what's that word? Ooh, the word we struggled with is
Ubaba.
babamku. Yeah,
That's grandfather.
that's grandfather or grandmother. It's their like the Zulu people's system of um uh whatchamacallit. Let me double check my I don't wanna say this wrong. Zulu history, traditions. I'm just reading it over here. Yeah, it's the elders,
Oh, okay.
as far as I can tell. But if anyone's in the comments and they are oh, it's only grandfather. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Thank you very much, Pasam. Get Pasam. I know you're South African, and yeah. So this looks like the beginnings of the story told compared to the West, which is why I think America is mentioned. And what else?
This isn't
Oh,
his book, y'all. This book was written by Credo Mutwa.
yeah, Kreda Mutwa. He was. I think this book was first published in the 1960s, and he was outcast for telling the Zulu oral histories. I think this is the only living like
Oh, he was
book like
outcast for writing this down?
yeah, because you're not supposed to share this with the West or with anyone, in fact. But he believed, as far as I know, he believed that we must understand each other. That the white man must also be able to understand where the black man comes from, for him not to denigrate the African nation, the African people, specifically Zulu.
Oh, wow. I know he talked about in the beginning in his introduction, he tells how the oral traditions were passed down and how they chose the keeper of the stories, right? The keeper of the histories. And he did kind of mention that he was taking a chance by writing them down, but I didn't know he got exiled for it or excommunicated for it.
Yeah, so that's as far as I know, I have friends who had studied at the University of Cape Town, and this is what they learned. And they introduced the book to me, and I read it. And then with us reading it, I've done a little bit of research. But the problem is that it's really hard to find exactly what happened because it's the oral histories and because it's it's heavily guarded. But he does make the comparison with like the part where he talks about the landscape and the goats and all of that. It's all like little hints of what will happen in the future in this story. And I think you also mentioned Shaka. You probably got that part. King
No,
Shaka
who is?
Zulu.
Oh, Shaka Zulu. Okay.
Yeah, so that's what they say when it says Shaka. Shaka Zulu is mentioned there. Although there is some contention about like whether King Shaka was such a great um, leader as people thought, but I guess that's neither here nor there. The point is, it's the oral histories that we will begin to explore. Yeah,
And I wonder if we should read the introduction a
I
little
think,
bit.
yeah, I think so.
Okay. So he says many strange things have happened in Africa, things that have puzzled, disgusted, and shocked the world, especially in recent years, things for which the world has had little or no explanation, and things that can best be explained by first laying bare to the rest of humanity the strange working of the mind of the African. Many will find it hard to believe much of what I have revealed in this book, but I am not in the least concerned because whether I am believed or not, everything I write here is true. Much of what I shall reveal here will shock and anger many people, most of all my fellow Bantu, who resent having their doings and secrets exposed to foreigners. By writing many of the things I am becoming, in terms of our tribal laws, a traitor to my own race. And this is going to make me hold back much of what I should also reveal. Terrible as the stigma of traitor is, I shall risk burying it in the belief that what I am doing here will help my people in the end. Only time will tell whether I am right or wrong. There has been much suffering and bloodshed in Africa in recent years, bloodshed that has led to hatred and still more suffering. And the most pathetic thing about it is that much of this could have been prevented had the white rulers of Africa had a better knowledge and a better understanding of the way a black man's mind works than they do even now. Kenya's Mau Mau uprising, Angola's rebellion, the massacres in the Congo, riots and killings in South Africa, all soon to be written in blood permanently on the highway of human history, all soon to be written in bleached bones on the desert of time, all were started by one thing: the total lack of understanding between black and white, the utter failure of one race of human beings to understand what goes on in the minds of the other race. The saddest thing is that the misunderstanding is mostly on one side, the more powerful side, the white man's side. If any black man with a little knowledge of English, French, or Portuguese wants to study the white man, as I have done, all he has to do is to go to the nearest town and become a regular customer of one of the second-hand bookshops there. He must buy and read at least 20 different kinds of books and magazines a month for a period of no less than 10 years. He must read classics, philosophical works, and even cheap murder mysteries and science fiction. He must read Homer, Virgil, Aristotle, and the rest. He must turn the pages of Walter Scott, Voltaire, or Peter Cheney. He must read the newspapers with great care. Gradually, as the years pass, he will gain more or less of a clear understanding of the white man and his way of life, his hopes and ambitions. But few white people have ever bothered to study the African people carefully. And by this, I do not mean driving around the African villages, taking photographs of dancing tribesmen and women, and asking a few questions, and then going back and writing a useless book full of errors, wrong impressions, and just plain nonsense. Many of the books written by Europeans about Africans should be regulated to the dustbin. There are there are doctors, missionaries, and scientists who have spent years and years among Africans. Many of them can speak the local language better than the indigenous people, but what they know about them as human beings amounts to nothing. Many have studied the African only to compare him with the white man, intellectually, for instance. Many more have studied the African in order to find justification for the policies of the ruling group they work for and support. I once heard a well-known and respected white intellectual state that when Zulus perform a war dance before going into battle, they are dancing themselves into a frenzy of rage and showing what they are going to do to their enemies on the battlefield. This statement, logical though it may sound, is as far from the truth as the day star is far from the crawling on a rotten pumpkin. Another fallacy, dear to many people, both overseas and in South Africa, is that Africans practice polygamy as a sign of wealth and prestige. And if that is so, then I,
Uzamazulu.
Vasamazulu Matwa, am the favorite wife of the first High Chief of Ashanti. Ask any anthropologist in South Africa who was the greatest Zulu king, and he will reply instantly, Tashaka, of course. That is not so. Ashaka, was not the great chief white historians make him out to be. Thus, you see, what I am trying to achieve with this book, simply to lay the foundation for better understanding between two different types of human beings, by destroying wrong notions and false facts, and exposing much of what must be known at the risk of censure by both black and white people. There is a saying dear to lawyers that justice cannot be found on lies, and I think the same is true when human association and mutual trust and understanding. A marriage of persons who fear and distrust each other cannot long survive, nor can where the partners hold false ideas about each other. The same is true between races in any country. There can be no real understanding between them so long as neither has a clear picture of the other, what it really thinks, believes in, and hopes for, and why. You cannot found friendship on faulty guesswork, because guessing breeds suspicion, hate, and bloodshed. And there is much that is guesswork between black and white. Many of the so-called problems facing Africa today can be traced back to foolish acts on the part of one or the other,
Of
of the
two
two
races.
races in the past. I'm sorry, it's kind of dark in here. I need to turn the light up.
I can read for a bit if you want.
Yeah, thank you.
Many of the so-called problems facing Africa today can be traced back to the foolish acts on the part of one or other of the two races in the past. Acts that were the result of lack of understanding. Only by being presented with a full, clear, and unvarnished picture of the African, seen from his worst as well as his best side, can the white man hope to avoid repeating the incredible mistake he made in the past. Blunders that have cost Africa a lot of suffering and close to 3 million human lives in the short space of 10 years. Why so great is the lack of understanding between white and black that there are Africans, hundreds of them, who still believe in this jet and Sputnik age that white people never mate as common human beings do. I like this part. That white women do not bear their children in the painful way black mamanas bear their... How do you say this word? Now I'm confused. P-I-C...
I think it's the Pickaninnies.
Yeah, I think that's Pekingese. Yeah, I didn't want to screw that up. So, bear their Pekingese, but that they lay shining glass eggs that hatch out little buanas a day after being laid. Surprising? Maybe, but it's true. Thousands of black people in Rhodesia and Portuguese East Africa attribute godlike and terrible powers to whites. They believe that white people are the sons of some great living flower that grows somewhere under the restless, cold, passionless seas, and that blonde Europeans are half human and half plant. Because, they argue, who ever saw yellow hair on a human head, yellow hair like that which one sees on the head of a mealie cob? Mealie is corn cob. So great is the lack of understanding between black and white in Africa that there are white men who refuse to accept the fact that a black man is a human being like the Indian, the colored, the Chinese, and the European himself. They would rather die than accept the fact that there are black artists, sculptors, builders, teachers, and the like. These people believe nothing else about Africans but that they are lazy, stupid, stubborn creatures, something between an ape and a human being. In my travels through South Africa and beyond, I met hundreds of such white men and women. Hence this book. You cannot fight an evil disease with sweet medicine, is the saying popular amongst the witch doctors, and one cannot hope to cure a putrid malady like interracial hatred and misunderstanding by mincing words. So, I warn readers that they are in for a nasty shock. This is not a book for people who prefer hypocrisy to fact.
So
In
hold on.
this
So let
book,
me ask a quick question. So she said she's a witch doctor, right? Like she says us witch doctor. So is she identifying as a witch doctor herself?
Credo Mutua,
Yeah, she
the
says.
author, the
Mm-hmm.
author is yeah, he's a witch doctor.
Oh, okay. So when okay, so this is a male. So when he says I am the wife, when he says, and if that is so, then I Vasmazula Matwa am the favorite wife of the first high chief. So this is a male, not a woman writing.
This is a male, yes, writing, and I think what I assume from this, and I should do more research on this actually, but what I assume from this is that based on the understanding of the white man, then I am the wife of the high chief of the Ashanti.
Oh, okay, okay. He was being sarcastic there.
Yeah, that's what I read from it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Where
Okay.
did
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
where did we stop? Interracial.
So I warn readers that they are in for a nasty shock.
All right. Yeah. So I warn readers that they are in for a nasty shock. This is not a book for people who prefer hypocrisy to fact. In this book, the love life of many African tribes will be openly and frankly discussed, as will their religious beliefs, their crafts, and so forth. In later chapters, you will read about the African peoples of the present time, their strange and varied reactions to civilizations, and also what they think about events in Africa today. You will read about many things that have been deliberately withheld from the world, things that are common knowledge to all African people within the shores of this continent. In offering this information to the world, I do not claim it be the last word, the book to end all books. I intend this book to be the forerunner of many more to come, and one to pave the way for other African writers, some of whom may have amassed much more knowledge of our fatherlands and of course of their lives than I have done. As I also said at the outset, the second most important purpose of this book is to shatter many fallacies that have become accepted as facts through the years, for the simple reason that nobody has ever questioned their accuracy or dared to give the other side of the story, as for instance, the facts in the case of the killing of the white voortrekker Pieter Retief by the Zulu king Dingana, which I shall disclose in a subsequent chapter. Any questions?
Yeah, like so maybe I don't even know who that is. And so basically this is a tell-all book. There are things that happened on the continent that the leaders in Africa and the leaders in Europe decided that the rest of the world didn't need to know.
Basically, yeah. So basically the same as like the victor is the one that writes the history. Mm-hmm. And that's the history that we believe. So do you specifically mean like the Piet Retief, that the white voortrekker person?
Yeah, what is that?
So the voortrekkers, let me just make sure that I don't lie about this. I know I learned about this. So the voortrekker is like a small group of European settlers who migrated to I think South Africa during like, what is it, the 19th century? So like early 1800s, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a Dutch word, and voortrekker basically just means like settlers, means like movers, something like that. And they were the people that, let me double check. Yeah. So they were the people that started the settlers in South Africa, that brought in the Dutch. And towards, I don't know if you know where the Orange River is. The Orange Free State,
No.
possibly.
No.
Yeah, so there's an event called, let me just give an overview. There was an event that was identified by history as like the Great Trek, which is the northward migration of the Dutch-speaking settlers who traveled by wagons and trails. So these big wagons that actually my great-great-grandfather, my mother was telling a story about this wagon that he had moved with his wife because he had married a black woman or had children with a black woman, that he was kicked out of the Northern Cape and then into Namibia, which is where I was born many years later. And yeah, so that's a little link to my history. But basically, the Voortrekkers were Dutch settlers.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then Get Psalm said there's still a lot of history regarding the apartheid that was kept on the low. And
Oh, yeah.
okay, and this book is this historian is telling that stuff in this book.
Yeah, he's sharing
Okay.
a lot of that stuff. The first half of the book most of the book is very much culture, Zulu, and the oral traditions and histories. Yeah, and then we get into the other stuff later.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Should I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. In order to best understand this book, the reader should be given a glimpse into the life of the author. I am a native of South Africa, a Zulu from the province of Natal. My father is a former Catholic. How do you say that word?
Catechist.
Catechist. What is that?
I think it's the document that they use to answer questions about the Catholic religion. Like it's pre-decided doctrine, and it's what the Catholics use to answer, like what is sin, or who is Jesus, who is Mary. So, like I guess he was one of the ones that worked on that, I guess.
Yeah, I would. So his father was obviously also then. Ooh, I don't want to.
Peace called it a Catholic apologist.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So, I am a native of South Africa, a Zulu from the province of Natal. My father is a former Catholic catechist from the turbulent district of Embo in the south of Natal. Now, I don't know where Embo is exactly. So, I think, yeah, I'm confused about this because what I just know is like it means ancient, but because it's capitalized, it's a proper noun. So it's a place in the south of Natal. My mother, no, let me double check this. Nomabunu. My mother, Nomabunu, is the daughter of Zico Zezi, an Induana and veteran of the Battle of Ulundi. Yes, Ulundi, which ended the Zulu War. He was also a confirmed high witch doctor and a custodian of the relics of our tribe and guardian to our tribe's history. So, as people may know, the witch doctor is even still today is still a prevalent thing in African culture. It's very much still deeply rooted within African culture.
And is it an honor, like, for when he says that his mother is the daughter of this high witch doctor, a custodian of the relics of the Zulu tribe and guardian of the tribal history? It's an honor to be chosen for that role and to come from that family.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's an honor to be chosen and confirmed. Yeah.
Okay.
Because my mother, a heathen, refused to be converted to Christianity, my parents parted just after I was born. I grew up under the protection of my grandfather and was initiated as his attendant who carried his medicine bags for him, thus sharing some of his forbidden secrets. In 1828, my father
1928.
came. Oh, sorry, 1920. In 1928, my father came and asked permission of my grandfather to take me away, and because of my being an illegitimate child and therefore a disgrace to Zico's family, my grandfather, Zico himself, agreed despite my mother's protests. My father and stepmother, their 3 children, and I came to the Transvaal in the middle of the same year. We lived on a farm beyond Potchefstroom my father being a laborer there, and it was here in 1932 that my step-brother Emmanuel died after being whipped by the farmer, my father's employer, under circumstances which are best left undisclosed. For the next 20 years, we lived on different farms, and then lastly at the mine where my father still works today as a carpenter. This mine is in the southern suburbs of Johannesburg. So this was still in the 1960s, yes, as I assume. No? 1950s. Wait. Yeah, about
Yeah,
1950. Yeah.
1950.
In 1954, I found myself employed in one of Johannesburg's leading curio? Sorry, I'm confused with that word.
Yeah, curio shops.
Curio shops. Oh, yeah. Curio shops. A shop specializing in African art. Except for 6 months when I was working in a pottery firm, I have been employed there ever since. Being an amateur artist of sorts, I traveled quite widely in the country of my birth. First with Catholic priests in 1946 and 1948, and then with my present employer in 1958. On returning from Rhodesia that year, I visited my mother and grandfather in Zululand after more than 30 years, and at their command, I renounced Christianity and underwent the ceremony of purification in order to begin training as a witch doctor and also in preparation for assuming the post of custodian of our sacred tribal relics in the event of my grandfather's death. So just a side note. So the fact that he is actually a witch doctor or was actually a witch doctor makes this, I think, even more dangerous for him to share the oral histories like this.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they let the book be published.
I think in this case, and I'm just throwing an idea out there, I think in this case, the fact that at the time, book publishing was probably controlled by the apartheid government, so the white government, they probably didn't understand why this should not be published.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody said they assume he went to Europe to get it published.
Oh, that could also be true. I wonder if we look at the publishing, what does it say? New York. Yeah, it's published in New York.
Okay, so he came to America to get it published. So there's another question from Linda Way says, as a witch doctor, does he mean Sangoma? What is that?
Yes, it means Sangoma. It's the same as witch doctor, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, the book was originally published in Johannesburg, South Africa in 1964.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, and then later in America. Let's continue. I have now completed my training as a medicine man and have gained a lot of knowledge. Oh, I lost my space. Knowledge that I shall lay out in this book. In March 1960, a young Basotho woman who I loved and hoped to wed in place of my present faithless spouse was among those who died when police fired on the crowd at Sharpeville near Vereniging. On the night before she was to be buried, her parents...
Look how he talked about his credit. He said...
You know, right?
Yeah. He said, I have now completed my training. He said, in March 1960, a young Basotho woman whom I loved and hoped to have wed in place of my present faithless spouse.
Yeah, I also chuckled at that.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, was among those who died when the police fired on the crowd at Sharpeville near Vereniging. On the night before, she was to be buried, her parents, her brother, and 2 sisters, and 3 of their children, cut off tufts of their hair and threw them into the still open coffin, swearing to avenge her if it took them a million years, even if they should die in doing so. I took what is called a chief's great blood oath, cutting a vein in my hand, the left one, and letting 10 drops of blood flow into one of the gaping bullet wounds that defiled her dark, brown, slender body, swearing to tell the truth about the Bantu people and so save many of my countrymen the agony of the bereavement we felt. I swore to do this, come imprisonment, torture, or death, and even if the very fires of hell or the cold of eternal darkness stood in my way. Now that is very powerful. You can tell that
Yeah.
he was very passionate about this.
Yeah.
And the fact that he mentions the fires of hell and the cold eternal darkness, I guess there's also reference to the oral histories here, because I can see a theme already. Let me continue. The book is only the beginning of the fulfillment of my oath, an oath whose keeping has become the only purpose of my why can't I say that word? Intolerable, there we go. Purpose of my intolerable life, and which will still be binding on my children and their children's children. So, even if this manuscript is destroyed, I shall write other words like it until one of them does get published, be it after my death.
Okay.
I think that's the end of the introduction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's the reason the book was written. And then the very first poem that we read was This I Choose. And he's explained, he kind of is just giving again why he's telling in this poem, he's just again telling why he's decided to tell the oral stories. That's what This I Choose is about. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's gather around, it's time to listen, because there's so much history between that time, what does it say? The beginning up until now. So yeah, before the white man came, when they came, and after they've been here. Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like it's going to be a juicy story. Well, not story, like a juicy book.
Yeah. I have a lot written down. Actually, I didn't even do any notes on that first poem. I started with The Sacred Story of the Tree of Life. Now that is my favorite thing, because I have, like, as a child, always been very intrigued by the Tree of Life, but like the version of the Tree of Life that we know is vastly different to what the Zulu culture has.
Let's see. Let's do this. I do see there's one person in the guest box, so we have about a good 7 minutes before 4 a.m. before people start waking up. So I'm gonna read it right quick.
Okay.
Okay. No stars were there. No. Oh, this is called The Sacred Story of the Tree of Life. Okay. The self-created. No stars were there. No sun, neither moon nor earth. Nothing existed but darkness itself. A darkness everywhere. Nothing existed but nothingness. A nothingness neither hot nor cold, dead nor alive. A nothingness far worse than nothing, and frightening in its uttering nothingness. For how long this nothingness lasted, no one will ever know, and why there was nothing but nothing is something we must never try to learn. Nothingness had been floating, for no one knows how long, upon the invisible waters of time, that mighty river with neither source nor mouth, which was, which is, and ever shall be. Then one day, or is it right to say one day, the river time desired nothingness, like a flesh and blood male beast desires his female partner. And as a result of this strangest mating of time and nothingness, a most tiny, nigh invisible spark of living fire was born. Oh, so he's saying time and nothingness mated.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow.
Already it's juicy.
Yeah. This tiny, so tiny spark of fire could think, and grew conscious of its lonely state. No one nor nothing could hear its cries. In the lonely depths of utter nothingness, like forlorn a babe lost and in despair and cold dark forest. I exist. I am what I am. Now that's crazy, because those are the words that Yahweh says.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, we could talk about this forever, but let's go on.
Okay. Was the living thought that I pulsed through the mind of the tiny spark as it wildly flew through the dark, trying to flee from where there was no escape, trying to evade the lifeless, empty, dark, and utter nothingness. It was like a tiny firefly lost in a dark cave, neath a berg, from where it could never escape. I must either grow or end my life, thought the spark at long, long last. If nothingness wishes to engulf me in my present size and state, then I must increase my size till I equal that of nothingness. There was nothing for the spark to feed upon and grow, so it fed upon itself and grew in size until at last its mother nothingness became aware of its unwelcome presence and decided to destroy it. Nothingness at first had tried to smother it in darkness, which is the enemy of light, but the spark resisted brighter and became yet brighter. Then nothingness cast a spell of cold upon the spark, cold, a deadly foe of heat. But this induced the spark to grow, only hotter and yet more hot. The living spark did grow and grew until at last it equaled nothingness in size, and to sustain itself, proceed with growth, it devoured its mother, nothingness, and digested her with the most awful flash of light that anyone or anything had ever chanced to see. I am what I am, it boasted. But river time. Well, hold on. Did you know
Yeah.
that they tried to bring a god into Egypt named Nothing? The Nothing?
I did not know that. Whoa.
Yeah, like, and it's interesting that this Nothing is like, I am what I am. Like, and okay, but River Time was very cross with what the spark had done, and quickly sent the spirit code to fight the spark outright. A mighty battle soon ensued, in which the spark, now a universal warring flame, which filled the sky with many soaring tongues, tried to melt Cold's spirit and devour it complete. While Cold is spicy spirit blew its cold, wet breath into the flame, but it only turned a portion of the flame into cold white ash. And this ferocious battle, which started so long ago, today still rages, unabating, and shall yet proceed, till time shall cease to flow. And the wise men of the tribes relate that if the flame one day shall win, all that exists shall perish, and one consuming fire, while if victory goes to the spirit of cold, all living things shall freeze to death. May the Great Spirit, who is Lord Almighty and paramount chief of all, grant that neither flame nor cold shall ever win the war. Because whosoever beats the other, the sun, the moon, the earth, and stars, and all that lives shall cease to be. May both antagonists fight forth for everlasting time, because on their unceasing conflict all life depends. From the still warm ashes, wounds and flames existence, inflicted in battle by the spirit of cold, there arose the great Mother Ma, the very first goddess of human shape, the all-knowing, omniscient, most merciful goddess Ma, had created herself by the Great Spirit's wish, who, displeased with the wasteful and senseless war between the flame and the cold, had come from far beyond the 10 gates of eternity to bring order to the universe. So the
I
creator of the
think
universe of the Zulu nation was a female god.
exactly. Oh, well, it doesn't necessarily. So wait, let's just recount because I think that's
Well,
a
it
great
says
place.
goddess. It says the merciful
Right.
goddess.
Yeah. So
So
there
that
was,
was a female god?
yes, it was a female god. But before it was like there was nothingness, right? So it was
Mm-hmm.
time, which was time in the river, which has no, sex. They made it to form the spark, the living spark, and the living spark grew and then wanted and then consumed its mother, right? Or its what
Right.
we assume, yeah. And then
So this God has brought order to the universe, kind of like in Genesis, Yahweh, the God in Genesis 1 is bringing order to the universe through by subduing chaos. They're saying that God is Ma. In the Zulu nation, it's this God is named Ma that brings order to the universe. After
yeah,
but 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 things were already created from
yeah.
time and nothing.
From time and nothing. Yeah, exactly. So Ma came out of the. It says there on page 7, from the still warm ashes, wounds in flames existence, inflicted in battle by the spirit of cold. There arose great Mother Ma. So that battle between the flame and the cold, that spark, that she arose from that battle.
Oh, okay. So flame and cold would be the parents of this goddess Ma.
Yes, that took
Okay.
the yes, but also does it mention? It mentions.
It says the 10 gates of eternity had come from the 10 between flame and cold, had come from far beyond the 10 gates of eternity to bring order to the universe. The all-knowing, omniscient, most merciful goddess Ma had created herself by the great spirit's wish,
So
who
the great. So continue, yeah.
um who, displeased with the wasteful and senseless war between the flame and the cold, had come from far beyond the 10 gates of eternity to bring order to the universe.
So what it sounds like to me is that the Great Spirit is like the all-round governing God, who is Lord. If you look on page 7, there's the fourth paragraph. It says, "May the Great Spirit, who is Lord Almighty." That I'm like questioning that line. It's like that always existed. It looks to me.
Yeah. And then it says the very first goddess of human shape is
Yes.
the
So
all-knowing, omniscient, most merciful goddess Ma. So the very first goddess of human shape in the Zulu nation was female.
is a woman. Yeah, was a
Okay.
female. Yeah, yeah. And wait till
So,
you get to describing what she looks like. Oh, that's exciting.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now Ma, the great mother, began to execute commands of Unuku.
Ukul-
Say it.
ukuluku. I wrote this out and to practice saying it, and now I forgot. So it's nkulukulu.
Nukulukulu.
Yes.
Okay. Now Ma, the great mother, began to execute commands of Unukulukulu, the great spirit. So that's the name of the great spirit.
Yeah.
Okay. From the sparks that flame shot out, she created the stars, the sun, and the body on which we stand. We shall relate anon from whence the moon. Although immortal, the great mother was cursed with strange desires and feelings, which afterwards she passed to man and beast alike. These are feelings strange to immortals, like anger, hunger, jealousy, and misery, or love and lust, and craving for luscious food. With such desires, the great mother Ma was cursed, and they were like diseases within her being. And because of this, the storytellers, the wise men of the tribes, depict her as the imperfect, undying one. That is why wood carvers throughout this continent always make their carvings of her imperfect. That is so crazy.
But have you seen those?
No.
Oh
Hold
yeah,
on.
I
Let
grew
me
up
let me
seeing
look them
them.
up right quick. What?
Yeah.
So I just Google the goddess Ma.
Goddess Ma. Let me double check. I'll do it with you. Goddess Ma figurine Zulu. I
Oh,
have
she's
seen.
beautiful. Like does it look She looks beautiful to me. Hold on. So, oh, I see. They either give her like a eye that doesn't
That's like off, or
yeah.
one that's too big, or one
But
that's too
that's my
small.
aunt. That's not the
There you
goddess
go.
Ma. Wait, my
Well,
aunt is the goddess Ma? They're
oh,
the same?
I don't think they're the same. Because I have seen these figures. Oh, I see what you mean. No, I have seen these figures in some shops and some like tourist shops specifically, and I don't know how accurate they are. But they don't look anything like this. We need to find one specific one. Um, yeah, this what I can find is not what I've seen before.
Oh, okay. Maybe they're not. Maybe why? So that's interesting that they don't show it. That
It's
like
not.
there's nothing online like that.
Yeah, yeah. We need to find something. Yeah, I think I need to do some more research. I have some friends I can actually contact that now live in China, um,
Okay.
that I can contact to ask for that. Yeah, I'll make a note of that, and we can. I'll try and send you a picture so we can show people.
Yeah, because like now I'm wondering, like we can find images of different cultures online all the time, and like this, like why this is not like there's not a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So back to the reading. All right. Where do we leave off?
Imperfect, and then either leg.
Okay. Oh, either a leg is shown deformed, or one breast must it's much bigger than the other. Hands of unequal size. It is from the great mother Ma that we mortal souls and our brothers the beast inherited all our faults. Imperfect seed bring forth imperfect plants. When the great mother Ma had finished creating the stars, the sun, and the earth, she seated herself on the mountain of iron, Taba Zembi, to rest and await the great spirit's further instructions. So she rested too when she got done.
Yeah, and
And
she,
wait,
yeah,
and how
exactly.
old is this tradition?
Oh my gosh, this tradition, it he doesn't even say. I think this is, yeah, I can't tell you.
It's older than before the Europeans came with Yahweh and the
Yeah,
Hebrew
it's older
tradition.
than that. Yes, definitely older than that.
It's interesting. It was while she thus was sitting that a strange feeling came over her, a feeling she could not interpret. But loneliness now we know it had been, and she wept most bitterly. So long and so loud did the goddess cry that the very stars trembled and fell from the sky, while the tears that the goddess shed flowed in a great lake at her feet, flowed across the land in all directions. You're going to have to say this, what?
Oh no, it's just the forming
Okay.
moment.
Forming murmuring streams and the mighty rivers we see today. Why did they put that all as one word?
I think it looks like one word, but I think the spacing is tiny because it has to be in one sit. It has to be in one
Okay.
sentence.
Okay. At last the great spirit commanded the goddess to end her queer emotional display and to repair the damage done to earth by falling stars and floods of tears, and then continue with creating a perfect universe from chaos. No, cried Ma through her flood of tears, far greater than that of the Musawatunya, the falls that tumble in the river Zambezi.
Yeah, so
No. Go
that
ahead.
was the name of the river, the Zambezi River is what they call. No,
Zambezi.
sorry. Yeah, no, wait, far greater than that of the Musiwatunya, the falls that tumble in the river Zambezi. So it's the Zambezi Falls. That's what it's called.
Oh, okay. So that exists today, the Zambezi Falls?
Yeah. It
Okay.
exists here.
No, never. I shall not move from where I am until I have a champion to work with. It is not clear that I am utterly lonely. Who can I talk to in my lonely hours? Those barren plains, these silent craggy mountains, those stupid stars that twinkle foolishly at me. Where is the sense in ordering me to create these useless things anyway? Those stars, the sun, and this miserable bowl called earth. Who am I? And how long will I work here creating all this utterly senseless rubbish? Far from beyond eternity's borders, where no god or goddess or demon can ever go, came the great spirit's cold and hollow and unemotional voice. It howled like a tempest through the star-spangled skies, like thunder upon the plains, re-echoing through the valleys and gorges, and shaking the great barren crags like trees in a gale, bolt after bolt of crash lightning tore across the shrieking skies. Howling cyclones swept the rocky plains, while mighty earthquakes sent the mountains roaring to the level with the ground, while plains were upwards heaved to form new mountain ranges. The shattered world, not yet defiled by human beings, by grass and trees and beasts, was cringing and shuddering before the awe-inspiring voice of the highest of the very high. Being most imperfect, listen to the voice of the Lord and Master. I beseech thee to create, and my commands are not for thee to question. Thy duty is to do and not to doubt. Thy duty is to obey without a murmur. Thou shalt do what I command thee to do, whether thou seest the reason or not. The purpose behind the creation of all the universe is known to me alone, and with me it shall rest a secret till the end of time. Proceed to create as I command, without a delay. The goddess rose and stood on the summit of Mount Tabazembe,
Yeah.
the eternal iron mountain. She stood erect, a pillar of incredible beauty, such as no mortal has ever or will ever see. Her golden glittering eyes pierced the dark of the starry sky and peered into the remotest reaches of infinity, where, far, oh so far away, she could vaguely discern the blaze of light, the formless, ageless, immortal
Unkulukulu.
Un- Unkulukulu,
Yes.
the highest of the high. Slowly, Ma raised her luminous hands to the heavens. The sorrow and pity she felt over her great loneliness evaporating to the seven winds, and opening her silvery lips she spoke. Thou hast spoken, O Great Spirit, and I have heard. As a tool and a toy in thy hand, I shall obey forthwith the every command for better or worse. A dreadful silence fell upon the earth, and the troubled heavens were stilled, while the sea, which had been devouring with its waves vast areas of land, retreated to the coast, shamefully like a boy caught in an act of naughtiness. For the first time in its existence, the universe had heard the voice of the great, the supremely high. As the great red sun went to rest beyond the jagged mountains, and the drifting clouds caught his fiery light on their bellies, the first goddess heard his voice once again. O imperfect being, your wish for a partner shall soon be granted. The silvery goddess' golden luminous eyes lit with the glow of joy so intense, the only a goddess can feel and still live, while the roaring liquid fire flowing through her crystal veins grew hotter and roared through her quivering body with greater, far greater fury than that of the waters that the thunder over Kabura Bassa rapids. Her chest so heavily laden with four immense breasts, each with a sharp pointed nipple of emerald green, heaved as she let out a gusty sigh over her heartfelt relief. The heat of her breath, which could vaporize elephants, left her dilated nostrils and wide open mouth, and three shimmering jets, which merged in a cloud of red hot searing luminance. Great master, she asked, what manner of companion wilt thou send me? You are what in future shall be known as a female, and your opposite shall be your companion, a male. A male? Asked the goddess, bathing in pools of intense visible joy. What shall this, O master, this male be like in appearance? Will it share my beauty with me? Verily, thundered the Almighty Spirit, across the boundless reaches of infinity, in my presence nothing is ugly, nothing beautiful. Great one, insisted Ma, her curiosity smothering her being complete. Surely your child has the right to know more about the companion you hold as a prospect for her. Of what use will he be to me? He shall bring contentment to you, and both you and he will bring forth life upon earth. But what will he look like? The over-curious goddess insisted. Will he be something as lovely as I? To which the Great Spirit made no reply. What will he look like? Insisted Ma. How can I recognize him? He will be conscious, though unlike yourself. More I refuse to disclose. The goddess retired forthwith to her sanctuary under the hill to rest a while but not sleep. For gods and goddesses never slept. Her mind was full of lovely dreams of her future companion male, and curiosity burnt through her soul as she wondered at what he could be and what contentment he would bring her. But above all she wished that he'd be a being as beautiful as herself, in spite of the indifference foretold. She patiently waited with burning flames of desire as the night wore on. The goddess, who ate particular kinds of metal for food, felt hungry indeed, and leaving her cave, searched through the plains of her favorite dish, The fish
The first.
the first thing she found was, however, a piece of tasteless, unpalatable granite, which she spat in a donga disgruntledly. She continued to search, and her appetite finally stilled. She returned to impatiently await the dawn. Then, when the first days of light burst over the many famed range to the east, and the mountains cast sharp shadows over the plains, the goddess heard an awful voice calling out hoarsely at her. Come, O my mate, I await thee here. And the shimmering silvery goddess arose with a cry of immeasurable joy, and not heeding the regular exit, she burst through the side of the hill, and the mist-roaring boulders, thundering clouds of blinding dust. She held her arms outstretched. My mate, you Her voice faded out in gasping silence. As hungry limbs reached out with might from the billowing dust, her lithe, slivery form, and oh great spirit, how horrible they were! They were not arms like her own, but those of great creeping vines, whose very bark was studded with jagged pieces of granite and diamonds and iron ore, a horrible mineral display. These branches, as they'll henceforth be called, sprang with a host of others from the top of a monstrous trunk resembling the biggest baobab tree that ever grew on earth. From the middle of the monstrous trunk bulged dozens of bloodshot eyes, which burnt with a lecherous hunger, while beneath them grinned a wicked mouth with 1,000 pointed fangs. Now and then a long green tongue, like the hide of a crocodile, would lick the granite lips. Wait,
Ugh,
is this the male?
that's the male.
That's the
That's the male.
male?
The
Oh
Great
my
Spirit
god.
was. He
What?
did her so bad for that.
Oh my gosh.
We have two and a half more pages left.
Okay.
Yeah.
From some of the tree's branches grew great udders which oozed a golden honey-like fluid. Unlike the ordinary tree, this one had roots which it used like a crab or a spider to move from one place to the other, and the sight alone of those crawling living roots scrabbling over the rock-hard plain as they moved was enough for the mountains to shudder. Come, my beloved, come to me, roared the tree, and drew the goddess close, and with its rock-studded mouth bruised her silvery lips with a savage kiss. I am the tree of life, thy mate. I desire thee. Ew, shrieked Ma. It cannot be! My mate, you are not my companion. No! Release me, you ugly, most monstrous thing! Release you? While I only just caught you. You, my heart's desire. I did not catch you only to release you. What? What? Grasped the goddess, as more and more branches held her fast beyond all hope. And here, my dear reader, I shall, as the saying goes, cut the fowl's beak, leaving the rest to your most respected imagination. Suffice it to say that in astonished moments that followed, the goddess had
Agonized.
very good cause, huh?
Agonized. In agonized moment.
Suffice to say that in agonized moments that followed, the goddess had very good cause to regret her folly of requesting the Almighty Spirit to grant her a wish of her own. When the tree of life released her at last, the thoroughly frightened Ma fled madly across the plains with loud shrieks to the Great Spirit with entreaties to rid her of a most unpleasant mate. But the reply that the first goddess got was, You have had your wish. What more do you want? You may wonder, dear reader, how the goddess managed her escape. Well, the tree had pursued her relentlessly, with all its tremendous bulk. Like any young man who had no wish to see even his metaphysical bride escape and return to his mother-in-law, do not the wise ones say that they who have for the first time tasted the nectar-filled cup of love never let it drop undrained? So over plain and valley and over the hills and down many a cruel mountainside fled the terrified goddess, and racing forth, now on the ground on her silvery feet, now through the air like a bird of prey. But no matter how far and how fast she fled, the tree of life kept close on her heels, until at last both pursuer and pursued reached the bleak, barren wastelands which in future years became known to mortals as Kalahari. By now the great tree was on fire with love, but tired nevertheless, while his quarry, urged by the cold breath of fear, was still as fresh as ever. At, at long last, after many years of flight and pursuit, both goddess and tree plunged headlong in the waters of Lake Makarikari. And it was here that Ma streaked through the water like some silvery luminous fish, and then soared like an owl through the night sky, while below her mate, the tree of life, waddled in the mud of the lake. Here it was that the imperfect immortal very nearly made good her escape, but here too a flash of pure inspiration tore through the sluggish brain of the tree. Acting fast on a chance idea, it scooped a mighty mound of rock and clay and sand from the bottom of the lake, and he rolled it into a mighty ball, greater in size than Kilima Nahara itself. Then in one
Kilimanjaro.
Say it again.
Kilimanjaro, which is like a massive mountain in Kenya, greater than the size of Mount Kilimanjaro, is what it's saying.
Okay. Then in one lightning movement of all his branches combined, he hurled this formidable missile skyward at the object of his love, now almost one with the stars. Then he tried to kill her, take her out with a fucking rock. Straight and true. The size of a fucking mountain. Straight and true went the soaring ball, and the next thing the fugitive goddess felt was a great blow on the back of her silvery head, and she plunged through the air, limp and unconscious, but still of unearthly beauty. The great ugly tree spread its manifold arms to save her in her headlong fall. "My dearest beloved," he gurgled. The great ball, he fucks her up, and then he goes and saves her. The great ball rebounded from the goddess's head and went into orbit as the moon of today. Oh my gosh! So the moon is the ball that hit the goddess Ma in the head.
Yep.
Wow.
That's so cool.
I think I like Zulu's creation story better than the Hebrew creation story. It's
Much more imaginative.
Yeah. The great ball rebounded from the goddess's head and went into orbit as the moon of today. And the great spirit in his almighty wisdom with radiance declared it the guardian of love, to regulate the love of gods and of men and beasts and birds and fishes yet to come. Today, all the tribes of this dark continent respect the power of the holy missile. It's called the holy missile. Wow. And its influence upon all our lives and love. Drums still beat, and most secret rituals are performed, and dark forests in honor of that missile, which helped to restore the very first marriage between our goddess Ma and our most sacred tree, the tree of life. Even today, as in all ages past, the moon makes lovers seek each other's arms, and wives the company of their children's fathers. Great is the power of the moon, and who dares to doubt it? Lo, thus sang the holy singers of Kariba, whenever the full moon rises and turns the timeless Zambezi into a dazzling serpent of shimmering liquid silver and gold. O missile, which through the starry sky at fleeing Ma the tree of life let fly, shed still on earth by heatless silver light, and let all the things feel love's consuming might. Shoot burning darts into the lion's soul, make him forget to stalk the zebra's foal, and turn him back to where beneath the trees his mate awaits, and there to find release from unpleasant anguish. Bid the warring king forget a while his bloody lance and cling to his beloved of the pointed breast. Command the north, the south, the east, and the west to pause from war and thieving and to love. I fucking love their creation story better.
Much better. I don't know if you got that, and just trigger warning to people in the with people listening. But when he says that I'll leave up to you, like up to your imagination, what happens when the tree of life first catches Ma? What do you think that is?
I think. Wait, he didn't grape her? Did he?
That is what happened. That
That's
is what
I
I.
thought. So he did grape her. I thought he just caught her and like helped her.
No, that's why she ran away and she kept trying to get away from him.
That's grape.
Yeah, that is one horrible part there that I was like, oh shit. Yeah, that's at least what I've been told and what I've understood and what I've read and the people that have studied it. So, yeah.
Hold on, I gotta read that part again.
It's on page
Hold on. It's
14.
on.
It's like the middle.
Yeah.
Page 14. Yeah.
Which stanza is it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
When the tree of life released her at last.
Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Sorry, 4.
For
Yeah.
what
What?
grasped the goddess as more and more branches held her fast beyond all hope. And here, my dear reader, I shall, as the saying goes, cut the fowl's beak, leaving the rest to your most respected imagination. Suffice it to say that in agonized
Agonized.
moments, in agonized moments that followed, the goddess had very good cause to regret her folly of requesting the Almighty Spirit to grant her a wish of her own.
Yeah.
Like where, what's making it say that it was great?
Because it says, suffice to say that in agonized moments that followed, agonized being it's painful or it hurts, moments that followed, right?
Oh, I thought it meant that she was disappointed.
Agonized.
Suffice to say that in agonized moments that followed, the goddess, hold on, great, as more and more branches held her fast beyond all hope.
Beyond
And
all hope,
here,
language like that.
yeah, and here, my dear reader, I shall, as the saying goes, cut the fowl's beak.
Because
Leave.
agonized is like
That is
suffering, right?
wild.
Agonizing
It
pain.
could be like, yeah, yeah, like sometimes like having it's agonizing to have conversations with believers sometimes, but like I didn't necessarily think that it was great, but it makes sense now. I thought
Yeah.
she was running away because he was ugly, and like she was like disappointed that he had caught up to her, and that they did have like a moment, but I didn't think sex. But yeah,
Yeah.
it makes sense now.
Yeah, especially the part that she says the goddess had very good cause to regret her folly of requesting the Almighty Spirits to give her a wish of her own. So that great regret for her is what happened caused her great regret.
So the male here is somewhat like the thing that brings the violence, like her wish to not be alone. The God gives her, like he kind of did her
He did her
dirty, like
wrong.
he did her dirty.
Yeah, the Great Spirit. Yeah, he did her very dirty.
Yeah.
Because he said, "Don't question me," and then she requested something from him, and then this is how what he says it is. You know what this is his gift. It's kind of like a punishment.
And so he's even, the Great Spirit is even an asshole in the Zulu nation.
That's also what I think.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so the creator of life is still, it's female, and
Mm-hmm.
then the male version of is like the misogynistic, sex crazed, violent, like the way that they describe, like he's gross and you know.
Yeah, gross, warlike, violent. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the Great Mother Ma, she had like the human body. She was beautiful, sparkling. She was valuable with like the jewels. The way that
She had
she
four
looked.
breasts
She had four
with
breasts.
emerald nipples.
And she could transform. She could like be a fish, and she could be, she could soar through the air like an owl or like a bird. And so she had, I would say, they both had power. I think she had her. Yeah, they both had power. That's different, but it looks like, and
But
the
the
way
way
that
that he was like sleuthy though, like
Luffy,
the fact that his branches moved like crabs, like he just
the
like
spider's
he's the
legs.
evil that was introduced into it. But also she was flawed because she had human emotions too. So the way they say, oh, she's imperfect because she had desires, she was jealous, she had anger, right? And I think
Yeah,
we see
exactly.
that a lot when we're talking to believers. And so it's interesting that that is also seen as a flaw, like a human flaw uh, in the Zulu religious system. Like a lot of times we get believers say, like they don't know how to handle emotion, right?
Yeah,
It's not seen as a valuable part of the human nature. It's seen as the thing that makes the human bad. And I think it can make. I think that a balance is. I think emotion in humans can be a good thing, and it could be a bad thing. Like I find it interesting that most religious systems depict them as being the thing that makes the human imperfect.
yeah, and specifically also the woman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah. I would,
it didn't give the man emotions.
yeah, which
The only emotion they had was lust.
exactly. That's the only, and I think and I'm not Zulu, so I can't speak for Zulu culture, but I do think that, or if there's anyone that could say anything or contribute to that part of the conversation, I think that there is uh, like a different way that you have to treat the Zulu man compared to the Zulu woman.
How is that? Like, okay, so they're not depicting. They still, even though they depict her as a goddess, and this tree is not a god, right?
It is technically a god also.
It never
You
used that word with it.
later, well, the way that it acts, it
It
has the
has
same
power, right?
power. So perhaps, yeah, maybe a demigod.
Because
Yeah,
she
that's
still
that.
has power over it, right?
Well, I don't know if I can say much without giving away the future of the story. Like, yeah, at least I don't
I'm
see.
sure she loses her power like Eve did. Like it's interesting because in with the Adam and Eve story, one thing that we don't talk about a lot in the Adam and Eve story is that Eve was not created to be a subordinate to the male, right? She was created a step above him, right?
Mm.
Right, like somewhat similar to what the God was supposed to be to, what the God identifies himself to the children of Israel, right? But then when she's cursed, there's a like the it flips, right? So then her desire becomes to the male when before she was equal, but she was more so like his the thing that was to sustain him,
All
right?
right,
Like
yeah,
yeah, she was
yeah,
equal to him, but she had a little bit more um sustainability, like for him to be able to lean on, and right, she was
yeah,
a support for him in that way, kind of like a mighty help, if that makes sense,
yeah. Like a matter.
like what Yahweh is. But then when the curse happens in Genesis 3, the roles are reversed, right? Like
Ah,
yeah, and so I find that interesting, and I wonder, when you say you can't tell me the rest, does she lose her power to him, to this tree
um,
of life?
um, like I can confidently say without ruining the story, no, she doesn't lose her power to him. It's there's different roles that they play, where each of their powers are necessary for the continuation of the story.
Okay, but she seems to have gotten caught by him in the end of this.
And then she gives in to that.
Oh,
She can't escape
she
that.
starts loving him?
Well, at the end, she knows that she can't escape him,
Wait,
and
right, she feels like, okay, so she just accepts her plight.
she just accepts her plight. Yeah,
That's not a
that's not
happy
right.
ending. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it to me, it just sounds like Eve being like in this curse, right? Her power is locked up in this curse, and like it just that's what it sounds like. And I think too, like if we think about how prior to the ushering in of male dominated patriarchal societies, it seems like the matriarchal uh mindset is in it's enslaved right now.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
getting.
yeah. That's what I'm getting to, actually. I want to continue this, but I just remembered I have a meeting in 5 minutes.
Oh no, okay. Yeah. No, that
Okay,
was
sorry, but
good. That was good. And then I think we can
yeah.
do it this way whenever we have the slow time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's good.
that works.
If you want, I do want to finish discussing this. So if there's like a slow moment later in the live, like towards like the end, perhaps
Okay.
we can just quickly recap.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thanks, Thinker.
Thank you, Heretic.
Cheers.
All right. To those of you in the comments that are asking what book we're reading, we are reading Ndaba, My Children, African Tribal History, Legends, Customs, and Religious Beliefs by Credo Matwa. If y'all want to read along. And so what we're going to do, this is a new segment, during the middle of the night when it's slow and we don't have any guests to come up on stage, we're going to integrate the Zulu religious oral tradition so we can learn a little bit about that. And so these stories were passed down orally, and this is the first time that they were ever put into a book. So I think it's interesting also to learn about how they preserve their oral traditions to make sure, that they were told the same way. From one keeper of the histories to the next keeper of the histories, and then compare that to how oral traditions were passed down through the Babylonian culture, the Egyptian culture, through the Hebrew culture, Canaanite culture, and how they ended up getting intertwined in the Hebrew Bible. But yeah, that was a good one. Do I use JSTOR? Yes, I do have a JSTOR account. I still have it from college, so I still get to use it. Hey, Quan. All right, so back to the Christian discussions. If you are in the box, please make sure that you are 21 or older. You are a believer in the God of the Bible. You're either deconstructing or you are an atheist. There's 5 people in the box. I don't know who's in here on purpose, so we shall see. You're welcome, non-crazy cat lady. Let's see. Rabbi? Is it Rabbi El Grande? Okay, not there. Cuzzo? If you're in the guest request box and you are in there on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bypass the accidental request? Lala, are you there? Are you able to take that account down? Lala. I think she walked away. Give me a second. Let me get the box back open. So I don't want to bring anybody up that has not responded. So I'm going to clear the guest box out. I don't want to keep bringing up accidental accounts, okay? If you are here and you want to come on stage and participate in the conversation, send a request. Also, if you are on YouTube, you can call in via Discord. And then I'll give it about 5 to 10 minutes to see if someone comes up. If not, then we will call it a night. It's 700 people in here, y'all. It's too many people in here to not have conversations going. Hi, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Chi.
Chi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist.
I'm 27 years old, and I've studied many different religions. I definitely believe in a higher power. I don't necessarily care to prescribe to my belief in the higher power in the way that maybe Christianity or other Abrahamic religions might want to like paint that kind of thing.
Okay, so we are talking about the God of the Christian Bible, not necessarily like a higher power. Did you have something did you want to talk about one of these topics
Sure.
regarding
Yeah,
that?
I was a bit curious because the prompt, I wouldn't say it's misleading, but it may come off as a bit confusing because as I read it as a prompt that has already deconstructed the idea of God from the Christian viewpoint.
No,
And I'm
that's my
comfortable speaking of
stance.
God in the Christian viewpoint
I'm
as well
sorry.
because
I'm
I
sorry.
did grow
That's
up in the
my
faith.
stance. I'm not a Christian. I'm an atheist. And that is my stance that God is an idea created by man. And so
Okay.
people of different, whether they are a believer, whether they are an atheist, or whether they are deconstructing their beliefs, come up and we talk about it.
Okay, so it's like we're on the same side of the stance. Is that what you mean?
I don't know. Do you think that God is an idea created by man?
I think God is an idea created by man, especially the word that we use to describe this concept.
Then yeah, you and I would be on the same
Okay. This is
page.
my first time seeing this live as I'm rolling through TikTok, so it caught my interest.
It's okay if you want to talk about it or expand upon that. And there are 3 other topics that you could discuss. One of the other topics is, whether belief or non-belief in a God is more harmful to society today. A lot of believers feel that atheists like myself are evil. Like they have this false belief that, atheists are like, have no morals and we're out here just, doing whatever we want to do and harming people, stealing, just wreaking havoc on the earth just because we don't have a belief in a God, right?
Yeah.
But I think that a belief in a God is actually fuels a lot more of the crime that we see, and the harm that we see towards mankind today, because they do believe that their morals are grounded in a deity or sometimes a higher power, and that's backed by ancient text that they believe is sacred, and then that is later backed by doctrine, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that framework is more harmful than grounding your morals in a more personal ethical framework that's rooted in not causing harm to another human.
I agree with you on that. I wonder though, do you consider yourself atheist or do you consider
No, I'm
yourself
atheist.
okay. Sometimes I get a little bit confused about the difference between being an agnostic and being atheist. So do you think you could kind of elucidate that for me?
Yeah, so an agnostic says that they don't know. They're not making a claim to know whether there is a God
Hmm.
or not. An atheist just says that it's a lack of belief, like they have not been convinced that a God exists. So, like, even if a God did exist, I wouldn't give a fuck, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not convinced that a God even engages with humans. I think everything that we see on this earth, humans are involved in. Even when someone says, "Oh, God made that human do that," that's a belief that someone holds and not something that they can, like, demonstrably show or prove. So
Yeah, I think that the belief in God is definitely more harmful in society today, but not because I don't believe that there is some greater power to believe in, but I have a more esoteric understanding of the world than maybe like the average Christian or Muslim. And I feel like, to make it maybe more plain, like the Christ that people are looking for is really in themselves. Even in the Bible, like Christ talks a lot about how ye shall go on to do even greater than me. I feel like a lot of Christians really don't understand Christ's real doctrine. I think it was more of a doctrine of self-empowerment and finding the divinity within yourself, and then figuring out how you're going to spread the gospel, meaning like be a useful tool in society. Because as you've said, everything amazing that happens on earth, it's human beings doing it. So there's some spark of divinity within human beings that I feel like Christians don't really talk about. And I think it makes it easier for people to go through life when they feel like, let me just put the hard thing on Jesus, or let me put the hard thing on God, and not rise up to the occasion, which I can rise up to as my own divine being. It even says in the Bible, ye are gods, but you shall die like men. So people, I feel like Christians don't really tap into that energy. It's more so like the cultural identity of being a Christian, which also comes with a lot of like judgmental ways of looking at life and interacting with other people. So I definitely agree with you. I don't know if I would consider myself an atheist because I grew up in Christianity, and I do study like spirituality, metaphysics. So I have like this understanding that there's something out there and in and within us. I definitely wouldn't consider myself a Christian. I even used to joke around and say I would consider myself a neo-Christian. If there was some new doctrine where Christians actually followed what Jesus was trying to tell them, then maybe I'd prescribe to something like that.
And I guess I'm so there are, I have a theory that there are 6 different Jesuses in this book, and I do think that there is, some people might be taking Matthew's Jesus and seeing like Christ consciousness.
Yeah.
I think Matthew's Jesus was really focused on Jewish theology, though, right? Like, he was really pushing the Jewish belief in the supremacy of the Israelites, like being a set apart people. And so he focused a lot of his stories on trying to prove that Jesus was this Messiah, right? That the Israelites were waiting on. And so to do that, he had to have Moses-like ability, right? Because when Moses was here, Moses was able to, through the rod or the staff, he was able to like part the Red Sea, right? Strike a rock and water came, rain manna down from on high, right? So Jesus had to have some of those stories written about him. I hear, like, when I first started deconstructing, I tried to go like hang on to this Christ character and go to Christ consciousness. And there was one thing that I used to say: Jesus didn't want followers, right?
Yeah.
Like he got mad at I think it was Mark and Peter when they bowed down to him, and he's like, no, get up, like, don't do that.
Yeah, he expressed frustration quite a lot with the disciples from what I read,
Yeah, because he wanted them to be like him, because he needed them, like in Matthew's story, right? Like, he needed them to have his back, because he was going against the Pharisees, who was changing the religious system. So he needed them to be rogue, but they kept looking for a teacher, right? Exactly. And he's like, I don't want to be your teacher, right? I need you to be like me. I need you to enforce some shit, right?
Yeah.
There was one point in time when he's like, go get some go sell all your shit and go get some swords, because we about to go to war, right? And then when Peter ends up like chopping the ear off, he's like, put it back, man. This ain't even you. Like, you better get yourself killed. Like, you ain't got it. You ain't about it. Even though he tried to like get them to that point. And I used to see like the Christ consciousness and say, oh, it's all within, but I can't escape the historical references, right, from the authors and what they're intentional theology
Okay.
was
Would you
behind Jesus.
consider the Buddha one of your Christs?
Mm-mm,
Nope.
no, mm-mm. No, I don't need a Christ.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just referring to the theory you have
Oh
of
no 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 no.
six.
The so there's four gospels, right?
Mhm.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They all portray Jesus in a completely different way.
Okay.
And then you have Paul, his earlier writings, like who they call Paul. He portrays Jesus in a different way. And then you have the pastoral writings, the later writings that were attributed to Paul after Paul's death. That's a different Jesus. So I say there's like 6 different Jesus, but it probably was more during the earlier times, when the first followers of Jesus was forming, because this writer who they call Paul is warning his readers, hey, there are multiple Jesuses being taught right now, and you should only pay attention to the Jesus that I'm teaching you. So even Jesus's brother James, who started, he picked up the mantle after this Jesus died, and he started teaching. He wasn't a follower of his brother when his brother was alive, so he taught from what the other disciples was telling him that this Jesus was teaching. So he had a different version of Jesus, right? And he grew a cult called the Men of James. Then you had the followers of the Way, and then you had the traditional Messianic Jews, and then you had the followers of Paul. So there were multiple Jesuses being taught even in that time. It's in your fucking book. It's in your book. Read your book. The fuck? And I haven't taught any theology. It's in your book.
Interesting. See, okay, I in my deconstruction.
I can't hear
You're
you.
not loud.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I've taken a lot of time to like look at spirituality, people, metaphysics, all this stuff like from a non-Christian perspective. So when you said something about there are multiple Christs or multiple different depictions, I'm thinking about it in a way where the reason why I don't feel the need to ascribe to maybe like Christianity or like feeling like I need a different savior or something like that is because in multiple different cultures preceding religion, and I think this preceding modern day religion, preceding like Abrahamic religions, I think this is in response to something that Onyx has said as well. Like there are multiple occurrences of ascended masters or beings coming to the earth as human beings who almost have like the same exact story as Christ. Like we have Mercury from Sumerian culture, who was Enki or Ningishidad. Like there's a whole bunch of people. There's the ascended masters in India. There's the Buddha. There's Zarathustra. Like there's a whole lot of like Christ consciousness figures that show up in many different cultures. So I think it's really interesting to see it so widely depicted in like the Christian doctrine in the way that you're describing it. But I think it's even more interesting to see that like this is something that's been going on even before Christianity existed. Like
Yeah,
these
you're right.
kinds
Yeah,
of figures popping up, and I feel like
absolutely.
it speaks a lot to like this is like a human pattern. Like there's a need for people to show up in a certain light that these figures that we often like look to for help or salvation or whatever the case may be. I think the doctrine is more like we're being called to do that for ourselves and to show up in the world as our own versions of Christ or whatever we might want to call it, God or whatever it is.
I don't. I think like it's cool for some people to see themselves as needing to be a god. Like I have no desire to be a god to this world, or even for myself. Like I don't for what, right? I think that we all have the ability to create, and we add something to the world, and how we leave the world speaks to our you can come up and debate, Noel. It speaks to our life, right? Um,
Yeah.
but I don't have any desire to be a god to this world or to anybody in the world. But as I was saying, where Paul talks about different Jesuses or different Christ, this is 2 Corinthians 11, chapter 11, verse 3-4. For if someone comes and proclaims another Jesus than the one we proclaimed, or if you receive a different spirit from the one you received, or a different gospel from the one you accepted, you put up with it readily enough. I think that I am not in the least inferior to these super apostles. So like they were calling Paul a false apostle. Even John didn't agree with some of the stuff Paul was saying. And so they had different teachings on who this Jesus was. They were not on one accord. Even Paul, Jesus's brother James, they argued back and forth about whether faith with works is what was needed to be righteous, or whether it was just faith with grace. And Noel, you probably should read your Bible more before you come in here just saying shit, because it's literally right there in your face.
I'm familiar with this verse. I feel like with the way that you're describing it, I've not really looked at it this way. So this is really like edifying for me. And
Yeah.
honestly, yeah, I appreciate this conversation. I think I'm gonna go on your page and like look at more of what you do, because I didn't know that this was here.
Thank you. So like we also have a Discord, where our research is. So there's a lot of research there, a lot of books that we've read in my bio. And then right now, about 20 of us are studying Hebrew with Dr. Joshua Bowen, so that we can learn to read the Hebrew scriptures in its original language. And there are, like you mentioned, Psalms 82 earlier, where Jesus quotes when he says, "Isn't it written that I have said that ye are gods?" Even just like learning the Hebrew, realizing that there's nowhere in that scripture that even alludes to him talking to humans. Like he's talking to deities. He's not talking to humans. But when it's translated in the English, it makes it look like as if he's saying he's talking to humans. He says, "Ye are godlike beings," except the word here, it's Elohim Atem, right? And that's just you. This, it's you. This is just you in plural, and this is Elohim, right? And then this is Vinay. Vinay.
I actually studied Hebrew for 4 years. So
yeah, so there's nothing in there that shows that he's talking to humans, right? Like that's just gods. It's divine beings, right? And so when Jesus quotes it as if the text, the Hebrew scripture is saying that the God in Psalms 82 was talking to humans, that's taken completely out of context.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Do you know about the mistranslation? I think it's in the book of Luke, where Christ heals what historians now, after doing the translation, and I've done the translation myself from Greek and Hebrew. Christ heals a gay man in a same-sex couple.
You're talking about the Roman centurion and Matthew. Yeah.
I love that's a really good one. That like translation matters. Like if you're not reading these doctrines from the original text in which they're translated, so much gets missed in the translation. And that's a really good one, because I know how Christians love to get on the gay people.
Absolutely.
But yeah, there was a
but then I think it's Luke changes it, right? Luke changes it to just a regular slave. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. But it says something about my beloved, but it's the word that was used in Hebrew is the word that you would use for like a romantic partner.
Yeah. Well, it was actually the crazy thing is that the word that Matthew uses, because during that time in the Greco-Roman period, pederastry was the
quite popular
culture, where young boys would be partnered with a man of status, a man of high status. And so the lover that was healed by Jesus was a young boy. It was
Oh.
yeah. And that's the word that Matthew uses when he describes this, this servant that the Roman centurion came for his master. And Luke changes it from, the sex slave, the young sex slave, to a regular slave.
Do you remember the exact verse? I feel like it would be
Yeah,
quite
let me
edifying
see.
for people in the comments.
One
It's
second.
a really good example of how a lot of the Bible needs to be studied from like a more scholarly perspective rather than like oh, my pastor taught me this and this is how my parents taught it to me and stuff like that. It
Yeah.
needs some more
They
thought
tend to get
process.
mad when you bring up stuff like
Oh
this.
yeah, because if Christianity is more cult like than spiritual in my opinion. It's very cultural.
Yeah.
It's very like rooted in African American culture. Not
I
even just
think we
African
made
American.
it that. I think we made it
Yeah,
that.
I would say
Yeah.
so too because my family is from Nigeria and it's very like rooted in well, I could say Nigerian culture. I wouldn't say like the real tribal culture before colonialism, but it's very rooted in like like a lot of cultural ideals end up getting in the way of like what the Christianity is actually meant to do for people.
I don't know. Like I still I don't see that. I think that it's still about control.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Hold on. What verse?
The
Matthew.
scripture mentioned God sending an American prophet to
I
Pakistan.
think it's right here, verse 6.
I don't know. You might find something like that in Revelation, unless you're being sarcastic.
Yeah, that's the word right here, the Greek word. And it's a child or a boy.
Whew.
That's yeah.
Mm-mm.
So it was a young sex slave, right? That he healed for him. So it was a lover, a young lover.
This is the double homicide. Then this is
Huh?
I said this is a double hammy. Like
Yeah.
yeah, and people would say that their Lord and Savior wouldn't do something like this, or that people are subject to judgment for whatever reason, but not to Christ. Christ was like, well, this is an innocent person who needs healing. Let me just go ahead and heal them. Christians will say, nah, I can't do that. This goes against my,
Well,
you know
and
what I mean? Yeah,
see,
that's why I'm not really.
this is why I kind of question that a little bit, right? Because here, the centurion had to say, let me see, hold on. I think in Luke, I'm not worthy. Jesus heard him. He was amazed. Abraham. Hold on, let's go to Luke's version of it. I think it's 7. If you notice how he talks about what he has, like, I'm worthy for you to come. And the Jewish leaders do the same thing in Luke when they tell Jesus, they're like, he's worthy for you to go and do this. And then he tells them why he should do it. Because at that moment in history, the Gentiles were under a ban. Like, they were not allowed to like mix and mingle with the Gentiles because the Israelites saw themselves as above, right? So for him to go and just willy-nilly heal a Roman centurion's sex slave, there had to be a reason for him to do that. And so when the centurion comes, the master is like, I'm just like you. I have money. I'm this and that, right? My status is this. And Jesus is like amazed, and he's like, wow, this high status person has faith in that we can heal. So it's kind of like saying that Rome recognizes the authority of the God of Israel, and recognizes how set apart or holy the Israelites are. And so the way Luke tells the story, though, he says, after Jesus has finished all his sayings in the hearing of the people, he entered Capernaum. A centurion there had a slave. Of course, he changes that to just regular doulos, whom he valued highly and who was ill and close to death. When he heard about Jesus, he sent some Jewish elders. So Luke inserts the Jewish elders, right, to go to Jesus. They went to Jesus and vouched, to him, asking him to come and heal his slave. When they came to Jesus, they appealed to him earnestly, saying, he is worthy. So if we see here, he had to be worthy of Jesus's time in both of these. I'll tell you. Hold on. He says, Lord, I am not worthy to have you come under my roof, but only speak the word, and my servant for heal. For I am also a man under authority with soldiers under me. I say, go, and they go, and he goes. To another, come, and he comes. And to my slave, do. He's like, I'm just like you, right? And then when Jesus heard him say that, he was amazed and said to those who follow him, truly I tell you, no one in Israel has found so much faith. When the Jewish elders come to Jesus, they vouch and they say, he's worthy to have you do this for him because he loves our people and he helped us build the synagogue, right? And so Jesus decides to go. So in Luke's story, it's a regular slave, right? And the elders vouch for the Roman centurion. And Matthew's story is a sex slave, a young boy, and the centurion vouches for himself by saying we're people of the same status.
Wow, that's the
Ain't that
Bible for
crazy?
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's the Bible for you, and that's why it's really important to study like a scholar and not a slave. That's what I always say.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
that you learn that you don't necessarily need a Christ, right? And then you can see, that everything that's happening is humans, and it's going to be humans. It's going to take humans to recognize humans, and then for us to respect the life of humans, respect.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. You know what?
yeah,
I see. Because I'm listening to you because I want to understand. Your personal thesis, and I feel like I finally understand it now, and it's basically religion and all of all of this like searching and striving for like a higher power and something outside of us. It kind of has like led people to even disregard the importance of just what it means to be a human being, because human
yes.
beings do amazing things. Like, we're doing amazing things here.
Yeah, because they
And
don't have a problem saying that the human did something bad, right? And they say that's
yeah,
the human's free will. But when a human does something good, like, for example, there was a guy on here who needed to raise money for his son to
and
have surgery, right? Because his son was getting ready to go blind. And humans got together, raised over $14,000 for this kid to have surgery. And people were saying that's God. No, that was
no, that's
humans.
humans. That's the power
Yeah.
of people coming together and doing something. Okay,
Yeah.
I agree with this personal doctrine. I think I've been through so much in life, as many people have. I feel like that's why sometimes I still have the like higher power. I feel like what people don't realize about spirituality, it's all about like empowerment, and like a really like bare bones way. Like, if we were to take away all the whimsical stuff about it, it's like giving people a medium to know that they have power and they have options and they have abilities. So I think sometimes I still look at it in that way to feel like I'm an empowered person. But I like your personal thesis because it reminds me, like, even when all that other shit is out the window, like, I'm still a powerful person. I'll have options as long as I'm breathing. I'm a human. There's power in being a human being. I really like that. Thank you
Yeah.
for this discussion.
You're very welcome. And I was telling them, I'm going to say this last thing and I'm going to let you go. I know you're trying to go. But I was saying yesterday I was laying in bed before I went live, and I was thinking about how, I don't necessarily try to, like, you know, gain attention where when I do shit, but it just
Mhm.
so happens.
Of
Like,
course.
and even when I was a Christian, whatever the fuck I did, it succeeded. Like, it just, shit just grew. And
Yeah.
and I was thinking yesterday, I was like, damn, like, it's crazy how this community is growing. And it like, I just came on here to talk about, my deconstruction journey, the research that I was learning as I was, learning and reading the Bible and studying the history, and it just grew. And I was like, well, nothing about me and my capability has changed from when I did believe in this God and now that I don't. I still do the same shit. Like wherever I go, I still,
Yeah.
people always say, like, when you walk in the room, you light up the room, and that's been me regardless if I believe in a God or not. And so it was like, it was kind of like a surreal moment for me yesterday as I was laying there. It's like, damn, I am who I am regardless if I believe in this God or not. I am still the same person, and I still have the same capabilities of what one would say, oh, that's power, she's a powerful person. That's just me, right? And it took a while for me to learn that and recognize that, but I think yesterday was the moment that I really, really recognized that for myself.
I love that. I love this journey that you're on, that we're on, like the collective is on. It's really good to like come across stuff like this, because I feel like for a lot of us on the journey, it's been kind of lonely. Like I've been on this journey for many years, and I remember being at positions where you feel like you don't even want to talk about this kind of stuff, or being judged for what you believe or what you come to know. Forget about belief. So it's really cool to see what you're doing and like keep shaking the table. It's good. It's good to make people uncomfortable.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you
Of course.
for coming up. It was a great conversation,
It
and
really
I wish
was.
you the best.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right, have a good one.
You too, honey. Bye.
Is Noel in the box? Noel, are you coming up? Noel, are you coming up? I would come up if there were other. Why do you need another Christian? It's just me and you on the. It's just you and I. Like, why do you need another Christian to come up with you? It's just you and me. Hold on. Oh, so I don't want to scare her off. It's just you and me, Noel. Oh, so you are not a Christian. Are you going to come up?
Do I
Hey,
need to drop
Pape.
down?
No, you don't have to drop down. Like, are you gonna come? I guess not. Okay. Like, you came in the chat and you called me a liar, right? And you said that you could debate me. Like, I don't debate, but you said you wanted to debate me. You called me a liar. So I'm offering the stage to you. Did she leave? I'm so hungry. That was really nice. Tamara said, "You are an idea created by God."
I don't see her.
She left. Y'all be throwing rocks and hiding your hands like a motherfucker in these comments.
Mhm. No, there she go.
I don't want to plan. Like, why do you need to plan? You came in here.
Right?
You came in here and you called me a liar, right? You said I was teaching false theology, which I don't teach theology. You said that you wanted to debate me. I'm offering you the stage. I will take Oso back down. Just like, there's no point in you doing all that in the comments. I know. I want her to come up here and show me where I twisted scripture. when y'all come in here and make these claims, I'm gonna invite you on stage so that you can show. Like, I'm not gonna silence you. Well, I have free will. The lady said Jesus cured a gay man. I've never heard. Like, you literally sat there and watched us bring up the fucking Greek word. Like, you sat there and watched the resources, right? And you just said, fuck it. Like, you just ignored all that shit. And this is about you being a fucking bigot. Here's the thing, right? Like, even let's say somebody was gay. Like, if you thought if you thought gay was a sin, then what the fuck? What about your sin? Did your Jesus heal you when you was a sinner? Why the fuck are you so surprised that your Jesus would heal a gay man? Does your Jesus pick and choose what sins he forgives? Or is that more so your fucking bigoted ass mind? You realize that you can't fathom your Jesus healing a gay man because you're a bigot. You just sat there and said you never heard of your Jesus healing a gay man. Now you want to come with this bullshit, we are all sinners. You forgot that you were a sinner or some shit. You forgot that you had to ask your Jesus to heal your bullshit. You are a bigot, Noel. And so is your Jesus. The Jesus that you believe in is a bigot. Also, can you take this next call so I can go get me some coffee? I'm done fucking with her scary ass.
For sure.
I'll be right back.
All right. Jada Third, are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible?
Just, you were just in the comments.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I am. Yeah. So I didn't realize you were speaking to me.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 29.
Perfect. Go ahead and pick a topic. We can start.
Um, well, I wasn't really here to pick a topic. I was just like, I mean, I don't know if you have any questions or anything about like what I believe
Nah,
in,
you
or you're
you
trying
can
to.
pick a topic and
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, let's see. Um,
Oh, so why
let's
are you
see.
talking like that?
I would.
Never mind.
Okay, so let's. Oh, well, false prophets and false and prophecies. Is that a topic?
Number 3 on the board.
Yeah.
All right, what you got to contribute?
So So yeah, I think yeah, I mean, false prophets, yeah, exist. You know, people who twist the word, twist the thing. And what, like, I mean, what do you think is a false prophecy? Do you think the things in the Bible are false prophecies?
I think it's a false prophecy when Jesus Christ says that surely no, this entire generation won't die before I come back. And speaking to his disciples, I really just feel like people from, I don't know, the early, current era of time are still alive. I feel like that was false.
Sorry, is that everyone won't die? What did he say first? The first thing he said?
Jesus said to his disciples that
Yeah.
surely um, everybody from that generation would not die before he returned, after he is, or before he ascended into heaven.
Okay.
That just wasn't true. It was false. He prophesied his return and he gave a timetable. Granted, he didn't give the exact time or day,
So
but he
before
said
he
that the
went
people would not die before.
that, and where was this? Where was this? Could you mind saying the scripture, please? I say in the comments, Mark. Someone said Mark 13. I'm just gonna go to that because I'm not too sure. Or Matthew 24. Okay, 1 second. Matthew 24. Oh, okay, that's a long range of verses. Matthew 6. What? Yeah, sorry. El Hoso, do you know where God said this?
Yeah, give me a second, man.
Oh, okay, okay.
Calm down.
No, sorry. I didn't get a reply, so I didn't know if you were looking on it.
I said give me a second the first time.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Hey y'all, can y'all get these likes up to 250,000 as well as help out Thinker with her gift goal of hand hearts? Thank you.
Luke, no, I think it is Matthew 24.
Because I can see in Matthew 24 where it says that they will die and that disciples will be hated for his name. And that's Matthew 24, verse 9.
No, not 9. It would be. Oh my goodness. Oh, perfect. Yeah, you got to keep going down in Matthew 24. Um, so likewise, this is 33 and 34. So
Okay.
likewise, ye. Oh, absolutely not. I'm not gonna read this shit in King James.
Chief and the king will say to come, that's all him, right?
33.
I think it's that one.
So also, when you see all of these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. This is him talking about because he go on this
What verse is
whole
that, sorry?
story, 33 and 34.
Okay, Matthew 24, 33. Yeah.
And he had gone on this whole thing about knowing the signs of when he's going to return and what all they're going to do and all that good stuff. And he's saying, so you'll know all these things are going to be happening because of the signs I just told you about. And then he said, truly I say to you, this generation will not pass away till all these things take place. No one's
Yeah,
going to
so
die until all these signs take place and my return has happened.
that little bit that you've just said again, you're adding to it. So it says, "Surely I say to us, this generation will by no means pass away till all these things take place." So what do you think this generation means? Like, what do you mean by what do you think? What do you interpret from when it says this generation?
How do you stretch a generation beyond
Um,
2,000 years?
um,
In those days, a generation was 40 years. So
yeah. I mean, I don't think. Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
I
no,
think
no.
I
How
think
do
you
you
overstood
stretch a
that.
generation beyond 2,000 years? How do you do that?
I wouldn't take it literally like in that sense like this. I think it just means as
Yeah,
a
how do you
people,
stretch?
as a race, like
How do you
as a
stretch a
human,
You said the generation means race?
like as a human, like a human pop, like the humans in general, just like humans, like the end of
wait, what
humanity.
chapter are we in? Mark or Matthew? I can't remember.
Matthew 24.
20. Thank
So you also
So you
believe?
think when he said this generation won't pass away, he was saying humanity as a whole?
Yeah, will not pass away
So
until.
why didn't he just say humanity?
Well, not everything has to be said literally. Nothing in the Bible is said literally. There's a lot of.
Words mean words, though.
Okay, well, okay, so heaven and earth, okay, so we go further. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will by no means pass away. So it's talking about heaven and earth, it's talking about everything. It's
No,
not
we
talking just
talking about the
about a
generation
specific
part.
generation.
We talking about the generation part.
That's
Because
how
you're
you want,
saying that generation doesn't mean anything near what the word actually means. And if
but
that's the case, then why
if we
even say
go,
anything at all?
but if we take it in context where it says in 35, heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will by no means pass away. And also
And
in
that
the
changes the
same,
definition of generation.
and then okay, if you want to take that little segment, okay, that's cool. You can
No,
have
no,
that.
no, no. It's
But
Hold
what
on.
the
okay,
words
but
mean. What are you
Hold
talking
on.
okay,
about?
Numbers 32. Numbers
okay,
32. Wait. No,
okay,
don't okay. I know
okay.
y'all don't like the Bible.
I love the
Number
Bible.
well, I don't know like Numbers 32, and the Lord's anger was kindled against Israel, and he made
Yeah.
them wander in the wilderness for 40 years until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of the Lord had disappeared.
Okay.
So a generation, right, in antiquity was 40 years. It like literally that's the time. That's how they counted time then, and listed like with their genealogies, right, by generations.
Okay, but okay. So a generation is always going to be 40 years. Is
It'd be anywhere between
because of
25. It won't
numbers,
be no more than 40. It'll be
because of
anywhere
numbers.
between because of antiquity and how they counted the generations. Then it will be any more than 40 years.
Okay, well you're using so what is so what's the point then? So how is this a false prophecy? Because there's other times
Oh,
in the
did
Bible.
Jesus come back?
So there's other times in the Bible, is that like as I said, Matthew 24 verse 9, where it says, they will deliver you up to
He
tribulation
asked
and kill you,
the
and
good
you'll be
stuff,
hated by
he
all
asked you a
nations.
question.
What was the question?
You have a poor job of like listening to what people say.
No, I'm
You
listening. I said you
no
could
no
have.
you. This is
I,
not the first time that you've been lost on what I said. I've said things to you, and you. Oh, I didn't hear that.
no, because I can't hear the way you talk is a bit muffled. That's all.
The way I talk is a bit muffled.
Yeah, even your friend said, "Why are you talking like that?" I'm not the only one that's said
No,
it.
I wasn't. That's
He
not
didn't
the
say
reason why
that.
I asked.
Okay, okay.
So
So we just what's your question? Just for the sake of moving the conversation along.
The question is, was Jesus lying?
No, Jesus is not lying.
So he came back already before those
I
people
is
died?
your interpretation of is that a generation means 40 years. That a generation is
Well, you
if
think a generation means humanity. Who do
if
you think is closer to the
if for
truth?
example my I have a grandma, my daughter has a great grandma, I have a mom, I have a daughter.
All that is one generation?
That's longer than 40 years.
That's all that's one generation though?
That's
That's a
one
generation.
generation. No, it's not.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, it's not a generation, no. But as in terms of a lifetime, in terms of a lifetime of human beings, like all people living together on an earth, is not as longer than 40 years. Obviously,
Is it
is it?
longer than 2,000 years?
The thing is, he said this generation. He was being specific. He said this. That word "this" is there, and say a generation.
Okay, so I think because it hasn't happened, I think you're interpreting it in a wrong way. That's all I can
I
say.
think because it
Oh,
hasn't happened,
Yeah,
you're interpreting it
yeah.
in a wrong way.
I think
You're the one who need You're the one who
no,
have.
because you're picking
Hold on,
out.
don't talk. Listen, hey, you
Okay,
can talk while
okay,
Oso's
good.
talking, but you can't talk while I'm talking. Okay, you are the one who has some tie to this and need this right to mean something. I don't. I don't give a
I'm not.
damn if it happens. Stop talking while I'm talking. I don't
Okay.
care if it happens or not. You need it to happen. You need this to be more to not mean 40 generations. I don't give a fuck.
Have you finished? I don't need it to be 40. I don't need generations to mean 40 years at all. It's you're picking out certain like you're
I
picking
said
out
you
certain
needed
things.
to not be 40 years. You
Yeah, I
needed to
don't
be
need it to be. I don't.
yes you do. You
No, I
need it
don't.
to
I
mean
don't.
humanity.
No, I don't.
If it
I don't.
doesn't mean humanity, then your Jesus lied and he was a false prophet.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Because there's many other things that he's mentioned that doesn't make him a false prophet. So you're picking out one thing and saying that
I could
then
bring
it's
up
not
one.
false.
I could bring up one.
Well, then it'll
But
be a lie. So
just the way you have of an opinion about a generation meaning 40 years
Okay,
doesn't mean
That's
it's
not an
not.
opinion.
you said the
That's
general
historical fact.
humanity's lifespan as a whole. You said that, and you think we have an
Yeah,
opinion?
yeah,
Who do you
yeah.
know that says that? Who in the world says that a generation is the entire period that humanity exists? Who says that?
It's I think that's just my opinion. You have an opinion on
So
that
it
you.
does. So it's not the definition of the word; it's your opinion
Okay,
of how to use that word.
let's look up the definition of generation definition.
It's gonna tell me humanity or 2,000 years plus. Is that what you
I'm
think?
just going on Google. I'm just going on Google. Just
Yeah. Is it gonna say 2,000 years plus? Is that what it's gonna say?
it doesn't say 40 years. It just says all of the people born and living at about the same time, regarded collectively, an average people considered to be
Hold
about
on. Living when?
collectively
No, living when?
living at about the same time.
At about the same time.
Yeah, so
Living at about the same time.
yeah,
Not humanity as a whole.
okay. Okay, so let's because I got footnotes. So let me go to some footnotes and
2,000 years will never be about the same time. Just in case you were curious.
yeah, I understand. I understand. But I don't think that I don't think we have to take it literally in this sense because the way Jesus spoke, nothing was literal. It was
If
parables.
you don't take a prophecy literally,
No,
right,
but
then it's
but
vague.
you
Hold
could.
on, stop
I
talking
wasn't
while I'm
finished.
talking. I
I
don't
wasn't
give a
finished.
damn.
I wasn't
Again,
finished.
you don't talk while I talk. Right? The only person who can interrupt on this stage is me. If you don't take a prophecy specifically, then it can be vague and you can twist it to whatever you want it to be. That is the issue. And that, yep, I'm very arrogant. And it is the thing that your Jesus accused the Pharisees of doing. The exact thing that you're doing right now.
Okay, okay, you finished. Okay, so I think I don't think generation just means this period of this 40 years that you're talking about. I think Jesus is not speaking literally in this sense. I think Jesus has spoke in parables many times, and he doesn't speak the things that he speaks is
Are
not.
you saying that this is a parable and not a prophecy?
No, I'm just saying Jesus spoke in parables.
But is this a parable we're discussing?
Yeah,
So this is a parable and not a prophecy.
yeah, from in my if you look in the Bible, the title of the verses 32 to 35 is parable of the fig tree.
Because
Hold on.
it starts with from the fig tree, learn this.
Hold on. Signs of the end of the age. Wait. Let's see. Hold on. What verse are we in?
We're going from chapter
30.
24,
Hold on.
32 to
This
35.
is his, hold on. This is him telling the signs of the time, right? This is him the coming of the Son of Man. He's prophesying what it would be, right? What to look for, what his second coming would be, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing that?
Yeah.
Yep. And then he gives a example of the fig tree, and then he says,
A parable
"Truly,
of the fig
hold
tree,
on,
a
that
parable.
it's not a parable.
It
That's
is a
not."
parable. I'm reading. I'm literally saying.
Truly, I tell you, this generation, that's not a part of any parable or any lesson. He says, truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. That is not a parable. And what he's doing right here, this whole thing, is he's telling them what to look for his second coming. He's giving them the signs. He even quotes Isaiah as part of the prophecy of the day of the Lord in this. This is a prophecy.
in my Bible, it literally
It
says
says
the
the
word
fig tree.
parable
It
of fig
says
tree.
the fig tree. We're not talking about the fig tree. We're talking about
No, no, no. I'm not talking.
his entire conversation here is about the prophecy of his second coming. And then he says, when he says, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Not a parable. And then he says, from the fig tree, learn this lesson. As soon as this branch becomes tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So he's saying this is a not even a parable. This is a he's saying just like a fig tree, you can tell when summer is coming by the fig tree branches. So will you also be able to tell when I'm coming when you see these signs.
Okay,
And then he says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass. This is a parable. I mean, this is a prophecy, not a parable.
Okay, so if you open, do you have the Bible app? Because I don't know if I'm allowed to like share images like you're sharing. But if you open the Bible app, just like normal Bible app,
This is
and
a fucking Bible app.
no,
What?
like the Bible. I don't know what app that is.
This is Bible Gateway. This is a Bible app. This whole, you can't just take one
Okay,
part.
so
Stop talking while I'm talking. You cannot just take one part and say that this whole thing is a parable. It is not. He
it
is
is.
telling
It
them, no, it's
is.
not. He's literally telling them to look for the signs, the signs of his second coming. The sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. He even says here, in
Okay.
those days, he said, hold on. He said, I'm gonna go up with this a little bit more. So when you see the desolating sacrilege spoken about the prophet Daniel, is that a parable? Is that part of a parable? Or is he
Okay.
giving them a sign to look for?
Okay. So if you go to, I don't know,
No.
just
Answer my question. Verse 15.
verse,
Is that a parable? Is he in
what
a
chapter?
parable
Same
or
chapter?
yes? In verse 15, is that is that a parable?
No, because it doesn't say it's a parable.
What is he doing in verse 15?
Therefore, when you see it, yeah, it's just saying like spoken of Daniel. Daniel has written a book of what is to
No,
come,
what is
and he's
Jesus
speaking
doing? I
literally.
didn't ask you what he's saying. What is he doing?
He's just speaking plainly about what's
About
to
what?
come.
About what is to come. He's prophesying.
Yeah.
Okay. He's in a prophecy all the way down, right? And all the
No.
way down, he's prophesying about the signs about his second coming. Then he tells them, learn this lesson from the fig tree. Just like you can tell when summer's coming by the way the fig tree's branches become tender, so will you be able to tell when I'm coming when you see all of these signs. All he did was throw in a like a metaphor, a simile.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he did. To say,
Okay.
just like you can tell summer's coming by the tenderness of a fig tree, you're going to be able to tell when I'm coming when you see all these signs. And then he says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place.
Okay. So if you go to Matthew 13, from like 30, chapter verse 31, like onwards, what does your Bible say it is? Because this is like just out of curiosity. So if you go to like Matthew 13:31, because these are a lot of parables, so I'd like to see.
13? Why are we talking about 13 when we're
No,
talking about
because there are
Matthew
other
24? No,
parables.
no. I'm not talking about any other parable. You act like I said Jesus never spoke in parables.
No,
This
yeah,
is not.
no,
No,
no. I'm not
stop.
saying that. I'm
Stop,
not
because you're
saying
trying to
that.
confuse shit the same way you're trying
No,
to confuse what a generation is. Matthew 24 is not a parable. Jesus is prophesying in Matthew 24. There is no need for you to be bringing up Matthew 13. We are not discussing Matthew 13. We are not discussing whether Jesus spoke in parables. We are discussing whether Matthew 24 is a parable or a prophecy.
I understand, but to back my point up of me, because this, it's a discussion, because I'm saying that Matthew 24 or a part of Matthew 24 is a parable. I want to sort of look at other parables. So
For
like,
what? Does it change the fact that Jesus is prophesying here?
yeah, because in my
So
Bible,
is he not
in the Bible,
prophesying? Is he not prophesying in Matthew 24 because he threw in an example of a fig tree?
No, because in
So
in
Jesus
from
is
verse 30,
prophesying in Matthew 24.
so in Matthew 24,
Is Jesus prophesying in Matthew 24?
yes,
Okay,
but
there's
in
nothing
not
else to
the
talk
whole of
about.
Matthew 24,
There's
not
that.
the
I
whole.
don't. Listen. You can call the you can call this. You can call verse 32 a whole ass parable if you want to. You can
It
call
says
that one.
parable. It
It's
says
one. It says the lesson of the fig tree in my Bible. You're going by subtitles.
no, I'm
But
not.
hold
I'm
on.
not.
Stop. Okay. This is why y'all's fucking reinterpretation of scriptures is so so freaking irritating. You can call verse 32 a parable all you want. Okay? It's one verse. I don't give a damn. You can call verse 32 a parable. The rest of Matthew 24 is a prophecy. Your Jesus is prophesying, and then he gives them a time frame in verse 35. Okay, verse 34 and verse 35, he gives them a time frame for the prophecy. The rest of Matthew 24. Okay?
Okay. And I disagree. And for the sake of a conversation, and for the sake of like I don't know, a debate or just just a conversation. If we educate each other, like you're trying to educate me, I'm also trying
You
to
are
do the
being
same. But
dishonest. You're
no,
being
I'm not being
dishonest.
dishonest.
Yes, you are. You know
I'm
damn
looking at
well.
my
Yes, you are.
Bible
You
right
know
now.
damn well.
I'm
Show
not.
me the beginning. What is the beginning of Matthew 24? What's the subtitle at the before chapter 1?
It says the temple
Before
to be
verse 1.
destroyed. The temple to
It
be
says what?
destroyed. The
Okay. Now go to verse 3. What does it say?
um the tribulation.
It just says tribulation. What Bible are you using?
New King James Version.
Hold on. Let me see if they have their subtitles here. Jesus predicts. This is the New King James Version, okay? At the beginning,
Oh, the temple to be destroyed. Yeah.
Jesus predicts the destruction of the temple.
Okay, so let's go to 32.
No. You said that you
Let's
were
go to
looking at the
32.
no. This is why I know, because you're being dishonest. You're being dishonest. You said that you were reading the New King James and all it said was the destruction of the temple. You left out that they said that it was a prediction. You are dishonest. Then it
I'm
says
not
the signs
dishonest.
of the time at the end of the age is the next subtitle.
Yikes.
Then it says the great tribulation, verse 15. The coming of the Son of Man, all prophecies. The parable of the fig tree. No one knows the day of the hour. Like you literally lied.
I'm not lying. There we go. It
Yes, you
says
are.
parable.
And then the fact that you have to
I'm not
lie for your
lying.
Jesus, that's fucked up.
I'm not lying.
If it was
I'm
true,
not
you would
lying. It
not
said
have to
parable. Did it
lie.
not say parable? It said parable.
That
That's
ain't what
my
I'm
only
talking
point.
about. You know what
My
the hell
only
I'm
point
talking
was
about.
That's
parable.
poor
You know what I'm talking about.
reading.
Stop
My only
lying.
point was the
Stop
parable.
lying.
My only
You have
point
poor
was the
reading
parable.
comprehension. That's the
That's my only
problem.
point. I wasn't
What's
talking about. You brought
what
out
part is
verse
the
1,
parable? What
verse
part
2,
is parable? Let's break it down. What part is parable?
32 to 35.
What part is parable? Go line by line.
Verse 32 to verse 35, chapter 24.
So when he said, I say to you, this generation will by no means pass away till all these things take place. That was him
That's in the parable.
being facetious.
That's a
He wasn't being
parable.
for real. He was joking around.
That's a parable.
And how is that a parable? How
Because
is
it says
giving
it's a
you a
parable.
timeline for something to happen a parable?
Because it says it's a parable.
That's
Like
not what it
literally,
says.
first off, you're going by a subtitle, right? That the subtitles are not in the actual text. You do know that, right? Like the subtitles that you are going by is what the printers of the Bible that you are reading decided to title that part of the text. You do realize that, correct?
I don't, I don't, are you trying to tell me something? I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that
This is
verse
why I could
32
never be a
was a
Jesus
parable.
follower. Jesus
Is
doesn't like you to use your brain, and Jesus makes you be dishonest in order for
I'm
you
not
to
being
defend
dishonest.
it when it does not meet the standards that it set for itself. You have to demoralize yourself, right? And lie to yourself and then lie to almost 800 people.
I don't think I'm
Yeah.
lying. I think it's written in clear, plain sight that
You
it
know you're
says
No, you
lying.
parable of
don't.
the
You knew
fig
you were
tree.
lying when we brought up the generation part. You knew you were lying.
What
That's why you
generation?
had to sit there and say generation means humanity.
I've, uh,
Because you said
I said I didn't understand. I just said I took what you said and said, okay, even if
no,
it
no,
means
because
40 years,
originally you
but
said he didn't false prophesy. This was because a generation means
and
humanity.
I said
And
that
then
the
we
whole
said
time
no
that he
one
wasn't
says that.
speaking
That is
plainly.
nowhere in any definition of of generation. And now you're saying, oh well, actually it was just all parable.
No,
None of it
at the
was meant to be
start,
taken seriously, literally.
at the start, I said that he's not speaking. That Jesus doesn't. It's not to be said plainly. It's not to be understood plainly. That's what I said. I said
No,
it's
no,
not.
you said a generation meant humanity's existence. That's what you said.
I read from the definition that I read off Google.
After the fact, sure, but when I brought up the scripture initially, you said, nah, a generation
Yeah, I
didn't mean
said I
that.
think it means
It meant
that it
small
means
people.
degenerate. Yeah, I said I think it means like a generation of humanity that he like heaven and earth will not pass away until
How
he
many
comes back.
generations of humanity has it been? Is there like how many generations of humanities has it been?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, you said a generation of humanity, right? What do
Yeah,
you
I
mean when
said
you
that's
say
what I
that?
think. I said
No,
that's what
what
I
do
took
you
from.
mean? Listen,
No,
what do you mean when you say a generation of humanity? What do you mean when you say that?
I just meant that as a people, as
What? No,
humanity,
define what a generation of humanity is.
the survival of mankind,
So
the
just
human race.
just from the beginning of time to the end.
I mean, I said that's what I took from this verse in particular.
So when you said a generation of humanity, you mean the entire generation of humanity, not a, as if there's another.
No, I just said from this verse, from verse 34, I took that it means that Jesus will come back before humanity passes away.
That's
That's
not
all I
what
said.
you just said. That is not what you just said.
No, that's what I said at
You
the
you
start.
you you are a slick tongue
I think you guys are
individual.
slick
You know
too.
that? No, you
You
are a
guys are
slick
slick.
tongue individual. Like the very serpent, the very serpent image that you guys think that this serpent and Adam and Eve and the Genesis 2 story, like you have that. You
I
realize
don't.
that? Yeah,
I
you
don't.
do.
I think you
You're
do.
very slithery.
Can
I'm
we
not.
bring up 16:28, thinker?
Huh?
Can we bring up Matthew 16:28?
So while you're doing that, good morning, first of all.
You.
Um,
I mean,
when
all I was trying to prove was
sir,
that
sir,
I know it
sir,
ain't.
34
I
was.
know
sir,
it ain't.
Stop
sir,
talking while she's
sir.
talking.
Okay. When you asked him what was the subtitle for verse 3, beginning at verse 3, he skipped and said the Great Tribulation. Was that a parable that he was speaking when he decided to skip that it says the signs of the times and the end of age? Now you can
I'm just
answer the
reading from
question.
my Bible. I'm not gonna lie. I read a New King James version. It's called an
That's
open
where we
Bible.
are.
It's just yeah, but different. There's different Bibles and like it's not. There's my Bible is an open Bible. Like, I apologize if there's differences. I can't change that. But I'm literally just reading. Unless I sort of show my camera and record what
The
I'm
very
looking at.
fact that this is the New King James Version on
No,
the
but there's
screen. Hold on,
different.
stop talking while I'm talking. The very fact that this
Gosh.
is the New King James Version on the screen, and you're saying that your New King James Version has different subtitles, should tell you that the fucking subtitles don't matter. The subtitles are something that the printer put in.
Yeah, that's probably why it differs from Bible to Bible. My
That's why
Bible's
you shouldn't
different.
be fucking arguing about that shit. I
Exactly.
don't care
No,
if
all I
I don't
said is that it's
listen.
a
Stop talking while
parable.
I'm talking because I'm ready to move the fuck on from that. Okay, I don't care if you call verse 32 a parable. I don't care if you call it a metaphor. Verse 35 is not a part of that parable. He switches back to telling them the time that all the other stuff that he told them was going to happen. I'm not gonna keep doing this over one simple fucking verse.
Yeah, if we could read 27 and 28 in Matthew 16.
Okay, well, based off what you just said now about the parable only referring to 32,
For the
I
Son of
think it
Man
refers to
is to
32 to
come with his
35
angels
because
and the glory of his Father.
um,
And
Hold
then
on, hold on. Also, hold on. Matthew 24:35 serves as a transition statement emphasizing the certainty and permanence of Jesus' words in contrast to the temporary nature of creation. It begins in Matthew 24:32. From the fig tree, learn its lesson. Ends in Matthew 24:34. Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. Matthew 24:35 stands alone as a separate declaration, reinforcing the reliability of Jesus' prophecy. Matthew 35 is a transition statement. It reads as a transition statement. It is not a part of the parable.
I didn't say 35 was, I
Yes,
said
you did.
34. I said 34,
no,
not
you said
35.
all the way down to 35. That's what you said. Remember?
Yeah, but heaven and earth will pass away by my words, and
So
by
you
but my words
remember
will
you
by no
did
means
say
pass
down to
away.
35, correct?
Yep,
But
you
that
said
that
down to
doesn't need to
35.
be. But that doesn't need to be. That's written plainly. It doesn't need to
You
be.
said 32 to 35 was all parable. That's what you
Yeah, it
said.
is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But heaven and earth
Now
will
you
pass.
just said 35 wasn't a parable though.
But it's ready. It's written. Yeah, okay. It is in my Bible. It is
You flip
written
flopping, buddy.
32 to 35 is underneath the subtitle "Parable of the Fig Tree." That's what I was trying to say. That
It's irrelevant to what the text says.
the parable of the fig tree is 32 to 35. That's all I'm saying.
It says that Matthew 34 is Jesus' interpretation and application of the parable. It's his interpretation and application of the parable.
Okay. But either way, we started off this conversation by you saying it's not a parable. My
It's
only
not Matthew 30. I said I don't give a fuck if you call Matthew 32 a parable or a metaphor. I don't care. A parable
okay,
is
so
something that explains something in an easy way, right?
okay,
I don't care. Matthew 34 is his interpretation, and Matthew 35 is a declaration.
okay, okay. So okay, that's fine. So we've rinsed this like whole verse out. Is there any other places where you feel like there's prophecies, or
The
false
same
prophets?
prophecy is written earlier in the book, and that's what's on screen. No parable around it. So now what? What's the problem now? It's the same words.
And hey, y'all, good morning. I just wanted to ask
Hey,
real
Fee.
quick. Hey, I just wanted to ask real quick. We know that what the fig tree was a parable for, right? It was a parable for the branches would look a certain way, and we know that it's when it's time for the fruit to be plucked, right? You agree with that? I can't see your name. Is it just?
Oh yeah, When you look from this round of period, when this branch has already become tender, and puts forcibly, you know that summer is near.
Right, so that's
And
a
it doesn't
parable.
say anything about plucking stuff.
Well, the time is near. Ultimately, that's what that parable is saying. It's like just like when the branches have become tender, the time is near. And that's a parable for identifying when the time of the end or when the whatever they're calling it, the end times are coming. You agree with that?
Yeah.
What is the generation a parable for? What's that parallel? Because that's how parables work. So what's the other side of the parable?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know.
Well, I can't because it's not a parable. And I think that's the point, right? Like when you're talking about a parable, this thing represents something else. And if you can't tell us what this generation that you're saying is over 2,000 stretches over 2,000 years is, I can't see where
Oh, okay. So
the
you want to
parable is.
ask the sort of translation of that. But okay, so you're asking, okay, so when the branch has become tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So, in other places in the Bible, I'll try and find it now.
No,
How,
that's not what I'm
That's not
asking.
what you want.
That's not
oh,
what I'm
okay.
asking at all. What I'm
Oh, okay.
asking is,
So
we know what that parable is referring to, because that's
what
how
does
parables
it,
work. It's like a metaphor or simile.
what do
It's
you
com-
think it refers to?
it refers to the time being these signs being indicative of the time of the end of Jesus returning. Just
Yeah,
like
but
the
that's,
branches just like
yeah.
the branches become tender when it's time for the fruit to be plucked, or whatever it's saying about the fig tree, these signs that he's referring to will be occurring when it's time for Jesus to come back. That is the parable. What is the generation that is included in this parable? Just tell me what's on the other side of that parable.
The other side of that parable.
How many years does it take for do fig trees leaves take 2,000 years to get tender? Like, is there an amount of time before a fig tree gets tender? Like, is there
No,
no difference?
no, no.
Exactly.
That's
So he put a time frame when he
no, he
said
didn't.
that. Yes, he did. When he said, just like when the fig trees get tender, summer is near. Right. So
No,
he didn't say, you don't know when the fig trees when the branches on a fig tree will get tender. They may get tender 1,000 years from now. Right.
okay.
He's saying, just like you can tell summer is near by when the branches on a fig tree get tender. Right. He gives them something to calculate. Right. In the parable, he's saying that all of the signs that he gave is how you will know that the time is near. And then he interprets his parable, and then he gives a declaration.
I don't believe so. I don't think so, because it's talking about how. So if we can I refer to another scripture? Can I refer to another scripture to
You
explain my
haven't been
point?
able to deal with this one, and you want to jump to another one?
No,
Yeah, because
because it all is they was all connected. So what I'm okay. So what I'm trying okay.
This
but
I'll
is
before
use
you,
the
how they
what I'm
get
trying to
roped
explain is
in
that
shit
a
like this.
parable
yeah,
when
hang on
a
just a second, just like parables have symbolic elements, correct?
yeah, and I'm trying
There's
to
something
explain
that
the symbolic. Can I
hang,
explain it to you?
hang on just a second for me. There's something in the parable that represents something else, correct?
Yeah, can I explain it to you?
Well, you first have to identify it. We know that
Yeah,
we know that the fig tree was a parable, and we know that it was a parable for the time frame that Jesus was referencing. You're saying the generations is a parable. What is it a parable for? That's all I'm asking.
humanity.
But a generation's, it already includes humanity. Like, I am part of my generation and I am part of humanity. That's not a parable.
Yeah,
And you
so
know full well that a generation, are you in the same generation as your mother?
no, I'm not.
Do you have children?
Yeah,
Are you in the same generation as your children?
no, I'm not.
We know what generations mean. I'm not sure why we're playing this game,
Yeah,
because
but
you
it's
know
a it's
full
a
Earlier,
well.
it's
earlier you said
it's a
you were,
parable.
because you said that it's just humanity. Now you're
It's
not.
a parable. The parable cannot be taken literally. It's so, for example, we're not gonna say Jesus is gonna come the same time a fig tree bears fruit. That's not what it's saying.
I think he's
Nobody
being,
said that.
yeah, I
Yeah,
think he's
but if
being
you're trying to
intentionally
take a
obtuse
parable
here.
Here's the thing.
literally,
Here's the thing, right? Um. So Isaiah gave a prophecy that that the Messiah would bring peace to earth, right? Justice and peace to the earth. Isaiah and Micah. And so they said that in the BCE time, right? They said that during the 7th century BCE, or maybe 6th century BCE, to people who were alive at that time. If there is what y'all have done with these prophecies, because they did not come to pass, right? And there's nobody alive in the BCE time that can say whether Isaiah spoke a true word or not. What y'all have done is just reinterpret it and reinterpret it and reinterpret it. And because Jesus was very specific here, you right now on this stage is trying to redefine what the generation means to make the prophecy vague. so that you can continue to move it out, push it out, and for decades to come.
No. So if we go to John 15, verse 1, he goes, I am the true vine, and my Father is the vine dresser. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he takes away. And every branch that bears fruit, he prunes, that it may bear more fruit. More fruit. You are already clean because of the word which I have spoken in you. Abide in me and I in you, as the branch cannot bear fruit of itself unless it abides in the vine. Neither can you unless you abide with me. I am the vine, you are the branches. He who abides in me and I in him bears much fruit, for without me you can do nothing.
Are you
If
done?
any,
Are you done?
I can be if you want me to.
No. Does it say somewhere in there that when the branches get tender? Does it talk about the tender branches in there? Are you getting ready to get to the tender branches?
I mean,
Or are you just reading a freaking scripture that has the word branch in it? This is what I need to understand. Did you go find a scripture that talks about branches, or are
no.
you getting ready? Hold on. Are you getting ready to read where Jesus also talks about the branches of a tree being tender and using it as a sign of a
No,
time?
but I'm just saying
So
that,
Jesus
you know,
talked about branches
he
a lot. Is that your point?
no, I'm saying that
Why are you
Jesus,
reading to us
no,
about the branches
can I
again?
explain my point? I'm saying, Jesus says, I am the true vine.
Who said
So
that he
what
wasn't?
yeah, so let me finish. I'm saying he says that I am the true vine. So are we now going to say that Jesus is a tree? Is Jesus is a vine?
What the fuck are you
Exactly.
talking about? You
You're
you literally did what I said y'all do with these fucking
you're
scriptures. Like you
you're
went and found a scripture that talks about trees.
you're
Like and then you had to like scramble for a point.
Google.com. Give me a Bible verse, comma, parable, comma, tree. That's what you just put in. What the fuck was that supposed to do for anybody?
I don't know what I was supposed to do, but I'm just saying
You
that,
don't
you
know what
know,
it was supposed to
you
do,
don't,
and you brought it to the
you're
table?
someone needed to hear it, but I'm just saying it's
Oh,
your the
so
way
you
you're
think God
twisting.
told you to say that? You think God told you to say that one?
No. But I'm just saying that your
So who
people are
needed to hear that
twisted.
if you don't even know what it was about?
I'm about to leave, but you guys are twisting the scripture, and I
Okay. Well,
just
you could
pray
just
that.
leave. You could just leave. It's not necessary. We're twisting the scripture, but you gave us the definition of generation, meaning the entirety of the lifespan of humanity as a whole.
The fact that he just said, "Let me find something about a branch." Like what the
Oh my
fuck?
goodness.
That whole confusion, that shit show of confusion is what has people's minds so fucked up in this religion. That twisting, that shit like that irritates me.
You want to talk about false prophets and false prophecies? He didn't think I was going to say, "Yo, Jesus." He was prepared to go. He was prepared. He was prepared to say, "Oh, well, the Old Testament," and no, nigga, yo, Jesus.
Pissed it.
Oh my goodness. Hold on. I'm waiting on the box to open. Nala? Can we take Nala down? I don't think she's there.
Your girl was
Oh,
asked him to come up while he was on stage.
Who?
yeah.
No,
No,
Noel
she
Reed.
was. I know about it. Noel can't come up here. Like I don't let people come up here while people are on stage, and she know damn well she talk all that shit. She gonna come up here by her damn self. Hey Fluff, how are you?
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Thank you so much just now for making me feel normal. Thank
Oh,
you.
I don't know how I did that, but you're welcome.
Yesterday I called people so many different things. I used a thesaurus and dictionary and all kinds of funny little old English words on people yesterday. I had lost my shit at one point. I have a question for you. Can you help me clear something up?
What's up?
Okay, so this is for deconstructing, if you don't mind. I'm a little confused about something. So I'm running through the New Testament. I always throw that out because I'm like, please don't bother me with the New Testament until you've looked at the Old Testament. But something keeps like sitting in the back of my head. I don't find Jesus anywhere being messianic. All I see is a scapegoat. Every time I think of Jesus, I think of a swinging chicken, right? And then that's it. As far as I know, from my own understanding and reading, if I just look at it simply, Jesus was just here to take on the curse for the children of Israel and Judah, so that God can write the new covenant on their hearts. Jesus becomes cursed. But even in Revelations, Jesus refers to himself as the moniker Lucifer. Am I correct in stating that Jesus is just the vessel for a curse, and that's it?
I've heard you say that a couple of times, and I'm not sure. I wasn't tracking where. Like, I know you're going by the fact that he who hangs on a tree is cursed,
Yeah.
but you're tying that to the new covenant, and I'm not sure how you're doing that. So
I'm
could you
tying that to Galatians 3:13.
right? But how are you tying that to the covenant in Jeremiah, though?
Well, okay, so I have he who is hung on a pole is cursed. He who is hung from a tree is cursed. And then in Galatians 3:13, we have Jesus took the curse for us so that we may be redeemed.
Right. So that, like, basically the wages of sin is death, right?
Yeah.
And so it's saying that humans, right, when they are crucified or they pay the price for their sins, then they would be cursed for having to like be crucified for their sin.
Mm.
And so that's what they're saying, like he took on the curse. But I don't saying that Jesus came to take on the curse of the children of Israel and Judah when there isn't anything biblically that says that there is supposed to be a curse on Israel and Judah in order for the new covenant to be written on their hearts. I'm not comfortable with saying that
Right?
because it's not biblical, you know.
See?
Like,
See, that's the problem I'm having. It's not biblical. Because even when I look at Galatians 3:13, Galatians 3:13 ends up becoming a complete canceling contradiction. Because Galatians
what do you
says he
mean?
took on the curse for us, but it's not the children of Israel that are saying that.
Right, that's Galatians is Paul, right? And
Right.
and Paul is talking about taking on the curse just for, you know, believers as a whole, those who accept this gift of grace, right? So
Mhm.
because the wages of sin is death, right? The curse of dying for your sins. So he's saying Jesus paid that price. That's what he's saying. He's not talking about a curse on Israel or Judah.
Right, that's where I'm getting a little confused. That's why I had the question for you, because that's the thing that keeps like hurting my brain. Like, is he just the scapegoat? Because remember, what's the other parable?
Like the scapegoat for, so like he would have to be the scapegoat if he's the sin offering, right?
Right.
Right, and that because that's what the sin offering would be. Like, so when you say the scapegoat, the scapegoat for like for mankind, for humanity,
Or for Israel
or
and Judah, because they're the ones that have the Purim holiday, where they put their sins into a vessel, and then
you're saying that Jesus was sacrificed for Israel and Judah, for the
yeah,
Israel
as the
and Judah
chicken.
sins.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know what that. I'm not comfortable asserting that.
Okay.
No.
See, that's my thing. If we don't put Paul and John in, then it's simple, right? Because then you look at the parable. Is it a parable where I think it's the children of Israel go, "Who are you? Who are you claiming to be?" And he says, "Before Abraham, I am." And then the next part is they started to throw stones at him and he hid and escaped. Like for me, it's they wouldn't accept him as what he's claiming because that has nothing to do with their biblical scripture. That's why I was wondering, is he just the scapegoat?
You would like I don't see it that way because he didn't. The story doesn't have him dying for the sins of Israel,
Okay.
right? Um, yeah, and then like when it talks about the curse that that he took on the curse, he's talking about the grace that Paul is coming at it from the place of they're no longer under the curse of the law. His death brought grace, right? Um, and they don't have to die for their sins anymore. Like the wages of sin is no longer death his under his sacrifice. Um, when like I heard you say he died for the sins of Israel and Judah. He took on the curse of Israel and Judah so that this God could write the laws on the hearts of Israel and Judah.
Right, because he says that he only comes for the lost sheep.
Right, but he wasn't supposed to die. The Messiah in their prophecy wasn't supposed to die.
Exactly, he's not supposed to.
Yeah, so that's why I said like I don't necessarily see it as tying it together with saying it that way because it's just not biblical.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that because like I said, I'm hitting my head. Like, is that actually what it is? Because so far that's what it looks like, right?
Well,
But
not to me, it doesn't.
right, you see,
Right.
that's what it looks like to me. But like, that's what it looks like. But is that it? Because if he doesn't fulfill any of the messianic prophecies, exactly what is he?
He was a false prophet. Like he
Right, other
was.
than a false prophet.
Yeah. So
Because God says, if a prophet speaks and the thing does not come to pass, then I did not speak through that prophet.
well, you also got to keep in mind, right, that
Hmm.
that was, that's in Deuteronomy. That was written during King Josiah's time, right?
Hmm.
And these are laws that they were trying to get a more structured religious system going, and so they were tired of all these false prophets that during in ancient Israel saying God said this, God said that, right?
Okay.
And so the kings at the time, the leaders at the time, when they rewrote the law under the Deuteronomy renewal covenant under King Josiah, um, they wanted to make sure people were afraid to, prophesy in the name of this God. They were trying to cut down on like false prophecies. But with Jesus, as far as Jesus go, the likelihood that this was a man named Yeshua in ancient times who believed that he was the Messiah that was prophesied in the Hebrew scriptures is very high because he wasn't the only one.
Right.
There's actually there's another one named in the text itself, right? And so he was just a, failed apocalyptic preacher
Right.
who probably did believe that he was the Messiah,
Okay.
no different than the ones that we see today, right?
Right.
Who believe that they are God or Jesus returned.
Okay. Thank you. Because that's how I see it. Considering that I don't consider him a historically accurate person, I see him more as a fictitious character, more along the lines of Hercules and or King Arthur, right? The king that was, will, and always shall be, right? So that's how I see that. But I'm saying it only because I see Greco-Roman, so I don't see Mesopotamia anymore.
Right. So like so here's the thing. It is more likely that there was a human, right, named Yeshua who believed that he was the Messiah of the Hebrews, right? he grew a following, and his followers started writing stories about him at the same time that another cult, Apollonius' cult, who was a Greek god or a Roman god, I can't remember, they were doing the same thing. And so they were kind of competing with each other, trying to see who could write the biggest and most believable stories about their gods. And so even there is no historical proof that this man existed, but it's more likely that he did, and his followers just kept writing about him after he died, and they embellished stories about him, just like Apollonius's followers did. And they were both of these cults were going at the same time in Rome.
You're probably the only human being on the face of the planet that can say to me, it's likely that he did exist.
Well, it's because it's just it's easier to just be like, honestly, it's easier to just be like a human, right, existed that believed that he was the Messiah in these books, right?
Well, yeah,
And he grew a
Tacitus even
following.
lets us know there are quite a few people that were going through that little slide hysteria. But
I
we
mean,
get
there's
that
like
every
there were
year.
multiple. There were like 16 Jesuses at that time, written about in Jewish history, right? So
Yeah, that's
it's
why I
not far
call him
fetched. I'm
I
sorry,
call
Fluff.
him like a
I'm sorry, Fluff.
Hercules.
Fluff.
Sorry.
Fluff. Fluff. I'm sorry. Like let me. So um, Josephus writes about 16 different Jesuses, right? And during that time, the name Yeshua was a really popular name, right? So it's not far fetched to think that there was a man named Yeshua. In fact, there was one whose father's name was Ananias, who gave these big elaborate speeches, somewhat similar to the speeches Jesus did. Him and his dad fought the Sicarii, and they ended up getting killed at a Jewish festival because they brought the Sicarii up on charges behind the Roman government's back. And so like it's not far fetched that they took stories from other people named Yeshua and other events that happened in Jewish history and applied them to stories about Jesus.
Okay, thank you for that, because exactly, you're like, it's like basically a whole bunch of Jesuses put into one. And
It very well could be, but not saying
yeah,
that
I
it is,
appreciate
but
that
saying that
one.
it could be. Yeah, and I'm very careful to like not talk in absolutes, because there's so much that I still don't know, and that I'm still learning about. So I don't want to like talk in absolutes, and so it very well could be where, like when we see the similarities in some of these stories in Josephus's writings, um, in Jesus's stories, that they were used as inspiration when writing. Some when the authors were writing about Jesus' life.
Thank you. So now when I look at it this way, since you're not comfortable, I'm gonna re-look at it. Because it becomes very frustrating if I use anything outside of the Bible for me, and if I'm talking to a person that's never read anything outside of the Bible. So inside of the Bible, like I was saying, I can't see it. Like I can't see him outside of being, the a scapegoat, right? But if you're saying not necessarily comfortable for that, he's really just more or less a false prophet. That really removes the scapegoat aspect of it, and it actually removes him as the necessary central figure here.
And see, I think you and I just see it differently, right? Like the way the stories are written, I see it as that Jesus died to, the way the stories were put together, he literally just cleans up the Old Testament God, right?
Right.
And the loyalty that it the text and the teachings around the text make its followers have, right, for the death of Jesus and their salvation attached to it, in order to accept this Hebrew God as being the Godhead of, this Trinity, I see it as Jesus died for that, right? Like to clean up the Hebrew God. Not,
Married
but that's just me, kind of being facetious and uh, kind of looking at things. Not saying that that's a biblical thing, but that's me looking at history and saying, okay, how they put the text together, what decisions that they made when they married the two texts, and then the effect that it has on its followers, right? When it comes to the Old Testament God versus this New Testament God, and
Okay, I'm
the
with you
different
on that.
nature, and the different nature that it has. But that's not me saying that that's biblical, right? Like,
Okay, so you know what? I would say, okay, since you went through the hard work, if somebody wants to say that's not biblical, go ahead, prove it. But I get what you're saying, because on my end, is that really biblical? You're like, is that really biblical? But the problem is it's very ambiguous. So with your heavy research, and my research is really nowhere near as heavy as yours, I gotta catch up to you. We
I'm,
still we
I
still
mean, not
see it
really.
that
You're
way.
just gonna see things differently, right? Like you don't
Right.
have to see things that I see it. And at the end of the day, there's been hundreds and hundreds of hours gone into research from all different types of scholars, and not one scholar today, who is atheist, who is a serious researcher, right, is comfortable just explicitly saying that it is one specific thing, unless
Hmm.
they deal with um, actual like archaeological evidence, and they're dealing with like cultural things. But when it comes to more of the interpretative type things, I don't. Most honest scholars shy away from trying to like make a definite statement, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just that one, we're dealing with really ancient text. We're dealing with texts that have been translated from its original language into different languages. We don't know what the true intention of each author was, and we're dealing with different cultures at the time. And so a lot of times when we read the text today, we read it through the lens of our existing culture, and we forget to put ourselves in their shoes, right? And what was going on in that world at the time, and what thought would have been like at that time, right? And
Yeah.
so because of that, it's really hard to make definite statements when it comes to this text. So like you're just gonna see it differently than I see it. Um, I don't know. Like it'd be really interesting if you do some more research and you can tie that biblically. I'd be interested in seeing it.
Oh, I'm really good at connecting dots, but I can connect the dot in so many different ways. I have everybody's eyes crossed. It'll take 20 years before anybody actually realizes that all those dots connected the wrong way. Um, yeah, no. I do understand that we're seeing it differently. We're kind of seeing it differently with the same kind of looseness, but I am looking from your angle first, because like I keep saying it, and I don't know like if you ever get that little weird twinge in your stomach, like wait a second, I really should double check that again. Like it sounds right, and then something hits my gut, and I'm like,
I think like
huh.
if yeah, I think people know me, right? Like if I'm detouring away from research based statements, I'll say now this is me talking, or this is just my own thoughts, to let people know don't take this as fact, don't take this, seriously. This is something
Yeah.
that I'm researching myself, right? This is a thought or a theory that I have that I came up with, right? So they know that this isn't fact based. Um, but if I most of the time I'm going to speak from a place where I can go and back up what I'm saying through scripture
Mm.
or with archaeological data, scholarship, like peer reviewed scholarship definitions, things like that. And then I always announce when I'm detouring away from that. And so I make that my norm. My norm is data. My norm is data and facts, right? And
Right.
resources. And then if I'm detouring from that, I'll make an announcement. Hey, I'm detouring from that. Here are my own thoughts, so that
Yeah, I
people
like
will
to
know the
say here's a
difference.
thought experiment.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Fluff. You guys, Thinker has her gift goal up, as you could see, and we have less than an hour to reach it. So if you can, please send her the hearts, as well as please get these likes up to 250K in the next 20 minutes, or I will be turning off the comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thinker, for breaking it down for me. I completely followed you. And yeah, I'm going to abstain from definitive statements on my own interpretation. Um, because yeah, I came to question you because it just doesn't seem, it doesn't feel right, but it doesn't feel wrong. So I kind of wanted your overall observation on it and how I'm juggling that particular scripture, right? Um, yeah, I do appreciate that we're like kind of looking at it with the same kind of information, but you're right. I'm making more of a definitive statement, and I should really shy away from that because am I giving the right information, or if I'm just giving my own personal twist on things, and I tend to do that. So
I
yeah.
try my best to like be very unless I know, like I know, like if the text says this thing, right? But I when belief systems are a motherfucker, right? And I try my best to be cognizant of someone's beliefs, right? And so if I'm going to tell them something, I want to make sure that they can go on their own and go to Google or buy the book, and they can see, oh, what she said, she what she said was true. She didn't lie, right? And I don't want to give them a shaky foundation. Like I like producing a thought or a doubt in somebody's head, and then giving them a wobbly or shaky foundation to go on can be quite dangerous when we're dealing with someone's belief system or faith system. So I try my best to not do that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for actually adding the ethical aspect to deconstruction. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's a standard that while you're thinking, while you're jumping through all these metaphors, allegories, history, everything, we can get excited. And yeah, if I get too excited, I might slip and forget that ethics is the foundation of where I'm standing first. And then the
Yeah, but keep in mind,
information
this is
comes out
me. Like,
second.
I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm saying
No, no, no.
that's
You've
the law that
pointed
I've created for myself.
clear ethical distinction on what you're doing, and then there are people attached to what you're doing.
Yeah, because like for me, like my goal is not to cause harm. Like, I'm not trying to cause harm to believers, right? Um, and I try my best. Sometimes they get up and they get on my fucking nerves, and they say things to me that, uh, are just freaking ridiculous. But even still, my response to them isn't rooted in me wanting to cause harm to them. And so but that's just a law that I've created for myself. I'm not saying that you have to do things that way. I'm just saying that's me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I
Okay.
also think that people should take a look at other people's ethics, if it's sound and if it works well for others, not just for the person who's rooted in that particular standard. Then it is something to be considered as, is it good for the group? Is it good for the whole? And you and I can think quick. Everybody on this damn panel thinks fast. And when you really look at it, yes, what you're doing is deconstructing, but at the same time, there's a lot of humanity on the inside of that. You put the research in, years of research to bring information, and then at the same time, you have an ethical hand and a moral standard when you're doing so. So that's integrity and dignity on top of that. And it's not just a game of debating and breaking a person's faith. It's literally about enlightenment, knowledge sharing, and growth. So, yeah, I came to get that clarity from you because I look at you, many of us do, as a central figure of the community. So, when I walk in, months in, and you're years in, this is a level of deference here because I am going to come to the person that's done the research, that is happy about sharing that knowledge, and just saying, hey, can you help me think? And that, I love the fact that you created the space. So those of us that are still trying to figure out and help others have a community for ourselves, have that space to come and speak. Because I don't know if you remember the very first time you met me, but this
I
is a
don't.
lot of confidence, thinker, that you and every single last person on this panel gives to the deconstructing community. Not only do you help us think, but we are able to come back and talk through the community for more information, thinker. So thank you so much for allowing me to come up. Thank you so much for helping me think. And then I like to, every time I come up, remind you that what you were doing is absolutely one of the most amazing things I have ever seen a human being take on. That is some sick-ass bravery. And the testicular fortitude of a Spartan. So, thank you very much for helping me think, and thank you very much for the community that you have allowed for critical thinkers and for people that want community and humanity to be better. I love your ethical and moral hand that you've molded this structure with. And I really like to give you a compliment every damn chance I can. You truly are a wonder, and I'm so thankful and gracious
I
and
just want to say
grateful.
I do. I'm sorry. I appreciate it. I really do. Like if
But I'm gonna
anybody
drop,
knows
by
me,
the
this
way, because I
makes me
gotta
feel
go do
so
other things.
uncomfortable. I just want to like I'm not. I just want to say I appreciate you. I really do. I also don't want to be put on a pedestal that way. It's the most uncomfortable thing for me. I do appreciate. I do. I promise you. I do. Thank you. But y'all
You
do
do it
for
to me
me.
too.
Y'all do for me what y'all say that I do for you. Like it's a give and a take. I don't ever want to be put on a pedestal that way. Um, I please don't do that, y'all, because I promise. Um, um, like I don't. A lot of times, like people will become like an influencer or something like that, and they're not seen human. I don't want that. Like I love kicking it with y'all. I just like being human with y'all. I like shooting the shit with y'all. Just being like, I don't want to be put on a pedestal.
I
But I
know
do.
that
But I do.
awful
I do. I
feeling.
appreciate the love. I do. Paris. I do. But y'all know me. This ain't the first time y'all done heard me say this.
Yeah, by the way, I don't know if you've ever sat on my panel when someone's tried to give me a compliment. I'm like, thanks. And I throw it right back at everybody else. I do the same. I think we all
Okay,
do, but yeah, I
y'all,
do the
we
same.
gotta move on, you guys.
All right, I am jumping down. Thank you guys. Thanks for the clarity. I'm going to go read some more. All right?
All right. Have a good one.
You
Thanks.
too.
Yeah, the Spartans took part in the pedestry, so I don't let nobody call me no Spartan.
Oh, so
It
shut
was,
the
it was
fuck
for
up.
real. That's how I knew about it. So when you started
Oh
talking
my
about it,
god.
I was like, I know about that because the Spartans were weird as fuck.
Only you.
Oh my god.
Only you.
Oh my god. Oh so.
Okay, y'all. She has less than 40 minutes right now to complete this gift goal. Please look at your top, look at the top, and find the heart located in the gift box so that we can help her complete her gift goal. Thank you.
And if you're having a hard time with getting coins, you got to go to tiktok.com/coins. They're actually cheaper to purchase coins that way anyway. So you're doing yourself a favor going there and doing it.
Right? They're like 20% off.
That's where I always get mine.
Also, if you lost your nerd badge, you can get it back on live. Did you say that already? Did you say that already?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay. Yeah, if you lost your nerd badge, you can get it back on live. While we are live, you can go to tiktok.com, click on the live, and you can resubscribe in the upper right hand corner. And it's cheaper. I think it's like $2 and some change if you do it that way. Queen Sunflower. You can get it back, Debonair, and it's cheaper at tiktok.com. Queen Sunflower, are you there?
That says queer.
It says queer?
Yeah.
Oh, queer Sunflower? Okay, they're not there.
As a member of the queen community, I was offended.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, she
Oh my god, I
she
gotta
may have
get my
combined the
eyes
two
checked.
guests.
Huh? I gotta get my eyes checked. I promise. I changed my contacts yesterday, and they still not like. Damn. No, it's not time to get no readers. I wish the fuck I would. Queen.
That's queer.
That's Queen. Leave me alone. Oh,
And I
sorry.
knew you were gonna say
Queen, are you there?
go on.
Okay. The last thing we need Christians be like, they treat her like she God. That she trying to be God. No. I'm good. Sao Paulo. Okay, they're not there either. Yo, it is 802 people. We got 713 on TikTok, 103 on YouTube. Let's get some good conversations going. We have about another 3.5 hours left in this show, y'all. Another 3.5 hours. Pick easier names.
I don't know if that'll make a difference. Thinker just likes to
What?
see things for what they could be. You know what
Not that I'm reading names optimistically.
I mean? Right. She reading the potential in your name, not necessarily what you got going
Oh my god.
on. Like Lisa Fried Chicken.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh man, that was funny. Okay, Deja, hey, how are you, love?
Good morning. I am good. I just got out of my dad's car. I actually have requested earlier, but I'm like, dang, I don't really want to request in my dad's car, bro. But number three for me.
Okay, let's go.
All right. So first, I do have a question with in regards to number three. Would you be able to like, I don't know, I actually like wanted to know if you can give me examples of the false prophets and prophecies in the Bible. Like I heard about this one story. I don't know if it was a prophet or a prophecy thing, where I guess God sent this guy out to do something, and it was pretty much to set him up to unalive him. I don't remember his name though.
Oh yeah, like he actually had a prophet tell him that it was okay for him to go and do something, or that he would be healed or something, and it was so that he could kill him. Um,
Hmm.
I can't think of I think it was Jeroboam or Rehoboam's son, one of them. Um, but so there's a lot of false prophecies in here. Um, I think uh, one of the ones that I like to talk about. Have you heard us talk about the debit card prophecy?
I absolutely have not.
So actually, you know what? I don't know. Do you have time? We can talk about some of the prophecies and how they fixed them.
Listen, my class don't start until 10 a.m. I just wanted my dad to bring me to school.
Okay. Okay. Give me just a second. Let me get to my Google Docs.
Okay.
Um, let's see. Okay. This is also in the Google Drive. This was one of the um Saturday classes that we had. Let's see. All right. All right. So Isaiah 15 through 16 um, contains a prophecy of the destruction of Moab. And so let me see if I can pull it up right quick and we're going to read it.
You said the destruction of Moab?
Moab, the Moabites. So it's an oracle against Moab. So I'm going to read that and then I'm going to go back to my notes because I got to look at my notes on how they fixed it. And it was more so like a timeline shift. Kind of like the guy that was up here that was defining generation.
Hmm.
And yeah, so it was something like that and how they fixed the prophecy. They kind of made words mean different things. But or like the time like we'll get back to it. So, but it was kind of like a vague fix. Like, so it says an oracle concerning Moab, because Ar is laid waste in a night, Moab is undone. Because Ker is laid waste in a night, Moab is undone. Daughter Deban has gone up to the high places to weep over Nebo and over Medeba. Moab wails. Every head is shaved, every beard is shorn, and the streets they bind on sackcloth. On the housetops and in the squares, every wails and melts in tears. Heshbon and Eliah, I can't say that name, cry out. Their voices are heard as far as Jahaz. Therefore the loins of Moab quiver. His soul trembles. My heart cries out for Moab. His fugitives flee to Zoar, to El Gath Shalishiah. For at the ascent of Luhith they go up weeping on the road to Horonim. They raise a cry of destruction. The waters of Nimrim are a desolation. The grass is withered. The new growth fails. Vegetation is no more. I think this is where they end up fixing it right there. Therefore, the abundance they have gained and what they have laid up, they carry away over the wadi of the willows. For a cry has gone around the land of Moab. The wailing reaches to Eglam. The wailing reaches to Beer Elam. For the waters of Dibon are full of blood. Yet I will bring upon Dibon even more, a lion for those of Moab who escaped for the remnant of the land. Okay, so let me look at my notes so I don't say anything
It sounds
wrong.
like a lot of people are turned, but it also sounds like destruction and stuff. Like
Say that again.
it sounds like a lot of people are turned, but it also sounds like a lot of destruction.
Yeah, he's prophesying destruction um, against the Moabites. And it says that Isaiah 16:6-11 is a prophecy and a lament over the total destruction after its invasion by a conquering enemy. Isaiah 16:9-10 emphasizes the silence of the land at harvest time when there should be noise from the farm work. Literary analysis of the passage in Isaiah 16:14 reveals it is a later addition for several reasons. It's written in prose instead of poetry, and has its own introduction. It refers to a larger population of Moabites by using the term greater multitude, which means that the desolation in verse 9b through 10 didn't happen. So here we have Isaiah, this right here. Wait, no, Isaiah 16. Hold on. This. Therefore I weep as Jazar weeps for the vines of Sibah. I drench you with tears, O Heshbon and Elilah, for the shout over your fruit harvest and your grain harvest has ceased. Joy and gladness are taken away from the fruitful field, and in the vineyards no exultation is heard, no shouts are raised, no treader treads out, wine in the presses, the vintage shout is hushed. So they're saying that this never happened because this verses 6:14 was a later addition. This right here. It says, this was the word of the Lord that spoke concerning Moab in the past. But now the Lord says, in 3 years, like the years of a hired worker, the years of a hired worker, that's Babylonian. But now now it makes sense why it would have been added later. If 3 years of a hired worker, that's Babylonian, that's Babylon's time. So it makes sense that, okay, huh?
Yeah, isn't there 7?
Babylon is 7. Babylon is 3.
Yeah,
Israel's is 7.
Israel's 7. Yeah,
Yeah.
I figured.
And so they're writing when they're in Babylon, right? And so they catch stuff like this and they're like, oh, this was a later edition. This was the word that the Lord spoke concerning Moab in the past. But now the Lord says, in 3 years, like the years of a hired worker, the glory of Moab will be brought into contempt in spite of all its great multitude, and those who survive will be very few and feeble. So it's saying that literary analysis of the passage in Isaiah 16:14 reveals it is a later edition for several reasons. It's written in prose instead of poetry and has its own introduction. It refers to a larger population of Moab. Its great multitude, which means that the desolation in 9b through 10 didn't happen. Scholars have noted that verse 14 was written during a time when Moab was thriving. The writer of verse 14 knew that Yahweh's prophecy had not come to pass and updated the prophecy and gave a new 3-year time frame, the time frame of an indentured servant in Babylon, which is another sign that it was written during the Babylonian exile. I forgot that. Does that make sense? How they can tell when prophecies they didn't come to pass and how they went back in and fixed those prophecies?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. That's crazy.
Yeah. And if anybody wants to know, this is Isaiah chapter 15 in chapter 16, the destruction of the Moabites. Go ahead.
Is this the one that you call the failed thing, what you said earlier?
The failed debit card prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the prophecy against the city state Tyre in Ezekiel 26 through 28. So this is the one we laugh at because it's like he was supposed to pay Nebuchadnezzar and all of his army, but Nebuchadnezzar works for him for 13 years and then he goes in, he can't pay him, and he goes to Ezekiel. He's like, hey, tell Nebuchadnezzar that I know he worked for me and I can't pay him, but I'm going to give him Egypt. I'm going to pay him with Egypt's wealth. So he kind of like it's time to pay the bill and he couldn't pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You say y'all take EBT?
That's real.
Ezekiel chapter 26. Start with verse 7. Biblical said he had an undiscovered card. An undiscovered card. And so we start at verse 7. So, and then I know reading this may seem like a lot, y'all, but I would rather people know what I'm talk. You know what I'm saying? So like you can follow along. So I know it probably sounds like a lot. If it gets boring, let me know. It says, "For thus says the Lord God, behold, I will bring against Tyre from the north Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, king of kings, with horses and chariots, and with horsemen, and an army with many people. He will slay with the sword your daughter, villages in the fields. He will heap up a siege mound against you, build a wall against you, and raise a defense against you. He will direct his battering rams against your walls and against his axes. He will break down your towers. Because of the abundance of his horses, their dust will cover you. Your walls will shake at the noise of the horsemen, the wagons and the chariots, when he enters your gates as men enter a city that has been breached. With the hooves of his horses he will trample all your streets. He will slay your people by the sword, and your strong pillars will fall to the ground. They will plunder your riches and pillage your merchandise. They will break down your walls and destroy your pleasant houses. They will lay your stones, your timber, and your soil in the midst of the water. I will put an end to the sound of your songs, and the sound of your harps shall be heard no more. I will make you like the top of a rock. You shall be a place for spreading nets, and you shall never be rebuilt, for I, the Lord, have spoken, says the Lord God. Thus says the Lord God to Tyre, will the coastlands not shake at the sound of your fall, when the wounded cry and when slaughter is made in the midst of you? Then all the princes of the sea will come down from their thrones, lay aside their robes, and take off their embroidered garments. They will clothe themselves with trembling. They will sit on the ground, tremble every moment, and be astonished at you. And they will take up a lamentation for you and say to you, how have you perished, O one inhabited by seafaring men, O renowned city, who was strong at the sea, she and her inhabitants, who caused her terror to be on all their inhabitants. Now the coastlands tremble on the day of your fall, yet the coastlands by the sea are troubled at your departure." This is a long ass prophecy that did not come to pass. But thus says the Lord God, when I make you a desolate city, like cities that are not inhabited, when I bring the deep upon you and great waters cover you, then I will bring you down with those who descend into the pit, to the people of old, and I will make you dwell in the lowest part of the earth, and places desolate from antiquity, with those who go down to the pit. The fact that they use antiquity here is just very telling.
Why is
So,
it
huh?
why is all of this happening? He's talking about like, they about to pretty much raise him, but why?
Well, because the first off, Babylon and the city state of Tyre were two nations that often came against. They were wealthy, right, and they often would come against the north and come against the south and charge them like taxes, like they were vassals to these states. And what right now, what this God is saying, that the crown prince of Tyre thinks that he's God, and they're leaning on their wealth basically, and basically they were jealous of the people in that part of the area, because they controlled all the trade. The city state Tyre was wealthy and well known for controlling the trade routes in the sea. Like they owned all of the fleets. And so Ezekiel is like, oh, you think you're God, and so God's gonna bring you down, right? You think you're. I think there is a scripture in here where he says that he's more intelligent than Daniel, and he's like, oh, you think you're more intelligent than our prophet? Like, you going around bragging about your wealth and bragging about this, and you think that you are God and saying that you're gonna ascend and blah blah blah? Then our God is going to destroy you, and he's going to use Nebuchadnezzar to do it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And in antiquity, in those days, the people fought based on like their gods. Like it was who had the biggest and baddest god. Right. And it was based on stories. But yeah, so I think it's verse 28 where he says, you think you're God. Let me see. Verse 28 and 2. Yeah. The word of the Lord came to me again, saying, Son of man, say to the prince of Tyre, thus says the Lord God, because your heart is lifted up, and you say, I am a god. I sit in the seat of gods in the midst of the seas, yet you are a man and not a god, though you set your heart as of the heart of a god. But basically, this God, remember, he's a jealous God. Like you up here saying that, you're just like our God. Behold, you are wiser than Daniel. Yeah. There is no secret that can be hidden from you. With your wisdom, your understanding, you have gained riches, and for yourself you have gathered gold and silver. So, like a lot of, he was proud, like up in the high places. And so, like if you notice, for Mesopotamia, the Venus was the planet that was assigned to Babylon and that side of the world, and it literally it has a meaning of like being prideful, right? Um, um, Boastful, right? And so that's why they assign. That's when they say, "Oh, morning star," right? "Oh, Lucifer, you were boastful." They're literally talking about Babylon and the city state of Tyre, because that was what Venus represented for them at that time.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And then, so I'm trying to rush through this. I'm sorry, it's a lot. Let's go to 2917 when it and this is where he tells him he's going to carry off his wealth. And it came to, I'm sorry, it's a long prophecy, y'all. And it came to pass in the 20th and the 27th year in the first month, on the first day of the month, that the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, caused his army to labor strenuously against Tyre. Every head was made bald, and every shoulder rubbed raw. Yet neither he nor his army received wages from Tyre, for the labor which they expended on it. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, surely I will give the land of Egypt to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, for he shall take away her wealth, carry off her spoil, and remove her pillage, and that will be the wages for his army. I have given him the land of Egypt for his labor, because they worked for me, says the Lord God. And so this is him going back to Ezekiel, and it's like, hey, I know I said that I was going to pay Nebuchadnezzar with the wealth of Tyre. And what happened in history is that Nebuchadnezzar did fight Tyre for 13 years. By the time Tyre surrendered, Tyre ended up surrendering to Nebuchadnezzar. And by the time Dr. Bowen doesn't think Nebuchadnezzar actually made it into Tyre. I've read several different scholars who say that he did. So Dr. Bowen still thinks that they didn't. He said he's not so sure. He don't trust necessarily what he read. But from what I studied, he actually did make it into Tyre, and when he made it in, there was no wealth. And so what they don't know is if Tyre, the crown prince of Tyre, spent all of their wealth fighting Nebuchadnezzar off, or since they were the ones that owned all the fleets in that part of the world at that time, did they move all of their wealth during the 13 years that they were fighting Nebuchadnezzar? So either way, if he made it there, he didn't get wealth. And if he didn't make it there, he didn't get the wealth, like Ezekiel prophesied. Dr. Bowen feels like I'm being gracious by saying Nebuchadnezzar actually made it into Tyre.
So
Huh?
it's like if you've been hungry for like a month, and then somebody take you to get groceries, and they give you like $500 in groceries, and you get to the checkout line, and they card decline. They're like, oh, but you can have this jacket. So
Yeah. And
like,
then go ahead.
and and, and what if so they have a lot of wealth, right? So and maybe like they probably had enough for their 13 years or whatever. But once they maybe figured out that they was gonna lose, it was like, oh, we might as well just go ahead and hide our wealth because we don't want to give it to these people or whatever.
There is no telling. Like Tyre was very very wealthy.
Mhm.
Like they had jewels that like they had um the trade, the sea trade sold up, right? Like everybody had to go through them. Like you couldn't not go through Tyre and conduct trade, which is why Alexander the Great ended up conquering it. Like everybody wanted it, and so it makes sense that they would move their wealth while they're fighting off Nebuchadnezzar. I think that's what they did, but nobody's been able to like prove, what happened to the wealth of Tyre. But Nebuchadnezzar didn't get it. We know that's in Nebuchadnezzar's Kingly Chronicles. He didn't get any wealth from Tyre. He was pretty mad when they went in there. And then he did fight against Egypt for like 6 years. He did get like a offshoot victory against Egypt, but he never conquered Egypt either, and he never conquered the wealth of Egypt, like Yahweh says here. When he goes back and he tries to tell Ezekiel, "Hey, I can't pay Nebuchadnezzar with with Tyre's wealth. Tell him I'm paying with Egypt's wealth." He didn't even do that either. And then there's a scribe that corrected the prophecy with Egypt also. Corrected in Jeremiah's prophecy. So because Nebuchadnezzar failed to conquer Egypt, a scribe updated Jeremiah's prophecy too. And I think, let me see, I just want to go straight to the verse that he updated.
Did Nebuchadnezzar ever get tired of never getting? It seemed like he wasn't getting paid for what he was doing. It was like volunteer work. Okay.
I don't think Nebuchadnezzar actually really thought that the God of Israel told him to do that, right? Nebuchadnezzar didn't worship the God of Israel. When Daniel writes that, that Nebuchadnezzar bowed down to the God of Israel when he was in exile, that wasn't true either, right? That was about Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuchadnezzar didn't bow down to the God of Israel. So I don't think Nebuchadnezzar ever honored the God of Israel. There's nothing in the Babylonian Chronicles that reflects Babylon ever giving a damn about the God of Israel.
So is he just like a middleman who just working?
No, what it is that these writers were writing during a time, they were going through some stuff, like they were in being sieged by Nebuchadnezzar for a couple of years. And so then they eventually get taken to Babylon, and they're writing while they're in Babylon. They're writing after they, leave the Babylon and come back into the exile area. So they're rewriting their histories and stuff. And so I think what they're doing is they're taking history, because a lot of this is written after the fact, right? After things have already happened in history. And so they're taking history and writing these narratives about their God, saying, and then God said about Nebuchadnezzar, except Nebuchadnezzar has never talked to the God of Israel. Does that make sense? Like, these are embellished, shoulda, coulda, woulda type stories. And a lot of these are prophecies after the fact.
To make their God look good, or to make them
Huh?
more powerful? To make their gods look good?
Yeah. To make their, because back then, like, they had to write stories about, how powerful, the power that their God had. The nations competed with each other that way. The bigger the stories are about your God, the more, when you get ready to go to war with another nation, right, then that nation fears you because they fear your God. They've heard the stories. If you remember when Rahab when the spies go into Jericho and Rahab is talking to the Israelites, and she's like, "We've heard the stories, about your God, and everyone inside are afraid." That's how it was done back then. Stories of a nation's God traveled about, and then in order to like inflict fear on another nation, so that if you come in that land, they either respect you, right, or if they go to war with you, it like they're afraid, like they're afraid to go to war with you because they fear your God. They think your God got your back.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, that's how they used these gods back then. The stories and stuff. That's how they used it back then. But yeah, that's just two. The Yahweh's broken covenant with David is a long one too. Like I don't. That one is a long one, and that one would also take some explaining. Like a lot of the failed prophecies in the Bible kind of take a lot of explaining to do, so that you can see where the original prophecy was, what was the history behind it, right? Where they went in the Bible and where they fixed it at a later date, and the archaeological data that supports the prophecy actually not coming to pass in actual history, right? So it takes a lot to explain them.
Gotcha. And I have another question. So, although because of my church hurt, that kind of pushed me into being an atheist. But now I'm at a point in my life where I do have a lot of questions about the Bible. So I feel like, in a sense, I'm going through a deconstruction. So I guess my question is like, I did ask Christina. Christina, she said she's going to send me some books, whatever. And I want to know like, what would be a good place for me to start to like really get more knowledge about the Bible? Because I know a lot of people like, my family members are all Christians, and I want to talk to them on like a regular level. Like I don't want us to be in each other's faces about it. I just want us to be able to have a regular conversation and me be able to explain like certain things about the Bible that just doesn't align with my morals. You know what I'm saying? Like especially since you already told me about the whole slavery thing um and Jesus unaliving people because he's a jealous God, or you know what I'm saying, or being forced to marry your rapist. But like I guess I just want to know where to start.
Yeah, Dr. Bowen's books are really good because he takes a historical approach, um, to the helping the atheists understand the Bible, because he doesn't just stick to the Bible. He goes into actual history, takes you through the archaeological data, to the Babylonian Chronicles, to the Assyrian Chronicles. If you want to like connect it to history, that way you'll know, a little bit more about why the writers were writing what they were writing, and at what point in time they wrote what they wrote. Dr. Bowen's book called The Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, Volume 1 and Volume 2, is a really good place to start. And the way he writes, it's so understandable, and it's not boring either.
I can't understand the Bible. I tried reading one time and I felt overstimulated. You know what I'm saying? Like it just I couldn't really pick up. Like I saw the words, but they just wasn't. You know.
Yeah, yeah. But once you understand the history and what was going on in the world at that time, the Bible gets a little bit more interesting, because it's like reading mythologies, right? Like I don't know if you like reading uh like old Greek mythologies. I really like the Babylonian
I actually do
mythology.
enjoy the Greek mythology. Like it's crazy. I like
Yeah.
Greek mythology.
Yeah, like this morning we started reading the Zulu Nation mythologies, and I'm already loving like the creation story with the Zulu Nation. So, once you I feel like King James fucked up some really interesting mythological stories. Um, but once you understand the history, then it gets interesting to read.
And you said his name is Doctor
Dr. Joshua Bowen. He
Josh.
comes in here all the time. You know Dr. B.
I feel like I do.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
hasn't been in here in a while because he deleted the app when TikTok went down.
Mhm.
But let me see if I can pull up his book. Um,
I was gonna say, is there any way you could put it in a Discord or something like that, so I could just
it's
start like
it's in
researching?
my
It's already in
bio.
there. It's in your bio.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in my bio and my book recommendations.
Hmm.
And then it is on the Discord and a channel that says Thinkers Book Recommendations. Um, but yeah, here it is right here. The Atheist God. He looks so different right there, don't he?
My eyes was playing a trick on me because I thought I was seeing a
Don't that
man.
look like Dr. B do it? Huh? What do you say?
Oh, you talking about Dr. Bowen? Yeah, he do
Yeah.
look different. I was,
Is that pressure?
that's my son.
There ain't no way in hell that is Dr. B. That does not look like him right there.
He looks like a YouTuber.
You say he's like a YouTuber?
Yeah, that don't look the same. That looks so weird. What is that? Who
Don't
is
it?
that?
It don't even look
Nah,
like Dr. B.
nah. He looked like he was on Smosh or something. That don't look like Dr. Bowen.
You see, he got a face full of hair now. But yeah, that's his book right there.
And you said it's in your profile or the link tree, so I can find it there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Thinker. I appreciate you for answering my questions and
You are
stuff.
very welcome, Deja. I hope you have a good day at class.
I will. Thank you so much. You guys have a good day.
You too.
Dude, that
You
Charlotte.
too.
It's so crazy how a beard can make a person look like a totally
Oh,
different person.
yes, I agree.
Beard is makeup for men.
Let's see this. Let the Thymes roll.
Hi,
Is
how are
it
you?
Oh, times.
is it times or thymes?
It's
Times like
time.
It's
yeah,
times.
like the spice.
Oh, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing good. Um, are you a Christian or are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing. I've been on your live before.
I've seen you in the comments. You've been on stage before.
I have.
Oh, okay. What did you come up to discuss?
Um, uh, I wanted to add something about, um, uh, it has to do with the connection, that I heard you talk about when we were reading the, what is that? The,
You sound like Greenwich. You're not Greenwich.
indeed I am, yes.
Okay. I'm like okay.
um,
I'm like no, I know this voice. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
it has to do what we were reading about with the Zulu creation myth, and you mentioned, you've been mentioning a lot of Egyptian things, recently, and it made my mind, uh, ask a lot of questions. And one thing that I thought about was I have heard before, and I recently read up on it, is the connection between, um, an Egyptian god, the Egyptian god Set, and the connection with him and Baal slash Yahweh. Because you mentioned, before, how they tried to introduce a god of nothing, in the Egyptian pantheon, and that reminded me of a story of I've heard about. They say that they tried to introduce a god of the foreigners, into the Egyptian pantheon, but he was rejected. And interestingly enough, Set is this kind of god of foreigners and the desert and violence and all these things that you mentioned, this god of nothing, if you will. And the connection between the two is not only that, him being the god of the desert, but also his correlation with how the Egyptian people viewed foreigners and how he was demonized the more Egypt became constantly invaded by foreign adversaries from the north. Not only that, but also he has uh, consorts in Egyptian mythology that are connected to goddesses of previous Canaanite religions, such as is it Ashtaroth
Yeah, I
of
think I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
of the
Asherah.
Ugaritic text,
Mm-hmm.
and Anat of the Ugaritic text. And I thought that was interesting. I'm not sure if it goes any further than that, because according to my research, it doesn't go any further than that. But it does mention how they became more popular around the 18th dynasty. And I know you've mentioned Akhenaten as well. And I don't know if that has if that had any influence on him and his views of his one true God and all of that stuff.
I Okay, so this is me. I think it does, right? Um, there's a lot of similarities, right? Um, so there is a time where I would think that the story of Moses is kind of telling the story of Akhenaten in different places. When this guy, so I thought, or my not I thought um my thought is that Aten was Asher. And I see as I'm learning Hebrew, Asher is the name. The word Asher is used in here for, I believe, it means we. I don't want to say that wrong. And then Aten is she. Hold on. Like the fact that and these are my own thoughts, y'all. I'm not saying that um this is fact. Hold on. I don't want to say it wrong. Give me just a second. Let me bring it up. I do think it has some influence though. So Asher means, yeah, who, which, or that. Okay. And then keep in mind, like in ancient Israel, and again, these are my own thoughts. In ancient Israel, they didn't have a concept of gender. And so when they when they wanted to address somebody, it was who, which, or that, right? And so they would say Asher this or Asher that. Asher is also a Sumerian god that Akhenaten was initiated into the cult of Asher. And then when he took that god into Egypt, he changed the name to Aten. I do see Aten in the Hebrew language as well, which means you. And so sometimes, like when we are reading the King James Bible, one of the things that King James did with with the Old Testament, is he used regular words like table, desire, to hide the names of gods. Does that make sense where I'm going with this?
Yes, it does make sense.
Yeah. And so a thought that I have is that in the Hebrew language are hidden the names of these gods. That's a thought that I have. So and as I'm learning the the Hebrew. I just plan to do like a little bit more research into that. But I do think that Akhenaten's history has some influence on Set, on monotheism with the Hebrew as we know it today.
That's another thing I was going to ask. If do you think with because we don't really know that much about Akhenaten's approach to what this worship of Aten would have looked like. Do you think it would have been more of like no, this is a god from our pantheon, but I think we should only worship Aten and not the rest? Or was it more of a, kind of a fuck all the rest of them, Aten is the only one, all the rest do not exist?
He got rid of all of them. He disassembled the entire pantheon of Ra and replaced it with Aten, and told everybody in the city that they would now be worshiping Aten, and they were not allowed to worship any of the gods from the pantheon of Ra. And that's why the priest of Ra ended up getting him kicked out, and they ran him out of town. He ended up dying in the wilderness with his followers, which is how Moses died. But he ended up going back to trying to reclaim his throne after his son died, because he changed his son's name. When he changed his name to Akhenaten, he changed his son's name to Tutankhamen. And then when the priest of Ra ran him out of town, him and his followers, they put his son on the throne, and he changed his name back to Tutankhamen, and he reinstated the pantheon of Ra, but he united the Delta. He united Cush with that, and made it the pantheon of Amun Ra. So he put them together.
I would encourage you to read the story of Horus and Set, because that's very interesting, because ironically in the story of Horus and Set, Horus ends up doing the exact thing that Tutankhamen did, but what's ironic is the inclusion of Set, and that's why I wonder if Set became more of a more prominent deity, not in terms of worship, but more in terms of problems, because as I said, he is associated with a lot of negative things. The desert, which people say, nothing fertile can grow in the desert, disease, violence, warfare, things of that nature. So I wonder if Set is more aligned with Akhenaten, and him trying to dismantle even though in the myth, the court of gods, which are the older gods, they agree with Set ruling in place of his brother, but I still find it interesting that Set is closely tied to again Yahweh and Baal, and his associate and Akhenaten's association with the cult of Asher is very much puts him in that mindset, if that makes sense, of this one true God. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my notes. When was Set added to the pantheon? I think he was brought in by the Hissox. I think he was brought in by the Hissox. Let me see.
And it would make sense for Set to be brought in by the Hyksos, because as I mentioned, Asherat and Anat both, as has been pointed out, have Semitic names that originate outside of Egypt, and even the things that they are they govern over, such as warfare. but it's also foreign warfare, if that makes sense. So it would make sense for them to, and then they are closely attached as well in the story of Horus and Set to Set as being his consort or whatever. And if Set is meant to mirror Baal, it would make sense that based off of the Ugaritic text, Anat and Asherat's allegiance to Baal, it would carry over as Egypt expanded and included other gods. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, okay, so he was originally a part of the pantheon. He wasn't a evil god until the Middle Kingdom, and the Hissox kind of identified him as their own storm god, and associated him with Hadid and Baal. So the Hissox kind of took over um, Set and made him the evil deity um, that we know of today.
So do you think that they may have like applied, like you said, they took over and identified him as as their storm god? Do you think that they applied what they knew of as like from storm gods of theirs and just said that this is no different? Because Asherat is also, I don't want to use the word syncretized, but I guess you can use that word with goddesses like Inanna and Ishtar. So it would make sense for them to say we are familiar with these deities, therefore we are applying our association onto them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like saying that Set was applied to their what they knew, the Asher god that they were already familiar with. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
It is possible. Um, I don't know that Set took over Asher's identity though, but that's definitely a thought.
And I would argue that if he did, then it would make more sense why later, after the Hyksos, Set would take on this more evil interpretation, if that makes sense.
Let me see. Yeah, it makes sense. Let me see. Hold on. So I think, but I don't. So Set became the god of Ramses too, right? Like he was a warrior god for Ramses the second.
Yes, and Ramses II also aligned himself with Anat as well. He preferred her, very militaristic type of approach. Even though, again, there's really no stories behind them with that originate not Set, but Anat specifically. There's no stories that originate on her own within the Egyptian pantheon. She's more, like I said, she's attached to Set. So I think that would highlight, again, her origins outside of the pantheon and the Egyptian culture. But she does, as I mentioned in the Ugaritic text, she does have a story there, and in the Baal cycle of being more associated with hunting and war.
So it is likely that Set was connected with Anat. I don't see with Asher. It looks like Asher stood on his own. Um, mm,
You,
I'm gonna do some. Go ahead. Also, what do you say?
I was just gonna say, you know how many followers he had?
Who?
Who is it?
Asher?
Yeah.
I don't know.
10, I think it was.
Asher? The god
Yeah.
Asher?
I could not interpret it differently.
No, not Akhenaten. We're talking about the god Asher.
Yeah, I'm just using the names for puns. I've run out though, so.
Huh?
Yeah, I was just using the names for puns, but I've run out now, so.
I'm confused. Like, damn well you can't do that to me. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I said, how many followers does he have? And then I said, 10.
Oh.
And then I could not interpret it differently.
Oh,
Thank
shut up.
you.
Oh,
That is my
Saul!
time.
Oh my god. But yeah, I'll do some more research and see. That's
Yeah,
an
I appreciate.
interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
I appreciate you entertaining me about that theory. I just, again, every time you, because I noticed in another live you mentioned Atum and its connection to Egypt, and it made me, it sparked a lot of questions in my brain and made me do more research. So I hope this may have added to your research.
Yeah, definitely. There's a book, the Holy Grail, that kind of tries to connect all of these deities and tries to like, um, as they with different cultures, the deities usurp different identities of other gods. And so I'm gonna look at that and see if I can try to see if there's any correlation there.
Okie dokie. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good one. Okay.
You too.
Oh, so you lame, man. Oh, there's a Discord call?
Corny is the better phrase.
No, that was lame. Servant of the King, how are you? To the caller on Discord, are you there? Servant of the King? I see you're no longer on mute, but I cannot hear you. Huh. You might have to go out and come back in. Oh, is this you on TikTok now? Is this? Are you the caller that's on Discord? Hi. Hello?
Hi, good evening. What's the time there? Good morning.
Good morning. Are you the
I
one that
really
was on
sleepy.
Are you the one that was on Discord also?
I see.
I'm
I
sorry.
listen. I'm tired. Everything, talking, everything is not truth.
You said let's not talk.
Everything is you. I don't care. It's not true.
What the fuck?
Yeah, let's just take a nap or something. Let's not talk.
What? Servant of the King, if you are a different person that was on Discord, request again. I don't know why I couldn't hear you. Hey, Dr. Kip. Where did Dr. Kip go? I just added him to the live. He bounced out. Alex, are you there? All right. Servant of the King, are you there? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Um, you can't hang out in the Discord, okay? Like let us know if you're having difficulty with your mic, but we can't hear anything. Jay, how are you?
Doing good.
That's good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I am 32.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm definitely a believer.
All right. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
Let's see. Is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today?
All right. Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Okay, my thoughts are I believe um with studying the Bible, I feel like it's better for society to study the Bible because I feel like without it, we will be more like animals, and I feel like it would be like more like top of the chain, the food chain, and we just be whoever the strongest, the fittest will be the one that's surviving without the Bible. That's my belief.
Okay. So there's a couple of ways that I could take this. I have a couple of questions. I don't want to get stuck on the first question that I'm going to ask you. Is belief and study the same thing?
Um, yes, in a way, yes.
So you believe that if someone studies the Bible, that equals them having a belief in the God of the Bible.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's look at Genesis. Let's go to Genesis 3. Right quick. Actually, we're gonna go to Genesis 2 really quickly because you made a comparison to humans being like animals without studying the Bible, and I'm just curious if that is what your God thought also. So,
I feel it's more like the Word of God.
mhm, yeah, which would be, what do you think the Word of God is about? Is it about being good people and staying away from evil?
Yeah, yeah,
So the knowledge of good and evil.
right.
Okay. So in Genesis 2:17, we see that the God created man, right?
Yep,
And he put the man in the Garden of Eden to tend and keep it, right? And
yep.
then he gives the man a command not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right?
Yep.
Which means at this point, man lacks this word of God. Man lacks this knowledge, right?
Um, I mean, more freedom of choice. I won't say he lacks it. He knows it.
No, he
He's
can't
just
know
more
it if he's been told not to get it, not to eat it, right? He can't. He can't know it if he's been given a command to not attain it.
I see what you mean, but if God's telling him, it's not he knows.
Now he knows the knowledge of good and evil. You're saying that
Now he knows
Adam,
if he does eat it, then he knows that his world is gonna change.
right, right. What I'm talking about right now is the fact that he lacked the knowledge of good and evil, which is
Correct,
what
correct,
the
correct.
word of God is, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay. Huh?
yeah. I see what he's trying to do, but yeah, he does not know the knowledge of good and evil until he eats the fruit.
Until he eats the fruit. And you're saying, right, like without the Bible, man would be more like animals.
Without the word of God, I feel
Without the
like
word of God, man would be
yeah,
more like animals. Right. And you're calling the Bible the word of God.
yes, yes,
And then the word of God is to know good and evil, right from wrong.
yeah. Because God, will take you away from evil. Because being away from God, you'll be more like in your own mind, your own thoughts, which is more selfish than selfless.
Okay. And so at this point in time, man is created. They're the only being on earth, and they lack the word of God.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
And
they
then,
lack the word of God. They're with God because God created them, and they're with God. But now, since we ate the fruit, now we're
yeah,
departing away from God.
yeah, do me a favor. And so, like, I'm not going to interrupt you unless I just have to. I'm going to ask that you give me the same courtesy, okay?
Okay, I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you. Um. Okay, so they lack the word of God, which was the knowledge of good and evil. Now you just said that this God was with them, right? And because I guess God would be the good and evil knowledge for them. Is that right? Is that why you added that in?
Well, I would say more of being away from God would be more of the evil.
Being away would be the evil.
Yes,
So and the God is the good.
correct.
Okay. So they lack the knowledge of good and evil for themselves, and then they have the knowledge of good because God is with him. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. And then the God says, okay, it is not good for man to be alone. So the God recognizes that there is something not good in the garden. Therefore, he creates animals as the first partner of man.
No, he created animal first, then he created man, and then he saw that man was alone, and it was not good for him to be alone, since all the animals had partners, and he didn't. So he created a partner for man.
Are you looking at my screen right now?
Yes,
Okay. Man is created. You see that? Verse 15, 16, 17.
yes.
Verse 18 says, and the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper comparable to him. Out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. So he created man first, put man in the garden, gave him the law to not eat of this tree of knowledge of good and evil. And then he looks down and he's like, something still isn't good. Something still isn't right. And then he says, man needs a partner. And so then he creates animals. Do you see that?
Yeah, I must have been mistaken. I thought animals were created before humans were.
That's okay. You're not wrong. In Genesis 1, it is. In Genesis 1, animals are created before humans. Genesis 2 is a completely different creation story. So you're not wrong. It's just that in this one, man was created before the animals. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And so he looks down and he's like, okay, let me make a partner for man. And then he creates animals. And then he's like, the animals aren't going to do. Let me create the woman. And the Lord God, then he calls the deep sleep to follow Adam. And then he brings the woman to Adam. And Adam says, this is now bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman. Now, here's something that I noticed. Adam had knowledge about how this God created Eve, even though he was in a deep sleep.
Yeah.
So Adam had some type of knowledge that did not include morality. It didn't include good and evil. It didn't include the word of God. But he did have, one would say, maybe some form of intellect for him to just be like, oh, he put me to sleep. I got a scar on my side. This fresh piece of skin, he done made this woman out of my bone, right?
Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Do you know that the only bone in your body that grows back is your lower rib?
N- no, bones are
Uh,
regenerative itself. Like, who
just,
told you
just,
that?
you could Google it or this scientific research, but there's only one
Bone
bone in your
bones
body.
bones are like they're regenerative in nature, like, right? So like there's not just one bone that has the ability to be regenerative.
From what I know of, there's only one bone that regenerates, and that's the only bone. It's the lower rib. Every
That's
other
not
bone.
ribs like mend together and stuff, but they don't just like grow back. Like I had my two lower ribs removed for reasons, but they have not grown back.
So their bones have the ability to regenerate, right? And it's called bone remodeling. Um, but like, not that they're growing back in place. Does that make sense? But does that make sense, Jay?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah. So the rear bone doesn't, like, it doesn't grow back. And are you, do you believe that don't write in all caps in my comments. Like, do you believe that men are born without, like, with only without a rib, with a rib missing, and then it grows back?
No, that's not what I'm saying. We're all born with ribs, but from what I read and what I researched is that the only bone in your body that rejuvenates is actually your lower rib.
Let me see here. Are you saying rejuvenate or regenerate? Are you there?
We can't hear you on Teacup, Jay.
Yeah, if you can't see us, we can't hear you, buddy.
I was trying to research this again from what I was reading, but you can stay back on topic.
Yeah. So I think um I don't know if like you are, like, when you think, when you're saying that ribs can grow back, like if you're saying, like, if the rib is taken out, like a brand new rib will grow there or something. Like they have the ability to heal themselves and to regenerate, right? And so I just looked up to see which bones can do that. Your rib bone, your pelvis bones, your the skull bone of a newborn can, um, your ankle bone, like that. The rib isn't the only bone that can heal
Okay,
itself,
okay, but the lower rib is part of it.
but like all bones heal itself. Like, bones are regenerative.
Okay, okay, let's proceed. You can proceed.
Okay. Um. So Adam had the ability to, he had some knowledge, right? But he didn't have the word of God. He didn't have the knowledge of good and evil. And then it says that verse 25 says that they were both naked, right? The man and his wife were not, and they were not ashamed of that nakedness.
Correct.
Um, okay. In the Hebrew, what I learned the other day is that this word naked here is irunum, and it means that it has a while it can mean that they're, naked physically, it also means shame, right? And sinful, and it also means lack of intelligence and wisdom, and like a lack of a moral conscience. And so when we look at Adam and Eve being naked here, it kind of serves like a double purpose, to say that they were naked without this knowledge of this good and evil, and they were not ashamed of that. Right? They didn't have the word of God, and they were not ashamed. I think another thing to pay attention to is
Well,
that they didn't have this knowledge, and it's what your God saw as good, right? At this point in
yes,
time.
yes, but at the same time, remember they were with God, so they did have the word of God.
Yep, I get it. They were with God at this point in time. But what about in Genesis 3 when he leaves them alone?
On Genesis 3, when he leaves them alone, I mean,
Yeah, when they're with the serpent, like the serpent in your belief. I know some Christians believe that don't. Some Christians believe that the serpent is Satan or the devil, and some don't. Is the serpent the devil or Satan in your belief?
I would, yeah, I feel like, yeah,
Okay, and so the God leaves them alone in the garden with evil, right? Because remember, like you said, evil is to be separated from the God.
yeah,
So the God's not there while they're talking to the serpent in the garden at this tree,
yeah,
right? And so uh, the word for it says, now the serpent was more cunning than any beast of the field. And so the Hebrew word there for cunning is arum. And that means that he was wise and had a high level of intellect, right? And
okay,
so here is this evil, wise, intelligent devil in the garden, in this closed off garden with this immoral, these immoral humans that can, that are, have some level of intelligence. They're left alone without their good God at this tree that would give them the ability to decide good and evil on their own without the God, which is what you're calling the word of God today.
yes,
And so you're saying that without them acquiring the ability to decide good or bad on their own, that they would be more like animals. So today, if there was someone who didn't have a moral conscience, right, they just did whatever the fuck they wanted, which is what a lot of believers think atheists do. Believers think atheists don't have a moral conscience and we're just out here doing whatever we want. So if there was someone who didn't have a moral conscience, which Adam and Eve is at that place right now, right? They don't have a moral conscience, but they have the God. And so if they're just out here doing whatever they want to do, if Adam, while this God is gone, he don't left them alone. If Adam touched Eve in a way that she didn't want to be touched, is that good or is that bad? Does Adam know that that's good or bad at that moment in time?
I feel like, if, I feel like they don't know any evil, so they're more like innocent,
No, it
like
didn't
babies.
say it didn't say they couldn't do good or bad. It said they didn't know it.
Yeah, so I
Not
said,
that
so they're
they
more like
hold on,
innocent.
hold on for a second. No. If they were incapable of doing bad things, then they would not have disobeyed the God. So they had all capability of doing bad. They just didn't know when they were doing good or bad. They didn't have the knowledge of it, right? So they didn't have the power to decide morality for themselves. But they could do good shit, they could do bad shit.
Okay, but I feel like they're more innocent, so
It
the
doesn't
only
matter. It
bad
doesn't
thing,
you can't assume that, right? You cannot assume that the only bad thing that they could have done was disobey the God. There is nothing in this text that says that they are innocent. Absolutely nothing.
it
You're
doesn't say
insinuating.
they were, yeah, I wouldn't say they were innocent, but they don't have knowledge of good and evil yet.
It
So how would
doesn't
they
mean
know
that
it's
they
doing
can't
evil?
do it. It doesn't mean they can't do evil. They just don't have the ability to say that it's evil. They don't have the
Okay,
ability to say that it's good, right?
okay,
Yeah,
yes,
but if they didn't have the ability to do something bad, then they would not have ever disobeyed the God. They disobeyed the God by eating the fruit and acquiring the knowledge of good and evil. They didn't disobey after they acquired the knowledge. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right. So they were capable of doing the bad thing. So if Adam had touched Eve in the garden in a way that she didn't want to be touched, would he know that it was good or bad to do that without this knowledge and while your God is off, like the God is gone?
He wouldn't know.
Huh?
He wouldn't know.
He wouldn't know, right? And
Yeah.
then likewise with Eve, if she'd have touched him in a way that he didn't want to be touched, she wouldn't know. And they could just keep doing harmful shit to each other over and over again. Or Adam could have been torturing animals in the garden, or you know, bestiality. He wouldn't know if it was good or bad because he didn't have a moral conscience.
Okay.
Okay, and so your God leaves them alone without their own moral conscience to be able to decide right from wrong. And so this serpent, who is intelligent and wise, he's like, they in a bad state, right? So he comes up and he says, "Hey, did that God tell you that you can't eat from that tree, and that if you do, like, what did he tell you, that you're not allowed to eat from the tree?" And then Eve is like, "Yeah, he said if we eat or touch it, then we'll die." And then the serpent says, "That's not true. You're not gonna die." That he knows that the day that you eat from the tree, your eyes will be open, and you will be like him, knowing good and evil. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when they eat from the tree, they gain the knowledge of good and evil. And the God says that the God comes back and realizes that they've covered themselves up. They're now ashamed of this knowledge, right? They're ashamed of what they've done. They now have knowledge that they were naked, right? They now have knowledge of evil, right? And the God says to them, "How did you know you were naked?" Right? Did you eat from the tree that I told you not to eat from? Did you acquire the word of God? Right? Now Adam and Eve knows, right, that when they touch each other in a way that the other one don't want to be touched, that is wrong. And your God was mad about that.
So I wouldn't say necessarily that because
Well,
I
what
don't
was
think
he
that's in
mad
the
about?
Bible. He was mad that they disobeyed his word.
Well, he was mad because they gained the knowledge, right?
I wouldn't say that they gained the knowledge, but more that they disobeyed what he
Well,
said.
I mean, you can prioritize the disobedience if you want.
Okay.
But he was more upset at the fact that they gained the knowledge, right?
I mean, yeah, the disobedience, yeah.
He doesn't mention the disobedience, right? Um, like he says, "Did you eat from the tree that I told you not to eat from?" Right? And then he puts a curse on them, and then he goes to his friends in the garden, and he says, "Hey, man has become like one of us, to know good and evil. And now lest he put out his hand and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever." Right? Therefore the Lord God sent him out of the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken. So he was more so concerned with the fact that they had become like him. They had learned how to decipher between what's right and wrong. They gained the knowledge of the gods, right? And if they had eaten from the tree of life and became immortal, then they would have been a god, right? The only thing that was now between God and man is eternal life,
Okay.
right? And so when they were in a state of a lack of moral consciousness, your God was okay with that. But as soon as they gained the what you are calling now the word of God, the knowledge of knowing right from wrong, your God says, get out, get away. You, you can't live forever in that state because you'll be like me.
Well, I don't say because you'd be like him. More like we'll try to be our own God and go with selfishness instead of selflessness.
Can you show me here where this God is prioritizing selflessness for the humans?
I wouldn't say you wouldn't really see it. You have to kind of read between the lines because if you're eating the fruit, you want to be like your own God. So it's more like
Uh,
selfishness.
yeah.
Instead of being with the word of God, you want to be your own God.
Well, give me just a second. So, okay. So you were saying earlier that the reason why one needed a God was because this God was to be the knowledge of good and evil for the human, because the God left them naked without a moral conscience. So the purpose for the God is to give the human a moral conscience, right? Or to be the moral conscience for the human, right?
Yes.
But when the human has the ability to know right from wrong by themselves and they don't need the God for that, what's wrong with that?
Now we're trying to be our own God.
But what I'm asking, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with being your like you don't even have to be your own God. It's just that you are a God, right? What's wrong with that?
Where, as you can see throughout the Bible, we started evilness started happening.
Again,
Cain,
evil already existed, right? We can't put blame, right, evil on the humans. If there is a Satan in this garden, right, and if there is knowledge of evil already existing, then evil existed before the humans gained the knowledge of what is evil and what is good. So
okay, yeah,
what I'm
I'm
trying to
following.
figure out is what's wrong with a human being able to have a moral conscience without a God being grounded to that moral conscience. What's wrong with that?
From what I see in the Bible, it's just we can't live our own understanding, but we need God's understanding. Because without it, we're gonna lead ourselves astray.
Well, then why did the God leave them alone, knowing that there was a more intelligent and wise animal in the garden with them? Why did he leave them alone without the ability to recognize the evil?
See, it doesn't necessarily say that in the Bible, so I wouldn't really know.
It doesn't say he left them
But
alone. Was he
no, no,
there?
no, no.
Hold on, hold on.
I'm just
It does say that though, right? It says that
yeah,
they
yeah,
heard his footsteps coming. That means that he was not with them, right? When
correct,
they were talking
correct,
to the serpent,
correct.
right? So he left them alone, right?
Yep.
Okay. And so why did he do that if you have to lean on him to tell you when something is good and when something is bad? Like as a believer, do you have to go to this book today? You say that this is the word of God. Knowledge of good and evil is the word of God. Are you able to, or as a believer, are you able, since you're not able to lean on your own understanding, do you go to the Bible to see what your God says is good or bad when today, instead of using your own ability? Since using your own ability to do that would be you being your own God.
Yes, but it also says in the Bible that the laws will be in our hearts and in our mind.
Not the laws, right? I'm not talking about your God's laws. You don't live by, the laws of Moses today. right? Um, when like when you need to make a decision about something, right? And decide
Yes.
whether the thing that you need to make a decision about is right or wrong, do you go to the Bible? Do you go to the Word of God?
Yes.
Give me just a second. Just the word. I hope your friends carry a fucking dictionary with them and not just listen to you when you speak, since you think that a generation means the entire human race. Um. So, okay. So, are you familiar with what's happening right now with the immigrants in America?
Somewhat.
And you familiar with the bills that have been submitted in Mississippi to hire to put together like a bounty hunter program, and every immigrant that's captured will get life in prison.
No, I wasn't aware of that one.
Yeah, and then they're planning on using like Guantanamo Bay for like detention camps, and when Mississippi is big on private prisons and indentured servitude, right?
Yeah.
And so if they decide, right, to start using immigrants as slave labor, how do you decide, right, that this thing is immoral? Do you go to the Bible, which is the Word of God, or do you use your mind, your heart, what you believe is like connected to this God digitally now? How do you get the answer on whether what's moral there?
Well, when you're talking about this particular thing, we're not really speaking godly things. This is more like um American, presidential things that are happening. This is not like what God really intended. So we kind of live our life in a way where we have to kind of discern certain decisions, but at the end of the day, we should seek God
So
for.
if you have to vote, right? If it comes down to your state and you have to vote on this bill, how do you decide what is moral there?
I mean, I wouldn't like immigrants to suffer, their life in jail just because maybe they were trying to seek help, to get out the country because you don't know exactly what's going on in their country that they had to get away from.
Right. And so you would lean to your own understanding, your own moral consciousness here, not the God, not the Word of God.
Yeah, but I feel like my conscious understanding it ties to God
Why do you feel like that?
because we've been led all the way until now. We survive all the way until now. And the reason why we survive all the way until now is because of God.
But I'm asking, why do you feel like it's connected? Like, do you think that your God does not think that immigrants should be slave labor?
I don't think God even believes in immigrants. I feel like God believes we all should be one.
Wait, what do you mean your God doesn't believe in immigrants? What does that mean?
Immigrants, like immigrant. All right, so when we say immigrants, we saying basically like, oh, if you're an American, you belong to America. I don't think God sees it that way. Where we're Americans, we're Africans. I don't think God sees it like that. We're all one.
You
We
know,
all
you
come
you
from.
you think your God doesn't have a concept of foreigners and natives?
No, I don't think so. I think we all one.
Okay, and so if the Bible is the Word of God, right, and you
Yeah.
say that if a person doesn't study the Bible, then they're like an animal, right?
In a way, not really. Not at this point in time where we live in.
Wait, that was your opening statement. That's what led me down the path that I went down. The question.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. You can proceed, yeah.
So if they don't study, then they're like an animal, is what you said.
Without the word of God. That's what I'm
What you
referring
said
to.
was the Bible. Because
Yeah, but
remember, I
it
asked, I
goes
was like, do you think studying and belief are the same? And you said yes. And I was like, okay, interesting. Because remember, I was like, there are two ways that I could go with your response.
correct.
And so, not studying the Bible makes you like an animal if you don't know what the God says or wants or does in the Word.
Yes, but see how far we made it to this point? We're already in the year 2025, and we made it this far. And it's because it's the grace of God that made us go this far.
Yeah, but I hear you saying that, right?
Yes.
But I think that you're just attributing that to your God. I'm gonna tell you
Okay.
why. Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna
I
tell you.
respect
I'm gonna
I
tell you.
respect that.
Let me tell you. But I'm gonna tell you why, and I'm gonna show you why I believe that you're attributing that to your God. Because we're gonna go to Leviticus 25 right quick. And we're going to go to verses 44 through 46. And then I also, give me just a second. I want to pull up a verse in Nehemiah. I think it's Nehemiah 7. Give me just a second here. Oh, it's 13. Okay. All right. So let's look at Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46. It says, as for your male and female slaves who you may have from the nations that are around. Oh, I don't like the New King James. What the hell? They try to be, ugh.
You say what the hell?
Yeah, the New King James is ridiculous. Are you shocked that I said that?
No, I'm glad we had this conversation, and I'm glad that you know a lot about the Bible, and I'm glad like I don't know if you're doing this, to seek greater knowledge, or you're just trying to lead people to not want to,
I think
be in the
after
Word of
this,
God.
yeah, I think after this conversation, you'll understand why I'm bringing this point up. Okay.
Okay, okay,
All right. So it says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you. Can you do me a favor and mute a little bit? That's you got some. I think something's going on with your speakers.
I got it on speaker. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, no worries. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, from their families. Do you know when it says aliens residing with you and from their families?
Yeah,
Right, the foreigners. So you can make the foreigners who live in your land slaves. Right.
yeah,
You may who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property.
yeah,
You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you
yeah,
may treat as slaves. Now, these scriptures were used against our ancestors,
yeah,
right? And so here we have today immigrants in the land of America,
yeah,
and we have leadership who's been using Christianity, right, to say that it's their job to make America great again, make America a Christian nationalist state. And we see all the rollbacks, the rights and the acts being taken away, right? Been rolling back and the rights been taken away. Now, if they create a law, well, if this law passes in Mississippi, which we know, like during the antebellum South and the Jim Crow era, how they passed those segregationist laws, they started in the South, in Mississippi, and they passed one law and one state was okay. They passed another and another state was okay until it became all, eventually 10 years down the road, Jim Crow laws and black codes was the norm. And so you, Jay, in this situation, in this hypothetical, you have to go to the ballot and you have to vote in whether you agree with making immigrants slave labor for life. How do you make this decision? Because your God says that's what he does. Your God gave his special people permission. So believers could go to the Bible and they could say, right, there is biblical context for this. Nehemiah, when they came back into the Levant area after the Babylonian exile, Nehemiah did the same thing. Right? Nehemiah used Deuteronomy to exile immigrants out of the land of Israel. Right? And then he made a law saying don't intermarry with them. Right? Because they were trying to make Israel great again. They were trying to rebuild their culture after they came back in from the Babylonian exile. So it says, on that day, this is Nehemiah 13, foreigners separated from Israel. So Nehemiah kicked all the foreigners out of Israel.
Yeah, he was a gangster, yeah.
Wait, say that again?
I'm just speaking out of context, but I said he was a gangster, yeah.
You think that was a good thing?
I mean, in the time that he was living, he was trying to spread the word of God, and the
But
people that was
I'm confused for a second. Hold on. You just said that you don't believe your God had a concept of foreigners, right? And that your God does not see people that way. Except now when Nehemiah does it, he's gangsta for doing it.
Well, he was just a man, just like me. He's not God. He's just a man, just like me.
I'm
So
gonna
he's
say
trying
this
to do
again.
his best.
I'm gonna say this again. He read from the book of Deuteronomy, which was the law of your God,
Right.
that your God gave Moses. The
Yeah.
belief that your God gave Moses.
Right. Remember they enslaved Moses. They enslaved Israel before
No, they didn't.
Israel even believed in slavery.
Who
They,
enslaved Israel?
the Pharaoh enslaved Israel.
And so,
Bef-
hold on. First off, they were not enslaved in Egypt. They were corvée labor. Second off,
They were
what you're
slaves.
saying, hold on. What you're saying is that as many times as your God said, don't mistreat foreigners because you were foreigners in Egypt. You're now saying, oh, Egypt did it to them, so it's okay for them to do it to the Moabites, to the Ammonites. Like, it's okay for them to do it to foreigners who didn't even enslave them because it was done to them. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes and no. I don't want to give you the wrong insight. I'm just
Well,
speaking
why
out
did you say what you just said?
because God was basically trying to lead his people with, the only people that was basically living in, the moral code, the moral law, his laws. Everybody else was living, doing evil things, killing babies and doing all these things.
Where are you getting that from? Who killed the baby?
Well, if you see, in Moses' time, they were trying to kill all the male babies because they believed that there's gonna be a ruler that's gonna take over his throne. So there was this is why Moses was
But
put
they
in.
didn't kill. They didn't kill not one baby. You know who did kill babies?
They did kill babies. What are you talking about?
No,
That's
they
why they
didn't.
put.
It was a
That's why they
threat.
put.
They threatened it. They did not kill any of the Hebrew babies. But do you know who did kill babies?
No, they did kill babies. That's why they put Moses in the in
That
the and the,
it was a decree. It was a threat. But do you
okay. I
know
mean,
who did? Do you know who did kill babies in Egypt?
who who did kill babies in Egypt?
Your God. Your God
How
killed
how is
every
our
hold on.
God?
Your God killed every firstborn child in Egypt, including from the Pharaoh to down to the slaves. Every firstborn child.
If you have a person who's hard in his heart and keeps this person in bondage and slavery and allows people to be beaten, whipped,
They
and
were not beaten.
he's not allowed.
There is absolutely nothing in this text that says that they were beaten.
Yeah,
Nothing.
because Moses actually killed one of the pharaoh because it was beating on the slave.
That they were you talking about a one-on-one, right? Altercation, and Moses killed that person, but there is nothing in this text that says that when they were in Egypt, right, that they were beaten.
Yeah, that's the reason why he killed him because he was beating the guy so bad.
That is a one-on-one, right? Altercation between an Egyptian and a Hebrew.
Yeah, in
It
Yeah.
does not say that this was due to them being a slave, right?
Well,
But also, let's back up for a second. So, are you not aware that your God set it in motion before he even sent Moses to the Pharaoh and told Moses that he was going to harden Pharaoh's heart?
yeah, he told him to go hard on his heart.
So hold on. So
After
wait. Is it Pharaoh? No, it wasn't after. That was the plan before he sent Moses to the Pharaoh.
Yeah, because
Before Moses ever spoke to the Pharaoh, your God
right.
told Moses, when you go to Egypt, I'm going to harden his heart.
Well,
That,
he hardened his heart after
you sure
about
you want to
nine
say that?
times.
You sure you want to assert that? Remember, don't forget he created animals first and then created man. Like, you sure you
Right.
want to assert that?
Yeah,
I'm
we
just going to go
you
to the Bible and show you.
yeah, but you would have to read a whole bunch to understand where you're coming from because the Pharaoh hardened. It said nine times the Pharaoh hardened his heart, and then in the last one when you said that God killed all the firstborn, that's when God hardened his heart. So God gave him chances, but he kept hardening his heart, and
Mm,
then that's when God said, I'm a harden his heart."
okay. I just want to make sure that this is what you know for a fact. Because keep in
I
mind
don't
you
know. I don't
said
know this for a fact.
keep in mind that you said if you don't study the Bible, then you are like an animal. And so you're already saying animalistic things when you're like, oh, he was gangsta for kicking out the foreigners just for being foreign, right? You're already saying animalistic things when you're like, oh, it's
It was
okay
just
that
because they were
that
being
he
foreign.
hold
It was
on,
just
no, wait. You're already saying animalistic things when you're like, oh, they enslaved them in Egypt, so it was okay for them to enslave the foreigners, or they were killing humans. They killed the Israelite baby, so it's okay for them to enslave foreigners, right? Now you're asserting that your God only killed the Pharaoh, the children in Egypt, after he had given Pharaoh like 9 chances. But that's not true.
okay. Then what's the truth?
So Exodus 4:21. actually gonna start right here. And Moses went back to his father-in-law Jethro and said to him, "Please let me go back to my own people in Egypt and see whether they are still living." And Jethro said to Moses, "Go in peace." The Lord said to Moses in Midian, "Go back to Egypt, for all those who were seeking your life are dead." So Moses took his wife and his sons, put them on a donkey, and went back to the land of Egypt. And Moses carried the staff of God in his hand. And the Lord said to Moses, "When you go back to Egypt, see that you perform before Pharaoh all the wonders that I have put in your power. But I will harden his heart so that he will not let the people go."
Yeah. If you keep reading,
No,
you will
no,
see
hold on. When did he tell Moses that he was going to harden Pharaoh's heart?
when he was speaking to him.
Was this before he went to Pharaoh the first time? Or was this after Moses asked him 9 times? When did he tell Moses the plan to harden Pharaoh's heart?
He told Moses the plan before he went to the Pharaoh, but he hardened
That's
his
what I
heart
said. Hold on.
after the
That
eighth
wait.
time.
Hold on. That's what I said, right? Your God knew.
Correct.
Your God knew
Right.
that he was going to harden Pharaoh's heart, right?
Yes. Yes.
Let's look at why he said he did it in Romans 9. We're going to start right here, verse 14. He said, "What then are we to say? Is there injustice on God's part? By no means. For he says to Moses, I'll have mercy on who I have mercy on, and I will have compassion on who I have compassion." So it depends not on human will or exertion, but on God who shows mercy. For the scripture says to Pharaoh, "I have raised you up for this very purpose, that I may show my power in you, and that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth." So then he has mercy on whomever he chooses, and he hardens the heart of whomever he chooses. So the whole purpose of this plan here, right, was so that he could flex his power. He knew that he was going to kill those babies. He knew he had hardened Pharaoh's heart. So that he could flex his power, right? And so if when you say like the Bible is the word of God, and like you gotta like give your will to God and let God be your moral compass, and let God be the one that decides what's moral for you, right? Then you're at this vulnerable state, because then you don't have the ability to talk to this God like Moses did, right? You have to lean on the book, I guess, your pastors, your leaders, and then your heart, I guess, right? And so,
and the Holy Spirit.
which is your heart, right? The Holy Spirit talks to your heart. Like you're not hearing an audible voice, right? Like the Holy Spirit isn't speaking English to you or AAVE, right?
I mean, everybody has their own, the way they interpret their,
Yeah,
you know.
it's talking to you the way that you talk to yourself, right?
Yes, you say that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you have to lean on that. And so if this God wants to flex his power, right? Today, which I don't think that you actually like would go back to the Bible and decide what your God wants you to do. I think you think that your God condemns slavery, right? Because like you said, these are your words. We've made it this far, and we've made it this far because of God. Except your God not once condemned slavery in this book. Not one time.
Well, he didn't want slavery. That's why he freed the the Hebrewites,
But then
because
he turned
you said
around,
Hebrew was from the Egyptian.
but then after freeing them, he turned around and made them slave masters. That's what I just read to you.
Yeah, I
He
mean, yes
turned.
and no.
Hold on, not yes and no. He says, right? As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Remember me saying same scriptures that they used to enslave West Africans here in the antebellum South. Same scriptures to justify that, right? So he did okay slavery for the Israelites. They couldn't enslave each other, but they could dang sure enslave foreigners and keep them as chattel property for life and pass them down to their children. He doesn't ever condemn this practice in this book, even when Jesus comes.
Well, when Jesus come, it changed. It's different
Can you show me how?
because he
With
said,
scripture. Can you do it with scripture, though?
I don't know the scripture by heart, but I do that he said, "I'm establishing a new covenant with you. Treat,
That's
treat,
Jeremiah. That's the old covenant.
huh? No, this is when
The
Jesus,
old covenant?
this is what Jesus said. He said, I will establish a new covenant with you. Treat those the way you would treat me." He didn't say in those that word, but he said it
Love
like
those
that.
who have, he said, love those who have loved me, right? Not treat those the way you would treat me.
Yeah.
And he says, later with Paul, he says, slaves, obey your masters. Right. Actually, let's go back for a second. Let's go to Luke 17 right quick. Jesus did talk about slavery. He talked about slavery a lot, slaves a lot, but Luke 17, verse 7 through 10, this is what Jesus knew and thought about slaves and slavery. So he's talking to his disciples here, right? And he says, who among you would say to your slave who had just come in from plowing or tending sheep in the field, come here at once and take your place at the table? Would you not rather say to him, prepare my supper, put on my apron, and serve me while I eat and drink, then later you can eat and drink? Do you thank the slave for doing what was commanded? So you also, when you have done all that you were ordered to do, say, we are worthless slaves. We have done only what we ought to have done. So this is, Jesus is using this parable to teach the Israelites, like, don't expect anything. Don't expect to thank you for, being my servant, right? Just do what you're supposed to do, right? And just when you're done doing what you're supposed to do as my servant, say to yourself, we are worthless slaves. We are worthless slaves of Jesus, worthless slaves of Yahweh. We're just doing what we're supposed to do, right? I don't deserve a thank you. I don't deserve to sit at the table. I don't deserve to do this, right? Don't look for the reward. Just be a slave and be happy about it, right? Don't expect to be on the same level as the master, right? That's what he's saying. But here Jesus is living in a Roman province. He sees slavery is a thing, and he uses slavery to teach his students, his disciples, how to be towards him. That tells you when he says the slave is out in the field plowing all day, right? That's the slave's condition, their work condition. The master does not invite the slave to come in and eat dinner with him. The master says, go and fix me something to eat. You don't get to come in and rest until I eat, You don't get to eat until I eat. So Jesus knows the conditions that how the slave masters, how harsh they were to the slaves. And Jesus is like, yeah, that's how your master is. Don't expect to sit down and eat with us. Don't expect a thank you. Tell yourself, know your place. You are a worthless slave. You're just doing what you're supposed to do. He, the time that he was on earth, right? He could have, if he wanted to, condemn the practice of slavery. Instead, he takes this institution and uses it in his teachings. And then with Paul, when he's, talking to Paul, he tells Paul, hey, remind the slaves that they need to obey their earthly masters, right? And they need to do it with fear and trembling, and that this is my will, and that they'll get rewarded in heaven. And then tell those slave masters, right, to not be so hard, not to mistreat the slaves, right? He didn't condemn it.
I see where you're going with it. So, to my understanding, you you don't believe in God. You say you're an atheist.
Yeah, I used to be a missionary. My father was a pastor. My mom is still an evangelist. Right, my brother took over my father's church, so very familiar with religion, with this religion, and with this God. But
Okay.
I don't. The thing that I want you to focus on, right, is what you said in the beginning. The question that you came up here to answer, right,
Yeah.
is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today? Right? Today, your belief system is being used to cause harm on a lot of people.
I can
There are a
see
lot of
that.
people, there are a lot of people who are afraid to speak up, right? A lot of people who believe that because this God has condoned a lot of egregious shit, the same text that was used to cause harm on people of color in this very land is the same text that they're using today to do it to immigrants, to do it to women, to do it to trans people. And if y'all are going to have a belief in a God, some of you are going to have to be like those who fought against the abolition of slavery and said, fuck what the book says, right? Slavery is immoral. The reason why so many of you believe that your God thinks that slavery is immoral is because there were humans who said slavery is immoral. It was there were humans who leaned on their own understanding, who gained this knowledge that y'all say Adam and Eve were wrong for getting. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. And it, this book is deep, and you probably know it. It seems like you know it like the back of your hand. But if God is not what you believe in, so you just believe in what?
I believe in life. I believe in humans. I believe in self, right?
So you believe like we are all God.
No, I don't need to be a god.
You just we are just living, and
Well,
all
no,
this is by
that's what
accident,
we've been doing. I don't know if it was accident or not, but that's what we've been doing anyway.
right? I truly, the reason why I believe what I said is because in in all from what the Bible says, I know it speaks about stuff like slavery and all this stuff, but I feel like the main mission of what the word says is, you know, treat others like you want to be treated. You know, it's a loving God, and it says that we will be saved. That's
Salvation,
basically
salvation in this book is described in different ways. right? When in your Jesus again, right? And I was shocked when I learned this. Your Jesus was supremacist in nature when it came to the Israelites. The Israelites were God's chosen, right? Before he died, right? He was God's chosen. They were set apart. They were holy, right? Holy and set apart. Anybody that was not an Israelite was considered a goyim, a Gentile, a heathen, a dog. And your Jesus operated with that same belief.
But he can't. He didn't come for those.
Now,
For he can't say he came for the people that were astray, the
that's what
Gentiles.
you believe. That's what you've been
That's what he said.
told.
That's what it
He
says
didn't.
in the book.
He did not say that. He said not. So hold on. Matthew. There are two stories in this Bible: Mark 7:24, and then Matthew 15:21. They each give a different perspective on how Jesus engaged and interacted with Gentiles, or like a Gentile, Greek, Phoenician woman, and a Canaanite woman, right? Which they would be considered heathens, right? The outside of the Israel cult. In this story, Jesus, a Canaanite woman is addressing Jesus, trying to get her daughter healed from a demon, right? A demonic spirit. And Jesus says to her, I only came for the lost sheep of Israel. Right? Now, it's something else that he says to her here. Give me just a second. So first he ignores her, right? She cries out. She says, have mercy on me, Lord, son of David. My daughter is tormented by a demon. But verse 23 says, but he didn't even answer her at all. He just fucking ignored her. She was not his mission. And his disciples came and urged him, saying, send her away, because she keeps shouting after us. And he like, I don't care. Like, I was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Like, she is not my problem. But then she came and she knelt before him. And she says, Lord, help me. He says, it's not fair for me to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs. Right? So he identifies her as this Gentile dog. She's outside of the cult of the Israelite. She's not an Israelite. So here he's like, it's not fair for me to take their food and throw it to the dogs. She's like, yes, Lord, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that falls from the master's table. So I'm gonna show you something that's a little bit different here. Matthew is dead set on the Israelite supremacy. Matthew has Jesus as being this, he's a Jewish rabbi that people respect. He's on the mission. His goal is to restore the Israelite kingdom, right? He's to reunite the two kingdoms under one Godhead. And Matthew is writing is that Jesus knows his mission, and that's his mission. The woman, the Canaanite woman, says, can we get the leftovers? Right? And the way that I see this is by the Canaanite woman asking for the leftovers. It's an invitation for the Gentiles to take what the Israelites didn't want. Keep in mind, the Israelites rejected this Jesus. And so she's like, can we get the crumbs since we can't have the main course? And he's like, woman, faith, great is your faith. Go, your daughter is healed. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, if we go to Mark 7, Mark writes it a little bit differently. Let me make sure this ain't the New King James Version. I hate that. Okay. Mark 7:24. Mark's is a little bit shorter than Matthew's. Matthew did the most. He embellished a lot of stuff. It says, from there he set out and went away to the region of Tyre. He entered a house and did not want anyone to know he was there. Yet he could not escape notice, but a woman whose little daughter had an unclean spirit immediately heard about him, and she came and bowed down at his feet. Now, this woman was a Gentile of Syrophoenician origin. She begged him to cast the demon out of her daughter. He said to her, "Let the children be fed first." Right? And so Mark's Jesus is like, okay, the Gentiles are going to be able to come in, but the Israelites are first. The Israelites are superior. So he's like, let me get my Israelites together first, and then, right? Because it's not good. It's not fair for me to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs. Like, I can't give it to the dogs. This is for them. And then she says, "Sir, even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumbs." And he's like, "For saying that, you know your place, right? You recognize the superiority, the holiness, the chosenness of the Israelites. For saying that, your daughter is healed." That's what he says. "For saying that, you may go. The demon has left your daughter." So, supremacy ideologies, right? Whether you want to look at them as like being religion or what, the characteristics are built into this belief, this story, right? You got a chosen people that are set aside, right? And a Messiah that comes with a mission specifically for those chosen people. Now, those people end up rejecting this Messiah, and then you get what they call the dogs kind of gets to come in for a time to make the chosen people jealous, and then the chosen people take their place back, right? And then you have what they call the full tree with the grafted in inheritors. But he definitely was supremacist in nature.
But so do you? So you believe in Jesus?
No,
Do you believe that Jesus existed?
I think that there definitely could have been a person named Yeshua in antiquity that believed that he was the Messiah of the Hebrews, like, because the Hebrews really did believe that a Messiah was going to come. The Messiah that the Hebrews were waiting on was a real human that was supposed to like restore the Davidic monarchy, right? That was supposed to rebuild an actual kingdom, not a spiritual kingdom. Jerusalem was supposed to be rebuilt after Nebuchadnezzar tore it down, so they were waiting on that. There were multiple people in antiquity who claimed to be that Messiah. So I think that it's possible that there was a human who was claiming to be this Messiah that, he grew a following, kind of like we see people today. There's quite a few today on TikTok that claim to be the Messiah, that have grown their own following. I think Jesus was one of those.
So
And I think
you
his
believe?
followers just wrote like stories that embellished a bit, well, not a bit, embellished his godlike tendencies a lot. There's a book called How Jesus Became God by a scholar named Bart Ehrman. A lot of Christians like him. He's atheist, but he's a safe. Christians kind of see him as a safe atheist. But he kind of explains the process, like the history behind how Jesus became God, like how a lot of the stories were written.
But do you believe he performed miracles?
Do I believe that there was a superhuman on earth,
No, did you believe that he performed miracles? This
like
God.
walking on water and stuff? Like that he would have to be a superhuman, right? Like that's what you're asking me. Like if I believe that there was a superhuman on earth that walked on water.
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Some of those
you
same miracles that were written about Jesus was also written about Vespasian Flavian, right? Were written about other like emperors in time. Like a lot of the men of high status back then, in order for them to be deified, right? Vespasian was deified. Caesar Augustus was deified. like the Roman emperors, in order for them to be deified, they had to have these type of stories written about them. I'm gonna tell you one thing that I also don't like. Like Vespasian Flavian would kill anyone who wrote actual history. Like if he did something bad or fucked something up, like he would threaten to kill the historian. So there's a lot of that I don't necessarily trust around the Flavian dynasty history, but he does have stories written about him that he healed a blind man with spit. He healed he made a lame man walk. A swine walked up to him and bowed his head, and that's how they knew that he was gonna be crowned. Like it's a lot of what do you call it? Like an archetype of stories. But I do think that there is a possibility that was a human who believed that they were this Jewish Messiah that was going to rebuild the kingdom for Israel. I think they're still waiting on a person. I think they think or thought, some of them think or thought that Netanyahu was it. I think the far right might think that Netanyahu is that.
Yahushua, as you saying, Yahushua.
Hmm.
Okay, so you don't deny him either, but you don't really believe him to like the Jews.
You said I don't believe just like the Jew. I don't even
I
believe in
said
the Jewish God.
you believe in the way, but you don't deny. Well, you don't believe him, but you don't deny him either, just like the Jews.
What do you mean believe and deny? Like I'm saying, like historically, is it more likely that there was a human who thought or believed that they were a Messiah? That yes, that's possible. Do I believe in the divinity of that human? No, I don't. I don't think that. I don't think that there were any divine humans on this earth. Is there a God? I don't know.
So at least we both, in a way, come to understanding where we don't really exactly know, right? But what we do know is that we do have this book, which you know it like the back of your hand, and this book has been known from our ancestors to our ancestors, and it's the only book that have survived this long.
This is not, first off, this is not ancestral. These are
No,
our ancestors in this book. This isn't
no, I'm
ancestral.
not saying. Oh, wait, yeah, it is our ancestors in this
No,
book.
it's not. No, it's not. These people
It's
are
not.
Aramaean. Unless you're Aramaean, I can't tell by your picture. Unless you're Mesopotamian, I'm not. My ancestors come from West Africa, Nigeria, Igbo. I'm not from Mesopotamia. These people in this book are from Iraq and Iran.
The Middle East.
Iraq and Iran. They're from Padam Aram. I'm not from that. So these aren't my ancestors.
But you told me that your parents, and I'm pretty sure your parents know about this
Yeah,
book.
that doesn't mean that makes these my ancestors. And a faith system shouldn't be traditional. Just because you believe in a God, you
Yeah.
shouldn't force that on your children. That's how I know it. That's one of the reasons for me that it cannot be real, because you shouldn't have to force it on them.
Well, there's been many gods throughout the world and history, from what history teaches. Like the Greek, they believe in all these gods too. There's only one that really stands.
No, that's what you believe. You just don't know that there are people who still worship these other gods.
Yeah, but
Some of
it's
them are.
very minimal.
No, that's just what you think. Let me ask you this:
Yeah.
is Allah the same God as Jesus?
Yes and no.
Allah is Jesus.
Well, I'm saying, well, the Muslims, you talking about Muslims, right?
No,
They
yeah,
believe in
it's
Isa. Isa is Jesus.
it is Allah Jesus. I didn't ask if they think that Jesus was a prophet. Is
Well,
Allah
Allah is
Jesus?
a spirit. Jesus is a human being.
Do they believe that Jesus is the son is God? Do Muslims believe Jesus is God?
I'm not sure. I'm not
Yes, you
Muslim,
do. You know they don't believe that Jesus is God.
but they do believe in Abraham, right?
They do believe in Abraham, but they think your God is different from theirs.
But
right?
they still
Because you
believe in the
believe,
God of
hold
Abraham.
on, it doesn't matter. It's a different God. Just like the Hebrews' God is different from y'all's God. They don't believe that Jesus is
It's
God.
still
They
kind of
don't
the
even
same.
believe that y'all serve the same God. The,
But
the
it's still
Hebrews, hold on, the Hebrews' God is not all knowing, omniscient, perfect. The Hebrews' God lies.
the Hebrew God.
Yes, they will say their God isn't perfect. They're like that. The reason why they're named Israel is because they are to wrestle with God. They also know that a lot of these stories are stories to help them um big up on their morality. They
But
don't
they
see their God as perfect and can't do no wrong and all good.
but they
That
believe they
y'all's
still
gods are
believe in a
different.
God. They still
But
believe
it's
in a
but
God.
it's not the same God. Y'all are calling it by the same name, but it's not
It
the
kind of
same
is. It
God.
kind of is because they believe to Abraham.
It's still not the same God. Even so, let me ask you a question, okay?
Yeah.
In this Bible, Moses said that um, Moses' God told the ancestors of the Israelites when they came out of Egypt to build an altar, right, and to put up burnt offerings to offer up burnt sacrifices and burnt offerings on the altar when they came out of Egypt in the wilderness, right?
Yes.
Except Jeremiah's God said, "I never said that shit." Jeremiah's God said that wasn't me. I don't want burnt offerings. I never spoke to your ancestors when they came out of Egypt and asked for and said anything about burnt offerings. He said, I don't require sacrifices. I only require obedience. So whose God is right? You got one God
I
saying
understand
that,
what you're
one
saying.
God saying it, and another God saying, I never said that. Whose God is right? Moses is or Jeremiah?
Well, I understand what you're saying because it may be confusion, but at the end of the day, it's the message.
And that's the thing. Like that's why I said I don't care about whether a person believes in a God or not. That's why we spent the majority of this right focused on what you would do when you are faced with a situation where you have to look and make a moral decision.
Yeah.
Because you said earlier that if you don't study this Bible, then you are like the animal. But then, and I'm not trying to, I swear, like I'm not trying to call you an animal, but I can only go by what you said. And from the conversation here, it doesn't seem like you study a lot, right? And so, by your own words, you would have to classify yourself as an animal by your own words. And
Yeah.
so, if
Honestly,
it,
yeah, I could agree with you because I'm a sinner. So in a way, I am a way apart from God. So I am in a way an animal. But all of us, you could say the same because nobody's here is perfect. Nobody here.
Not me.
I'm
I'm
not an
not an
animal.
animal.
I'm not an animal. You can only classify yourself as that, and then the
Okay. But you're
classification, like,
perfect.
don't,
Are you perfect?
hold
Are
on
you
the
perfect?
wait, the classification that you gave for that was studying the Bible, and I doubled down.
Well, the
Hold
classification I'm
on.
just trying to say is the
Wait. No,
word.
you can't. Wait, no. You can't.
The
Let me
word
tell
of
you. Do
God.
you see what you are trying to do right now? You're trying to widen your definition. You're trying to widen your classification now to include the rest of us because we don't. You found yourself trapped in your own classification. We are outside of that,
Okay.
right? And so, oh, they can't. Like, I can't be the animal and they're not, and they don't have the God and I do. Like, you can't widen your classification just to try to bring us down with you.
No, I'm not trying to do that.
That's what you're doing.
With all due respect, I'm not trying to do that. I'm not
That's
trying
what
to do
you
that.
just did.
I'm apologize for that. What I was trying to say is like, look, I'm not perfect, and from what I know of, nobody here in the world is neither. I'm not trying to say animals. I understand where I said that in the beginning, but my question is to you: where do we get this morality from? Where do we know what's good and bad? How do we know? Like, how did we come this far? If you know all
Let
this
me ask.
knowledge,
Okay, I can
can
ask.
you answer me
Uh,
that
yeah. How do you know that enslaving another human is wrong? And be perfectly honest with yourself. How do you know that that's wrong?
from my heart? That's what I know
There you go. How do you know that raping a child is wrong?
from my heart.
Hmm. How do you know that cheating, sleeping with your best friend's wife is wrong?
from my heart, or what it says in the Bible too. Because
Do you really need the Bible? Do you really need this book to tell you that sleeping with your best friend's wife is wrong? Do you
no,
really need? You do
I
not.
don't at this
You
point. I
don't
don't.
use the book. You don't use this book to make
Okay.
moral decisions
Okay.
day to day. You don't. There's no need in trying to assert that you do when you know that you don't. And so you already know, right, how you figure out what's moral. And then sometimes we make decisions that might not be too moral. And then our hearts convict us. We're like, why the fuck did I
But
do
how
that?
do we know? How we know it's moral or not?
I'm trying to tell you that, right? Sometimes you might tell like a little white lie and that shit will bother you. Like, why did I do that? Let me go correct that. Right? Sometimes you may say something with the wrong tone and you could feel that your tone made a person feel a certain way about themselves. And it bothers you and you're like, let me call them and make sure everything's good because I don't like the look that was on their face when we loved. You're trying to give credit to a book that you don't even read for the morality that you use every day. What sense does that make?
I'm trying to read it. I'm trying to understand it. Just just as much as anybody does. But from what I got from the book is that I believe in my heart that we got this morality, sense of morality from this book, from how we've been led to this point in our life. We
That's what
didn't
you've
just.
been told.
I don't think we're like, oh, we just know that okay, this is good and bad.
Do you think that there was no nation before the nation of Israel that knew that murder was wrong? Do you think that there was no nation before the nation of Israel that didn't have laws that said do not kill, do not
I don't know.
steal? Huh?
I don't know.
Yeah. I want you to the oldest legal code in the world is the code of Namu.
Let me write that down. How old is that?
2100 BCE. Actually 2550, I believe. Give me just a second. Um, I think it's up here. Let me see.
21st century BC.
BCE, yeah. Um, hmm. I know Dr. Ball has it.
2094 BC.
Here we go. There we go. This book, this is also Dr. Bow's book, Did the Old Testament Endorse Slavery? The second edition has a comprehensive set. Am I showing my screen? I don't know. Okay. It has a comprehensive set of all of the legal codes in the ancient Near East, right?
Okay.
From the oldest down to the Israelites.
Okay.
And you can see that they had laws about adultery. Did you know? Okay, what's supposed to happen in Israel? Let me ask you this: in Israel, what happens when a man and a woman are caught committing adultery? What's the punishment?
They're supposed to get stoned. Supposed to be stoned.
They get stoned to death. And if a woman is caught committing adultery, um, and the man, well, either way, they both would be considered committing adultery. So, in Babylon, do you know what the punishment was for a woman committing adultery?
No.
A man and a woman committing adultery?
No.
They were supposed to have their hands and their feet tied together and then thrown in the lake, right?
Okay.
Do you know that there was an out, that the husband of the wife could show mercy and say, I don't want them to die?
I wasn't aware of that.
There is no out in Israel. And so when I learned that, I thought to myself, like, damn, now, why would the God of the universe, who is a God of justice and mercy, not enact mercy clauses in his laws?
But it does say he's a merciful God.
But he has no mercy in his laws. If he's a merciful God, now the Babylonian gods, the Babylonians, when they gave their laws to their nations, they also told them that they got their laws, their legal codes from their gods, right? Namu was a god that gave the first legal code to the king Namu in Babylon, right? And so if the Babylonian gods, which is, we all know that it was humans doing this anyway, but if the Babylonians, right, if their God put a mercy clause in their punishment for adultery, and the God of Israel did not, one is claiming to be the God of mercy. Who would you believe if you didn't know any better? Who would you believe was the God of mercy if you looked at both of those laws?
The Babylonians.
Right. Egypt slave laws, right? Babylon's laws, like their slave laws, was 3 years, right? They didn't have lifetime slavery like Egypt did. Babylon had 3 year indentured servitude. Now they were not good. Don't get me wrong. They would sell people would sell themselves into slavery to clear debt, and Babylon would sell them, and Egypt, Israel would buy them and bring them back to Israel and make them lifetime slaves. So Babylon was wrong for that. But they didn't do lifetime slavery. I don't know how I don't know how they decided which slaves they sold. I don't know if they only sold like war criminals or whatever. It still ain't good. But Babylon only did 3 years, right? When it came to that, Egypt had 6 years, and you would let go in the 7th year for indentured servitude. They also, when they took slaves for like war captives, they didn't keep them for life. Egypt had they put them through a process that allowed them to work their way up, right, to like positions in the palace, like teachers, or like they taught them a trade, and then they could gain their freedom, right? They were not lifetime slaves. Israel, when they enter the game, they don't give an out. There is no pathway to freedom for their foreign slaves. The only people that were allowed to be indentured servants in Israel were other Israelites, which is similar to like in the North, here in the antebellum South, only Europeans were indentured servants. They were the only ones allowed to be on the 7-year contract. And then West Africans were lifetime slaves. Like the antebellum South mimicked their slave institutions, their laws after the God of Israel.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I had a conversation with you. But before I get out of here, well, so you want your listeners to know that basically the God that most of us know is a lie, and that we should just lean on our own
That's not
understanding.
what I said. No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
Recognize, right,
Yeah.
that right now, when it comes to you and your ability to critically think, right,
Mm-hmm.
that's okay to do. That's okay to critically think. It's okay to question when a leader or somebody teaching you something. Like, I don't even want you to. That's why when I gave you the names of the books, take those, read those. Don't take my word for it. Right?
Yeah.
The chapters that I brought up today, go back and study and read those, right? It's okay to question. It's okay to go against the status quo. When they say God doesn't like trans people, well, who the fuck says so? Like, literally, Isaiah 65 I'm sorry, Isaiah 56, this God says that intersex people have a special place in his heart, and that they'll have a monument in his household, and they'll have a name greater than son or daughter. But they don't talk about that, and you'll never know that unless you read the text yourself. And if you study that, the whole purpose of them putting that there is to say that those that were once marginalized in the community are now accepted. If y'all don't know what like a eunuch is, the eunuchs, they were either born eunuch because they were born genderless as an androgynous human. They were made eunuchs by somebody else, or they were made eunuch by choice for the kingdom, for the priestlyhood.
Okay, yeah, I have to study then, because it seems like you know a lot, and I feel like you have something against the book for some reason.
I have something against to me, y'all's God is America. Your God is American.
And I could see exactly where you coming from with that, because that make a lot of sense. We don't really follow the word; we really follow what America feels God is, not what the actual God is.
And that God is something that you're gonna have to define for yourself, just like Moses' God was different from Jeremiah. Like they called him the same name, but Jeremiah said that his God never wanted sacrifices. Moses' God would punish the children for the sins of the father from the third and fourth generation. Ezekiel's God said, "Who the hell said I said that? I don't do that. Tell them to stop saying that." Sorry. He said, "Tell them to stop saying that." He said, "Whoever sins shall die." And I think like because of early Christianity and how they present this God they present this book as being one voice, right? Being univocal. It's hard for people. When people read it, they're like, "Oh, this is a contradiction. This is a contradiction. This is a contradiction." But the contradictions go away when you allow yourself to read it and say, "Oh, this is how Jeremiah saw God." This like today, your relationship with what you call this God is completely different than the next Christian that's going to come on the stage. And like we've had Christians come on the stage and literally go off on each other because they don't see God the same way.
Right, that's true. That's very true.
And so that's the same way that this text was written, right? Now, when you get to Jesus's part, that's a completely different thing. Like the way this book was put together, that it takes time, right, to undo the indoctrination of what these early church fathers did, right? Because they had an agenda at that time they were building societies, they were starting a new religion. Then they fighting amongst each other, right? Then the schism happens, right? And then they have different doctrines. You can't interpret the scripture, but we can interpret the scripture. We need our own translation of the text, right?
Right.
So there isn't just one voice. There isn't just one God being talked about in this text at all. There isn't even just one version of Jesus being talked about in the text. Right. They all keep in mind that what was written about this human who, may have lived and grew his following, the oral traditions are being told, man, that was this dude named Jesus that lived and blah, blah, blah. He did this and that and that. And those oral traditions are being passed down. The very first thing that was ever written about him was by Paul. And that was 30 to 40 years after Jesus would have died. And then the very first gospel wasn't written until 70 CE. Matthew wasn't written until like 80, 90 CE. Luke 95, 100, and then John like 110. You're talking 40, 70 years after his death before anything was written down, right? So you got people who have different versions, and then the people who were writing were educated men who didn't live in Israel, right? Some of them lived in Antioch, Turkey. Like they didn't even live in Rome. And they're writing from different places of the world at different points in time in history. And they're using each other's works, right, as they're writing. So you have to take all of that into consideration. And I think, like I said, my issue isn't with a person having a belief in a God. It's how you respond with that belief. It's how you show up in the world with that belief. If your God needs to hurt humans who are just, for being who they are, or for not thinking a certain way, then I have a problem with that God.
I understand. Well, I thank you for having me here, and just want to say peace and blessings to everybody here, and thank you.
You're welcome. Thank
All
you so
right,
much. I hope you have a good day.
you too.
Fee or also Selena, when do y'all want to do the next one? That one was a long one.
That was a good conversation, though.
It was a good
Yeah, it was a
conversation.
good conversation. I agree. Do one of y'all want to do the next one?
Yeah, I get Selena. Did you want to take it?
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Okay. All right, 1 second. I gotta stand up. My back is hurting. I'm waiting on the box to open. Selena, you want to bring somebody up? The box is not opening.
Okay. Let's see.
Shiv, while she's bringing up the next gap, I saw your comment where you commented Exodus 21:16 about kidnapping an enslaved person was punishable by death in the Bible, and that is true, and that's from the Sinai covenant. But that, like, you couldn't kidnap a slave or a free person and make them a slave, and you couldn't kidnap somebody else's property. Keep in mind that you can't steal a car either, right? But you can still buy a car legally, just like you could buy a slave legally and own them the right way, right? And then in your 10 Commandments, Shiv, that your God backs this up by saying, don't covet your neighbor's male or female slave. And so when people covet things, they tend to steal things, right? So you couldn't steal your neighbor's slaves, right? That was punishable by death. It does not mean that you could not own slaves. Okay? Go ahead, Selena.
Hi, Gifted. Oh gosh, let me see what your name is. Gifted Minds.
Hi. Yeah, hi, hello.
Hi. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, and how are you doing?
I'm well, thank you so much. Are you a believer of the God in the Christian Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing.
Okay, and what's your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 36.
All right, so which topic would you like to... Oh, and we asked that... go ahead. What topic would you like to discuss?
Yeah, she's been changing the topic, so the image on her profile and has been changing. But I think this was not what I meant. But the idea that God is an idea created by man. It's one of the topic, but
Okay.
actually why I was coming up is because of the Bible she was talking about, and
We
how the
don't...
Bible
So you choose a
yeah.
topic. We're not going back to another conversation. We want to discuss the topics on the screen. And if you could fit that in, then fine, but we need to choose a topic. And they do change periodically because we don't want to have the same topics every single week.
Oh,
So yes,
I
they
think
will
yeah,
change.
I'm good to go with the first one. God is an idea created by man.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on that?
No, God is not an idea. He is the idea. Yeah.
Created by man.
So that's my what?
He is the idea created by man.
No, he is the idea that created man. Now, let me
Okay.
just go on. Yeah, let me just go on so that I will help all of us here. So why I'm coming with
Mm-hmm.
this is I am not a religious person, right? I used to be, but I got more understanding and knowledge, and I'm not a religious person anymore. But for the Bible, which I was talking about, is that the Bible is written in a whole lot of way to explain a lot of things to humanity. Not just the Bible, all religion has their own books, the Torah, the Quran, and all of that. But all of those write-ups are nothing more than principles and laws that governs the human world, right? Now, we all understand that energy cannot be created nor be destroyed, but energy operates in principles. Now, in our natural world here, which is our physical world, we have what is called natural laws. Now, these laws are what has been interpreted in these ways that they are now reflecting on Bibles, on Quran, on Torahs, and people, which are men, are standing as overseer over these principles, referring to them as God, right?
So that is the idea that man created, is it not?
Yes, but the idea created man. Then man is now trying to create this idea, trying to fit in. You get it? So the idea created man. But now, just as the principle of energy is, as above, so below, the principle of correspondence. So God, the idea created man. Now man must create that idea
So
too.
pause, because you start talking circles. How can an idea create anything?
All right. Everything is energy. Are we good on that?
Okay.
And energy cannot be created or destroyed,
Okay.
but can be converted from one form to the other.
Okay.
Now, everything is in the universe is energy. And
Okay. For you, is God the creator?
when you say God, now this is why I'm telling you about religion. You are depicting God in an image
Can you
of a
answer?
man
But can you answer that question? Is God
that,
for you? Is God the creator?
yes, yes, which is the
So
universe,
if everything is
which is the
energy
energy, the
and
all
energy
seeing.
can't be created, hold on. If everything is energy, energy can't be created or destroyed. How did God create the universe?
Now, yeah. So then when you talk about energy, you talk about water is energy, fire is energy, air is energy, right? Now, we, even science, all know that nobody created water, and water cannot be destroyed because it goes from solid, liquid, and gas. And you can apply heat to water to see all of these transformation, and you can also apply coal to this water and see all of this transformation, which is conversion of energy, the same thing. But you can apply water
So
to fire to quench it.
so it doesn't sound like
Yeah,
your God is the God of the Christian Bible.
he is. It is the interpretation of who he is. That's what the Bible is narrating, not just the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, all religious books. It is this same energy that they are trying to tell you, but they cannot tell you in a spiritual way, something that does not exist, that they don't know. So they have to affirm it to an image so that comprehension can be absorbed.
So the Bible talks about
Yeah,
God.
yeah,
We are we are talking about God that's in the Bible. It does not sound like
yes, yes,
you are
yes.
talking about the God that's
No,
in the
we're
Bible,
talking about, I'm also
because
talking about him
hold on,
because
let me
the,
can I I'm gonna
okay, all
soften
right.
it up because apparently my voice is too hard. Um Can we talk? Can you let me finish? So, the Bible does not speak of God the way you're speaking of God. The Bible speaks of God as this deity who is wrathful, who is angry, who they sometimes say is merciful, but we don't see that. The Bible speaks of God in a way that he has more human attributes than energy, correct? I paused. My box stopped lighting up, so that means you can talk.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what you said now is the God of the Bible who came in the form of Jesus Christ, right? Is Jesus
No,
Christ
I,
is
I did
depicted.
ask. There was a question mark at the end of my last stream of consciousness.
No, 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 no. To your question, no.
Okay, so the
I thought
Bible
you gave me
doesn't
the forum to explain that.
the Bible doesn't speak about God as if he's energy. It speaks about God as if he's he has human attributes, correct?
Yes, yes, it does.
So it does not seem that we are speaking about the same God, because the God that
No,
we
we are,
speak of
because
here
man
every
is made
day.
of energy.
Can
No,
I
man is made of energy.
gifted minds, gifted minds? We cannot be speaking of the same God if the God in the Bible is not what you are describing.
Okay, you know what? Let me take energy outside. Let me discuss with you on the terms of the Bible. Now, whatever you want to bring on, let's talk about it in terms of the Bible. But if I will have to source into the idea of energy so that I will make my point very clear. But I will discuss with you on the terms of like a Christian right now. That's what I'm saying. And when you say
But you
God is
can't
an
discuss
idea,
in
then I
terms
say
of,
no.
yeah, and then you went into God being
No, I'm
energy,
saying
and then
let's come
energy
back now. Let
can't
me
be
give you,
created.
let's discuss on this point
Sir,
of
sir,
me being
sir,
a Christian.
I am, sir. I'm sorry if my sentence is interrupting you. I'm so sorry if my sentence that I was speaking while you were quiet interrupted you in any way. I do apologize for that. However, comma, I am going to beg of thee to not speak while I'm speaking. Okay?
Not begging of
Okay.
thee.
I'm trying to be gentle. I'm trying to be gentle. I'm working on gentle parenting because my grandson is a handful, and I have to bring it down. I have to be gentle. So I'm bringing that into my real life, into this world. So um as Hannah made me forget what I was saying. I was so we aren't talking about the same God. We cannot be, because the attributes that are given to the God in the Bible are not what you're saying right now. So I think that this conversation is moot, not moot, because well, it might be moot, it's dead. This conversation is dead because it's not. We're not on the
All right,
same
can I say
wavelength when
something?
it comes to who this God is.
Stop
Again,
interrupting her, okay?
bruh.
Like she's been nice. I'm not as nice. I'm not, okay? Stop interrupting her when she's talking.
I'll just drop you.
Right? Like I'm trying. I am trying my best. So again, this conversation is dead because we aren't talking about the same God, and it makes no sense for me to sit here and try to talk to you about a God who is energy, who you say created everything, and everything is energy, and energy can't be created or destroyed. That's P and not P. It can't be energy, but energy can't be created or destroyed, and then energy was created. So I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to waste your time. I'm not going to waste the panel's time, or I'm not going to waste the lovely people, except for Max Digger in the comments. I'm not going to I'm not going to waste their time with a conversation that will go nowhere. Okay? Now, if
Okay, can
anyone
I
else on the
speak?
panel wants to speak with you, I will step back, but I'm not going to. waste
what
any more
topic did he
time.
choose?
He chose God as an idea created by man. He says it's not, because God is the idea, and that he said that God is the idea, and that God is energy, and God created everything, and everything is energy. But then he says energy can't be created or destroyed.
So, can energy communicate verbally? Can energy, like, how do you translate energy, gifted minds? Like,
All right.
can energy say, "Hi, gifted minds, my name is God"? Can energy do that?
Yes.
How does energy do that?
Wait a minute.
All right. Energy do that, but through you, because you are.
Through man, through human, right? Through man.
Yes. So
Okay,
energy is
hold on.
material also, right?
I get it. I get it. Energy. So energy, right? Creates these sound waves, um, that flow from the mouths of a human, and therefore a human says, "Gifted minds meet God." Right.
Yeah.
So therefore, a human mind created the idea of God. Just like your human mind today is saying, wait, God is, like, you're defining God as energy today. Like, your human mind, right, went through a thought process and said, God is energy, right? Are you there?
Right?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I don't want to speak over you, so I don't know if you are speaking or you want me to respond.
Do you know when I say right and I inflect right, like, do you know this? Can you tell the social cue behind that?
Yes, when you say right, you still like probably are in a thought, like I could be saying right. And even if you look at it, so you see that is like right, and you're still going. So I don't know if you're saying right, gifted minds, or right, and you're taking a pause to continue. Just like the other lady say, I was interrupting her, so I don't want to interrupt you. But if you want me to speak, just call me or give me the go, and I will speak.
I find it interesting that God's children, like, if you are left alone to think for yourself, right? If you are left alone to think for yourself and say, when there is a pause, then I should be able to, to talk. That's when it's time to talk. But without someone saying, gifted minds, now you may speak, you create chaos. And I feel like the same way you all have conversations, needing someone to say, hold on, don't do that. Wait until there isn't a sound coming out of my mouth, then you can speak. You all need people to say, do this thing, right? And to me, it is the same as your God, right? You can't be trusted out in the world by yourself because you have yet to learn, right, how to be in society by yourself without someone saying, don't touch that. Don't do that. Now you may do that. The same way that you are behaving in this conversation. Does that make sense? You may talk
Yeah,
then.
yeah, it makes sense.
And so I'm going
So
to
can
ask
I go ahead?
well, give me just a second. Because I did pause when I asked that that makes sense. You answered and then you stopped talking. So then I started talking. Okay. So I'm just going to reiterate my question to you. Okay. Gifted minds went through a critical thought process, and gifted minds said to himself, God is energy. Therefore, gifted mind, who is a human, is defining God as energy. and that is gifted minds idea or gifted minds thought process. Correct?
No, no, not correct.
Who defines this God as energy that we can um that in this Bible that we can point to? Where in this Bible does it
Okay.
define your God as energy?
Okay, since you are new, I'm speaking with you, then I'll probably rephrase because the other lady says we are not talking about the same God when I talk about energy, and she's
Hey,
talking about the God of the
I'm
Bible.
asking you a very direct question. I don't need you to go back over what you went over with Selena. So we've already gotten to the point of you're saying that it is not your definition that God is energy, right? Now, what I would like for you to do is point me to the book, right, that backs up your definition of this God being energy. Can you do that?
Now, science gives you all of that information.
Sure. So if you cannot go to the book, take me to the scientific data that says God is energy. I'm asking you very specifically for scientific proof that says God, God, is energy.
Well, there's no specific scientific material per se, if that's what you're looking for,
Yes, that's what I'm
right?
looking for.
No, there is no such per se.
So if
Now,
there is
if I may
no,
continue,
I'm sorry,
okay.
if there is nothing like that, let's go back and let's revisit, okay? Gifted minds is defining God as energy. Therefore, it is gifted minds idea that God is energy.
Yes,
Correct?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now you can
But
proceed.
with proof on science.
You have no proof on science. I just asked you for it.
No, you see, then if this is the case, you are not given a fair chance in the sense that we
It's
all are
still your
human beings,
gifted
and
mind, gifted
whatever book
minds,
you have is
gifted
written by
minds, gifted
people.
minds. You are taking science and applying it to your God. That's your idea. You are
And if
calling
I write a
energy,
book,
gifted mind, stop. You are calling energy your God. That is your idea. There is no scientific data that says gifted mind's God is energy.
so whose idea then is it again that God is not?
I thought he said he didn't believe in God. I'm so confused.
No, I said I'm not a religious person. I never said I never believe in God. My question is to the speaker you and I was speaking to. The idea that God is not, whose idea is it? Can you show me where it is written in any place that it is not? God is not.
That God is
Or what I
not
said is
what?
not.
He's not what?
God is not energy. God is not energy.
Where does it say that it is?
Then where is it that is not?
Exactly. This is your idea. The fuck?
As it as your counterly
This
is also your
you I'm sorry,
idea.
listen. You are the one that have to prove that your God is energy. This is
Then give me
your
the chance.
idea.
Then give me the chance to prove.
All I have to do is pull up science that says energy is energy. That energy is heat. Energy is motion. That's all I have to do. There is no science that says energy is a god.
If I make a claim, ask me to prove it. Ain't
I
that how
just
all theory
fucking
and laws
asked you.
came about?
I just asked you to prove it, and I told you what I would accept as proof. And I would accept as proof a scientific theory, right? Loaded with data that says God is energy. I asked you already, do you have that? You said no.
So even like I speak with the other first guest, the first speaker, I said, let's put energy aside. Now let's talk God of the Bible. Can we go by that?
Absolutely. Let's do that.
Fine. So yes, God is not an idea. Now, thank God, good. I'm gonna be able to use every reference from the Bible, because even before I was not gonna touch the Bible, but now I'm gonna use everything in the Bible. So yes, God is not an idea because the Bible says so. Then you counter showing me how God is not, using your own Bible, using the Bible too, or whatever proof you want to use.
Show me in the Bible where it says that God was created, how he was created.
The Bible says in the book of Genesis, in the beginning God created
How
the
was
heavens
he
and the earth,
created?
and
How was your God created?
it never explains how God created,
How was your
because
God
God is
created?
existence.
How
Now,
hey,
God is
hey, 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 you don't talk over me. How was your God created?
according to the Bible or my own words. Which one do you want to hear?
You said that you were going to go by the Bible, did you not?
Then I told you, according to the Bible, there is no event of the creation of God because he cannot be created.
Except somebody wrote about your God, did they not?
Yes,
Somebody wrote that your God did a thing, did they not?
yes,
A human wrote that your God did a thing, correct?
yes,
A human said that your God created something, did they not?
yes.
Therefore, a human created your God on paper.
And with what will you count and back this up? That there is a God outside this one that the Bible has
No,
talked
no, no.
about.
I'm not backing up that there's a God outside of this book. That's your job. A human wrote.
Then if that's
A human decides what your God does, right? A human does. Moses says your God accepts sacrifice. Jeremiah says your God does not accept sacrifice, right?
right, yeah.
A human says that your God incited David to take a census against the of the children, take a census of the children of Israel, right? But the
Mm-hmm.
chronicler says no, your God did not, right?
Keep going.
I don't need to keep going.
And no, yeah, I want you to hit your nail on the head. That's why I say keep going. So
No, I don't
let me
need to
know
keep
what your
going.
stand is.
If you can't get that, there's no need for me to continue going.
Now, in all that the Bible says that the person who wrote it that said that God did in the Bible, did the person also say that Jesus Christ brought salvation and brought forgiveness of God?
A human said that, yes.
So if a human who also said all these things about what you just said, and a human also said all the things that Jesus Christ has come to do, so where then are you having a problem with?
Are humans your gods? Is a human your
According
God?
to the Bible, we are all gods. According to Jesus
Oh,
Christ, we
so
are
your
all
God
gods.
is okay. So your God is a human then? You're saying humans is your God. So if a human is your God, then no, your God isn't created by men. Well, they are created. They fuck and they have sex and they create more men. But if humans are your God, then what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, according to the Bible, because I promised you I was going to start with the Bible, but you see
Wait. Are you
all
saying
these
man?
things you just said.
Are you saying that you believe man created the earth? Are you saying that you believe?
Jesus
No. Wait. Are you
Jesus
saying?
Christ explained who
No.
created the
Wait.
earth.
Hold on. Are you saying that
God created the
wait,
earth.
stop talking while I'm talking. Wait. Is man your God?
Man is not my God.
Okay. So what the fuck are you talking about then?
Man is representing God.
Man
Man is
created
a
your God.
representative.
Man created the
No,
story. Man created the stories about your God.
no.
Yes, they did.
It's nice you call it a story. A story is a series of events, right? So whatever they have written is as a result of the encounters of
Did your God?
events that has
Okay,
taken place.
okay. Did your God get beat up by a human?
When you say your God, who are you referring to, or what are you referring to?
Your God in the Bible. Did your God
No,
get
I
beat
don't
up
see
by
my
a
God in the
human?
Bible. I don't see my God in the Bible. I see my God in me. I already see teachings, references, discipline,
So
laws, instructions in the Bible.
the God that you believe created the earth in this Bible, did he get beat up by human? By a human?
No, the Bible is a instruction, it's a book. So when you say that God get beat up, it's as if you are saying I don't know how you want to put it, but no, the Bible is a book, and all book have
Right.
allegories for characters.
The Bible is a book that teaches you about your God. Like you believe that your God created the earth because that's what the Bible says, correct?
Yes,
Therefore, you also believe that your God was in a chokehold by a human because that's what the Bible says.
but did the Bible also say that this God who is unseen came into the scene as a form of man, taking the flesh of a man? Did the Bible also say that?
Yes, it does say that.
So if the Bible does say that, then why are you
It's
holding
an
on to the
idea.
fleshy part and
It's
not
an
talking about the spiritual
it's an
part?
it's an idea created by man. The fact that
Yes, but that idea
yeah, that's the
validates
point.
that that man that came to be came from a place.
That's your
So don't
belief.
take it out of the context. No, it's not a belief. If you
Yeah,
say it's my
hold on.
belief,
You've lost the plot.
put it in the
Wait, hold
context.
on. Gifted. You've lost the fucking plot. Like, do you realize right now that what you are doing is you're arguing whether Jesus saves your soul. Like nobody gives a fuck. Like what I'm talking about right now, right, is who created the stories about your God. Right? You believe that Jesus came and just put himself in the body of a 14-year-old virgin, right? And then died on a cross for your sins and then rose again 3 days later and walked around with a holy ass body. That's your belief. You believe that because some human wrote that shit down.
And I believe it
Some
only.
human, hold on. Some human thought it up and wrote it down and you believe it.
Then what is my base of conviction? The basis of my conviction is that part that you are living out, that that man that came to be did not come from this place. He came from the other world. He came from the spiritual. That is my conviction.
That's what you
Okay?
believe.
So if
Okay,
you want,
that's what you believe. You're convicted by your belief and an idea that was created by man.
and if you want to criticize me, use the whole full sentence of him being spiritual and being human, so that you don't condemn me in the
Hold on. You
human part
can't
and
make
you know
me say.
nothing
You
about the
can't make.
spiritual.
Shut the fuck up. You can't make me believe what you believe.
I'm not saying you should
I
believe
said.
it.
Shut up. I said what the fuck I said. You are convicted by your belief.
And I say, judge me based on
I
the
don't
full
give a
length and
fuck to judge
statement of
you.
my belief.
I don't care to
So,
judge you. I don't give a
so
fuck
what are you
to. I
then
don't.
trying to do?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Because you are getting on my fucking nerves. Like you have lost the plot. You have lost the plot. I don't care if you believe in this Jesus. I don't care if you are convicted by your belief. All I give a damn about is the topic that you chose and that your God is an idea created by man. And you have yet to disprove that shit.
Can I speak now? Panel, can I go on? So that you don't say I'm being disrespectful.
Kinda getting on all our nerves.
You see, this thing is very simple and clear. If I am proving something and you want to disprove it, you have to have a counter which is solid to disprove my fake. Because for every original, there's a fake, and for every fake, there's an original. So if you say my claims are fake, then you give me the substantial original.
Gifted. I don't
Until you
even
do
think
that, you can't
Gifted. Shut up.
disprove
Listen,
anything.
listen. Shut up, because you're like you should have ate off the fucking tree. Listen, I don't think that you have the wherewithal, right, to be able to even go back and forth in a conversation to this magnitude, right? Like I've already given you several different examples as to how this book, like you've even yourself said, it is a book. It was written by men. Like you don't even see that you have debunked your own damn self, and to the point to where you are arguing about shit that don't even matter, right? You just for some odd reason you want to stay here, and I don't know why. But why are you still here?
Well, if I guess you're asking me a question so I can speak. Why I'm still here is because truth is patient. Truth, no matter what you do, truth is truth. So no matter however you want to come at it, the truth is just let me speak and let's dialogue one on one clearly. Then everything will be. If I claim to have something and you say I don't have it, then you must prove it. But until you can do that, you cannot disprove what I claim. So
No,
whatever
it's
you want to
But
put
do you
into,
honestly think, Gifted? Do you honestly think, right, that you would be able to understand the concept of me giving you, right, the fact that there are people that wrote this book that have very different ideas about who your God is or what your God is, um, that you would be able to like connect the dots?
why not?
Like, do you think that you would be able to do that? That you would be able to connect the dots?
So why not? Bring it on. If you have it, bring it
I
on.
already done it. You didn't catch
No,
it. You did not
no,
catch it,
no,
Gifted.
no.
You didn't catch it. The very fact that humans wrote about your God, humans taught you about your God. You didn't even learn about your God from your God. You are reading the words of other humans. You are reading the ideas of other humans.
Can I
That the
speak?
reason why your book has contradictions is because they are thoughts of different humans. One human thought this, one human thought that. One human saw this God this way, another human saw this God this way.
Can I speak now?
No, go ahead, Fee.
I was just gonna add, even saying that God is energy came from a human mind. Like the E equals MC squared came from a human mind. It was an idea from a human. So I'm not sure what you believe you've proven that we can't disprove. Like you've made claims, but you haven't proven anything.
And actually, I think there is a scripture in your book that says, "In the beginning was." Do me a favor. Can you say the word? Can you say the word? Word. Can you say word? Say that for me. Word. Say word. Say it, Gifty. Say word. Can you say
Are we
that for me?
discussing or not?
Can you say word? Say word. Can you say that for me?
Sorry, I can't. No, I can't do that.
In the beginning
It's not
was the word.
democratic.
In the beginning was the word. Can you say that? In the beginning was
No,
the
I can't.
word, and the word was, what was the word was? Can you say
Go
that? Say
ahead.
that scripture for me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Say it.
Go ahead.
In
Complete
the
it.
beginning was the word, and the word
Mm-hmm.
was with God, and the word was
Mm-hmm.
God. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Your God is
So what
word. What is word? What are words? What are
I'm waiting.
words?
Don't know.
now have you landed? In the beginning was the word, and the
What?
word
Hold
was
on.
with God,
Yes.
and the
What are
word
words? What
was,
are
and the word
words?
was.
Hey, gifted. What are words? They are
It
words.
doesn't matter
What
what the
are
words are.
they're abstract ideas, right? Right?
But did he say that the
They're
word was
abstract
God?
ideas, right? But do you know? Do
Was
you
the
know? Hold on. I'm gonna show you something. Okay. Give me just a second. Let me pull this up right quick. We're gonna pull up Heraclitus's words. Do you know who Heraclitus is? Do you know who that is? Hold on. Do you know who Heraclitus is?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna meet Heraclitus. Hold on. I'm gonna pull
Insert
up his work. What do you say, also?
insert joke here. Heraclitus sounds like something else.
I just want that one piece of his
So
text.
can I speak while
No,
you make your research?
no. Hold on.
So how am I
No, I
supposed to do
said
anything here?
no. I said no. Hold on.
Wow, I feel peaceful inside my mind.
Hold on. I need to get his exact text. Uh, 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 uh.
If you're enjoying the live, please tip the host. Cash App in bio. And let's get these likes up to 400,000. Thank you.
Here we go. Here we go. I have to find something easy to pull up so I can't pull up the book. And close that. Let's see. All right. Heraclitus was a Greek historian and philosopher. He was a thinker. And Heraclitus was one of the first to introduce the concept of logos. Right? It wasn't John in the Bible. Your God, your Jesus, did not give John this revelation that your Jesus was the Word of God. Heraclitus, actually, let me read this to you. It says the historians of Greek thought have tended to begin by trying to read Heraclitus as a systematic thinker. They have tried to decipher a world system in his work comparable to those of other archaic thinkers, and they have sought to reveal its place in general cosmology. The repeated failure of these attempts to add reconstruction finally convinced me that Heraclitus did not have his own system, and that the unity of his approach did not lie in any positive content, but rather in his critical analysis of cosmological theories, nourished by assertions that were current in the learned circles of his day. Let's see. By projecting each fragment from Heraclitus onto the specific horizon, let me see if I can find his statement about the logos. But at the same time, it leads to return the content in order to apply. Thank you, Carlos. Propose. Let's see. Come on. Don't do that. Okay, there we go. Damn, if I go down further, it's not going to let me read. I'm going to have to find something else. It's not going to let me read if I go down further. Let's see the first one. I just want to read his words. Aristotle cites the beginning famous of the rhetoric and the discourse logo, which is when you have one perpetuate by separating the second part of the sentence. This logos, which is always or is always true, men are become incapable of understanding it. It's a distancing from the eternal truth. The adverb always goes with which is, or else one makes the break before that. This is the logos. Um, Cletus's words. I'm gonna have to pull up the book. Hold on. All right. This is from Fragment DK22B1, Logos as an Eternal Principle. Now, this came from the Greek philosophers, right? About their Greek understanding of spirituality and the Greek gods. Okay, and this was 535 to 475 BCE. Okay, about 325 years before your Jesus was ever thought of. Okay, and it says, although this logos is eternal, men fail to understand it, both before hearing it and after they have heard it. Although all things come to be in accordance with this logos, men act as though they have no experience of it. Therefore, one must listen to what is common to all. But though the logos is common, most people live as if they had a private understanding of their own. Listening not to me, but to logos. It is wise to agree that all things are one. Logos is not a personal God, but an impersonal, rational force governing nature. So to this Greek philosopher, who was the first to say that the spoken word, critical thought, rationalizing, and called it logos, right? And said that every human had the divine ability to do this in their DNA, right? Was the first to talk about the word or critical thought or reasoning in that way. And then the Greek philosopher Philo took it, right, and went more in depth with it for the Hebrew God. And then John used it for Jesus and in John chapter 1. But that is a Greek concept. It's a Greek philosophical concept. But even in that, in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The logos, the critical thought, the reasoning. That's what logos is.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
No.
I think it is fucking ridiculous that you have to keep asking that. Like it's a wonder why you guys claim that you have logos, that your God is the word, but you have no critical thought. Like no one should have to keep saying yes, you can speak. And especially like if you keep asking, can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? By the third can I speak, you could have already been on your third sentence.
It's your platform. I don't want to violate. So
But you
I need
keep asking, can you speak? If you can, I did not tell you that. And if you can keep asking, can you speak without being interrupted, then you should go ahead and speak. You are an adult. If somebody is talking, if someone is talking, then you don't speak. If there's words coming out of my mouth, then no, you don't speak. If there's silence, then that is an opportunity for you to speak.
All right. The words the article you put up and read out, I've not come across it before, but I was listening, and according to the words of the philosopher there, he said that logos is all that there is, and it is eternal. And with what the Bible says that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, it is still the same reference. Now, if your disproof is that Jesus claims to be God, or he came in the flesh of man and he's claiming to be God, now logos has always been, it is right now, and will always be. So Jesus Christ coming in his own words and teaching, he also said it that you are gods. That is one, which means you also have logos, and you too can use your logos, and you should be believe in your in the things you do, right? Which was where he was telling the people that except your righteousness exceed that of the Pharisees and the Sadducees, you will not enter the
Okay,
kingdom
you
of
are
God.
fucking
And
preaching
he
now.
still says
Stop.
that
You're
the kingdom
preaching
of
now.
God
Stop. You're
is
preaching.
within you.
Stop. You are preaching. Okay. First off, that wasn't a Greek philosopher, that the article that I had up. Okay. Second, the Heraclitus is the Greek philosopher that I recited. Heraclitus is Greek, and Heraclitus did not believe in your Jesus. So you would have to assert that your God came through the Goyim, who he called dogs. Your God gave this revelation not to his precious Israelites, but to the Goyim, to the Gentiles, before your Jesus came. That is something that you would have to assert. Second, the very fact that your Jesus misquoted himself, right? In Psalms 82, when your God, your Hebrew God, says that I have said ye are gods, right? He does not say you are God-like, you are like divine beings. He says you are gods because he's talking to other gods. Nowhere in Psalms 82 in the Hebrew does it even insinuate that he's talking to humans. But your Jesus, right? Your Jesus quotes it as if him as God was talking to humans. So even your God misquotes himself. And do you know why he does? Because a human decided to make your God as a character say that he called humans gods. And I'm pretty sure all that went over your fucking head.
Well, you've said a lot, even though you speak in length before you allow me speak, so a lot of things are going. But what he meant that you are gods, and he also said it that he is the manifested word, which is what we were talking about. The
Okay, hey,
the
read it
beginning
right
was the
here.
word.
Read it in the Hebrew. Read it right here in the Hebrew. Where in the Hebrew does it say you are God-like? Which word means God-like? Here, I can make it bigger for you. Tell me which word means God-like.
In
Hold
Hebrew.
on. Yeah, there it go on the screen. Which one of these words? This is the verse right here. Which one of these words mean God-like?
I don't read Hebrew. Why will you ask me that?
Because you are telling me what it says. You're telling me that in the Hebrew it means, right? That it means that he's talking to humans. And it's not. He's talking to other
Wait, what are you
gods.
saying?
In
What are you
Psalms
saying?
82, when it says, ani, amariti, Elohim, atum, atem, uveni el Elyon kolokem. It doesn't say anything about God-like beings.
So, what is the reinterpretation?
He's talking to other gods. There's nothing in Psalms 82 that insinuates that when he says, I have said you are gods, that he's talking to humans. He even tells them,
That,
you will die like mortals. Humans are already
yes.
mortals.
Now, he was saying that because he has been manifested as man in flesh. So, he died for
Oh my
men
God.
and
This
his
is,
life has been given to
hey,
men.
stop.
So,
This
what
is,
he is saying.
shut up, because you just freaking ridiculous at this point. This is Psalms 82. Your Jesus doesn't even exist yet. This is Psalms 82. This is your Hebrew God. This is your God, right? Talking at the divine council of El Elyon. And he's talking to other gods. He's not talking to humans. And when he gets to verse 6, he says, I have said, ye are gods, you are gods, sons of El Elyon. That's what he says. And then in verse 7, he says, nevertheless, ye shall die like mortals. They are already mortal. I mean, they are gods. They're being demoted to mortals. You, a human, are already mortal. There is no reason for this God to say to you that you will die like mortals.
He is saying that because he is telling them that God is within them, and if they do not believe the God in him, it's because they do not believe the God in them. So because they do not believe the God in
Shut
them, they
the
will
fuck
die
up.
like mortals.
No, you don't even know what
Do
the fuck
you
you're talking
hear
about.
yourself?
Like, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And the fact that you and Johnny, like, this is how I know that your God is an idea created by man. Like, information doesn't matter to y'all. Right? Your delusion matters to you. You can't even prove, right, that what you are saying is what the text says. What you are saying does not line up with the text. It does not line up. And the very fact
How
that
is
you don't,
that?
because here's the thing. I can read Hebrew, you can't. And so you can sit here and you can tell me, just like this translation lies and says that it says God-like. But because I can read Hebrew now, I know that it doesn't say God-like. I also know that there is no context in this scripture that refers to men being gods. But you can go and you can lie to people, right? You can lie to people because they don't know Hebrew. But you can't lie to me.
All right, I'm not trying to lie to you, okay, and I'm not trying to lie to anybody. Now, this same Hebrew reading that you just read out is also read in the Bible, right? It's there in the Bible, or isn't it in the Bible? When Jesus Christ was speaking
I cannot handle
to
your
the
indoctrinated mind anymore. I'm sorry. Go, like, go. You there,
well,
like, I'm
it's all
sorry.
up to you, but I
Yeah,
I am
I'm sorry.
still saying
You're
that
too
you have not been
indoctrinated.
able to.
You're too
No, it's not.
indoctrinated.
That's
Like,
not it.
you
You
have
just can't
embarrassed the
disprove
living
me.
fuck out of yourself.
Go with energy.
Goodness gracious. They're like, ooh,
That was a migraine waiting to start.
yes. And then, like, he doesn't catch on to a conversation. Like, there's a catechism in his head. And then, Johnny, you should be ashamed of your damn self. Like, y'all are just co-sign any motherfucking thing. Like, y'all don't give a damn about each other. Y'all will lie to each other. Like, you should be ashamed of yourself. You know damn well he was up here embarrassing himself, and you down there co-signing the shit. Then come prove he was telling the truth. Come show us in the Hebrew where it says that. Come up here. Come show us that he's telling the truth. Here request, Johnny. Y'all be inserting truth and then you can't even back it up. Come show us that he was telling the truth. Show me in the Hebrew where it says that. Fee, do you want to do this one? I'm sorry. Aish, is it Aish? Y'all always got a fucking excuse. You at work, but in my TikTok chat.
Hey, good morning, all. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Okay, it's a pleasure to be among y'all.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here. Give me just 1 second. Fee or Oso or Lala, one of y'all want to do this one?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Good
Is it
morning.
Aisha?
Aish, Aish.
Aish. Okay. Are you a Christian or are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I don't have a religion. I guess
Okay.
you could say I'm deconstructing.
Okay. From the God of the Christian Bible?
Yes.
Okay. What topic would you like to choose?
I would say that I really hate the request by accident, but I will, I will stand up for it. Um, okay. So I do agree with the God is an idea created by man strongly.
Okay. So did you want to pick a topic that you don't disagree with so we can like have a conversation? I mean, that you don't agree with?
Okay, let me see what the other ones say. I'm very sorry. I really wasn't following. I hit that by accident, but I will. I'm very happy to be among y'all. Let me see. I'm trying to read what it says. God doesn't prioritize moral. Goodness, false prophet is. Let's go with number one. I didn't read it. You could read it for me, and then I'll go with it. I'll go through it with you, please. You could read it for me. It's very small for me.
Yeah. It says, is belief or non belief in a God more harmful to society today?
Oh, okay, that's a good one for me. Belief in a God or non-belief in a God. I believe that belief. Well, for the way that we have been molded as a people, like you just saw with this young man. The people are very traumatized. I mean, not really traumatized, but they're molded, they're indoctrinated, and it's very hard to get them out of it. So non-believing in a God would, like you say, like you see with that man again, is very. It's like they would be lost. They can't think alone without that belief. So it would be. Uh, I'm Haitian. Okay. I'm Haitian. My people are very like this young African man that just left. Very indoctrinated. And lucky me, I am not. I grew up in a Catholic school my whole life. But luckily, at some point when I was 14, I detached myself. I refused to go confessing and stuff like that because I realized that the priest is just like me. I shouldn't be confessing to a human. So from that point on, I was separated. I separated myself from that. I don't even own a Bible right now. I threw it away. I don't read the Bible. I washed myself out of all indoctrination. Everything that I learned from the time I was little, I removed everything. So I started blank. myself personally. I started with no belief, and I said, okay, if there was a God that created me, when I came from my mother's womb, I came blank. There was nothing in my mind. There was nothing. I had no religion. I had nothing. So I decided I'm gonna go from that, and I just meditate. I meditate. I go to source, like they say. I go to source, and I go from there. I am very happy. I'm very loving. I'm very flexible,
So
and
Aisha, I want to kind of
mhm.
put the conversation back on the actual topic. You know, I'm glad that you were able to go through that journey, but we do want to talk about whether or not it's harmful to society today, because we are talking about society as a whole. And I don't disagree with you. You know, I think
Yes.
the indoctrination absolutely can be very harmful, and we see it every day in these conversations. So I just
Mhm.
want to make sure we stay on topic.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, it is very harmful for people not to have something to hold on to. When you try to tell them, they're like, okay, so then what do I believe in? What do I do? So then I'll be lost because they don't know that they have in them the ability to, to stand.
Yeah, I think it's honestly pushing that false dichotomy of it's God or it's nothing, or it's God or, nihilism, or, it's indoctrination, or living a life of sadness and all these things that religion tries to tell you will happen if you dissect these belief systems. I think that's the piece that's the most harmful, because if you can get people to believe absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities. I think Twain or somebody said that. Can't remember who it was, but it's true when we see it every day in these conversations.
It's a job well done on the people. Now on TikTok, like you can see, there's a lot of things streaming about God talking to people, trying to pull people in. And when I see them, I cannot watch it. I just keep like switching from that. It sounds so good. It sounds like it's something that all Christians need, but it's like a trick to pull the people that are trying to pull away from it all. People are trying to pull away from it, and then they're giving you something that seems like it's not the old thing. At the same time, it is the old thing, trying to keep people in, trying to pull people in. I don't know if
But are they streaming pretending to be talking as God? Is that what they're doing?
yes, yes, yes,
I
yes.
haven't seen that
Oh, you haven't seen that?
on TikTok.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh wow.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, this is God talking to you, my child, da 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 da. And then if you know, you know. I mean, I can tell that, oh my gosh, there they go again. This is them in action. It's not the Bible, it's not like the school or whatever, but they're still at it. They're still trying to pull people in, you know?
So now God's on TikTok. Holy
Oh,
shit!
yes.
The most holy of holies
Yes.
is on TikTok. That's wild.
That's really wild. And I also think that, like, when it's so fear based and rooted in controlling people, because if you teach people how to think, it's harder to tell them what to think. So when they would be able to, happen upon those lives and realize, no, this is not God talking, this is a human being. But I think the fear that they have been indoctrinated to hold for so long won't even allow them to consider those questions or to ask the logical questions that we ask in here.
Yes, ma'am. They are so intelligent. They know that they're watching all of us on TikTok. They see where everybody's mind is, and they notice that a lot of people are trying to pull away from their religion. A lot of people are talking away from religion. So what they do, they come up with a different plan and say, okay, so we're not religion, but we are your God. You know you're all God. God is in you, and this is me talking to you. I'm talking to you as your father, my child, this and that. So while you're trying to pull away, and then they're catching you again. They're
That
catching
is
you
so
again.
evil. Like, oh my gosh. That somebody in the comments just said, like, what did the atheists or the Satanists see on their deathbed, and I like even just little questions like that. I think they play on the fear of people's fear of death. Like they attach to that fear of dying and not knowing what's going to happen after they die, and that's how they pull them back in too.
Yes.
When the reality is they don't know what the believer saw on their deathbed either. They just believe what somebody has told them. They have no evidence of that.
Yep.
Yes. It's crazy. I really appreciate what you're doing, and I just met you guys today. I found your live today, and I got stuck there. Even though I'm busy working, I was listening while moving around, and I was captivated by your subject. It's the first. That was the first for me, and I really appreciated it. The way that you are depicting, showing on the Bible, all the contradictions and stuff like that, and yet people are all stuck in. You're doing a great job. I mean, I think I see the only one. You are the only guy, the only ones doing it that way, and I appreciate it.
You mean the only ones on TikTok doing it this way?
Yes.
Oh no, we've got a whole community of folks who do this.
Okay, I need to be connected.
Yeah. We got, I think if you stick around here, like most of everybody that goes live will pop up at, at some point, but several people in the community go live and have a lot of different conversations. These are thinkers prompts and her topics for conversation, but we've got like so many people that that are engaging in this type of discourse.
Yes, I have heard a lot. I have seen a lot as not as atheists, but as spiritualists. Spiritualists, people, you already know what I mean. I don't need to explain that. Yes, not as claiming that we are atheists. We don't believe in God. We don't believe in that God. And I don't believe in a God like the one in the Bible all as well. I don't believe in that. But I know there is a creator. I know there is a creator, and because I'm here, I didn't bring myself here. We didn't come here by ourselves. So I know there's a creator. And I don't even call it God. I try not to say God because I know the word God was made up by man, the same people who wrote the Bible. So that's what connected me with you. When I started hearing you, I was like, okay, I haven't heard anybody going over this that's been going on in my head, because I know the Bible, who started it? That was man. Where were they? Where did they see God? Did they see God? Did they hear God? Okay. They heard God say something. But when you hear something and you write it down, by the time you write it down, it changes meaning. It changes, the message. The message is completely different after you finish writing it down. And then again, people are malicious. They take what they found and they just like remodel it to for their own convenience, you know and this is the way I think. I don't believe in that God in the Bible, that God that is presented to us. But I know I'm not an atheist. I don't call myself an atheist. I just say that I'm a spiritualist
Yeah,
because
not
I believe
everybody
there's
in
a
the
creator.
community is an atheist. We have some people here who are Christians that are deconstructing their faith and trying to reconstruct it in a way that makes sense to them. We have some of us who are atheists. We have some who are spiritual. Um, I will say that if you are not comfortable challenging your beliefs, this may be, it may get uncomfortable for you sometimes in here because we do push back on all belief systems, and that the goal is to make sure that they're rooted in a methodology that's consistent. So we're not, falling into logical fallacies where we want to believe something because it makes us feel comfortable, but we have no evidence or no reason, no basis for actually believing it. I think it's that faith-based slippery slope that a lot of people stand on, that can kind of lead into these dangerous ideologies.
Absolutely. I don't want to believe. I want to know. I don't want to believe. I want to know. But the word atheist for me, I need to get close. I need to be more comfortable before I don't want to say I don't want to say I'm anything. I don't want to add any label on myself. Like I said, I don't want to add any. I don't want to label myself
And
anything.
I don't think you have to. Like, nobody, I don't think anybody requires that. I think you owe it to yourself, though, to understand what you know and how you know what you know. And for some people, that's important. For some, it's not. I had a conversation with someone last week who went through a deconstruction of the religion that she was raised in, but she's kind of constructing her own belief system. And I don't agree with it because, you know, I had some questions and some of the foundational pieces just didn't make sense to me. But there's no goal here. There's no goal of, oh yeah, the goal is atheism. No, that's not it at all. Like, it's deconstructing harmful beliefs that are often tied into religious indoctrination.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the reason why I don't want to attach anything to myself, because I don't know. I found it. I came here to this world and I found everything. Who brought it here? You know, I just want to be free. I just want to be free and be good, be loving, and detach myself from everything that is human. I don't know if that sounds, if that makes any sense.
It doesn't necessarily to me, because I think everything that we see is part of the natural world. And, you know, through science, we understand how this planet came to be. We know where it came from. We can investigate those things. So there are things that we can know. There are things that we don't know. And there's probably always going to be things that we don't know. And I know that is an uncomfortable place for a lot of people to reside in. But, you know, I think for me, the questions are exciting. Bash, one of our other community members, always say that the questions are God's to the answers. Like, as soon as we find an answer, it could almost spark another question, and it's this endless pursuit of knowledge. I think sometimes people like to, specifically religious people, like to say that that's problematic because God is the answer, but that's not an answer. Like, it's just a thought terminating cliche. Like, it doesn't tell us how any of these things happen. You know, I prefer explanations over answers, but what works for my brain may be different than what works for your brain. All of us are different human beings.
Yes. I'm happy. I'm in, you know, I'm loving. I love nature. I love people. I get along with people. I don't want to hurt anybody. And I'm fine. You understand? I just want to be involved. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to keep continuing with what I found that's taking the world where it is right now. So I said, you know what, let me detach myself. And then I'm just going to evolve in love. I'm going to evolve with nature, with anybody who wants to evolve with me. Meanwhile, I don't reject anybody. And I love where you're going. I love your concept. It's a first for me. Like I said, I'm gonna stick around. I'm gonna try to follow your panel so that I can see when you guys are live and get more information. Yeah. So yeah, thank you so much for for
Yeah, and
this.
when you drop back in the comments, you'll see that some of the folks have put in the names of the other creators that go live. Thinker goes live. Is it 11 Central? Thinker 11 Central.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for coming up.
No,
Thank you
no
so much,
problem.
Aya.
Thank you.
I hate when believers tag me and ask me a stupid ass question like how was the universe created, like they fucking got an answer for it. Like they fucking have proof to show that their God created the damn universe.
And it's such a dumb question, also, because I think the answer is going to vary from religion to religion. So, what does that actually mean? Just because your religion says that God, you know, Thanos snapped into existence, but somebody else has said something different, how do we know? What we do know is what we can scientifically demonstrate and prove. But it just shows the limitation of their knowledge and the strength of their indoctrination as well.
Yeah, like they be thinking that it's a gotcha or some shit. Like, you don't know your damn self. You have a belief. You're guessing. So stop tagging me.
I mean, even the question in and of itself begs the question, how was it created? You're assuming there was a creator. Like, there are natural explanations to everything that we see in our solar system. And they just don't they don't do the work to understand that. It's not like it's hidden knowledge and nobody can have access to it. This is 2025.
And then like he don't even realize that the Big Bang is a Christian concept and he's fucking laughing at it. This is why I say don't fucking tag me in stupid shit like that. Like literally the Big Bang is something that y'all believe. Y'all believe that you're like and you're laughing. Like this what the just sit down.
Because he doesn't know what the Big Bang is, and that's how I know that those who say things like that haven't done 1 ounce of study into that theory at all. They just dispute it.
Goodness gracious. Because they know they're safe with their ignorance in the fucking comments. That's why when they come up here with all that, when I invite them up here, they don't bring the shit to the stage. They're safe with that shit in the comments.
Yeah, and Johnny, if you're really curious, look it up. KhanAcademy.com has free online courses that will teach you the basics of what the Big Bang Theory actually teaches. It has it at every level you can tolerate. So if you are truly curious, look it up. Look at the math. Prove it wrong. Like that, go get your Nobel Prize. Like that's literally how you demonstrate that it's wrong. But what you don't do is not read it, not understand it, and then just say, oh, it can't be that, while at the same time not even reading your book to know what's in there. That this makes no sense.
And then like you should just like be embarrassed because if I had a friend, if I was in a relationship with somebody and I was telling people that I was in this relationship with this person loves me and this person does this and this person does that, but every time somebody says, "Can I meet your friend?" and you say, "Nope, nope, no, our relationship don't work like that," right? And then when I say, "Well," then I say, "You're lying. You don't actually have a friend. Your friend is imaginary." And then you got to come up with some mathematical equations to try to prove to me that you actually are in a relationship with this friend.
They sound insane.
It's ridiculous. Uh, is it Hero? Is it Hero Saul?
Hello, yeah, it's Hero. Hero. It come from Egypt. It's more like Osiris in African name. We call it Hero.
Hero.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are you Egyptian?
No, I'm African.
Oh, okay.
When I say Egypt, I'm saying ancient Egypt.
Oh,
Black.
ancient. Oh, okay. Are you into like Egyptology and stuff?
No, I was Muslim. Now
Oh, okay.
I am spiritual. I mean, I'm African spiritual actually.
Well, you don't believe in Allah anymore?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. All right. So we are talking about the God of the Christian Bible. I don't think Ems is in here right now. Did you come up to talk about the Christian God or the Muslim God?
No, I was just gonna scroll down, but I was just listening to you guys page, and I just will thank you guys for bringing light, bringing the waking up people, because in our side also we're doing the same fight. We believe like we need to go back to our spirituality, because what's happening with Black people in Africa, because uh, you can't develop anything if you don't know yourself, if you don't know who you are. And we've been in this religion for a long time and it's not working for us. The
Mm-hmm.
most religious people in Africa, the most religious uh, country in Africa are the worst. The more you are religious, the worse your situation is. I don't want to get over your debate, so I'm just going to stop here. I was just scrolling your page, but I see some interesting comment and what you guys the two you guys are manifesting. So I just want to thank you guys for doing this job. It's really important.
Well, thank you for the work that you're doing. I know coming from Islam, it could be quite dangerous too. And so thank you. And I want to say also stay safe. And I appreciate you for coming up.
No problem. Hotep.
All right, have a good one. Ems came in here earlier today and talked about the young man that was killed on live in Sweden for burning the Quran.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even hear that.
Yeah, they shot him on live while he had a panel full of guests deconstructing Muslims.
Wow.
Yeah, and now they're like sharing pictures of him and laughing and saying he's gone, but Allah is still here.
And
Last
people,
week, like it happened last week,
wow.
and they don't realize that they'll still say that man doesn't do things that God wants them to do. They'll like they still will try to like not insinuate that they are the God, that they are thinking for the God or doing things for this God. He was 33 years old. Said he had been burning the Quran for like 3 years. Zach, how are you? Zach,
Hey,
hi. Did you join on accident?
how are you?
I'm good. Did you mean to join?
No, I don't even know I hit the button. I was just listening in the panel.
Oh, it's okay.
Sorry.
No,
But
no worries.
you did a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Zach. I
so much.
appreciate you. You're so
Uh,
welcome. All right, have a great one.
you too.
They got a picture of him. He picked up the guy's phone after he shot him and shut the live down and then threw the phone. They said so. They got a picture of the guy that shot him. I don't know if they've caught him.
And you said this was in what country? Sweden? Switzerland?
In Sweden last week.
I didn't even know Sweden had a Muslim population like that.
He said that a lot of them are moving to Sweden, like they're moving to Sweden in the UK, and converting. Like we're not converting. They're having a lot of children to increase the Muslim population there. So I don't know what they're doing. Kalechi, hi, how are you?
Oh God, I'm so sorry. Where's my phone? I think it's a mistake for the second time.
That's okay. You don't even
I'm
know where your
currently
phone
at
is,
work.
huh?
Yeah, you called my name and I use my AirPods to listen to your
Oh,
shows,
okay.
so I don't even know where my phone is. Please, can you help me disconnect?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
so
taking
sorry.
you down. Have a good one, okay?
No,
Bye.
you gotta stay up here with us. You're stuck up here. Ah.
Also, was that you snoring when Indoctrinated was on stage?
No.
You sure? Because I know Pressure snore. That wasn't Pressure.
To be honest with you, I got my snoring cords removed, so it couldn't be me.
No, I think that was you. I definitely don't think it was Pressure. Like I can hear Pressure growling right now. I think that was you.
He's got several different snores. It just depends on the time of day. It was not me, guys. I can promise you. I've never slept a day in my life. Sleep is for the weak. I'm a strong man.
No, so don't be putting that on Pressure. He didn't do anything. He's
He is literally doing something right now. He's doing it
Yeah,
right
he
now.
don't sound right. He does not sound like how you sound when you snore.
Okay, but if you kick him like very softly, but if you kick him and
You better
he
not be kicking
adjusts,
it, dog.
then the sound waves come out of his nostrils a little differently. Okay.
Aaron? Hello, Aaron? Okay. What does that mean? The U.S. is no longer giving blank pages on passports. What does that mean? They're no longer giving blank pages on passport.
Yeah, see, it was Aaron earlier.
Yeah, that was Aaron. No stamps for passports. For who? You have to make sure you have blank pages to get stamped on. How do you get the blank pages? Like, what if your passport book is almost filled? How do you get the blank pages? You can only travel once you know other words. You're traveling is no. What? If you run out of pages, you have to get a whole new book. Wow.
But that's always been the case. Once you run out of pages in your passport, you get a new passport.
That's what I thought.
No, I think he's saying like you can't like
And
your.
also, you can get, if you're somebody that travels a lot, you can get a passport that has more blank pages, right?
But how do you like? What do you mean like get like
Right. So there's a certain amount of blank pages in a regular passport.
right?
You can get an expanded passport if you're someone that travels very frequently. But a lot of countries don't stamp your passport. Like when I went to Mexico, they didn't stamp my passport, right? I went to Costa Rica, they did. A lot of countries just scan it. They don't have the stamp anymore.
Oh, they don't stamp anymore. Like mine is
No,
stamped the fuck up.
like
I,
Costa Rica stamped mine, but when I went to Mexico both times, like when I went to Cabo and Cancun, they didn't stamp my passport. They just scan it.
okay. So we don't have to worry about pages anymore then? Is that
Um, unless you're somebody that travels to like South American countries a lot, they probably still stamp, but I don't think they stamp in Europe, right? Um,
I went to Amsterdam like 2 years ago. They stamped mine.
oh, they did,
Hmm.
but you can get like you can get an extended page passport, and they cost the same as a regular passport if you're somebody that
but you gotta go through the whole process again though? Like that's what they're saying. Like you gotta get a whole new book, like you pay for the
well, no,
process all
you'd
over?
have to do that anyway. So like if you went somewhere, if you were somebody that traveled a lot and you came to your last page in in your passport, you'd have to get a new one anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, you
Like you
you
gotta
just
pay
have to
the
get
whole 275 all over
you
again.
know, I don't know if it's 275. Let me see. I think you might be able to get a replacement passport.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But that's
Yeah.
they're saying the process has changed. It's 275 here. But they're saying the process has changed that you got to start the process all over again to get a new book, get a new passport.
No. Let me see.
They didn't stamp mine in Iowa.
And well, I'm so sick of you.
Oh my god! Did y'all see that lady that she was
Well,
in the
yes, she said
interrogation
he went
room?
overseas in Connecticut.
Oh my gosh!
Let me see. I'm on the passport. Gov, blah 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 blah. How many blank visa pages do I need, and can I add pages to my passport? Uh,
Yeah, I saw one officer had to leave. Like he
if you
couldn't
need,
even stay in
yes,
there and hold
if you
in.
need more pages, you must renew your passport book.
So you got to do a renewal. You can't just buy
Yeah,
a new.
you have to do a renewal.
Okay. I don't even plan. I plan on my next travel plans on being a move. I'm getting the entire hell up out of America.
No, you yes. I don't know where I would move. It would have to be somewhere that's fucking cold though, because I'm sick of this damn heat. I really am.
You want to move to
Lord,
somewhere
I'm moving.
cold?
Yeah, I'm moving
Yes, I
to
want.
Northwest Territory.
I actually want to move to Sweden.
Oh, ugh. Nah, move to Canada with me. I'm marrying my friend up there.
That's where I'm thinking about. Like, I'm thinking about Canada.
Canada? Oh, I don't want to go to fucking
Like,
Canada.
no, not like the remote parts, like Northwest Territories. That part,
Yeah,
nobody
I
go up
mean,
there.
yes, that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
If I do move somewhere like that, I
You got to
would.
take a plane and a boat to come find me.
Or Ireland. Would you move to Ireland?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, that's one place where I'm thinking about too.
I would move to Ireland. I follow this black lady. She lives in Nice. She moved to Nice. She left Atlanta 2 years ago, and she lives in Nice.
Yeah, I'm thinking about places like that. Dr. B
Somebody
said they.
said Canada has most of the same problems, just with maple syrup on it.
Dr. B said they're moving to Scotland in 3 years.
Scotland. Come to the East Coast, and Canada is mostly rural.
What's America's hat? Canada is, or
Yeah.
I don't know who's in this box on purpose. I done brought up 3 people. Matthew Henry. Oh, that's Mark Henry.
You
Mark
remember
Henry.
earlier
Hmm?
when I
Uh-uh.
told you you'd be reading the potential? Because how in the hell you can get Matthew?
Cause I just like all I saw was M.A. and Henry, and I thought about Matthew Henry, the the theologian. I thought he named himself after the theologian.
Mark Henry is like a famous bodybuilder slash WWE superstar.
You act like I'm supposed to know that.
What? He's black.
I don't still know the motherfucker.
You got to know every black
Who?
person that's been in the
Who?
WWE.
Who?
Mark Henry, he was the world's
Oh,
strongest man.
I don't know.
See?
Yeah, and that's another thing. Canada's housing costs, they way worse than they are here. They
Really?
are fucking terrible.
Did you
I
see
don't know
that
what
house
the
in
hell is going on up
Lagos?
there.
Did you see that 5 bedroom house in Lagos on here for $500,000, 500,000 euros? But it's like 5 million or 10 million in Lagos. But uh, like the house is fucking gorgeous, and it's the equivalent of like 600,000 American dollars. Did,
Listen,
did y'all
all
see
I
that?
know is houses cost a lot, period, point blank. I subscribe to a magazine called International Living, and they say the best place for expats to go is actually Costa Rica. Mhm.
Really?
I could imagine it. Costa Rica is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's only 3 hours from the US. Mm, you know,
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know if I would move to, the only way I would move to Nigeria is if the Nigerian is going back. That's too goddamn far. And I don't like plane rides. So I don't know. Like if I moved to Sweden, I would just stay there. Like I would never come back to this motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't plan on coming back. When I'm gone, I'm gone. And that's where I plan on like retiring. Once I get um know that where I need it, I'm bouncing.
But you know what? Really, I want to move to fucking China. I really do.
I thought
I,
about that too.
I want to move to China or Korea or somewhere like that. Like,
My daughter is going to Korea. I don't want them to live in Korea.
Too
no, you know
soon.
what? They are like,
I heard Japan is good.
I blow too many trees to live in Japan. I'd be in the Yakuza. I
You
need
said
some
it's
place
too
that's chill.
scary.
Yeah. I need some place
that's
that's like chill with like D rugs and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? They ain't got to be.
Go to Amsterdam.
Yeah, I suppose they probably chill. Yeah, they actually are really chill.
Expensive as shit, though.
What do you say, Fee?
It's more expensive as shit. in
Yeah,
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam
Amsterdam
is.
is expensive. Really any European place is fucking expensive. Amsterdam, it's expensive to live in what they call quote unquote first world countries. It just is for no reason. I watched this real estate channel that shows houses in Canada. I'm like, bitch, why is this house $700,000? Like, what is going on? There's no reason for
Is it
houses to be.
700,000 US dollars?
Yes.
Damn.
And it's like a townhouse with a one car garage, bitch.
What?
Like
That's ridiculous.
Toronto, expensive as shit.
But see, like the house in Lagos, like I heard Lagos is not like um I don't know if the crime area. I think that's that area might be like high on crime. I don't know, but the house is like fucking gorgeous, and it's like the house is looks like it would be maybe $5 or $6 million here. It's a 5 bedroom. Um, the the balcony had like a golf course on the top with a pool on the top and a jacuzzi. The living room had like a space for like a grand piano, a study, a the dining room. Like it looks like it would be like a $10 million house here, but it's like five almost 600,000 US dollars there. And it's crazy because you can get so much house there.
This the thing. I don't want a big old fucking house. I really don't. I want some little shit. Cause it's just me. Like I ain't got
I,
I
I
don't want
tell I tell my kids like if I buy a big house, it's gonna be a family house. Like we're all gonna live there. Ain't no. It doesn't make sense for all of us to have different houses. Like y'all can get y'all side of the house or whatever. But I want a clan house.
I wanna I just cause I wanna be able to lay on my sofa butt naked with my crew socks on.
Hello,
You can't
somebody.
do that when you're
I don't
you
know.
can't do that when
I want them to like. I want my grandkids to grow up, around me and
I'm telling you, I have a friend like that, one of my good friends. She's like, she trying to get her kids and her husband to buy a big old piece of land in the country and just build a big old house on it.
yeah, like different, like the house. Like there are a lot of people that have what they call the clan houses, right? And you have your own area where it's almost like you have your own house, but it's like the family all lives on the same plot. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I want, something like that.
I'm
I
telling
like the
you,
way Mama Bash's house. Have you been to Mama Bash's house?
I have not.
I love Mama Bash's house.
Listen,
And
I
like,
just want to live on the Swedish seaside. That's it. That's it. Like Ingmar Bergman. I just want to live on the Swedish seaside. Like no way. I mean, compound is nice, but it's just me and my daughter. I don't have a whole bunch of family. All my family dead.
yeah, that makes sense. Like if I don't do that, it would be a small house. If I don't, you know, build a family compound, it'll be just me and it'll be a small house because I don't want a big house just for myself. Even if I am dating somebody, but I want to be able to have my grandkids around it and do shit. So I don't know, but I know
I'm
wherever I
telling you,
go, it ain't gonna be in America.
it has. I want it to be a. It has to be a like a house facing the sea, the water. Like I need.
That's Mama Bash. Like her house is surrounded by water. It's so fucking beautiful.
I'm telling you, I need the sea, right? I need the water.
When the way you say water, it made me think of get in the water.
I'm telling you, I don't know. I just need to be able to look out there and open my windows and smell the sea and the water.
Yeah, that would be nice. Bash is doing good. He won a hey Melody. Bash is doing good. He won his fourth Grammy 2 nights ago at the Grammys. He said he's been busy. He said give him about 2 weeks. He should be back. Back on live with us in about 2 weeks. He said. David Vasquez, how are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
48.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss?
Number one.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, my belief in God comes from the Catholic religion. So I don't know if that's debatable.
Still a
Hello?
Christian.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it fascinated me. The Catholic religion is just amazing. Their theology is unbelievable.
I don't believe you.
No, I am telling the truth. My beliefs are from the Catholic.
What's so unbelievable about the
Their
Catholic?
theology, the way they apply philosophy to their theology is just amazing. It fascinated me when I was a kid.
The Catholic Church?
Yes, I was an atheist too, but they brainwashed me.
I don't
What?
know why I don't believe him right now. I don't
Y'all do
believe.
realize everybody's
He's
born
full of
atheist,
shit.
right? Like everybody was an atheist at one point.
Because I mean, Saint Teresa of Avila once debated atheism herself. Look at what she became a saint.
Did you buy some relics off of Fluminale.com?
No, I didn't.
You probably should. They're beautiful.
But it's
Like,
just, I mean, it is just
you can make your
fascinating.
entire house into a Catholic church
Well, I have my
on
altar.
Fluminense. Well, you can get a bigger altar. You can make your whole
Mande?
house a Catholic church.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. How much you think they sell the finger of Peter for?
I
Finger
don't know,
of
but
Peter, I don't know.
you can go on there and find some good relics, some bones and
Well, I
teeth
don't
and
know.
stuff of the people.
Well, it's not, you cannot. Doesn't really make much of a difference.
How much you think the teeth of Peter will go for?
The actual teeth of Peter?
Yeah. What would you pay for the teeth of Peter?
That's amazing. That's priceless.
Yeah. How much would you pay for it though?
I don't know. It probably has like an astronomical price.
But how much would you pay for it?
I don't know. Probably like the same, like a Mona Lisa type of relic, something like that.
Like why?
Or
Like, do you realize that these are humans?
yeah, I know, but they saw God.
What?
Thus, you need his teeth.
No, they were in the sanctity.
It's like, what?
Yeah, they're sanctified. That's why.
That is fucking ridiculous, man. That's like saying somebody. That's like somebody buying somebody's eyes after they die because they saw Beyonce at a concert. Like, do you hear yourself? Like, you're saying that it's
Yeah, but I
worth
mean,
paying
they saw
that
the
because
resurrected God, not Beyonce.
that's what. Like, even if they saw a god, like, what the hell is their eyeballs gonna do for you?
It's called in Catholicism. It's called intercity, something like that. I forgot what
So
they mentioned.
some ritualistic shit. Like, you gonna take their eyeballs and because they saw God, then what? It makes you spiritual or powerful or something?
No, it's just divine. I mean,
You buy it and then what?
well, it's part of the intercessionary prayers. That's why.
Right. So you pray with the eyeballs of a dead man that saw your God, and
Yeah,
then
but it's not
what are
just
the
for the
eyeballs supposed to
dead
do?
man.
What are the and then what are the eyeballs supposed to do?
It's
It's the
sanctified.
eyeball.
That's why.
Will you be able to look through the eyeball and see God?
It's sanctified. Yeah, that's what the problem was.
You
I
don't
used to
What if
be an
we
understand. You don't
atheist
understand
too.
the
find?
questions we asking.
Yeah, I
What
know.
if I
That's what
can
I'm telling you.
find all 200 foreskins that David collected? You think that's in a box somewhere?
I got some sanctified toenails. Like, if you are interested in purchasing some of those, I can mail them to you.
No,
Like,
that's not true.
this is ridiculous. Like, do you not hear how insane it sounds though? Like, you're saying that you would
I
spend all this
know,
money.
but they saw the resurrection. They saw God.
Who
How
gave
do
them
you know
permission
that?
to hawk body parts?
Oh, they're sanctified.
No, who gave permission for the
What do you mean? Who
people
gave
that's
permission?
selling these body parts? Who gave them permission to sell body parts?
Like, what in the Jeffrey
I don't
Dahmer
know.
is it that makes you think that's okay though?
Well, Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't sanctified.
I got the
Well,
hair of Mary for you. You want to buy some hair?
Oh, sorry. You don't hear how crazy this sounds?
Yeah, I know, but the problem is it's sanctified
how do you know it's sanctified?
because according to tradition, they saw the resurrected God.
According to tradition, that's basically somebody told you something. So you're gonna be willing to bet all the money that you said you'd be willing to pay on
Yeah,
what
well,
somebody
I've
told you
debated
they
that
saw.
myself, and as far as I know, the tomb is empty.
I don't know why.
Must be me.
I feel like he's lying. I feel like he's trying to like show how ridiculous Catholicism is. At least I hope that's what the fuck you're up there doing.
I
No,
hope
no,
so too.
no. I'm telling you, I had my doubts myself. I was brainwashed by Catholicism.
Then why don't you ask your God to give you the money to buy one of Peter's toes? Why
Ask
haven't
my
you bought
God.
one of Peter's
I could
toes
just
yet?
make my own money. Why would I need to ask God?
But this is what have you bought one of Peter's toes?
No, I haven't.
You why not?
Well, I bought what do you call those? I don't know I forgot what they're called. Statues of the Blessed Mother.
I ain't asking about no statue. I'm asking about one of these body parts of the people that
No, I
saw
don't
your
think they're for
God.
sale though. And even if they were for sale, it's not
No,
just for
they
use.
are. If you go on
Not enough
fluminalis.com,
cash.
Well,
they
I don't
are
know.
for sale.
I don't know if the church has validated them.
No, they come from churches. They
No, then I don't
come
know if the Vatican
from
has validated them.
What's the
Catholic
website?
churches.
What's
No,
the
but
website, Lords?
It's fluminalis, FLUMINALIS.com.
I've got the cross that Jesus was hung on.
Yo, do they have the cross?
yeah,
Oh,
they.
Lord,
there is, listen, on there I saw they have a relic that they say are pieces of the cross. Little bitty wooden pieces about the size of rice that they stuck in some frame with a certificate of authenticity. I don't know how they get it from back then, but
Why are you growling?
It's satanic.
he's
This
being
vibe is
possessed.
satanic. I'm bye. Adios.
He's being possessed.
What
What
just happened?
the hell? What are you-
He
who was
got scared. He's
growling?
oh so scared the fuck out of him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said you're saying
Oh, so why you do him like that?
It's because he tried to be me, but no one can beat me but me. I'm the funny guy.
You thought he was trying to be funny for real?
Absolutely. Why do we keep saying I've been brainwashed by Catholicism? What the fuck does that mean? If you were brainwashed, you wouldn't be aware of it, right? Like, come on.
They literally have deer antlers on here for sale. Like for
yeah,
fucking what?
there are so many things on there for sale. Like you can get whole pews, whole altars that'll fill up your whole wall.
Whose skull is this? Memento Mori.
I just want y'all to know I was reaching for something and I fell my big fat ass out the bed.
Oh
La
boy.
la.
Are you okay, Lala?
Oh, my hip hurts.
Poor
Oh,
thing.
la la.
It hurts bad.
Lala.
You know that happened to me. I was getting out of the bed and some kind of way I fell on the wall and dislocated my shoulder.